Zhang Hao followed Su Yuyin to a rather old and secluded neighborhood. The streets here were almost deserted, with hardly any pedestrians in sight. Su Meng Yao, familiar with the surroundings, approached room 302, retrieved a key from her bag, and opened the door, stepping inside. "Come in," she beckoned. "Sure," Zhang Hao replied. Entering behind her, he surveyed the room, which was simply furnished with 2 bedrooms and a living room. Despite its modesty, it was impeccably tidy. However, a peculiar scent lingered in the air, reminiscent of milk like tea that moment. A warm voice resonated. "Xiao Su, you're back so early today?" As the voice faded, a middle-aged woman wearing an apron emerged from the bedroom, her face radiating kindness. She had a gentle demeanor, clearly a benevolent matron. "Yes," Su Yuyin nodded slightly. "Annie, are the babies sleeping?" Zhang Hao paused, momentarily taken aback. "Babies? Does this imply more than one?" The aunt smiled. "I just fed them and rocked them to sleep." "Thank you for your hard work," Su Yuyin said, casting a glance at Zhang Hao before stepping into the bedroom. Zhang Hao followed closely, a wave of anxiety washing over him. Yet, as he approached the bedroom door, he was suddenly taken aback. On the bed lay 3 infants side by side. Good heavens! Triplets! Zhang Hao rubbed his eyes, questioning whether he was hallucinating. Just then, an ethereal voice echoed. "Ding!" Host detected the presence of babies, activating the SuperDad system. "What was that sound?" Zhang Hao asked, momentarily bewildered. He quickly scanned the surroundings, finding nothing amiss, suspecting he might also be experiencing auditory hallucinations. "What are you dawdling at the door for?" "Come in." Su Yuyin's gentle voice brought him back to reality. Nodding in astonishment, he stepped into the bedroom. Gazing at the 3 exquisitely crafted little ones, he was filled with disbelief. "Beautiful lady, did you give birth to all 3 of these babies?" Su Yuyin furrowed her brows slightly. "What do you think? To be precise, they're also your children. If you don't believe me, we could do a paternity test. A paternity test?" Upon hearing those words, Zhang Hao's eyes brightened. Indeed, a paternity test would definitively establish whether the children were his, as nothing could be more authoritative. "All right, let's go then. Go? Where to? Aren't we going for a paternity test? They'll call a taxi, and we can take the babies along. Su Yuyin's expression darkened. "Don't you know that for a paternity test, you don't need to bring the babies? Just their hair or nails will suffice." Zhang Hao shook his head. The question posed was akin to one frequently asked by those who often undergo paternity tests. Who, in their right mind, would engage in such an endeavor without cause? At that moment, Su Yin carefully picked up a small pair of scissors from the table, delicately snipping a strand of hair from each of the 3 infants before presenting it to Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao glanced at the hair, and without uttering a word, he took it and exited. A few minutes later, he arrived at the paternity testing center. After submitting the hair samples from the 3 babies along with his own, he awaited the results. The anticipation was both tedious and interminable. Had it not been for the prohibition on smoking, he would have likely exhausted an entire pack by now. Finally, a voice emerged from the office. "Zhang Hao, Zhao Gang, your results are ready." Upon hearing the staff's announcement, Zhang Hao approached with a heart full of trepidation. Behind him, a young couple followed closely. Zhang Hao noticed a report on the table, picked it up, and scrutinized it. A DNA match rate of 68.8%. Ha! Zhang Hao exhaled a sigh of relief, a radiant smile breaking across his face. "I knew it, the child is certainly not mine. What a false alarm this has been." With that, he prepared to leave, but after taking just a couple of steps, the staff called out to him. "Zhang Hao, you've taken the wrong report. That one belongs to them. These 3 are yours." "Wait, what?" Zhang Hao froze, his heart racing uncontrollably. He swiftly turned back to the table and picked up the other 3 reports. Upon closer inspection, he was rendered utterly speechless. The DNA match rate read an astonishing 99.99%. Staring at the results, Zhang Hao was left in disbelief. Though reluctant to accept it, the reality before him was undeniable. Those 3 infants were indeed his own flesh and blood. Simultaneously, the young man from the couple, upon seeing the results, felt as if the world had collapsed upon him. "So you dare to deceive me?" he exclaimed. "After all I've done for you, with the house and car in your name, you've made me an unwitting father. I want a divorce." The woman, hearing this, burst into tears, pleading, "I was wrong, dear husband. Please forgive me just this once. I swear." If they are not your children, I shall not bear any. Zhang Hao had no inclination to witness this drama unfold. He simply took his 3 reports and walked out. His mind was a whirlwind of confusion. He had never anticipated that the 3 infants were genuinely his progeny. The reality of becoming a father, unexpectedly and clumsily, weighed heavily on him. What was he to do now? He was still in school. Was he to drop out and work to support these children? No, that was out of the question. He would never resort to manual labor. Had this situation arisen in the past, not only could he have supported 3 children, but 30 as well. Half a year ago, a sudden calamity struck my family. My parents called to inform me that we had gone bankrupt. In the blink of an eye, I transformed from a privileged heir of a multi-billion fortune into a destitute individual with nothing to my name. Even the luxury cars and opulent residences under my ownership were sold off to settle family debts. However, the 2 million or so I managed to gather barely scratched the surface of our colossal liabilities. As for my father and mother, they vanished without a trace, leaving me unable to reach them. Sigh. What a sorrowful predicament. Half an hour later, I found myself standing before Su Yuyan's doorstep. Although I prided myself on not being a man who shirked responsibilities, I hesitated when confronted with the door before me. Creak. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing an aunt who emerged with a bag of garbage in her hand. Upon noticing me, she paused momentarily before a smile graced her face. "Young man, you're back," she said warmly. "Yes," I replied, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears. "Are you taking out the trash, Annie?" "Indeed, little Sue is inside. You may go in," she responded, walking past me. Taking a deep breath to steady my emotions, I stepped inside. However, just as I reached the bedroom door, my eyes widened in astonishment. There was Su Yuyan, nursing a baby, revealing a glimpse of pristine white skin. "Ah, how fair!" As I stood transfixed, a voice echoed in my mind, "Ding, a mission has arrived. Please, host, change the baby's diaper. Completing this task will reward you with a bonus of 10,000. Huh. I blinked in disbelief, wondering if I was hallucinating once again. "Host, this is not a figment of your imagination, it is my voice." "Who are you?" I exclaimed, scanning my surroundings. My gaze swept through the living room, yet it revealed no one to host. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Super Dad system. From now on, I will randomly assign you tasks, and upon completion, you will receive various rewards. I tapped my head with my hand. Could it be that my mind had gone awry? No, the voice was strikingly real, far from mere hallucination. A system? The Super Dad system? Suddenly, I recalled the first time I beheld the baby. It was then that this very voice had resonated in my mind. Just complete the tasks to earn rewards? Could it be true? Wah! A wailing cry from the bedroom pierced the air. Upon hearing the distressing sound, an overwhelming sense of compassion surged within me. Could this be the essence of paternal love? Is this what it means to share blood ties? At that moment, Su Yuyan's shy voice broke through the silence. "I know you're out there. Could you please change the baby's diaper?" I'm not in a position to do so." Coming," I stammered, steeling myself as I entered the bedroom. There stood Su Yuyan, her back turned to me as she faced the corner of the room. Oh dear. The baby's heart-wrenching cries spurred me into action, and I rushed to the side of the bed without a second thought. I gazed at the weeping infant. An overwhelming sense of helplessness enveloped me. Should I change the diaper? How does one even go about it? Having never done it before, I found myself at a loss. Just as I was grappling with my predicament, the voice of the system resonated within my mind. "Do not fret. Host, I shall guide you through the process of changing a diaper." With those words, a vivid instructional video materialized in my thoughts. Intelligent as I am, I grasped the technique instantly, rolled up my sleeves, and adeptly changed the diaper for the little one. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the diaper-changing task. A reward of 10,000 has been credited to your account. Master, a message has arrived. The notification sound I had set for text messages echoed. Could it truly be a reward of 10,000? I hastily grabbed my phone, opened the message, and my face transformed with astonishment. Your account ending in 8888 has received a deposit of 10,000 yuan, with a current balance of 19,527.66 yuan. It's real. I couldn't believe it. This is astounding. Upon seeing the balance in my bank account, I was entirely convinced. The Super Dad system was no deceitful illusion. After all, who would be so benevolent as to transfer 10,000 to me? Former friends, perhaps? Absolutely not. Those so-called brothers had avoided me like the plague upon learning of my misfortune. That adage rang true. Brotherhood exists in the heart in times of trouble. Calls go unanswered. At that moment, a gentle voice broke the silence. Now that you have undergone a paternity test, you must believe the child is indeed yours. Indeed, I nodded earnestly. Since the child is my flesh and blood, I shall take responsibility for the little ones. Hearing this, Su Yin's expression softened considerably. The burden in her heart finally eased. Then, with a hint of shyness, she spoke. To be honest, I never intended to seek you out after all. It was merely an accident a year ago. If it weren't for my current financial difficulties, I wouldn't trouble you that if possible. I hope you can provide some financial support. There's no need to concern yourself with anything else. Upon hearing this, I felt a surge of displeasure. What do you mean I needn't concern myself? I am the child's biological father. From this moment forth, I will take responsibility for the little ones. Though I may be short on funds now, I had just acquired a miraculous system, hadn't I? By completing tasks, I could earn rewards. How could I possibly worry about making money? Lost in thought, the system's voice interrupted once more. Ding. Name the 3 babies completing this task will yield a reward of 30,000 already. A smile of delight spread across my face. Oh, my surprise. Just as I completed one task, a new one was presented. It had only been a few minutes at this rate. I could earn millions in a day. With that thought, I quickly turned to Su Yuyan. Have you named the 3 babies yet? She shook her head. Not yet. May I name the baby? Certainly. Su Yuyan readily acquiesced. After all, it was merely a matter of naming. It was not as if they were registering for a household. If the name turned out to be unappealing, they could simply change it. At that moment, Zhang Hao racked his brain, contemplating what name would be melodious. Yet, as he pondered, he suddenly realized he had overlooked a crucial detail. He was still unaware of whether the 3 infants were boys or girls. The one needing a diaper change was a girl, but what about the other 2? Thus, Zhang Hao inquired further. By the way, what about the other baby, and the one you're holding? Is it a boy or a girl? All 3 of them are girls. The one I am holding is the eldest, the one to your left is the second, and the one on your right is the youngest. Zhang Hao's expression shifted slightly, and a remark escaped his lips. So none of them are boys? Chapter 3. These 3 names are perfect, don't you think? Su Yuyun wore an expression of displeasure. Which family names their daughter in such a manner? And Zhang Hao? He appears rather foolish, doesn't he? It is commonly said that daughters resemble their fathers. Surely, the babies will not be adversely affected. Moreover, in this day and age, how can outdated notions of gender preference still persist? Are we not aware that girls are currently in high demand? How many men in their 30s struggle to find a wife? Zhang Hao awkwardly chuckled. Don't overthink it. I am merely assessing the gender to determine suitable names. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the petite forms of the 2nd and 3rd babies. Suddenly, he was taken aback. At that moment, the 2 infants were awake, gazing at him with innocent, large, doe-like eyes. Their chubby little faces were as white as milk, their delicate skin seemingly capable of exuding moisture. Particularly endearing were their tiny hands and feet, each less than half the size of his palm. How utterly adorable. Instantly, Zhang Hao felt his heart melt. Eureka! An idea struck Zhang Hao like a flash of inspiration, and he envisioned 3 remarkably fitting names. Given the undeniable cuteness of the 3 babies, he decided on truly adorable. The eldest would be named Zhang Zhan, the second Zhang Ku, and the youngest Zhang Ai. They do sound rather pleasant. Upon hearing these names, Su Yuyun's expression turned dark. Truly adorable? How could Zhang Hao come up with something so casual? Yet upon further reflection, they did possess a certain charm. Lost in thought, she noticed the eldest had finished feeding and discreetly pulled down her clothing. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao beamed with satisfaction, pleased with his chosen names for the 3 little treasures. However, in the next moment, the system's voice chimed in. Ding! Task failed. The names given to the babies were too simplistic. Failed. Zhang Hao was momentarily stunned. Such creative names had not garnered the system's approval. It seemed that fulfilling the task to earn a reward was not as straightforward as he had presumed. Thus, Zhang Hao resumed racking his brain. The names could not be overly simplistic. They must possess a profound quality. Moreover, they should sound grandiose, capable of leaving an impression. What names would be appropriate? Since they were triplets, inspiration struck again. Zhang Hao swiftly retrieved his phone and began searching online. Before long, 3 impeccable names emerged. The eldest would be named Zhang Xin, with Xin symbolizing wealth. The second would be Zhang Miao, with Miao signifying the strength of inclusivity. The youngest would be Zhang Jing, with Jing representing the crystallization of love, a name of great value. Importantly, the names of the triplets were composed of 3 identical characters, making them remarkably fitting. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice resounded once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the task of naming the babies. A reward of 30,000 has been credited. Master. A message has arrived. Upon hearing the notification sound, Zhang Hao's face brightened with joy. He hastily retrieved his phone to check the message. Your account ending in 8888 has received a deposit of 30,000 yuan. Balance, 4,952,766. 30,000 yuan. Another windfall. This system is truly remarkable. In his excitement, he suddenly remembered that he had yet to consult Su Yuyan for her opinion. After all, she is the mother of the baby and her approval is essential. What do you think of the name I chose for the baby? Is it satisfactory? It's delightful, far more melodious than the previous one, Su Yuyan replied with a smile, nodding in satisfaction. The name, composed of 3 identical characters, perfectly suits the trio of babies. Zhang Hao's literary prowess was unexpectedly impressive. In that moment, the way others looked at him changed, now laced with a hint of admiration. Suddenly, the notification for a WeChat video call echoed. The sound emanated from Zhang Hao's pocket. Upon checking, he discovered it was his roommate and classmate Zhao Yong calling. What on earth does this fool want? Zhang Hao pondered, perplexed. He answered the video call, and a round-faced figure appeared on the screen. Hey, are you skipping class? Zhao Yong asked with a teasing tone. Zhang Hao smiled. I'm outside. Could you please excuse me? Excuse you? The next class is taught by our formidable homeroom teacher, and you dare to request a leave? Zhao Yong raised an eyebrow, incredulous. The last student who asked for leave was punished with a week of toilet cleaning. Do you wish to join them? Chuckling, Zhang Hao did not respond. But Zhao Yong continued, astonished. By the way, I heard that the goddess from the normal university has been looking for you, and that she even had a baby for you. Is that true? How do you know? Zhang Hao asked, slightly taken aback. Zhao Yong, being quite straightforward, was not known for indulging in gossip. Oh my, this news has spread throughout the school. Even the old man at the gate knows about it. You must tell me if it's real. With those words, Zhao Yong's expression was one of eager anticipation, as if he could leap through the screen. Zhang Hao nodded earnestly. Indeed, it is true. After all, it's not something to be ashamed of. I'm quite delighted, in fact, and there's nothing to conceal. Huh. I don't believe you. Zhao Yong appeared skeptical on the screen. Zhang Hao, unwilling to waste breath on this banter, switched to the rear camera. At that moment, Su Yuyan was gently placing the eldest baby on the bed, while the second and third babies waved their little arms and legs. This scene unfolded before the screen. Zhao Yong was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed, My heavens! Everyone come look. The rumors about Haozi are true. The goddess really bore him 3 babies. Yes, 3. As the conversation concluded, Zhao Yong in the classroom held up his phone, and the entire class gathered around him. Wow, it truly is Goddess Su. No way. 3 little ones. Are they born in the year of the pig? This is blinding my titanium alloy eyes. Zhang Xiao, you are a model for our generation. Zhang Hao's expression darkened at this scene. Just then, the sound of a baby's wail pierced the air. Following the sound, Zhang Hao turned to see San Bao crying, immediately ending the video call. His heart ached as he saw San Bao clenching his tiny fists, eyes tightly shut, crying with all his might. At that moment, Su Yuyan hurriedly picked up San Bao, gently rocking him while humming a soothing tune. Zhang Hao inquired, Is the baby hungry? You should feed him. I'll step aside. With that, he turned to leave the room. However, just as he took a step, he heard Su Yuyan's voice behind him. Wait a moment. Could you please prepare a bottle of formula? Formula? Zhang Hao asked in confusion. Aren't we feeding directly? No, it's because. Su Yuyan appeared hesitant. She bit her lip and furrowed her brow, saying, Because there are 3 babies, there simply isn't enough milk. Not enough? Zhang Hao was puzzled, his gaze inadvertently drifting to a certain area that seemed ample. Suddenly, a system notification chimed in. Chapter 4, The Effeminate One. Ding! A new task has arrived. Prepare formula for San Bao. Completing the task will yield a reward of 10,000. Zhang Hao's expression shifted. He hadn't anticipated another task arriving so soon, and one that seemed so simple at that. Meanwhile, Su Yuyan, cradling San Bao, had a worried look on her face. Could you please prepare the formula for San Bao first? The baby crying is not good for his throat. Of course, Zhang Hao replied with a smile. Noticing the formula and bottle on the nearby table, and he approached them directly. Su Yuyan reminded him. The formula container has instructions. 1 level scoop of formula mixed with 30 milliliters of warm water. Just use 6 scoops of formula. That thermos contains hot water. After preparing the formula, cool it down with cold water, or else it will burn his mouth. Zhang Hao nodded, committing the instructions to memory. However, upon opening the formula container at the table, he discovered it was nearly empty. There was not even enough for 3 scoops, let alone 6. Is there no more? Is there an entire can left? No, this is the last one. I'll go buy more later. Let me handle it. Let us prepare this little bit of formula to tide Sanbao over. Zhang Hao began to prepare the formula. Since there were only 3 scoops, he had the amount of hot water. Once mixed, he noted the bottle felt quite hot, so he hurried to the kitchen to cool it down with cold water. Let me feed Sanbao the formula, he volunteered upon returning to the bedroom. He felt that personally feeding Sanbao was essential to complete the task and earn the 10,000 reward. Moreover, he simply wished to hold the little one. Cradling such a small body would surely be delightful. The thought alone filled him with excitement. At that moment, Su Yuyan gently declined. Allow me to take care of it. You have yet to hold a baby and may not know how to do so properly. The infant is still quite small, and their bones are in a critical phase of development. If the baby is not held comfortably, they will cry incessantly. Zhang Hao's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that such a seemingly simple task as holding a child could be so intricate. Nevertheless, there was still a way to accomplish the task at hand. Why don't you place the little one on the bed, and I will feed them? He suggested. No, if you put them on the bed, they will surely cry even louder. Hurry, give me the formula. Su Yuyan urged, extending her hand towards Zhang Hao. Without further ado, Zhang Hao promptly handed over the bottle. The baby indeed cried more vigorously now, gasping for breath, which was truly heart-wrenching. As for the task, it could wait. No reward, no matter how substantial, could rival the significance of their precious daughter. The moment Su Yuyan placed the nipple in the baby's mouth, the little one immediately settled down, smacking their lips and drinking heartily. The half-full bottle of milk diminished at a visibly rapid rate. Oh, we need to buy more formula, Zhang Hao thought, quickly turning to leave. If the older siblings grew hungry, they would certainly join in the crying. Allow me to go. Su Yuyan interjected as she noticed Zhang Hao's intention to depart. Though he was the father, it felt inappropriate to ask him to fetch the formula so soon after their first meeting. Just tend to the baby. I will return shortly. Zhang Hao replied without turning back. However, as he exited the bedroom, he encountered an aunt standing at the door, a smile gracing her face, seemingly having been there for quite some time. But why had she not entered? It was evident that this aunt was the caregiver Su Yuyan had hired to look after the baby. With a smile, Zhang Hao acknowledged her as he made his way outside. Although unfamiliar with the area, he recalled seeing a maternity and infant store not far from the entrance of the community, where he could purchase formula. After a brief walk, Zhang Hao arrived at the store. Excuse me, I would like a can of Tianhe brand formula, he requested, recalling that this was the brand the baby consumed. Certainly, replied the young woman at the counter, as she retrieved a can from the shelf and placed it on the counter. That will be 358. Zhang Hao nodded in agreement, preparing to scan the payment with his phone when he suddenly halted. Given that he had 3 little ones, a single can would scarcely last a day. I'll take 10 cans, he decided. 10 cans. The shopkeeper paused momentarily, then chuckled. Young man, you needn't purchase so much. It's clear you are a new father and lack experience in caring for infants. Why not start with 1 can and return for more once the baby is finished? Zhang Hao smiled and surprised the shopkeeper with his response. 1 can won't suffice. I have 3 babies at home. Ah, the beautiful shopkeeper gasped in astonishment. However, in the next moment, a thought struck her. Oh, young man, are you the husband of Su Yuyan? Indeed, Zhang Hao replied with a smile, showing no surprise. After all, triplets are exceedingly rare. It is likely that no one in the entire neighborhood is unaware of Su Yuyan. More accurately, no one is oblivious to the triplets. I wondered who would buy so much formula at once. Raising 3 babies must be quite a challenge. I'll give you a discount on the price. With that, the attractive shopkeeper emerged from a back room, carrying 2 boxes of formula. Each box contained 6 cans, from which she took out 10 cans of formula for 3,580. You can pay 3,500. Thank you. I'll come back to purchase from you again, Zhang Hao said as he took out his phone to scan the 3580. Although he had earned a handsome bonus of 40,000 from the Super Daddy system, He would not indulge in small savings out of principle. After settling the bill, he carried the formula out of the maternity store. As Zhang Hao approached the entrance of the neighborhood, the sudden roar of an approaching sports car caught his attention. Frowning, he turned to see a red Lamborghini pulling up beside him. The window slowly descended, revealing a delicate countenance. Though the young man was handsome, he sported gaudy yellow hair and wore a look of disdain in his eyes. He mockingly exclaimed, "Oh, isn't this our illustrious Zhang Xiao? What's wrong? Have you fallen so low as to reside in this shabby neighborhood? Do you have to walk to pick up a package? How amusing. Should I give you a few $100 for a bicycle?" With a derisive laugh, he even covered his mouth with his hand. Zhang Hao frowned, his expression one of disdain. He was not angry but rather repulsed. The young man's name was Su Huairou, aptly named, for though he was in a male body, he possessed a feminine heart, an epitome of a foppish lad. Previously, during gatherings with the wealthy offspring, he had only crossed paths with this fellow a few times, not even qualifying as a drinking buddy. Such a sissy, Zhang Hao retorted without hesitation, whose pigsty collapsed to let you out. A grown man like you prattling on like a woman. Instantly struck where it hurt, Su Huairou flew into a rage, his eyes wide with intense fury. Yet when he spoke, his voice came out in a sharp, high-pitched tone, reminiscent of a palace eunuch. "Who are you calling a sissy? It's you who are the sissy. Your whole family is a bunch of sissies." This remark displeased Zhang Hao immensely. While he could tolerate insults directed at himself, he would never allow any disrespect towards his parents. Just as he prepared to set down the formula and teach this fop a lesson, he suddenly remembered the hungry babies awaiting him at home. No, he could not delay. The triplets were waiting for their milk. "I won't hold this against you this time. We shall settle this next time, you wretched sissy." As the conversation concluded, Zhang Hao made his way toward the community entrance, carrying baby formula. Meanwhile, Su Huairou stood with her hands on her hips, casting a resentful gaze at Zhang Hao's retreating figure. Frustration boiled within her. Chapter 5. Are there skill rewards? Upon returning home, Zhang Hao was immediately greeted by the heart-wrenching cries of the baby emanating from the bedroom. The sound was utterly heartbreaking, shattering his heart into a million pieces. "Don't cry, darling. Daddy's home," he urged, hastily entering the bedroom with the formula in hand. Upon noticing him, Su Yuyan's brows furrowed slightly. "Why did it take you so long?" Her tone was not one of complaint but of anxiety, driven by the continuous cries of the infant. After all, no mother is indifferent to her child's distress. "Let us not discuss it. I encountered a rather effeminate man on my way back. If I hadn't been in a hurry, I would have given him a piece of my mind." As he spoke, Zhang Hao promptly opened a can of formula and began preparing it. "Effeminate man?" Su Yuyan's expression shifted, a hint of contemplation crossing her face. "Indeed," Zhang Hao casually replied before inquiring. "I added 3 scoops of formula earlier. Should I add 3 scoops again now?" "Yes," Su Yuyan nodded. Noticing the quantity of formula Zhang Hao had purchased, her surprise evident. "Why did you buy so much?" "I was concerned it wouldn't be sufficient, so I bought 10 cans. Besides, it has a 2-year shelf life, so it won't spoil." "Oh, how much did it cost?" "I'll transfer you the money." Su Yuyan took out her phone. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao furrowed his brow. "What do you mean? Is the baby not my own?" "What do you mean?" Su Yuyan asked, slightly taken aback. "Haven't you already done a paternity test?" "I'm buying formula for my child. Why would you need to reimburse me?" Su Yuyan hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. His reasoning was undeniably sound, leaving her speechless. Zhang Hao chuckled and continued preparing the formula. Before long, the formula was ready. As the baby grasped the bottle, silence enveloped the room, and he began to drink heartily, perhaps exhausted from crying. He soon closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep before finishing the bottle. Su Yuyan gently wiped the milk from the corners of the baby's mouth with a tissue, carefully laying him down on the bed and softly patting him. Witnessing this tender scene, Zhang Hao felt a wave of contentment wash over him. Although the arrival of his wife and child had been sudden, he reveled in the warmth of the moment. At that moment, the nanny spoke softly. "Miss Su, it's already 5 o'clock. I must be off. I'll return tomorrow morning." "Okay," Su Yuyan replied. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and a look of concern crossed her face. "Auntie, I was supposed to pay you today, but my salary hasn't come through yet. Would it be all right if I paid you in a couple of days?" "Of course. That's perfectly fine," the nanny replied with a kind smile. "I understand that managing 3 babies is no easy task. We can discuss the payment later. I'll take my leave now." With that, she smiled at Zhang Hao and turned to head for the door. "Wait a moment." Zhang Hao suddenly called out to the nanny. Auntie, how much is your salary? I'll cover it. No, let me handle it. Su Yuyan promptly declined. After all, Zhang Hao had spent a considerable sum on baby formula. It would be inappropriate to ask him for the nanny's wages. Just then, the nanny produced her phone, revealing a payment code. Young man, 5006. All right. Zhang Hao smiled and promptly scanned the code for the amount. Thank you, you're really kind. The nanny expressed her gratitude, her gaze towards Zhang Hao filled with admiration. Meanwhile, Su Yuyan was somewhat perplexed. She had not anticipated the nanny would proactively request Zhang Hao to pay. Due to the differing paydays between herself and the nanny, she had always paid her a few days late, and the nanny had never complained. Yet this time, she willingly accepted money from Zhang Hao. Despite her confusion, she refrained from commenting, acknowledging that the nanny deserved her payment. As for Zhang Hao's money, she would return it to him once she received her salary. The WeChat notification chimed, confirming the transaction of 5,600 yuan. Upon hearing the alert, the nanny cheerfully tucked her phone into her pocket and then inquired, Young man, are you from Haicheng? What do you do for a living? How many are there in your family? Do you have siblings? Zhang Hao furrowed his brow at the nanny's barrage of questions. It felt as though she were trying to set him up with a daughter-in-law. Besides, such personal inquiries seemed inappropriate for a nanny. The nanny smiled awkwardly. Please don't misunderstand. I merely wish to understand your situation. To see if you have time to care for the baby. Well, I should be on my way. See you tomorrow. With that, she turned and left, stealthily snapping a photo of him when he wasn't looking. At that moment, Su Yuyan remarked, Once I get paid, I will transfer the money to you. No need. It is only right that I pay for the nanny's care of the baby. With that, she settled on the edge of the bed, her expression brightening as she gazed at the three adorable infants. Su Yuyan remained silent, yet her mind was in turmoil. Although she had found Zhang Hao and contemplated their future together, she felt a strange disconnection at present. Despite their intimate relationship, he felt like a stranger. In an instant, many thoughts she had meticulously prepared were scattered. Lost in thought, she glanced at the clock on the wall, realizing it was time for dinner. You keep an eye on the babies. If they cry, just call for me. I'll go prepare dinner. You should eat before leaving, she stated, rising from the bed and moving towards the door. Zhang Hao replied with a gentle smile, No need to trouble yourself. We can simply order takeout. What would you like? As he spoke, he took out his phone and opened the food delivery app. Su Yuyan politely declined. It's all right. I'll cook. I need to prepare some complimentary foods for the babies. The infants were nearing 7 months old and could start to enjoy some vegetable and meat purees for adequate nutrition. With that, she exited the bedroom. Zhang Hao nodded slightly. I had initially thought that a baby so small could only consume milk. To my surprise, they can eat other foods as well. Suddenly, a voice echoed in my mind, announcing a system notification. New task alert. Prepare mashed potatoes for the infants, and upon completion, a reward of 30,000 awaits. Despite the arrival of this new task, Zhang Hao furrowed his brow, for he had no culinary skills whatsoever. When financially stable, he indulged in lavish meals. When funds were low, he resorted to fast food. His only cooking experience was limited to instant noodles. Just as Zhang Hao contemplated his predicament, the system's voice chimed in once more. Detection indicates that the host lacks cooking abilities. Would you like to activate the super culinary skill? Being the first skill, it is available at no cost. Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback. A super culinary skill? Could it be that, in addition to monetary rewards, there were skill rewards as well? Activate, he decisively responded. Instantly, a torrent of culinary knowledge surged through his mind. Concurrently, he sensed changes within his body, particularly in his arms, which felt remarkably stronger. At that moment, Su Yuyan was in the kitchen washing vegetables. She had just placed the cleaned potatoes on the cutting board and was preparing to use a vegetable slicer when she heard footsteps behind her. Turning around, she saw Zhang Hao enter. Are the babies causing a ruckus? Zhang Hao chuckled and shook his head. No, I'm here to cook. You? Su Yuyan questioned, skepticism evident in her voice. Can you cook? Though she did not know Zhang Hao well, she assumed he lacked culinary skills. As most young people today are not adept in the kitchen, even she herself could only manage a few simple home-cooked dishes. I should be able to, Zhang Hao replied, his confidence wavering. Despite having activated the super culinary skill, he lacked practical experience and was uncertain about his abilities. Never mind, you should watch the babies. I'll handle the cooking, he declared, grabbing a potato and placing it into the slicer. Just then, Zhang Hao approached her, wielding a chef's knife. Let me take care of this. With your beauty, The smoke from cooking could harm your skin. Upon hearing this, Su Yuyan's cheeks flushed, yet her heart felt warm. But still, she wondered if he truly possessed cooking skills. At that moment, Zhang Hao held the knife in his right hand and pressed down on the potato with his left. Taking a deep breath, he began to slice. The sound of his knife was akin to a machine gun firing. His right hand moved so swiftly that it left only an afterimage. In less than 10 seconds, a whole potato had been transformed into perfectly uniform potato shreds, even surpassing the performance of the vegetable slicer. Su Yuyan stood by, utterly astonished. "I can't believe your knife skills are this impressive. Have you worked as a chef before?" she asked, her expression one of disbelief. "I have," Zhang Hao replied. Zhang Hao told a small fib, for the super dad system was simply extraordinary. Even if he were to divulge it, Su Yuyan would undoubtedly doubt his words, perhaps even suspecting him of having a mental affliction. Su Yuyan nodded slightly, and, upon noticing the finely sliced potatoes on the cutting board, approached with a vegetable basket in hand. "Allow me to assist you with the vegetables," she offered. "No need, just stay put. I can manage," he replied. "There's no cause for concern. The little ones are not crying or fussing, so there is no reason to do this alone. 2 pairs of hands are swifter than one," she insisted. Zhang Hao smiled and ceased further protest. As he observed Su Yuyan washing the vegetables, inhaling the comforting aroma of the kitchen, a sudden warmth enveloped him. Indeed, as the saying goes, teamwork makes the task lighter. After a flurry of activity, they had prepared dinner in merely half an hour: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, braised pork, mapo tofu, and seaweed shrimp soup. Naturally, there was also vegetable puree for the babies. Upon seeing the array of dishes on the table, Su Yuyan was taken aback. "I never expected your culinary skills to be so exceptional. You rival a 5-star hotel chef." "Ah, it's merely the tip of the iceberg. If you wish to eat it, there is nothing I cannot prepare," Zhang Hao beamed, his smile radiant. He was elated not only by Su Yuyan's praise, but also because he had earned a reward of 30,000 for making the mashed potatoes. Suddenly, the sound of a baby's wailing pierced the air. Zhang Hao promptly dashed towards the bedroom, with Su Yuyan closely behind. Upon entering, they found the 3 little ones wailing in unison, as if they had conspired together. "Don't cry, my darlings. Daddy is here," Zhang Hao gently spoke, glancing at the diaper to ascertain that it was not the source of their distress. Su Yuyan quickly understood the situation. Since they are not wet, they must be hungry. "The babies are certainly famished. You go prepare the formula, and I will soothe them," she instructed. With that, she cradled the eldest in one arm and the second in the other, whispering soft reassurances. "Be good, babies. Mommy is holding you. No need to cry." Zhang Hao lifted the youngest and approached the table to prepare the formula. He mixed 3 bottles according to the golden ratio and then cooled the mixture with cold water. After a brief flurry of activity, the 3 little ones finally received their milk. The moment they latched onto their nipples, the cries ceased. Zhang Hao exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing how arduous the task of caring for babies truly was. Indeed, it would be easier if only one cried. When all 3 wail simultaneously, it becomes quite chaotic, he nodded in agreement. As he gazed at Su Yuyan, a myriad of emotions swirled within him. He realized that when the nanny was absent, it was she who bore the brunt of caring for the trio, undoubtedly making her burden even heavier. Just as Zhang Hao pondered this, an awkward scene unfolded before him. The eldest and second child, while drinking their milk, began to fidget restlessly, their little hands skillfully slipping beneath Su Yuyan's neckline. Her face instantly flushed crimson. Under ordinary circumstances, this might not have been an issue, as it was merely a curious habit of the baby's. Yet now, Zhang Hao stands across from her, and he appears somewhat embarrassed under her gaze. "What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen someone before?" "Oh, I forgot. You." Su Yuyan raised an eyebrow and shot him a glare before turning away. Zhang Hao chuckled and shook his head, thinking to himself how adorable his wife was. Just then, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. For completing the nursing task, a bonus of 10,000 has been credited to your account. Master, you have a message." Upon hearing the notification, Zhang Hao's expression shifted slightly. In less than a day, he had accrued 80,000 in bonuses. This was no mere super dad system. It was an extraordinary money-making system. It felt as though the heavens were providing for him. At that moment, Su Yuyan's gentle voice broke the silence. "You should go eat first, or it will get cold." "It's fine, we can eat together later." Su Yuyan nodded, choosing not to speak further, her heart warmed by his words. Before long, the three little ones finished their milk. Perhaps exhausted from crying, they closed their eyes and drifted off to sleep. Su Yuyin softly approached the bedside and carefully placed the eldest and the second child down. However, the instant she released them, both opened their eyes wide and began to cry once more. Not only that, but the third child was also awakened by the commotion. Glancing at her two sisters, she promptly joined in the chorus. Wah wah wah. The three babies cried out in unison, reminiscent of frogs croaking in a pond after rain, each sound following the last. Zhang Hao was instantly at a loss, having never encountered such a scene before, unsure of how to respond. The experienced Su Yuyin remained remarkably composed. The eldest is easier to soothe. Just pick her up, and I will handle the second and third. All right, Zhang Hao nodded, his heart racing with excitement as he gingerly lifted the eldest. The moment he felt her tiny body in his arms, an indescribable sensation washed over him. Novelty, indulgence, familial affection, flooding him with a myriad of emotions. At that juncture, Su Yuyin carried the second and third children toward the door. Come on, let us feed the little ones some mashed potatoes. If they enjoy the food, they will stop crying. Really? Zhang Hao followed her outside with a hint of skepticism. However, as soon as he sat at the dining table and brought a spoonful of mashed potatoes to the eldest's lips, she suddenly ceased her crying and began to eagerly munch on the food. The second and third children followed suit. Not bad. I didn't expect this method to be so effective. Of course, after each feeding, the babies were accustomed to having some solid food. Zhang Hao nodded slightly. Yet suddenly, he paused. The three babies were now 7 months old, making them relatively easy to care for. But what about when they were younger? Surely, it must have been much more challenging to soothe them. Although a nanny was employed, she was not present at night. This meant that Su Yuyin was left to care for all three babies alone, enduring considerable hardship. Was that not the case? Why is Su Yuyin alone? What about her parents? Even if they work during the day, they should be able to come in the evening to help care for the babies. After all, these are triplets. Contemplating this, Zhang Hao inquired, what about your aunt and uncle? Aren't they coming over in the evening? Upon hearing the question, Su Yuyin momentarily froze, her beautiful eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Observing her reaction, Zhang Hao quickly apologized. I sincerely apologize. I was merely curious. Su Yuyin bit her crimson lip, hesitating for a moment before responding. It's all right. I will have to tell you about this sooner or later. A year and a half ago, when my parents discovered I was pregnant, I didn't disclose who the father was. They became anxious and insisted that I terminate the pregnancy. Due to a disagreement with my family, I left home and rented this place. Later, during a prenatal checkup, I found out I was expecting triplets. For the sake of the three little lives within me, no matter how tough it gets, it is all worth it. Whether my parents care or not, whether I encounter you or not, I will raise my three daughters to adulthood. As she spoke, she gazed lovingly at the second and third babies in her arms, her face radiating affection. The two infants seemed to understand, erupting in delightful giggles. At that moment, Zhang Hao felt a wave of guilt wash over him. If it weren't for him, Su Yuyin might not have had to endure such hardships. Regardless, he resolved to find a way to make amends. Ding dong. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Zhang Hao stood up and placed the eldest baby in the nearby stroller. I'll go answer the door, he said, making his way toward the entrance. Su Yuyin furrowed her brow, her heart racing. Given the late hour, it surely wasn't the nanny. The only people who knew her address were her parents, whom she hadn't seen in over a year. Could it be them? Chapter 7. Take action. Ding dong. The insistent doorbell rang again. Coming. Zhang Hao frowned, wondering who could be so impatient. However, upon opening the door, his eyes widened in astonishment. What the? Is that you effeminate one? Why are you here? Upon hearing that sarcastic tone, Zhang Hao felt a chill run down his spine. It was none other than Su Huairou, whom he had encountered while buying baby formula. At that moment, Su Huairou wore a look of surprise. He had intended to visit his cousin Su Yuyin and never expected to find Zhang Hao there. What was he doing in his cousin's home at this hour? Upon catching sight of Su Yuyin, he immediately questioned, what is Zhang Hao doing in your house? Su Yuyin thought for a moment before answering. He is the caregiver I hired to look after the babies. A caregiver? Su Huairou frowned, and the next moment, a look of disdain crossed his face. Oh, I see. So our renowned Zhang Xiao is working part-time as a male nanny. If this were to get out, wouldn't he be the laughingstock? With a chuckle, she cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Hao and entered the living room with an affected gait. Observing this, Zhang Hao swallowed hard, nearly regurgitating the meal he had just consumed. At that moment, Su Yuyan, with an awkward expression, inquired, "Cousin, what brings you here at such a late hour?" Su Huairou did not respond immediately. Instead, she took a seat at the dining table. Noticing the plump baby in the stroller, she reached out to lift him into her arms. "Oh, it's only been a month, and you've grown so much. My little darling, you're becoming even more adorable," she exclaimed, planting a kiss on the baby's chubby cheek. Su Yuyan furrowed her brows, displaying a look of distaste, while Zhang Hao raised his eyebrows in disbelief. How dare this flamboyant person kiss his precious daughter? It was utterly repugnant. Just as he was about to voice his indignation, a comical scene unfolded. The baby suddenly extended his tiny hand and slapped Su Huairou's face. The sound was sharp, albeit the force was minimal. Su Huairou huffed in displeasure. "Naughty baby, I was planning to buy you new clothes, but if you keep this up, I might just have to spank your little bottom." Suddenly, the baby regurgitated, and the contents landed squarely on Su Huairou's new outfit, which had cost over 10,000. "Oh no, this was just bought. Naughty baby. Just wait until I deal with you," she exclaimed, raising her hand as if to swat the baby's behind. "Cousin," Su Yuyan interjected, displeased. "You're an adult. Why stoop to arguing with a child? Now what brings you here at such a late hour?" Su Huairou glanced at Su Yuyan, noticing the anger on her face, and placed the baby back in the stroller. "Humph, I'll teach you a lesson later. Cousin, I've come regarding family matters. The old man has retired, and the family business is now under the management of my father and your father. Since you left home a year ago and declared a severance of ties with the family, the control of the company rests solely with my father, and any shares you hope to possess are no longer a consideration. As the only male heir of the Su family, I will inevitably inherit the enterprise. I trust you comprehend my implication." He looked down at Su Yuyan with an air of superiority. Su Yuyan frowned. She was well aware of the family business, both its public and internal affairs. Conflicts arise whenever interests are at stake. This is an immutable truth. The family business was established by the old man, and in matters of inheritance, it should be equitably divided between her father and uncle. It was unreasonable to assume that everything belonged solely to her uncle simply because she had quarreled with her family. "Cousin, since the business is being handled by my father and uncle, your statements seem rather premature. Moreover, the old man never indicated that you would be the sole heir. What ulterior motives do you harbor in making such claims? Do you wish to monopolize the family business?" Su Yuyan's tone was remarkably serious, as if she had transformed into an entirely different person. The gentle gaze transformed into one of determination, and the kind expression turned icy, as if she had morphed from a delicate mother into a regal queen. "Humph." Su Huairou spoke coldly. "I am not here to negotiate with you, but to inform you. Moreover, do you truly believe you have the right to speak to me? A year ago, you bore the illegitimate offspring of an unknown man and severed ties with your family, bringing disgrace upon the Su clan. You have driven your father to the brink with his hypertension." The old man nearly lost his breath. "Even if you wish to return to the Su family, we will not welcome you, nor those 3 illegitimate children." Upon hearing these words, Su Yuyan's eyes brimmed with tears, struck at her most vulnerable point. However, in the next moment, she was taken aback as Zhang Hao, filled with righteous fury, strode towards Su Huairou and delivered a resounding slap. The crisp sound echoed, a slap even louder than the one dealt by the eldest child moments before. Instantly, a bright red mark appeared on Su Huairou's fair face. "How dare you hit me?" she exclaimed, covering her face and glaring at Zhang Hao with rage. "You have 10 seconds to leave this room," Zhang Hao shouted, his eyes glinting with cold fire. Though he rarely resorted to violence, the insult to his precious daughter ignited a fierce anger within him. At the moment he became a father, he was prepared to protect her at all costs. No one would dare to bully his daughter. "I will fight you," Su Huairou screamed, her fingers curling as she lunged at Zhang Hao's face. In response, the furious Zhang Hao acted without hesitation. He had expected this effeminate figure to be feeble, yet he was surprised by the strength in her assault, which left several scratches across his face. Just then, a voice from the system broke through the chaos. "Ding, host detected in combat. Would you like to purchase the super martial arts skill?" "Huh." Zhang Hao paused momentarily, astonished by the offer of martial arts skills, wondering if he had enough funds. "How much?" 50,000. "Buy?" Without a second thought, Zhang Hao agreed. Acquiring such a skill would allow him to easily subdue this insolent individual. Ding, super martial arts skill activated. As the system notified him, Zhang Hao felt a transformation within his body. Not only did he gain strength, but his agility also heightened. Various martial arts techniques flashed through his mind like a slideshow. Slap. The crisp sound resonated as Zhang Hao seized Su Huairou's wrist and delivered another slap. I will end you. In a fit of rage, Su Huairou, resembling an enraged cat, attempted to bite Zhang Hao's wrist. Slap. Slap. Zhang Hao retaliated with 2 more slaps, leaving her dazed. At that moment, Su Huairou paused, then suddenly burst into tears. Woo-woo. You shameless bully. Wait for me. I'll find someone to teach you a lesson. Su Huairou exclaimed, wiping away her tears as she stormed out. Zhang Hao paid her no mind and turned his attention to Su Yuyan, who was staring at him in astonishment. Chapter 8. Let us marry. Why did you strike him? Su Yuyan asked, concern etched on her face as she regained her composure. Zhang Hao's expression still bore traces of anger. Because that effeminate man insulted our baby, and he also spoke disrespectfully to you. Even if he comes back, it matters not. As long as I am here, I shall not allow anyone to bully you or our child. Su Yuyan felt a flicker of emotion. She had not anticipated that Zhang Hao's actions were motivated by his concern for her. I worry that my cousin will cause you trouble. He has some connections in Haiqing. And after you struck him, he will surely seek revenge. As her words settled, Su Yuyan paused, recalling that her cousin had recognized Zhang Hao upon arriving. Did that mean they were acquainted? Zhang Hao smiled lightly. The only person that effeminate man knows isn't even worthy of holding my shoes. He dismissed the topic and returned to the dining table, picking up a small spoon to continue feeding the baby mashed potatoes. Su Yuyan furrowed her brow, her expression tinged with anxiety. What if her cousin knew Zhang Hao and revealed his identity to her parents? They would certainly come looking for him. Though the truth cannot be hidden forever, it was crucial that her parents remain unaware for now. At the very least, she needed their forgiveness before they learned that Zhang Hao was the father of their child. Lost in thought, Su Yuyan asked, do you know my cousin? I don't know him well, just seen him a few times, and each encounter was more distasteful than the last. Su Yuyan nodded slightly, her tension easing. Just then, Zhang Hao chuckled. What are you laughing at? She inquired. I'm merely amused by your cousin, a full-grown man who behaves like a woman, utterly lacking in masculinity. Your uncle must surely regret having such a son. He might as well have tossed him against the wall. Seeing Su Yuyan's lips curl in disapproval, he added, I tend to speak my mind. I hope you don't take offense. Not at all, she replied, shaking her head. In truth, I find my cousin rather intolerable, largely due to his demeanor. He has always preferred playing with girls over boys, leading to a rather androgynous personality. Although our family feels helpless about it, there's nothing they can do. Zhang Hao nodded with a smile. Once established, a personality is difficult to change, especially for someone like Su Huairou. Just then, the baby began to make sounds of discontent. Zhang Hao looked down to see that the child had had enough to eat. He brought the spoon of mashed potatoes to the baby's mouth, but the little one pursed his lips and pushed the spoon away with tiny hands. Meanwhile, the second and third babies had also been well fed. Su Yuan, cradling both the second and third babies, rose to her feet. I will first soothe the second and third babies to sleep. Once the eldest has finished eating, I shall bring him over. The eldest has also had his fill. Let us return to the bedroom. Subsequently, Zhang Hao and Su Yuan entered the bedroom in succession, gently placing the 3 adorable little ones on the bed. Su Yuan lay down beside them, humming a lullaby to lull the babies to sleep. Zhang Hao stood at the door, a broad smile illuminating his face. Though it was his first encounter with the babies and Su Yuan, he felt an overwhelming sense of belonging. His wife was both beautiful and virtuous, and the 3 precious daughters were exceedingly charming. What greater happiness could one desire? With such blessings in life, what more could one seek? Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed Su Yuan turning over and gently patting her slender waist. Is something wrong? Does your back hurt? Zhang Hao inquired with concern. Su Yuan furrowed her delicate brows. Perhaps I have been too fatigued these past few days. My back aches. Upon hearing this, a wave of guilt surged within Zhang Hao. For over 6 months, Su Yuan had been tirelessly caring for the 3 babies alone. If he had appeared sooner, she would not have had to endure such strain. I am sorry, it is all my fault. If I had not gotten drunk that night, such events would not have transpired, nor would they have so profoundly affected your life. After all, for a young woman in her 20s, it is a time of vibrant beauty and promise. Other girls are either out shopping with friends or enjoying movies with their partners, reveling in the joys of youth. Yet Su Yuan, alone, tended to the 3 babies. One can only imagine how daunting that must have been. At this moment, Su Yuan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Zhang Hao's words prompted her to recall that fateful night a year and a half ago. Do not say that. It is not entirely your fault. I had been drinking that night as well. Although it was initially quite challenging, watching the babies grow each day brings me comfort. The past is behind us. The priority now is to ensure the babies grow up healthy and happy. Zhang Hao nodded in agreement. Suddenly, an idea blossomed in his mind. How about we get married? Su Yueying was taken aback. Zhang Hao spoke earnestly. I am suggesting we marry. I am not an irresponsible man. Since we have children, we ought to be wed. Marriage. This concept was utterly foreign to Su Yueying, and she had never entertained such thoughts. Although she had found Zhang Hao, the notion had never crossed her mind. Especially considering that today marked only their second meeting. Even though they had shared an intimate connection and had children, she hardly knew him, let alone contemplate marriage. Noticing Su Yueying's silence, Zhang Hao furrowed his brow and asked, What is it? Do you have someone else in your heart? No. It is just that your suggestion came so suddenly that I am momentarily taken aback. Let us discuss this matter at a later time. Zhang Hao nodded. Indeed. Let's take the time to understand each other better. After all, affection grows with time. Rest assured, I shall take care of you and the baby. Su Yuyan remained silent. At that moment, noticing that the three babies had closed their eyes, she said, Well, the babies are asleep. You should rest. I have work tomorrow and need to turn in early. All right, Zhang Hao replied, nodding. I will return to my room now. Call me if you need anything. With that, he turned to leave. Su Yuyan paused and quickly exclaimed, Wait, is there something urgent already? I meant for you to rest, not linger here. She appeared hesitant, as if struggling to find the right words. Zhang Hao smiled, quickly grasping her intent. Indeed, we have only just met. It is natural to feel a bit awkward. I will take my leave now and come back in the morning. If you need to reach me, my phone number is. After sharing his number, Zhang Hao departed, closing the door behind him. Outside the community, he inhaled the fresh air, his mind swirling with the events of the day. He never expected to suddenly become a father, gaining 3 lovely daughters. The day felt surreal, as if he were living in a dream. Zhang, stop right there. A harsh voice pierced the darkness. Though the tone was menacing, it had an oddly effeminate quality. Chapter 9. Hormones on the rise, damn it, you pathetic fool. Recognizing the voice of Su Huiro, Zhang Hao felt a surge of anger. Following the sound, he saw a sulking figure emerge from the shadows. Indeed, it was Su Huiro. Zhang, you are finished today. With one hand on her hip and the other pointing accusingly at him, she resembled a shrew scolding in the streets. Zhang Hao felt a chill run down his spine. Without a second thought, he strode toward her. However, at that moment, 5 imposing figures emerged from the darkness. Humph. Su Huiro sneered. Did you think I was alone? I have called for reinforcements. Brothers, teach him a lesson. I will take the blame if things go south. As her words fell, the 5 thugs approached Zhang Hao with fierce expressions. He furrowed his brow. Although he possessed martial skills, he doubted his ability to take on 5 adversaries simultaneously. If he were to falter, the consequences would be dire. Wait. Zhang Hao commanded, You know who I am, right? If you are wise, you will leave at once. The 5 thugs exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Isn't this the illustrious young Master Zhang of your? How could we fail to recognize such a figure? My apologies. What nonsense. Just a lost dog, really. I say he is no better than a stray. Come on, brothers. Let us give our young master a little workout. With that, the 5 thugs lunged at Zhang Hao like a pack of hungry wolves. Damn it. Let us fight. Zhang Hao clenched his fists, realizing that he had no other choice at this point. As he noticed 5 ruffians approaching, he suddenly summoned strength in his legs and charged forward. However, to his astonishment, the movements of the 5 thugs became exceedingly slow. Akin to an elderly person practicing Tai Chi, what on earth is happening? Gazing at the fists inching closer to his face, Zhang Hao widened his eyes in disbelief. Just then, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Host, this is the martial arts skill known as strength in adversity. In a state of extreme tension, your hormones surge, enhancing your reaction time, mobility, and strength. Incredible. Does that mean I could take on 100 opponents? In theory, yes, but only if your body possesses sufficient capability. Oh, understood. As he felt a fist pressing against his face, he immediately halted his thoughts and prepared to counterattack. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull thuds resounded. In less than a second, Zhang Hao unleashed 4 lightning-fast punches into the abdomens of the 4 ruffians. The thugs who were struck flew back 5 meters, collapsing to the ground, motionless. The remaining thug was left dumbfounded, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Zhang Xiao, I didn't insult you just now. Can you please not hit me? Bang. Zhang Hao showed no mercy, treating all 5 ruffians equally. What a joke. If you didn't possess martial arts skills, would you have spared me? I hold no grudges, but I repay any grievances on the spot. At that moment, noticing Su Huairou standing not far away, he strode over. Su Huairou shivered in fright, suddenly snapping out of her daze. She had not anticipated Zhang Hao's formidable combat skills. He had dispatched 5 individuals in an instant. You don't come any closer, or I will scream for help. As Su Huairou spoke, she curled her body back, resembling a frightened girl confronting a thug. Zhang Hao was immediately disgusted, and his desire to strike grew stronger. Observing this, Su Huairou quickly pleaded for mercy. Brother, Zhang Gu, I realize my mistake. I promise I won't cause you trouble again. Just don't hit me, and I will do anything you ask. As she spoke, she squatted on the ground, hugging her head, utterly stripped of her last shred of dignity. Witnessing her cowardice, Zhang Hao refrained from striking, unwilling to dirty his hands. Coward, I warn you, if you trouble Su Yuyin again, I will send you to Thailand for gender reassignment surgery, turning you into a true woman. Do you understand? Su Huairou nodded fearfully, understood. Zhang Hao snorted coldly and turned to leave. Only after his footsteps faded did Su Huairou lift her head. Just wait. This matter is far from over. At 8 in the evening, Zhang Hao returned to the front of his dormitory. Just as he was about to push open the door, he discovered he could not budge it. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. Are you all indulging in your secret affairs in there? As soon as the words were spoken, the astonished voice of my roommate, Zhao Yong, rang out. What? The rat is back? Tap, tap, tap. The door swung open, revealing a robust figure standing at the threshold. This individual, standing at 6 feet 3 inches, possessed a square jaw and pronounced features, with thick eyebrows and large eyes that clearly indicated his straightforward nature. He was indeed Zhao Yong. Rat, why have you returned? Weren't you at Goddess Su's place? Could it be that the child is not yours? Were you cast out? Zhao Yong immediately bombarded Zhang Hao with a trio of questions. Zhang Hao did not respond. Instead, he walked into the dormitory and sat on the edge of his bed, lighting a cigarette. Meanwhile, 2 other roommates, De Zhuang and Xiao Hua, gathered around. De Zhuang clasped his hands in congratulations, saying, Congratulations, Zhang Hao, you've become a father. Xiao Hua nudged De Zhuang's shoulder. Are you foolish? Becoming a father implies being cuckolded. De Zhuang chuckled and scratched his head. Ah, forgive my ignorance. I was shallow. At this moment, Zhao Yong approached again. Rat, quickly tell me, why have you returned? Shouldn't you be sharing a bed with Goddess Su right now? Has something happened? Zhang Hao took a drag from his cigarette and waved his hand dismissively. Everyone, please leave me be. I wish to reflect in solitude. Reflect in solitude? Who is that? Zhao Yong's eyes widened. Goddess Su is so beautiful, and she has given you triplets. You're still out here fooling around. Not to chastise you, but as a father, you should temper your ways. Zhang Hao furrowed his brow and looked at Zhao Yong. Do you have any sense of tact? I merely wish to be alone. Oh, Zhao Yong replied with a grin. You startled me. I thought you were juggling 2 boats. Rest assured, Rat, with brothers like us around, nothing is insurmountable. You're currently short on funds, right? The 3 of us have pooled together 5,000. Take this to spend for now. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone from his pocket. Zhang Hao's expression shifted subtly, touched by their gesture. Compared to his previous acquaintances from the nightlife, these 3 roommates were indeed reliable. I appreciate your goodwill, but this has nothing to do with money. What happened today was too abrupt. I need some quiet time to think. The 3 nodded in understanding, recognizing Zhang Hao's emotional state. After all, just yesterday he had been alone without even a girlfriend. And today he suddenly found himself with a wife and 3 little ones. Such a change is hardly easy for anyone to digest. Very well. We shall not disturb you further. If you need anything, just let us know, Zhao Yong said before signaling to De Zhuang and Xiao Hua, then turned to leave. Bang! With a resounding thud, the dormitory door was abruptly kicked open. Zhang Hao, at last, we've been waiting for you to return. Chapter 10. Auntie, that's quite excessive. Zhang Hao cast a glance at the doorway, calmly redirecting his gaze. The newcomer was Yang Wei, whom he had seen at noon. Due to the homophonic nature of his name, he had acquired this moniker. Although Yang Wei had summoned a few accomplices, in his eyes, they were merely insignificant pawns. Zhang Hao, Yang Wei's face was filled with anger. You made my girlfriend upset at noon. What do you propose we do about this? If you don't want to be beaten, kneel and call me master, and this matter will be forgotten. With that, he cast a fierce glare at Zhang Hao. That evening, He had intended to take his girlfriend, Wang Yaoyao, to a hotel, but upon discovering that the goddess Su had indeed given birth to 3 children for Zhang Hao, she was consumed with resentment. She declared that only by punishing Zhang Hao would she agree to go to the hotel. To satisfy his desires, Yang Wei was willing to spend money hiring people to teach Zhang Hao a lesson. Zhang Hao furrowed his brow and took a drag from his cigarette, responding indifferently. I have no interest in dealing with you right now. Get lost. Very well. Yang Wei coldly nodded, glancing at the hired thugs. Though they were also students from the School of Economics and Trade, they were simultaneously ruffians from the outside. Bolstered by their association with a local bully, they acted with impunity on campus. Monkey, it's time for you and your friends to take action. Rest assured, replied the boy referred to as Monkey. Confidence etched on his face. Had this been before, they would have hesitated to confront Zhang Hao. However, the current Zhang Hao was no longer the same as before. Even if they beat him, there would be no repercussions. Boys, let us get to it. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as they advanced towards Zhang Hao. At that moment, Zhao Yong, De Zhuang, and Xiao Hua rushed over to Zhang Hao. The bond forged over 4 years of camaraderie was not to be taken lightly. Seeing Zhang Hao being bullied, they could not stand idly by. Even though they knew they would be outmatched, they could not simply watch as their friend was mistreated. Sighing, Zhang Hao slowly rose to his feet. I've already told you I don't want to deal with you, yet you dare push your luck? You seek death. As soon as the words left his mouth, he vanished like a shadow, charging towards the group. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull thuds resonated as Zhang Hao's strikes sent Monkey and his accomplices crashing to the ground. Witnessing this, Yang Wei was rendered speechless. Zhao Yong and the others stood in stunned silence. When did Zhang Hao become so formidable? Is he possessed by Yip Man? I give you 5 seconds to disappear from my sight. Upon hearing Zhang Hao's icy voice, Monkey and his companions, disregarding their pain, scrambled away from the dormitory. Yang Wei, however, did not leave, not from bravery, but because his legs trembled in fear. Zhang Xiao, how go? I realize my mistakes. Please, spare me this time. And I promise I won't trouble you again. If you find Wang Yaoyao displeasing, I will break up with her immediately. Zhang Hao turned and sat back on his bed, casually saying, get lost. Understood. I'm leaving right now. With that, Yang Wei rolled out like a deflated ball. At this moment, Zhao Yong and the others gathered around. Howsy, I never imagined you were this formidable. With just a few punches and kicks, you took down Monkey and the others. Impressive. The mouse, to my astonishment, possesses martial prowess, skillfully concealing it. Zhang Hao's lips curled into a subtle smile. Modesty, my friends, modesty. You should indulge in your games or films, while I seek solitude. De Zhuang and Xiao Huan nodded and departed, one to play games and the other to watch films. Zhao Yong remained before Zhang Hao, a look of resignation etched upon his face. Mouse, no matter how formidable you may be, you surely wouldn't dare confront the ruthless master of extinction. You skipped her class today. Brace yourself for the consequences tomorrow. A flicker of realization crossed Zhang Hao's face as he pondered a pressing matter. With the impending responsibility of caring for the babies, attending classes would be an unattainable luxury. The only feasible solution lay in balancing childcare with learning. De Yong, I need your assistance. Starting tomorrow, regardless of the class, I require you to stream video for me. I must attend to 3 infants and cannot afford to attend class. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yong's expression transformed into one of astonishment. Mouse, streaming is manageable. But will you truly be able to learn this way? With merely 6 months until graduation, what if you fail? Wouldn't that necessitate an additional year of study? Zhang Hao shrugged, seemingly indifferent. Academics held little significance for him. He merely drifted through university life. Compared to the 3 infants, school seemed trivial. Trust me, it's settled. If Master of Extinction inquires, just say I met with an accident. The following day at 7 in the morning, Zhang Hao rose, the earliest he had awakened in years. After a modest breakfast by the roadside, he arrived at Su Yuyan's doorstep. Ding dong. As he pressed the doorbell, he wondered if the 3 little ones had awakened yet. The thought of their adorable faces brought an involuntary smile to his lips. Creak. The door swung open. Good morning. Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback. He had expected Su Yuyan to answer, but instead, it was the nanny. Ah, young man, you've arrived. Please, come in. The nanny greeted him warmly, her expression kind. Yes, Zhang Hao replied with a smile. You're here quite early. Where is Su Yuyan? She has gone to work at school. She usually leaves by 7. And I arrive at 7 as well. Oh, Zhang Hao nodded. entering the living room and casually tossing his backpack onto the sofa. His excitement propelled him toward the bedroom. But just then, the nanny called out, "Wait, the babies are still asleep. First, you must wash their clothes by hand. Then, prepare some millet porridge, ensuring the heat is high enough for when they wake. Additionally, get the milk powder and clothes ready. Lastly, please tidy up the room." Hearing this, Zhang Hao furrowed his brow. Shouldn't these tasks fall to the nanny? Why was he expected to handle everything? Was the nanny simply slacking off in Su Yuyan's absence? As he contemplated this, he heard the nanny speak again. "Young man, since you are tasked with caring for the baby, you must begin with the fundamentals. If you lack patience, you will struggle to attend to the child's needs." Zhang Hao nodded slightly. Although he had his reservations, the nanny's words were not without merit. Only by becoming a competent father can he truly care for the baby. "Very well, please inform me when the baby awakens." With that, he entered the kitchen, donned an apron, and commenced with the household chores. The sensation was remarkably novel. After an hour had passed, Zhang Hao completed the tasks assigned by the nanny. At that moment, he heard the sound of a baby crying from the bedroom. Without even untying his apron, he hurried into the room. To his surprise, all three babies were awake. The eldest and the second were silent, but the youngest was crying vigorously. Meanwhile, the nanny remained motionless by the bedside. "Young man, first change the diapers for the three babies, and then prepare half a bottle of formula," she instructed. Zhang Hao inhaled deeply, his expression darkening instantly. "Auntie, don't you think you're being a bit unreasonable? If you don't wish to care for the baby, you are free to leave at any time." Noticing Zhang Hao's rising anger, the nanny appeared somewhat anxious. After a moment of awkward silence, she replied, "Young man, please don't be upset. I have my own difficulties." "Difficulties?" Zhang Hao furrowed his brow, a look of confusion crossing his face. Chapter 11. The Inquisition of the Relentless Matron. What difficulties? Faced with Zhang Hao's inquiry, the nanny had no choice but to speak candidly. If she angered the baby's father, her job would be at stake. "I can share this with you, but you must not disclose it to Miss Su." Zhang Hao's expression shifted. He could not fathom the nanny's intentions. Eager to uncover the truth, he nodded in agreement. The nanny continued, "In truth, I was sent by Miss Su's father. To be precise, I was hired for this purpose. Besides caring for the baby, my role is to report the circumstances here to Mr. Su." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao's heart sank. Mr. Su was none other than his future father-in-law. But why would he intentionally conceal this? Could it be due to a conflict between Su Yuyan and her family? Lost in thought, he heard the nanny speak again. "Young man, you must promise not to inform Miss Su. Although she has severed ties with her family, what parent doesn't care for their child? The heart of a parent is compassionate. Mr. Su longs for Miss Su to return home and does not wish for her to endure such hardship. Moreover, he can only come to see the babies when Miss Su is absent." With a sigh, the nanny shook her head in dismay. Though it was not her own family affair, she felt a profound sense of concern, especially when gazing at the three adorable little ones, whom she had come to regard as her own children over the past 6 months. Zhang Hao nodded slightly. Having understood the situation, he resolved to keep the nanny's secret. Regarding the discord between Su Yuyan and her family, should the opportunity arise, I must certainly assist in resolving it. After all, I bear an undeniable share of responsibility. Suddenly, Zhang Hao's phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a WeChat video call from Zhao Yong. It was evident that class was in session. "Auntie, please change the baby's diaper. I need to take this call." "All right," the nanny smiled and nodded. "But you must keep this a secret for me." "No problem," Zhang Hao replied as he answered the video call. However, to his surprise, the face that appeared on the screen was not Zhao Yong's familiar visage, but rather an expression filled with anger. "Zhang Hao, get back here for class, immediately," the sharp, piercing voice echoed. Instantly, Zhang Hao felt a twinge of guilt. The voice belonged to none other than his formidable homeroom teacher, Li Yin, known for her strictness. Realizing he had mistakenly addressed her, Zhang Hao quickly corrected himself. "Last night, I was hit by a car and am currently at the hospital. I asked Zhao Yong to inform you. Didn't he tell you?" Li Yin furrowed her brows with irritation. "He did. He said you became a father and that it's triplets. What nonsense. I give you 10 minutes to appear before me, or I will deduct your credits. You can forget about graduating." Just then, Zhao Yong's innocent voice chimed in from the other side. "Teacher, I promise I'm not lying. How's he really as a dad? Be quiet. You're just following Zhang Hao's foolishness. I doubt you'll learn anything good." Hearing the formidable teacher's outburst, Zhang Hao felt somewhat helpless. Given the circumstances, There was no need for concealment any longer. Teacher, Zhao Yong is not lying. I truly am a father. With that, he angled the camera towards the three babies. Li Yan's stern voice rose. Zhang Hao, I warn you, if you continue this foolishness. Her words were abruptly cut off as she beheld the three infants, momentarily stunned. Yet, in the next instant, her anger flared once more. Humph. Do not attempt to deceive me with someone else's babies. You haven't even reached puberty. How could you possibly be a father? Moreover, you are not of legal marriage age. Who would marry you and have children? Have you been taken in by a wealthy woman? Her statement elicited a chorus of laughter. Quiet down. We are in class. Li Yan reprimanded vehemently. Zhang Hao said nothing further and handed the phone to the nanny. Auntie, could you please clarify? Of course, the nanny smiled as she took the phone, addressing the screen. Teacher, I can vouch for Zhang Hao. He is indeed the father of the babies. Li Yan retorted with certainty. Impossible. He is far too young to be a father. Madam, this child is just being silly. Why are you indulging him? The nanny found herself at a loss for words. At that moment, Zhang Hao presented 3 paternity tests. Teacher, you may doubt me, but surely you cannot dismiss the judicial institution. As the conversation concluded, the camera was directed towards 3 paternity test results. Master Mieshua squinted and examined them closely, her expression suddenly shifting to one of astonishment. This is indeed authentic. Zhang Hao, you have truly become a father. And to triplets no less. Zhang Hao nodded with a smile, finally convincing Master Mieshua of the truth. Yes, teacher, I will be caring for the babies. So I will be unable to attend classes for the time being. But rest assured, I will not neglect my studies. I will have Zhao Yong attend classes via video call, ensuring my learning continues. Master Mieshua nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, considering your unique circumstances. I shall permit your temporary absence from school. As for the next steps, I will discuss with the principal and make a decision thereafter. Zhao Yong, here is your phone. Immediately, Zhao Yong's square face appeared on the screen. Zhang Hao directly reproached him. Well done, Zhao Yong. I asked you to request a leave of absence. And you went and told Master Mieshua the whole truth. What a blunder. Zhao Yong feigned innocence. Can you blame me for that? The entire school knows you've become a father. Besides, there is no shame in it. I wish to be a father myself. Yet no one has given me that opportunity. Zhang Hao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Enough of your round face. Focus on the blackboard instead. Sure thing. Zhao Yong adjusted the camera to face the blackboard. Zhang Hao tossed the phone aside, not even glancing at it. Having Zhao Yong attend class via video call was merely a superficial gesture towards the teacher. He had not studied diligently before, and now that he was trying to learn, he found it challenging. Why waste time on academics now? In his thoughts, he noticed the nanny changing the baby's diapers and preparing formula. Babies, it's time for your milk. Before long, Zhang Hao returned to the bedroom with 3 appropriately warmed bottles. He placed a bottle in front of each adorable little one, who grasped the bottles tightly with their tiny hands and began to drink eagerly. Observing this scene, Zhang Hao's face radiated with joy. In that moment, he felt as if he were the happiest person in the world. Rat? Can you hear me, Rat? Suddenly, Zhao Yong's voice came through the phone. Zhang Hao approached with a smile and asked, "What is up?" The teacher has posed a question regarding the content just discussed. Please translate the idiom into English. Zhang Hao suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment, for he had been too apathetic to study Chinese, let alone English. Yet faced with the teacher's inquiry, he knew he could not remain silent. Let me think. I've got it. No sooner had he spoken than a wave of laughter erupted. Chapter 12, Super Scholar Skills. Ha! Zhang Xiao, your broken English is astounding. I've never admired anyone in my life, but you are the first. Ha! Are you a clown sent by the monkey faction? Then, Master Mieshua's furious voice resonated. We are in class. No laughing aloud. Zhang Hao, if you wish to learn, pay attention. If not, you need not come back in the future. Hang up. Do not disrupt Zhao Yong's learning. Zhang Hao's lips twitched slightly. Though he was indeed reluctant to learn, outright refusal was not an option. Otherwise, he would surely incur the wrath of the formidable mistress of extinction. Just as Zhang Hao found himself in a state of helplessness, a voice from the system suddenly echoed. Ding! It has been detected that the host is troubled by the prospect of learning. Would you like to purchase the Super Scholar skill? Instantly, Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. The Super Scholar skill? Just the name alone sounded impressive. Could it be akin to the Super Martial Arts skill, allowing one to transform into an omniscient academic? With this thought in mind, Zhang Hao promptly made his decision. Purchase. Processing your purchase. Apologies, but the host's bank card balance is insufficient for this transaction. What? Zhang Hao was utterly dumbfounded. System, are you truly this unhelpful? In other novels, systems grant rewards directly. Yet here, not only is there a fee, but I also lack sufficient funds. Ding. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out once more. Host, if your balance is inadequate, you may opt for an installment plan. Installments? Upon hearing this term, Zhang Hao felt as if 1,000 virtual steeds stampeded over his head. Was this system here to reward him or to punish him? And installments? No less. Host, please do not be angry. The installments can be spread over 10 months, with interest accruing only after a missed payment. 10 months? Zhang Hao nodded, thinking this was somewhat acceptable. System, how much does the Super Scholar skill cost? 100,000. Purchase. Zhang Hao declared without a hint of hesitation. Ding. Congratulations, host, on a successful purchase. Due to the installment plan, 10,000 will be deducted monthly. If payments are overdue, a 24% interest will be applied. Zhang Hao chuckled. Is this system versed in law? The interest rate is remarkably precise. At that moment, Zhang Hao felt a subtle transformation in his mind. He appeared to be sharper than before. Numerous forgotten pieces of knowledge surged back into his consciousness. However, to his dismay, he did not become an all-knowing scholar. System, since I have acquired the Super Scholar skill, why have I not transformed into an omniscient academic? Host, you have indeed become a scholar. You now possess an exceptional memory and can grasp any knowledge with ease, but you still need to engage in learning. Fine. Zhang Hao ceased to argue with the system. Regardless, at the very least, he could now answer the teacher's questions. Teacher, I know how to say 7 up, 8 down in English. It is. Mistress of Extinction replied with displeasure. Humph. You must have searched for that online. Zhang Hao found himself momentarily speechless, then thought for a moment and said, how about this? You can ask me to translate anything you wish. After all, he had been studying English since elementary school, continuing through middle school, high school, and university. Although he had long forgotten most of it, with the acquisition of the Super Scholar skill, all those dormant memories had come rushing back to life. Very well. As you have stated, please translate Su Zhima's farewell to Cambridge for me. If you succeed, I shall grant you your graduation certificate. Naturally, the strict teacher was skeptical, as this posed a challenge even for the representative of the English class. No problem, Zhang Hao replied confidently and began his translation. Gently, I departed, and before long. Zhang Hao passionately recited Su Zhima's poem in English, his voice resonating throughout the room. At that moment, the strict teacher was left utterly astonished. She could hardly believe that Zhang Hao, a student known for his lackadaisical attitude, had flawlessly rendered farewell to Cambridge in English. If his English was truly this proficient, why did he consistently rank at the bottom of his exams? Moreover, he even struggled with the simplest translations. Suddenly, the sound of a baby's cry pierced the air. It was the eldest child in Zhang Hao's arms, who had finished his milk and was now wailing. Teacher, I must attend to the baby now. Do not forget my graduation certificate, he stated, placing his phone on the bed and beginning to soothe the infant. Zhang Hao, I do not believe your sudden improvement in English. I expect to verify this in person at school. The strict teacher's voice emanated from the phone. Zhang Hao paid her no mind. For him, nothing was more significant than calming the child. As time passed, noon approached swiftly. At this moment, Zhang Hao was thoroughly enjoying himself on the bed, playing with the babies. The 7-month-old had already begun to crawl. Zhang Hao joined them on the bed, chasing the 3 little ones in a playful game. You better not let Daddy catch you. If I do, I shall tickle you, he exclaimed. Daddy's coming. Oh. Do. The 3 adorable babies, resembling little tadpoles, flailed their tiny arms and legs as they crawled swiftly across the bed, with Zhang Hao in hot pursuit. Watching their endearing antics brought an unceasing smile to his face. Little Zhang. At that moment, the nanny entered the bedroom with a smile. It's nearly noon. I'm going out to buy some vegetables. Call me if you need anything. Zhang Hao replied. Auntie, let me go instead. The market was quite a distance from the community, and out of consideration for the elderly nanny, he felt it inappropriate to let her run errands. It's no trouble. I shall go. It will be good to stretch my legs, and the babies have just become familiar with you. Now is the perfect time to bond, Zhang Hao reasoned, nodding in agreement. Very well, then I shall trouble you. Not at all. It's my duty, she responded before turning to leave. Zhang Hao continued to play with the 3 little treasures. However, shortly after, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Could it be that the nanny had forgotten something? In thought, Zhang Hao approached the front door. Upon opening it, He was met by a middle-aged man standing outside. "Who are you looking for? And who are you?" the man inquired, furrowing his brow simultaneously. Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes. Given that the man had immediately questioned his identity, it was evident that he must know Su Yuyan. Suddenly, Zhang Hao was struck by a thought. As he scrutinized the face of the middle-aged man before him, he was astonished to find a resemblance in his eyes and eyebrows to those of Su Yuyan. "Are you Su Yuyan's father?" Upon deducing the man's identity, Zhang Hao's tone became imbued with a newfound respect. The middle-aged man's brow furrowed even deeper. And in the next moment, a look of surprise crossed his features. "You are Zhang Hao." "What?" Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback, his thoughts swirling in confusion. Hadn't Su Yuyan mentioned that she had never brought him up to her family? Yet her future father-in-law recognized him at first glance. Oh, it must have been the nanny who revealed it. "Hello, uncle, I am Zhang Hao. It's a pleasure to meet you." Su's father frowned and inquired, "What are you doing here?" "What?" Zhang Hao was once again struck dumb. Chapter 13, Fate. Zhou Gu smiled faintly. "What brings you here, Yun Mei? Who is your Yun Mei? Don't call her that indiscriminately." Sun Yun glared at Zhou Gu, her tone decidedly unfriendly. Due to some peculiar circumstances, she had learned of the news regarding the aunt before anyone else, and thus had rushed from her home star to this place. Little did she expect that Zhou Gu would follow closely behind. Where had he obtained this information? Could there be a traitor within the clan? The two young heirs exchanged glances, both comprehending each other's intentions. Zhou Gu was the first to divert his gaze. Warmly clasping his hands and greeting toward Lu Yi, "I am Zhou Gu, pleased to meet you, Taoist Lu." He understood that quarreling with Sun Yuan here served no purpose. The real crux of the matter lay with Lu Yi. Given Zhou Gu's amiable demeanor, Lu Yi felt it inappropriate to respond coldly and return the greeting. "Taoist friend, this place is crowded and full of prying eyes. Might we step inside to converse?" Zhou Gu proposed. The earlier commotion had drawn the attention of numerous nearby cultivators, who were now watching from a distance. After a brief consideration, aware that refusal would be unwise, Lu Yi nodded. "Please, come in. Forgive the intrusion," Zhou Gu said with a smile as he stepped forward. Sun Yun snorted disdainfully and quickly followed, and although Lu Yi was not fond of this woman, he felt compelled to overlook her presence due to the formidable figure accompanying her. A moment later, in the living room on the first floor, the hosts took their seats. Jiang Yuning, being attentive, served tea and gradually withdrew. Lu Yi understood that both of these individuals were here regarding the aunt. Although he had previously intended to hand the aunt over to the Yin family due to Yin Hong's involvement, he had not been able to contact Yin Hong in recent days and had no time to broach the subject. Now that the Zhou and Sun families had come seeking him, he figured it would be prudent to listen to what they had to say. If the conditions were indeed favorable, he might consider their proposal. "Brother Lu, you have gained quite the reputation with this endeavor. Even here on our home star, I have heard of your esteemed name. To enter the Tao and sever the harmonious path, it is a feat rarely witnessed. Not only in this vibrant realm, but perhaps throughout the entire star abyss. Today, seeing you in person, it is evident that you are truly remarkable." Zhou Gu began with effusive praise, addressing Lu Yi as brother repeatedly, creating an atmosphere of warmth and familiarity. Lu Yi shook his head, saying, "The defeat of the Blood Clan was not my achievement. It was thanks to my friend Yin Hong's tremendous efforts, coupled with the Blood Clan's underestimation of us. I merely took advantage of the situation." It must be clarified that he had prepared beforehand when facing that Blood Clan cultivator. Zhou Gu chuckled, "Indeed. While Brother Yin is formidable, he ultimately possesses only the strength of a mere 10 paths. Without your assistance, how could he have vanquished a cultivator of the Path of Fusion? Thus, the credit for this battle should rightfully belong to you, brother." Lu Yi frowned inwardly, sensing that this fellow was somewhat incapable of grasping the essence of conversation. As the two continued their dialogue, Sun Yun found herself unable to interject. Her temper was rather erratic, and she certainly could not flatter Lu Yi as Zhou Gu did, in hopes of winning his favor. Moreover, she had already made a first impression upon their initial meeting, an altering that was nearly impossible. Seeing Zhou Gu poised to speak again, she swiftly interjected with a cold tone, "There is no need for idle chatter. Lu Yi, you must be aware of the purpose of my visit. Simply put, if you are willing to hand over the pygmy, I can take you back to our home star, and my Sun family will assist you in advancing to the Path of Fusion." Had this proposition been made to another cultivator, they would undoubtedly have been overwhelmed with joy. For ascending to the Path of Fusion was no simple feat. It involved not only the accumulation of significant Tao power, but also the integration of Tao patterns. With the support of a prestigious family like the Sun family, one's chances of success would surely increase. However, Lu Yi remained unfazed. His circumstances differed greatly from those of ordinary cultivators. Given his current progress, he could not fathom when he might advance to the path of fusion, and thus, how could he possibly return to the homestar with Sun Yan? Furthermore, her words were merely a verbal promise. She might represent the Sun family, or she might not. The weight of a statement made by a descendant of a noble family was uncertain. If the Sun family's cultivators later denied their commitment, could Lu Yi truly confront them? Noticing Lu Ye's indifference, Sun Yun felt compelled to add, as a cultivator of the 9 paths, you must have encountered various aspects of the path of fusion through different channels. You surely understand that Tao patterns are the key to ascension. Our home star possesses the Tao pattern pavilion, and for ordinary cultivators to gain entry, they must expend a considerable amount of military merit. However, my Sun family holds recommendation slots that could grant you access to observe. Lu Yi certainly understood that Tao patterns were crucial for advancing to the path of fusion. This had been conveyed to him during his initial encounter with the Azure Bird. Tao patterns are fascinating entities, representing fundamental principles manifested in their unique forms. There exists a multitude of Tao patterns, with the most primordial ones forever originating from celestial wonders. Cultivators who enter these wonders seek to comprehend their profound mysteries and thereby grasp the Tao patterns. Thus, for cultivators in the star abyss to ascend to the path of fusion, the path invariably leads them to enter a celestial wonder for enlightenment or to receive teachings from their predecessors. The premier families in our home star have inherited countless Tao patterns over the years, and the Tao Pattern Pavilion was jointly established by 4 families. For those from the Human Alliance wishing to advance to the path of fusion, a visit to the Tao Pattern Pavilion is essential, requiring the expenditure of substantial military merit. Choosing different Tao patterns emphasizes various aspects of integration. Some patterns prioritize speed, resulting in rapid integration, while others focus on strength, yielding a more forceful approach. Consequently, confrontations and integration are not solely determined by the magnitude of Tao power. If one's chosen pattern is countered by the opponents, even superior Tao power may not secure victory. Thus far, Lu Yi has slain 2 integrators, both of whom, Man Shan and Pei Dan, had only recently ascended and lacked profound cultivation in Tao patterns, leaving him with little to perceive. However, had he faced a more formidable integrator, the potency of Tao patterns would have been manifest. The conditions offered by the Sun family can be matched by my Zhou family, Zhou Gu remarked with a smile, refraining from raising the stakes. For he was confident that even with identical conditions, Lu Yi would not choose Sun Yun. This woman had become quite irksome, and he currently possessed a natural advantage. Sun Yun glared at Zhou Gu in anger and retorted through clenched teeth, my Sun family oversees the registration of military achievements. If you can hand over the Pifu to us, there may be conveniences in the future when registering military accomplishments. You should be aware of the significance of military achievements in the internal conflict of the clan. The registration of military achievements can sometimes be flexible. For instance, Lu Yi's recent collaboration with Yan Hong to slay an integrator is a substantial feat, yet the exact credit awarded hinges on the discretion of the officer in charge. In contrast, those achievements recorded with useless Tao bones are fixed and unalterable. However, upon hearing Sun Yun's words, Lu Yi understood why she had learned of Pifu's whereabouts so swiftly. The officer responsible for registering military achievements was a member of the Sun family. Following this battle, Ziying would undoubtedly have sent a message back to their home planet to commend Lu Yi and Yan Hong, thus bringing up Lu Yi's and Yan Hong's integration in the matter of Pifu. If the officer was aware of this, it meant the Sun family was also informed. Zhou Gu smiled slightly. My Zhou family manages the armory. Should your brother require any supplies or other resources in the future, feel free to notify me in advance. You seek your own demise, Zhou Gu. Sun Yun fumed, feeling that Zhou Gu had come solely to provoke her, countering her every proposition. Zhou Gu maintained a calm demeanor. Why does Sister Yin grow angry? When it comes to Pifu, we each employ our methods. Outside the pavilion, at a distance of several dozen feet in the air, 2 figures concealed themselves, one of whom was Ziying, accompanied by a trusted officer. Has the message been sent? Ziying inquired. The officer nodded. It has been sent. They should arrive shortly. Are you concerned they might clash? Ziying scoffed. I fear they may not clash at all. As the army assaults the planet, I send messages back to seek aid, yet not a single integrator arrives. while two inept scions are flanked by integrators at all times. If they do not join the battlefield to engage the enemy, what purpose does their integration serve? The officer, drenched in cold sweat, grasped Xing's intentions. My lord, this may not be wise. If our home planet places blame upon us, they could revoke my command here. Are not these two also integrators? Let them take charge instead. A cold glimmer flickered in Xing's eyes. She was genuinely infuriated. Her pleas for assistance had gone unanswered. Yet, to her astonishment, two descendants of a prestigious family, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, had the audacity to accompany her as protectors. Had these two been able to provide support that day, it was conceivable that even Philion could have been subdued, allowing for a direct assault on the Blood Cloud War star, potentially vanquishing the mother of insects. In the living room, Sun Yun and Zhou Gu exchanged glances, neither willing to concede. Zhou Gu exuded an air of confidence, as if he had Sun Yun firmly in his grasp. It was evident that she could not offer any better terms, although she represented the Sun family. She was merely a junior member with limited authority. The benefits she could extend would undoubtedly entice ordinary practitioners, yet Lu Yi appeared utterly unmoved. Frustrated by her inability to intimidate Zhou Gu, Sun Yun shifted her focus towards Lu Yi, turning to him and saying, "Have you considered whether you will hand over the Qiyu to the Sun family? If I return empty-handed, my elders will certainly be displeased." Lu Yi, who had been gazing down, suddenly directed his attention towards her. "Are you threatening me? Is that not the case?" Sun Yun retorted with a cold smirk, her protector casting a disdainful glare at Lu Yi. Lu Yi then looked towards Zhou Gu. "Are you also inclined to threaten me, friend Zhou? If so, I would be most eager to hear your thoughts." Zhou Gu shook his head. "Business is business. There is no need for threats. Such tactics are merely the words of a child. There is no need for my elder brother to take them to heart." In light of their contrasting demeanors, the disparity became evident. Yet, Lu Yi recognized that Zhou Gu was deliberately behaving this way. It was laughable that Sun Yun, possessing an attractive exterior, seemed to lack intelligence, repeatedly provoking him. Lu Yi was certain that Sun Yun had not secured any advantages from the Sun family. Her actions were likely taken independently or with the encouragement of a close elder. Otherwise, a person of her caliber would never have been sent to negotiate. As for Zhou Gu, Lu Yi found it difficult to ascertain his true intentions. Threatening whom? Just as a somewhat feeble voice echoed in the air, a figure stepped forward. Chapter 14. Setting up a stall at the community entrance. Eureka. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck Zhang Hao's mind. He would quickly earn money by setting up a food stall. This food would not be raw vegetables, but rather prepared delicacies. With his exceptional culinary skills, he could create mouth-watering dishes. Although the endeavor would be laborious, there seemed to be no better alternative. As for that mystical system, it was better not to expect any profits. Avoiding penalties would be a victory in itself. Without hesitation, after lunch, Zhang Hao hurried to the market. He spent over 2,000 yuan on a plethora of vegetables, chicken, duck, fish, and meat. He then purchased a dozen rectangular metal trays from a grocery store, intending to use them for serving the food at his stall. "Xiaozhang, what on earth do you need so many vegetables and trays for?" The housekeeper exclaimed in surprise upon seeing his purchases. "Of course, I'm setting up a stall to sell food," Zhang Hao replied with a smile. "At this point, it seems that the only thing free is breathing air. Even sleeping incurs a cost. I noticed that many people pass by the community entrance, so I thought I could sell some food and earn a little money for the baby's formula." The housekeeper nodded, her gaze filled with admiration for Zhang Hao. "Indeed, it is rare to encounter a young individual as capable as you. However, the challenge lies in the multitude of restaurants surrounding us. Will it be feasible to sell stir-fried dishes right at the entrance of your community?" Zhang Hao confidently patted his chest, exuding self-assurance. "Rest assured, Auntie, I have great faith in my culinary skills." The nanny chuckled. "Very well, then I wish you swift success. The little ones are all napping, so I shall lend you a hand." "I appreciate your assistance, Auntie," Zhang Hao replied, accepting her offer. With the nanny's help, he could save a considerable amount of time. Before long, afternoon arrived. Zhang Hao had prepared an impressive array of over a dozen dishes: kung pao chicken, spicy chicken pieces, braised pig trotters, dompa pork, and more. During the cooking process, he took the opportunity to teach the three adorable little ones to call him daddy. Perhaps due to the initial stages of teaching, the three babies could only utter dada, papa, and la, but could not manage to say daddy. "Auntie, I'm heading out to set up my stall. Call me if you need anything," he informed the nanny before embarking on his first entrepreneurial venture. Arriving at the community entrance, he neatly arranged the dishes on a stand. Observing the passers-by, he began to call out, "Come one, come all. Experience the exquisite culinary delights crafted from ancestral recipes. No purchase necessary. Feel free to sample for free. And if it's not to your liking, you own nothing." Despite being in a bustling public space for the first time, Zhang Hao felt no trepidation. His social confidence rendered this a mere triviality. However, as he continued to call out, his initial enthusiasm began to wane. Although many people passed by, none stopped to purchase. How peculiar! Why was no one buying? The aroma was quite enticing. Could it be that these individuals were all under the weather? As Zhang Hao pondered this, he caught sight of a familiar figure standing not far away. Upon closer inspection, it was Su Yuyan. "Hi." Zhang Hao raised his hand in greeting, but was taken aback as Su Yuyan briskly walked into the community. Zhang Hao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Could it be that Su Yuyan was ashamed? After all, he had done nothing wrong, merely relying on his skills to earn a living. This left him somewhat puzzled, but shortly thereafter, he witnessed a surprising sight. Su Yuyan approached, pushing a large stroller, within which sat the three adorable little ones. Each child sported a frilly yellow cap, pacifiers in their mouths, and their big, dark eyes roamed curiously, exuding an undeniable cuteness. "How did you manage to bring the babies out?" Zhang Hao inquired with a smile, realizing he had misjudged her earlier. "Of course, I'm here to help you sell your dishes," Su Yuyan replied, touched by his determination to earn money for their sake. If it weren't for her and the babies, he would not need to go to such lengths. This thought only deepened her affection for Zhang Hao. "Wow, these three little ones are utterly adorable," an astonished voice chimed in. A group of elderly ladies, preparing to dance in the square, were suddenly captivated by three adorable babies. "Young man, are all three of these little ones yours? They are simply delightful. Just look at those big eyes, they resemble dolls. And to think they are triplets. Considering how slender your wife is, I never would have anticipated she could bear such a brood. If only my daughter-in-law could also give birth to triplets. I would gladly abandon dancing in the square for that." Upon hearing praises directed at the babies, Zhang Hao's face brightened with a smile. "Yes, auntie. All three babies are the result of my wife's 10 months of hard labor. Young man, you are truly fortunate. A beautiful wife and 3 triplets. Your life is one of great blessings. Do you have some secret recipe you could share with us, dear?" As they chatted, the ladies suddenly sniffed the air, their gazes shifting toward the dishes laid out. What a delightful aroma. "Young man, did you prepare all of these dishes?" Zhang Hao nodded with a smile. "Indeed, auntie, I made them all myself. You may taste them. If they aren't to your liking, you won't owe me a thing." "Really?" Upon hearing that it was free, the ladies' eyes sparkled with excitement. Although they had already dined, they couldn't resist the allure of complimentary food. However, after tasting the dishes, their faces lit up with astonishment, as if they had stumbled upon a new world. "Oh my goodness, this is absolutely delectable. My specialty is Kung Pao chicken. Yet what you have prepared is beyond compare. This braised pig's trotter is incredibly tender and flavorful, surpassing even that of a 5-star restaurant. Young man, I would like an order of Kung Pao chicken and also some stir-fried meat with bell peppers to take home for my son when he gets off work. And 2 braised pig trotters, please. I'll also have a serving of boiled meat slices and a portion of sauerkraut fish." The ladies began to eagerly place their orders. Zhang Hao quickly retrieved takeout containers to package the food. Such a lively scene soon caught the attention of passers-by, drawing them in. "Wow, these 3 babies are so adorable. And they are rare triplets. The mother is so beautiful, and the father so handsome. Such angelic features. No wonder they have such lovely children." Managing a stall while caring for babies must be quite challenging. One must balance business with parenting. "Boss, I would like a braised pig's trotter, please. I'll have a serving of braised pork." As more and more people gathered, a long queue formed, stretching down the street by several dozen meters. Zhang Hao busied himself. Although he found it somewhat overwhelming, he felt a deep sense of joy. In less than an hour, all the plates were emptied, yet the line continued to grow. "I truly apologize, but we have sold out of all the dishes. Please come back tomorrow. We will feature a new selection each day." Upon hearing the dishes had sold out, those who had not purchased were somewhat disappointed as they departed. Zhang Hao opened his WeChat wallet, and, upon seeing the amount earned, his face broke into a joyful smile. "Dear, can you guess how much we made?" Chapter 15. Undoubtedly biological. Who is your wife? Suddenly, Su Yuyan's face flushed with embarrassment. Fortunately, she reacted swiftly, almost revealing Zhang Hao's intentions. They had sold more than 8,000. After deducting over 1,000 for vegetables and plates, they netted 7,000. Upon seeing the balance, Zhang Hao was astonished by the profit. What seemed like an unremarkable stall turned out to yield such substantial gains. It's quite a sum. You've worked hard. Su Yuyan's eyes shimmered with soft light. She now understood that Zhang Hao was a responsible and caring man. What hardship is there? As long as it allows you and our baby to live a better life, no matter how tough it gets, it's worth it. Su Yuyan felt a stirring in her heart, a mix of gratitude and a hint of guilt. Zhang Hao continued, "You should take the children home. I'll tidy up and be back shortly." As he spoke, he began to clean up. Just then, he caught sight of several figures approaching from the corner of his eye. "I'm sorry, but the vegetables are sold out. Please come back tomorrow." "Dude, this is the guy who hit me." A fierce voice erupted. Zhang Hao furrowed his brows, recognizing the voice of the monkey. After having taught him a lesson last night, was he seeking revenge today? Raising his head, he confirmed his suspicion. Alongside the monkey were 5 tattooed ruffians, with the leader bearing a prominent scar on his left cheek. Zhang Hao recognized him as Brother Knife, a notorious local thug. Rumor had it that the scar was a result of a one-man brawl against 50 others, during which he fought for over an hour without blinking. "So it's you, kid," Brother Knife scoffed. Although he was aware that Zhang Hao was one of the 4 young masters of Haiqing, that was in the past. Now, Zhang Hao was merely a lost dog. "You dare to hit my little brother? I see you've grown tired of living. Brothers, get him," Brother Knife commanded, his men menacingly advancing towards Zhang Hao. However, Zhang Hao was no pushover. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight back. Just then, a graceful figure suddenly stepped in front of him. "Su Yuyan?" Zhang Hao was taken aback. "Stop." Su Yuyan's demeanor was icy, facing the 4 hulking men without an ounce of fear. "This is a society governed by law. If any of you dare to lay a hand on him, I will call the police." With that, she pulled out her phone from her pocket. The 4 ruffians paused, not out of fear, but rather captivated by Su Yuyan's beauty. "Wow, with that figure and face, you are simply exquisite. Miss, those 3 babies can't possibly be yours. You hardly look like you've given birth. How about tonight? Let me take you out for some fun. With that petite frame, it must be easy to handle." Suddenly, a swift sound pierced the air as a shadow darted towards the 4 thugs. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by a series of muffled thuds, several ruffians collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious. Enraged, Zhang Hao showed no mercy. How dare they toy with his wife? Knocking them out was a lenient response. If it weren't for his current financial constraints, he would have undoubtedly dealt with these scoundrels more severely. Witnessing this scene, Brother Dao was momentarily taken aback. The monkey, too, immediately lost his bravado, stammering, "Brother Dao? Perhaps we should retreat." Although he was aware of Zhang Hao's prowess, he had not anticipated such ferocity. The 4 ruffians, skilled fighters in their own right, could easily handle 5 opponents at a time. Yet, before Zhang Hao, they resembled mere chicks, swiftly dispatched. What kind of strength did this lad possess? Retreat was not an option. Regaining his composure, Brother Dao's fierce demeanor returned. "To strike my subordinate is tantamount to striking my own face. If word of this spread, how could I continue to navigate the underworld? Though this fellow possesses considerable skill, I am no pushover." With that, he cracked his neck, producing a series of ominous sounds. "As long as you bow and admit your wrongdoing, compensate my brother with 100,000 for medical expenses, and allow your girlfriend to spend a night with me, we can let this matter rest. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Zhang Hao scoffed dismissively, ignoring Brother Dao and turning to tidy up the dishes. "How dare he disregard me?" Brother Dao's eyes widened in fury as he stormed toward Zhang Hao. However, just as he lifted his leg to deliver a kick, darkness enveloped him and he lost consciousness. Zhang Hao retracted his leg. "Dear, let us return home." With that, he cast a detached glance at the monkey's face and walked into the community, carrying the stacked plates. Recovering from her astonishment, Su Yuyan hurriedly pushed the baby to follow him. At that moment, the monkey was nearly paralyzed with fear, terrified that Zhang Hao would turn his wrath upon him as well. Especially that last kick to Brother Dao, which had been reminiscent of Bruce Lee, a swift side kick that had left Brother Dao bewildered. The speed of the action was such that no one had even seen it clearly. Goodness! Zhang Hao is extraordinarily formidable. Henceforth, he must not be provoked. However, having incurred Brother Dao's ire this time, he would undoubtedly face repercussions. With that thought, he retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed for an ambulance. "Hello, I have 5 individuals suffering from heat stroke. Please send a vehicle promptly." Once home, Zhang Hao cheerfully inquired of Su Yuyan, What would you like for dinner? Anything is fine, she replied, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. You just engaged in a fight. Do you think they will call the police? No, Zhang Hao reassured her with a smile. They initiated the altercation. I acted in self-defense. Moreover, they are not good people. So you needn't worry, my dear. Su Yin nodded slightly, though a hint of concern lingered on her lovely face. You should avoid fighting in the future, especially in front of the baby. Zhang Hao's expression shifted, and he quickly asked, Did I frighten the little one? Su Yin pouted her lips and remarked, No. You haven't seen it. While you were fighting, the little ones were actually clapping. I worry they might pick up your bad habits. Oh. Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback, but soon burst into laughter. Haha, they truly are my children, inheriting my temperament. No matter what happens, they remain unafraid. However, they are still young and should not be exposed to scenes of violence. Rest assured, my dear, I promise not to resort to violence in front of the babies. As he spoke, he gazed affectionately at the 3 infants in the stroller. Su Yin's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she said, Please just call me by my name in the future. Calling me wife feels rather awkward. All right, dear wife. Just call me Yin. Sure, dear wife. Su Yin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she noticed Zhang Hao starting to prepare dinner. She wheeled the 3 adorable little ones back to the bedroom. Half an hour later, Zhang Hao had prepared a sumptuous dinner and also made some vegetable puree that the babies enjoyed. My dear, come and eat with the babies. He called out. You go ahead. The eldest has a fever. I will eat later, she replied. What? A fever? Zhang Hao's brows furrowed in concern as he rushed toward the bedroom. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly echoed. Chapter 16. I did not let you leave. Ding. Detected that the eldest is running a fever. Would you like to purchase the super traditional Chinese medicine skill? Purchase. Zhang Hao replied without a moment's hesitation, not even inquiring about the cost. For him, nothing was more important than the well-being of his child. Ding. The super traditional Chinese medicine skill costs 200,000. Insufficient balance detected in the host's bank account. Automatically enrolling in an installment plan, repaying 20,000 per month. Ding. Skill granted. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the super traditional Chinese medicine skill. Instantly, a wealth of medical knowledge surged into Zhang Hao's mind. Meanwhile, he dashed into the bedroom, where he found Su Yin taking the temperature of the eldest with a thermometer, her brows knitted in concern. 38.6. It's more severe than a low fever. Zhang Hao, get the fever-reducing suppository from the drawer. Understood. Zhang Hao quickly approached the table, opened the drawer, and spotted a box labeled fever-reducing suppository. He swiftly brought it to Su Yin. Here. Su Yin accepted the suppository and proceeded to remove the eldest's diaper, exposing her delicate little bottom. Wait, what are you doing? Zhang Hao exclaimed in alarm as he saw Su Yin preparing to insert the suppository. Su Yin frowned slightly. Of course, I am administering the fever reducer. Zhang Hao was utterly perplexed. A fever reducer? Isn't it supposed to be taken orally? Su Yin felt a wave of embarrassment as she realized Zhang Hao was unaware of how to use the suppository, and she began to explain. The fever-reducing suppository is not taken orally, it is administered rectally. Rectally administered, Zhang Hao nodded slowly, beginning to grasp the concept. In the past, he would have certainly been oblivious to what rectal administration entailed. Upon acquiring the extraordinary skill of super traditional medicine, Zhang Hao became well-versed in medical terminology. Suddenly, a method for reducing a baby's fever sprang to his mind. Observing Su Yin preparing to administer rectal medication to the little one, he quickly interjected, Wait a moment. What are you doing? While fever-reducing suppositories can indeed lower temperature, they possess irritating properties that may impact the baby's renal function. Though the effect is minimal, it is still inadvisable. Allow me to handle this. With that, Zhang Hao moved to the bedside and began to massage the soft, delicate arms of the baby. Su Yin was taken aback. What are you doing? She inquired. I am reducing the baby's fever, he replied confidently. Su Yin hesitated for a moment before asking, Are you sure this will work? Rest assured, Zhang Hao assured her, a confident smile gracing his face. After massaging the baby's arms for a while, he proceeded to apply pressure on the web of the thumb and along the back for several minutes. Su Yin remained silent, quietly observing him. Although she was skeptical of Zhang Hao's ability to alleviate the fever, she couldn't bear to interrupt his earnestness. Moreover, she understood that using suppositories was not ideal for the baby's health, so she decided to watch and wait. After a quarter of an hour, Zhang Hao concluded his massage. All right, please take the baby's temperature and see if it has decreased. Su Yin, still somewhat doubtful, nodded and immediately measured the temperature. Upon seeing the result, her expression shifted to one of astonishment. 36.8. The fever has indeed subsided. Noticing the smile on Zhang Hao's face, she continued to express her surprise. Impressive. I didn't expect you to have such a skill. Oh, it's nothing. Zhang Hao chuckled. It's quite simple. Just massaging 3 acupuncture points will suffice. The Tianhe point is located on the front of the arm, and you massage in a straight line from the wrist to the joint. The Higu point is found at the web of the thumb, and the Dazhui point is situated in the depression below the 7th cervical vertebra. By massaging these 3 points, fever can be alleviated. Su Yuyan nodded slightly, committing Zhang Hao's advice to memory. Given the baby's tender age and low immunity, fevers could easily arise. Should such a situation occur, this method could be employed. Zhang Hao, I never knew you had medical knowledge. Have you studied medicine before? Zhang Hao pondered for a moment before responding. No, I learned from books. These are merely everyday tips. Oh, Su Yuyan nodded, instantly attributing a new label to Zhang Hao, attentive. After caring for the baby for over 6 months, she had been unaware of such a simple method to reduce fever. In this regard, Zhang Hao surpassed her. At that moment, Zhang Hao smiled and said, now that the baby's fever has subsided, you should go have your meal. I will look after the children. It's all right. You eat first. I'm not hungry at the moment. Very well, I shall eat first. Su Yuyan, no longer being polite, rose and exited the bedroom. Zhang Hao gazed at the 3 adorable little ones, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Dear little princesses, it is now your turn. Whoever learns to call me daddy first will be rewarded with a lollipop tomorrow. Come on, say daddy. Upon contemplating the enticing reward of 300,000, Zhang Hao was filled with anticipation. However, after a few minutes of instruction, the outcome remained unchanged from earlier. The little ones could produce a myriad of sounds, but still could not utter daddy. Come, observe my mouth movements. Daddy, he encouraged. Big brother, the eldest chimed in. Little brother, the second followed. Hey, the youngest responded. Zhang Hao raised an eyebrow and glared playfully. Oh, you little rascal, daring to take advantage of daddy. Just wait until I give your little bottom a smack. Suddenly, a melodious laughter echoed from behind him. Turning around, he beheld Su Yuyan, who had returned after a hearty meal. I'm utterly exasperated. After all this time, the baby still refused to call me daddy, he lamented. With a smile, Su Yuyan approached the bedside. Babies, call mommy. Mommy. The 3 adorable little ones chorused in unison, their voices incessantly ringing out. Zhang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. A look of despair etched across his face. After all my efforts, not one can say daddy, and yet you casually prompt them to call you mommy. The little ones are so biased. Su Yuyan chuckled softly. That's only because you've only seen them for 2 days. Given more time, they will naturally call you daddy as well. You should go eat. It will get cold otherwise. Zhang Hao smiled. My wife truly understands me. With that, he turned and exited the bedroom. Watching him leave, Su Yuyan stood at the doorway, a smile gracing her lips. Although Zhang Hao had called her wife again, this time it felt perfectly comfortable. And a sudden wave of happiness enveloped her, reminiscent of the warmth of home, familiar yet long awaited. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao hastily finished his meal and was about to resume teaching the babies to say daddy when he noticed the 3 little treasures quietly nestled on the bed. Although they were not asleep, their eyes were half closed, clearly drowsy. Well, it's getting late. I should be heading back now. Call me if anything arises tonight. With that, Zhang Hao closed the door behind him and departed. Su Yuyan was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Zhang Hao's uncharacteristic initiative to leave. A few minutes later, Zhang Hao arrived at the door of his dormitory. Before knocking, he sent Su Yuyan a WeChat message. Wife, do not worry. I have returned safely. Humph. Who is your wife? Came her response, tinged with playful sarcasm. How could someone with such warm hands type such cold words? So disheartening. Is it my fault? I never told you to leave just now. Zhang Hao's eyes brightened at her reply. Just as he was about to respond, a loud voice suddenly interrupted. What the heck? Why are you back again? Chapter 17. Teacher, are you unwell? Keep your voice down. You nearly scared me to death. Rubbing his ears, Zhang Hao retorted, then chuckled as he replied to Su Yuyan's message. Shall I come over now? No, the babies are asleep. Haha, isn't that perfect then? Stop being annoying, go to sleep. Zhang Hao chuckled, pocketing his phone, and refrained from further teasing Su Yuyan. Why are you back again? Zhao Yong, taken aback, inquired once more. Zhang Hao furrowed his brow. Responding, where else could I possibly go? Zhao Yong raised an eyebrow and exclaimed, of course, You could be sleeping with the goddess Sue. She hasn't sent you packing again. Has she? That simply won't do. You're a father now, and you can't keep running back. Let me tell you, girls appreciate initiative. You must be bolder to ensure you win her over. Zhang Hao immediately wore a look of exasperation and retorted with disdain. If you possess such experience, why have you remained single for 20 years? Zhao Yong was momentarily at a loss for words, pouting in response. Must you always bring up other shortcomings? Can we not have a pleasant conversation? By the way, the formidable master of extinction mentioned that she wishes to see you upon your return. What does she want with me? Zhang Hao inquired, somewhat puzzled. In the next moment, realization dawned upon him. Undoubtedly, it had to do with the matter of translating English. Zhao Yong teased, what else could it be? She probably admires your handsome looks. Get lost. Zhang Hao retorted with a flourish of eloquent Chinese, turning to leave. Zhao Yong called out, take it easy, don't overexert yourself. Zhang Hao, without looking back, raised his middle finger in response. Knock, knock, knock. Arriving at the door of the Master of Extinction's dormitory, Zhang Hao knocked. A calm and composed voice, tinged with weariness, responded from within. Upon entering, Zhang Hao found the Master of Extinction seated at her desk, engrossed in a book. Masterly, you summon me? Li Yin raised her gaze to Zhang Hao, a flicker of displeasure crossing her features. The title Master of Extinction was one Zhang Hao had coined. Initially, only he and a few of his rowdy dorm mates referred to her as such, but it had since spread throughout the entire school. Although she was exceedingly strict with her students, it was all for their academic benefit. Zhang Hao, please complete this examination paper, Li Yin instructed, producing an English test. Zhang Hao approached, and, upon glancing at the paper, a smile graced his face. In the past, the English on such papers had appeared as incomprehensible as hieroglyphics. Now, it seemed as straightforward as basic arithmetic. Understood, teacher. With that, Zhang Hao took up his pen and swiftly completed the paper. Finished so quickly, Li Yin exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment. It had only been 3 minutes since he picked up the pen, and he had already completed the test. Are you merely skimming through this? Zhang Hao. Li Yin furrowed her brow. Observing Zhang Hao's silence and smile, she took the paper from him. However, as she reviewed his answers, her astonishment grew ever more pronounced. How is this possible? You got them all correct. Your English is so proficient, yet you failed every exam previously. Zhang Hao pondered for a moment before replying. I have been diligently studying lately, which has led to a remarkable improvement in my grades. Moreover, it isn't just English. I have excelled in all subjects. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Hao's brow furrowed suddenly. He discerned from the expression on the Master of Extinction's face that she was unwell. Teacher, you are ill. What did you say? Li Yin glared fiercely at Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao, although your academic performance has improved, it is still unacceptable to insult your teacher. Do you believe I will punish you with a week of toilet cleaning? Zhang Hao chuckled and replied, Teacher, please don't be impulsive. What I meant to say is that you are unwell. If I am not mistaken, you have been suffering from insomnia and headaches lately, along with soreness in your waist and knees and irregular menstrual cycles. This is a result of long nights and an erratic diet. Upon hearing this, Li Yan's expression shifted to one of astonishment. How do you know? Though she was aware of her ailments, she had never confided in anyone. Zhang Hao not only discerned her condition but articulated it perfectly. Of course, I could tell by your complexion, he said with a smile. But you need not worry, the issue is not severe. A regimen of traditional Chinese medicine will suffice. With that, he wrote a prescription on a test paper. Teacher, just follow the prescription. While you have been tirelessly devoted to our studies, you must also take care of your health. You are like a candle, burning yourself to illuminate our path. However, the longer you burn, the more people you enlighten. Seeing Li Yin lost in thought, he continued, if there is nothing else, I will return to my dorm. Please remember to collect the medicine. With that, he turned and left. Li Yin glanced at the prescription before folding it and placing it in her pocket. The next morning, Zhang Hao awoke from his slumber. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was eager to see his beloved. Zhao Yong, he called out loudly. Zhao Yong, startled from his deep sleep, stared blankly at Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao's lips curled slightly. He hoped not to frighten the boy. Remember to video call me during class, he reminded. Zhao Yong, still dazed, nodded. Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization. It's Sunday. We don't have class. Oh, then go back to sleep, Zhang Hao said with a chuckle as he left the dormitory. Zhao Yong flopped back onto his bed with a thud. After a few moments of silence, he began to kick his blanket furiously. Damn it, I was having a beautiful dream, and that mouse woke me up. Just you wait. Before long, Zhang Hao arrived at his home and pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. Who is it? Came the languid voice of Su Yuyan. It's your husband. Just a moment. Upon hearing her response, Zhang Hao began to wait. However, he found himself waiting for more than 10 minutes without any sign of Su Yuyan opening the door. Honey, are you in the bathroom? He inquired. No, I'm just finishing my makeup. Zhang Hao's expression turned dark. Given Su Yuyan's stunning beauty, did she really need makeup? Let me in, please, he urged. No, she replied firmly. Zhang Hao ceased his insistence, realizing that his wife wished to present her most beautiful self to him. After a few more minutes, the door finally opened. Just as Zhang Hao was about to greet her, he suddenly froze. At this moment, Su Yuyan was extraordinarily beautiful. Adorned in a flowing white dress, her graceful figure was on full display, with her long, dark hair cascading down to her waist. A subtle touch of makeup enhanced her features, making her resemble a celestial being descended from the heavens. Darling, you look stunning today. Upon hearing Zhang Hao's compliment, Su Yuyan felt a warm glow in her heart, yet her expression betrayed a hint of displeasure. Are you implying that I was not beautiful before? No. You are beautiful every day. Anyway, I'll go check on the little ones first. With that, she hurried towards the bedroom. A smile graced Su Yuyan's face. She had not anticipated such an endearing side to this big man. Just then, a sudden wail pierced the air. Ah, the baby is awake. Su Yuyan quickly made her way towards the bedroom. However, halfway there, the crying abruptly ceased. Su Yuyan was momentarily taken aback. Upon entering the room, a heartwarming scene unfolded before her eyes. Zhang Hao was gently cradling their second child, strolling back and forth while softly patting the baby's back. The little one's head rested on Zhang Hao's shoulder, blissfully asleep, with a smile adorning its tiny face. I'll go prepare dinner. Call me if you need anything. Su Yuyan said softly. All right, my dear. You. Su Yuyan hesitated, casting a mock glare at Zhang Hao before turning to leave. Zhang Hao chuckled and continued to soothe the baby to sleep. Big white rabbit, pure and white, with 2 ears standing upright. Suddenly, a shrill scream echoed through the room. It was Su Yuyan's voice. Zhang Hao quickly placed the baby down on the floor and rushed into the bedroom. What happened? He found Su Yuyan standing by the cutting board, one hand tightly gripping the index finger of the other, her delicate face etched with pain. It's nothing. I accidentally cut my hand while chopping vegetables. Let me take a look. Zhang Hao hastened over, gently moved her hand aside, and immediately frowned. The cut was deep, measuring nearly 2 millimeters. Blood trickled from the wound, dripping onto the floor. You call this nothing? Do we have iodine or alcohol at home? At the mention of alcohol, Su Yuyan's expression shifted to one of fear. While the cut itself was not painful, the thought of using alcohol for disinfection sent a chill down her spine. No, I can just put on a Band-Aid. Although they had alcohol at home, she lied to Zhang Hao, as girls often fear both ghosts and pain. A Band-Aid won't suffice. We must disinfect it with alcohol first. Zhang Hao stated earnestly, if we don't have any, I'll go buy some. He turned to leave. Don't go. Su Yuyan quickly called him back, and seeing his resolute expression, she conceded. We do have alcohol. It's in the drawer under the coffee table in the living room. Why did you say we didn't have any? Because I'm afraid of the pain. Zhang Hao said nothing further and retrieved the alcohol from the living room. As Zhang Hao was preparing to disinfect Su Yuyan's delicate hand, she swiftly withdrew it. I'm afraid it will hurt, she protested. It won't hurt. If we don't disinfect it and the wound becomes infected, you'll have to go to the hospital, and that will hurt much more. Really? She asked, skepticism evident in her tone. Of course, I'm not deceiving you like a puppy. All right then. Noticing Su Yuyan turning her head away, Zhang Hao poured the alcohol directly onto the wound. As the saying goes, it is better to endure a moment of pain than to suffer a prolonged agony. Using a cotton swab would only prolong the discomfort, so he opted for this method. In an instant, a sharp pain surged through Su Yuyan, igniting her nerves. Just as she opened her mouth to scream, no sound escaped her lips. The babies were all asleep, and a loud noise would surely awaken them. Yet, the torment she felt compelled her to find a means of release. In a sudden reaction, she bit down on Zhang Hao's wrist. Ouch! He gasped, feeling the sting. Why did you bite me? Su Yuyan remained silent, her mouth occupied. After a moment, as the pain began to subside, she finally released her grip. Zhang Hao furrowed his brow. Wife, are you a dog? No, I'm a horse. A horse? Then why are you biting people? What do you mean? Su Yuyan's face displayed confusion until realization dawned on her. Oh, You're just insulting me in a roundabout way. With that, she opened her mouth, ready to bite Zhang Hao's arm. Stop it, I'll get a band-aid. Seeing this, Zhang Hao quickly dodged and soon returned with a band-aid. Here, let me put this on for you. He peeled off the protective paper and placed the band-aid over the wound. Upon seeing the deep gash once more, a pang of sympathy struck him and his expression grew serious. Su Yuyan's demeanor shifted slightly, her gaze becoming somewhat distant. It was the first time in a long while that someone had cared for her like this. Looking at the young man before her, a warmth blossomed in her heart. It's all set. Keep an eye on the babies while I prepare lunch. Su Yuyan nodded slightly. I appreciate your help. We're a couple, so there's no need for such formality, he replied playfully. Who says we're a couple? An hour later, after breakfast, Zhang Hao washed the dishes and headed to the bedroom. He found the three little ones sitting on the bed, engrossed in their toys, and he smiled as he approached them. Babies, today we're going to continue learning to call me Daddy. Come on, watch my lips, Daddy. Although the three little ones heard his voice, none responded, fully absorbed in their play. Su Yuyan, sitting nearby, chuckled, You're too eager. The babies are so young, it will take time for them to learn. It took half a month for them to learn to call me Mama. Zhang Hao nodded with a smile, looking fondly at the three little ones. No rush, they are clever, and they will call me Daddy sooner or later. Just as he finished speaking, the eldest suddenly spoke up. Daddy? Upon hearing those two words, Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback, only to be subsequently overcome with joy. Wife, did you hear that? Dabao just called me Dad. Zhang Hao's heart swelled with indescribable excitement. This sensation eclipsed even the euphoria he felt when purchasing his first sports car. It is worth noting that he had to forego classes and nightlife for an entire month to secure his parents' approval for the car. Yet, the feeling he experienced now was entirely different. The pride from acquiring a luxury vehicle paled in comparison to the profound fulfillment that washed over him upon hearing Dabao utter Dad, as if he had attained the entire world. However, just as Zhang Hao was lost in his elation, a system notification chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host, for teaching Dabao to call you Dad. A reward of 100,000 has been credited to your account. 100,000? Wasn't it supposed to be 300,000? Zhang Hao felt a flicker of confusion, but clarity struck him the next moment. The task was to teach 3 children to call him Dad. Since he had only succeeded with Dabao, the reward was limited to 100,000. Was this system a meticulous accountant? The calculations were astoundingly precise. Given that the 3 children were of similar age and learning capability, if Dabao had learned, it was only a matter of time before Air Bao and San Bao would follow suit. Su Yuyan wore a smile of contentment. Hearing Dabao's newfound ability to call him Dad filled her with joy, especially as she witnessed Zhang Hao's exuberance, which suddenly evoked a sense of familial warmth within her. At that moment, an idea struck Zhang Hao, prompting him to retrieve his phone from his pocket. Ding dong. A WeChat notification chimed from Su Yuyan's phone. Who could be messaging me? It was Sunday, and she had no lessons to prepare. Could something be amiss at school? As her thoughts wandered, Su Yuyan swiped her screen to unlock it, only to be met with a look of surprise upon viewing the message. Zhang Hao, why did you transfer me money? And 5,000 at that. Zhang Hao chuckled. Aren't you short on cash right now? Use it as you wish. Su Yuyan furrowed her brow slightly. But you're also low on funds. Where did you get this money? You didn't borrow it, did you? Then I absolutely cannot accept it. Chapter 19. Is this guy here to mooch off us? It's not a loan. I won it in the lottery. Zhang Hao casually fabricated an excuse. While the money was indeed a reward from the system, revealing its true origin would likely lead Su Yuyan to dismiss him as delusional. Su Yuyan expressed skepticism. Is that true? Isn't it said that lotteries are all a scam? Zhang Hao replied with a smile. Of course it's true. I won second prize. A net of 100,000 after taxes, so we can split it. He continued. Now that we have some money, you won't need to work anymore. I'll take care of you and the baby, providing you both with a happy life. Su Yuyan felt deeply moved by his words. Yet she remained resolute that she could not accept his money. Moreover, she couldn't abandon her job. All right. I'll transfer the money back to you since it's too much. As for work, my position as a teaching assistant at the normal university isn't too demanding. If you find yourself pressed for time, it is of no consequence. There is a nanny to care for the baby. You may come over after school whenever you are free. As she spoke, she intended to return the money to Zhang Hao. However, at that moment, Zhang Hao suddenly seized her phone. Darling, if you continue this way, I might become upset. His brow furrowed slightly. It has always been you who has diligently looked after the baby. I merely wish to make amends. I have never said I do not wish to care for our child. I simply do not want to see you so exhausted. I am the father, and you are the mother. Is it not natural that I should provide for you?" With that, he regarded Su Yuyin earnestly. Su Yuyin was momentarily taken aback, feeling a pang in her heart. It had been a long time since she had experienced such concern from someone. In an instant, her feminine vulnerability was laid bare. Overcome with emotion, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Zhang Hao, noticing this, quickly said, "I apologize, my love. I was too rash just now. Please do not cry." Su Yuyin smiled and shook her head, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. "No, you have merely moved me. Your words were too touching." Zhang Hao chuckled. "These are but my heartfelt sentiments. Remember, you are my wife, and I shall care for you for all eternity." Su Yuyin remained silent, her heart brimming with solace. Unbeknownst to her, a blush crept onto her cheeks. "Eek!" A tender voice chimed. The three little ones, having abandoned their toys, crawled towards Zhang Hao and Su Yuyin. Grinning with delight, drool at the corners of their mouths. Su Yuyin scooped up the eldest, her face radiant with a smile. Zhang Hao opened his arms wide, enveloping the second and third children in his embrace. The softness of their little faces against his own melted his heart. "Mio Mio, Jing Jing. Your sister Xin can now call me Daddy. You must strive to do the same. Come, watch my lips, Daddy." The morning swiftly passed, and before long, noon arrived. "Darling, what would you like for lunch?" Zhang Hao asked with a smile before heading out to buy groceries, knowing they needed to prepare for the market stall in the afternoon. Su Yuyin, who was tending to the children, replied, "Anything is fine." "No, you must choose something specific." "Then let it be a large plate of chicken," she declared, naming her favorite dish. "Very well." Zhang Hao exited the house to select ingredients at the market. An hour later, there was a knock at the door. "Darling, please help me open the door. I'm coming." Su Yuyin hurried to the door, but upon opening it, she was taken aback. "Why did you buy so much meat today?" Zhang Hao stood there, hands laden with raw meat, alongside numerous chickens and pig trotters. Although there were vegetables, they were scarce. Zhang Hao explained with a smile, "Meat dishes are sold at a higher price and yield greater profit, hence I procured more meat." "Oh." Su Yuyin nodded slightly, a smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "I never anticipated you possessed such commercial acumen. Quite impressive indeed." "Thank you for the compliment, my dear," Zhang Hao replied playfully. Carrying the ingredients into the kitchen, followed closely by Su Yuyin. "The little ones are all asleep. Allow me to assist you," she offered. "No need," he replied. "It's rare for you to have a day off. I can manage on my own." "Not at all," she insisted, beginning to lend a hand before he could protest. In that moment, Zhang Hao felt an undeniable happiness. As the saying goes, teamwork lightens the load. Within less than an hour, they had meticulously cut and marinated all the raw meat. To ensure the flavors permeated, a period of marination was essential. "All right, my dear, you may rest now. I shall prepare the meal," he declared. Then I shall trouble you," she responded. "Just call me husband and it won't feel like a burden," he teased. "Behave yourself." Su Yuyin shot him a playful glare before turning to leave the kitchen. Zhang Hao chuckled softly and commenced cooking lunch. Time passed swiftly, and before long, afternoon arrived. Noticing the hour was appropriate, Zhang Hao resolved to set up his stall. "Wife, I am heading out to sell. Please look after the little ones at home. And call if you need anything," he said. "All right, I will bring the babies to find you shortly," she replied. "No need. The weather is overcast today, and it's a bit chilly outside. We wouldn't want the babies to catch a cold," he cautioned. "Very well, we shall wait for your return at home." "Understood." Zhang Hao gestured affirmatively and set off to his stall. However, as soon as he arranged a dozen dishes, a group of 7 or 8 elderly folks suddenly encircled him. "Young man, why are you setting up so late today? We've been waiting for quite a while." One inquired. "Where are those 4 adorable little ones? Why aren't they with you? Are you from this community? Will you be selling here every day?" Another asked. In response to their numerous questions, Zhang Hao smiled and explained, "Today, I prepared more meat dishes, which took a bit longer. The babies are at home with my wife, as it's quite cold outside, so they didn't come along. I set up here every afternoon, offering different flavors each day." The elderly patrons nodded in understanding, beginning to select their preferred dishes. "I'll have 2 pig's trotters, please. Today you also have roast chicken?" "I'll take 1. I want a roast chicken as well. Please give me a portion of Beijing-style shredded pork and a serving of braised pork." As Zhang Hao listened and packed the dishes into containers, More customers lined up once the elderly had departed. In a short span, he sold a significant portion of his fare. Quite well today, the items are selling quickly. The sooner I finish, the sooner I can return home for dinner, he mused, then began to call out to passers-by. Don't miss out. Freshly prepared delicacies available for free tasting. If you find them unsatisfactory, there's no charge. No sooner had he finished his pitch than a burly middle-aged man approached, frowning. Young man, are these dishes truly available for free tasting? He inquired. Indeed, Zhang Hao replied with a smile. If they are not to your liking, you owe me nothing. Let me have a taste. The man nodded, but after picking up his chopsticks, he began sampling each dish. Zhang Hao frowned upon witnessing this. Although it was a complimentary tasting, who indulges in every single dish? Is this fellow merely here to mooch off a meal? Chapter 20. He is my husband. Hey, who tastes like that? How am I supposed to sell anything? Zhang Hao's displeasure was evident. If this man was here to cause trouble, he would gladly teach him a lesson. At that moment, the man had tasted every dish, his face illuminating with astonishment. Young man, did you prepare all these dishes yourself? Will you buy them or not? If you made them yourself, I will buy. Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Will you buy or not? Noticing Zhang Hao's irritation, the man paused for a moment before responding, Yes, I'll take one of each. Zhang Hao was slightly taken aback, and then the meal boxes began to be filled. Although he was puzzled as to why the man wanted one of each dish, since he wasn't here to cause trouble, he decided not to dwell on it. All right, that will be 315 yuan in total. The man pulled out his phone to scan the payment code, then carried the dishes away. Zhang Hao couldn't help but watch the man for a while, seeing him get into a car and drive off. Perhaps he was headed to a gathering. Otherwise, why would he purchase so much? As Zhang Hao prepared to continue his calls to customers, he suddenly saw Su Yuyan approaching with a stroller. Inside it were three adorable little ones dressed in cartoon-patterned autumn clothes, wearing white hats adorned with rabbit ears. Looking exceedingly cute. It's so cold outside. Why are you bringing the babies out? Su Yuyan smiled. The little ones just finished eating and couldn't stay indoors. So I brought them out for some fresh air. Don't worry, they're bundled up so they won't catch a cold. As she spoke, she noticed the nearly empty plates of food and showed a look of surprise. You've sold out so quickly after being out for just half an hour? The initial customers were all returnees, and I sold out more than half at once. It seems I'll need to prepare more for tomorrow. Su Yuyan nodded slightly, about to advise Zhang Hao not to overexert himself, when she suddenly furrowed her brows. She had just spotted a red Lamborghini speeding towards them. What stood out was the adorably whimsical anime design plastered across the car's hood. In the entire Haiqing, it was unlikely to find anyone else driving such a vehicle except for her cousin, Zhang Suhuairo. Soon, the red Lamborghini halted not far from the stall, but did not turn off the engine. The driver's window slowly descended, revealing a strikingly beautiful face adorned with a smirk. It was Su Huairou, a mocking expression gracing his features. My goodness, the illustrious young Master Zhang is actually peddling on the street. If this gets out, it would surely be the talk of the town, heh. Upon recognizing this flamboyant figure, Zhang Hao's ire surged. You effeminate fool, can't you ever change your ways? Just get lost. You shameless individual. Aren't you just a caretaker for the baby? What are you doing here, setting up a stall? If I am not mistaken, you must have intentions towards my cousin. You resemble a toad yearning for a swan's meat, Zhang Hao declared, his tone dripping with disdain. Turning to Su Yuyan, he continued, Cousin, do not fall for this scoundrel. Although he was once a wealthy heir, he is nothing but a penniless loser now. We have long expelled him from our circle, as he lacks the merit to associate with us. His family has gone bankrupt, and his parents have vanished to escape their debts, living a life worse than that of stray dogs. Zhang Hao clenched his fists, rage simmering within him. Just as he prepared to confront this effeminate man, he was abruptly interrupted by Su Yuyan's furious outburst. Be quiet. Have you said enough? Su Huairou was momentarily taken aback, noticing Su Yuyan glaring at her. Her brows furrowed in anger. How dare you raise your voice at me for the sake of an outsider? He is not an outsider. He is the father of the baby. He is my husband. Su Yuyan exclaimed impulsively. The moment the words left her lips, she froze, realizing she had inadvertently revealed the truth due to her cousin's provocation. Su Huairou stared in disbelief. What did you just say? Zhang Hao is the child's father? Su Yuyan bit her lip, recognizing that she could no longer conceal the truth, and resolved to be forthright. Indeed, he is the child's biological father, and you may share this with whomever you wish. Su Huairou looked at Zhang Hao in astonishment. Just then, as Zhang Hao approached with a smile. She suddenly felt a jolt of panic and pressed the accelerator. With a roar of the engine, the sports car sped away. "Cousin, you are finished. I will inform uncle about this matter, and we shall see how he deals with you." Her triumphant voice faded into the distance along with the car. Su Yuyan furrowed her brow, a look of unease crossing her face. She had anticipated that she would inadvertently disclose the truth. It was all her cousin's fault for humiliating Zhang Hao, which had led to her slip of the tongue. What should she do? What if her parents found out? They would undoubtedly come looking for her. Frustrated, Su Yuyan began to pace anxiously. Turning to Zhang Hao, she urged, "You should leave quickly. My parents are bound to arrive shortly. If I don't call you, please refrain from coming." Zhang Hao shook his head with a smile, feeling warmth in his heart. Especially after hearing Su Yuyan refer to him as her husband, he silently vowed to protect this woman for a lifetime, ensuring that no one could harm her. "It's all right, even if your father," just as Zhang Hao was about to mention encountering his future father-in-law, an excited voice interrupted. "Manager, those dishes were indeed purchased here." Zhang Hao turned towards the voice and saw two individuals approaching. One of them was the man who had previously bought numerous dishes, while the other, dressed in a suit, clearly exuded an air of distinction. "Young man, did you personally prepare these dishes?" The man in the suit politely inquired of Zhang Hao, who smiled and nodded in response. "Yes, is there an issue?" The man's eyes instantly sparkled, and he hurriedly produced a business card from his pocket. "Greetings, I am Wang Fuguwei, the manager of the Shanghai Grand Hotel in Haiqing. How may I assist you?" Zhang Hao accepted the card and casually asked, "What is it?" The man replied with a smile, "I had the pleasure of tasting your culinary creations and was thoroughly impressed by your skills. I would like to invite you to join our hotel as a chef." "Not interested," Zhang Hao said without a moment's hesitation. He had to care for his baby, and there was simply no time to take on the role of a chef. The man, undeterred, opened his palms and said, "Young man, if you agree, I can offer you this salary each month. How does 50,000 sound?" Zhang Hao chuckled. "I make a net profit of 7,000 to 8,000 daily from my stall. In 10 days, that amounts to 70,000 to 80,000. You think I would settle for 50,000 a month? Who do you think you're talking to?" Upon hearing Zhang Hao's disdain for the offered salary, the man felt there was a chance and began to negotiate. "Listen, although you earn 7,000 to 8,000 daily, surely there are days when your sales are lower. Besides, at your age, running a stall lacks prestige." Before the man could finish, Zhang Hao interrupted, "No negotiations. Even if you offered me 1,000,000, I wouldn't go." Chapter 21. Increase the offer. "You are quite stubborn, aren't you? How about 1,000,000 as your annual salary?" Zhang Hao shook his head, his expression growing slightly impatient. "Are you unable to comprehend human language?" The man furrowed his brow, realizing that his high salary proposition would not succeed. Zhang Hao's refusal, combined with his somewhat volatile temperament, would likely lead to him walking out if he faced any grievances at work, which is the very bane of the restaurant industry. However, the thought of Zhang Hao's exceptional culinary skills left him feeling reluctant. After a moment of contemplation, an idea struck him. "How about this, young brother? Why not sell me the secret recipes for each dish? I am willing to pay a premium." Zhang Hao chuckled. "Secret recipes? What do you mean by that?" Before he could finish his thought, his voice trailed off. Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes, his mind racing with possibilities. Once he had formulated a plan, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "To be honest, the recipes I use are ancestral. My great-grandfather was a royal chef, preparing meals for the emperor." The man nodded, his brow furrowing. "I understand. Since they are ancestral, they cannot be disclosed. My apologies for the intrusion." As he turned to leave, Zhang Hao quickly interjected, "Wait, I didn't say I wouldn't sell them. What I meant was, for ancestral recipes, the price must be higher." The man paused, then burst into laughter. "That is agreeable, you can set the price." After some deliberation, Zhang Hao stated, "For each vegetarian dish, I'll charge 10,000. For each meat dish, 30,000. Upon hearing this price, the man hesitated. "Young brother, your prices seem exceedingly high. 2,000 for vegetarian dishes and 8,000 for meat dishes would be more reasonable. That is not acceptable." Zhang Hao stared intently and declared, "This secret recipe is a family heirloom. Selling it to you would be a betrayal of my ancestors. My price is firm, take it or leave it. If you choose not to purchase, I shall sell it to another hotel. Should they then eclipse your business, do not hold me accountable." Upon hearing this, the man hesitated once more. He considered the profit margins of each dish, the hotel's revenue, and the impending competition, realizing that accepting the offer was not entirely out of the question. After all, One must not focus solely on immediate gains. A broader perspective is essential. Very well. I shall consult with my boss and inform you of our decision promptly. However, let it be understood that this matter is settled. You must not sell to anyone else. Zhang Hao patted his chest confidently. Rest assured, I am a person of principles. I have never deceived anyone. The man nodded, took down Zhang Hao's phone number, and departed. Zhang Hao beamed with delight. When it comes to culinary recipes, he possessed no less than several hundred. It is no exaggeration to say that with his exceptional culinary skills, there is no dish he cannot prepare. Selling to a hotel could yield at least millions. Having finally seized an opportunity for profit, would he not grasp it with both hands? He chuckled to himself at the thought. However, Su Yuyan, standing nearby, furrowed her brows, her delicate features clouded with concern. You're still laughing? If my parents arrive, it will be troublesome. You should leave quickly. I will call you once this is resolved. No need to worry. Zhang Hao replied with a smile. Even if my future father-in-law comes, it matters not, for we have already met. What? Su Yuyan gasped, astonished. You've met my father? Is that true? Zhang Hao recounted. Indeed, it is true. Just yesterday afternoon, he visited to see the baby and encountered me. Although I promised the nanny to keep it a secret, I realized there was no need for such discretion. After all, they are father and daughter. Conflicts should be resolved rather than left to fester. What was his reaction upon seeing you? Did he say anything? Su Yuyan inquired. Zhang Hao chuckled. When I introduced myself as the baby's father, your father immediately rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike me, but he received a phone call and left soon after. Su Yuyan nodded slightly, surprised that her father had learned of Zhang Hao. Yet, she pondered why he had not come to look for her alongside her mother. Did he truly no longer care? Surely not. Otherwise, he would not have visited the baby. The realization that her father had been concerned for her all along brought tears to Su Yuyan's eyes, filling her with an overwhelming sense of melancholy. Zhang Hao continued, Darling, I believe it would be wise for you to return home and clarify this matter. There is no issue that cannot be overcome, especially when it involves family. If you feel uncomfortable, I can accompany you this evening. Su Yuyan shook her head vigorously. No, I cannot return home right now. Why not? Because. Su Yuyan hesitated, struggling to articulate her reasoning. Why she could not return, she herself did not fully comprehend. After all, that incident has passed for over a year. Although it lingers in my heart as a hurdle, overcoming it is not an easy feat. You set up your stall. I shall return home with the baby. Su Yuyan said, pushing the stroller into the community. Zhang Hao could only shake his head in exasperation. Despite it being Su Yuyan's family matter, he too found himself troubled. No, I must find a way to resolve this conflict. It cannot remain in a state of stagnation. Resolute in his decision, Zhang Hao adjusted his mindset and began to call out again. Come take a look. Don't miss out as you pass by. Family recipe. Expertly crafted dishes. If they aren't delicious, you don't pay. Buy now, or they'll be gone. Just then, an elderly gentleman ambled over with his hands clasped behind his back. A smile graced the old man's face, revealing his few remaining yellowed teeth. Young man, is it truly free to taste? If it's not good, I don't pay. Indeed, sir. Well then, let me give it a try. Certainly, here are some chopsticks. No need. I have my own. To Zhang Hao's surprise, the old man produced a pair of wooden chopsticks from his pocket, wiped them on his sleeve, and picked up a piece of pig's head meat to sample. Not tasty, the old man declared, shaking his head, before reaching for a piece of braised pork. After savoring it, he shook his head again. This one isn't good either. As he spoke, he rested one hand in front of him, holding a bottle of erguo too. After unscrewing the cap and taking a sip, he resumed tasting the food. Goodness! Zhang Hao raised his eyebrows in disbelief. Sir, you are being excessive. Minutes later, Zhang Hao closed his stall and headed home. As for the old gentleman, to avoid disrupting business, he gifted him a portion of pig's head meat. This act of kindness immediately garnered much praise and resulted in the sale of all remaining dishes. Dear, I'm back. Today's sales reached 12,000, netting over 8,000. Upon hearing this, Su Yuyan emerged from the bedroom. Thank you for your hard work. Wash your hands and let us eat. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. Wow, you can cook too. Su Yuyan shot him a reproachful glance. Do I look like someone who can't cook? Not at all. Zhang Hao chuckled, shaking his head as he made his way to the kitchen. Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw an unfamiliar number. However, upon answering, a familiar voice resonated through the line. Young brother, this is Wang Fugui. Chapter 22. Negotiation failure. I discussed the purchase of the recipe with the boss. He said money is not an issue, but he needs you to come for a face-to-face meeting. All right, I'll head over after dinner. Dinner? We are in a hotel. We will surely treat you well when you arrive. No, my wife has already prepared the meal. I'll call you when I get there. After hanging up, a smile adorned Zhang Hao's face. The thought of soon earning $1 million filled him with joy. With the money, he could first buy a car and a house, allowing his wife and children to enjoy a better life. At this moment, Su Yuyin inquired, "Are you heading out?" "Yes," Zhang Hao replied with a smile. "I intend to discuss the secret recipe with the owner of Shanghai Grand Hotel shortly." "Oh, let's have a meal first," Su Yuyin said, her demeanor slightly melancholic as she settled at the dining table. Although her father had met Zhang Hao, she remained anxious about her parents potentially intervening. The scenario of confronting Zhang Hao would undoubtedly unfold as she imagined, and although a conflict had not erupted, the tension lingered. "Darling, are the little ones asleep?" Zhang Hao asked as he took his seat at the table. "Yes, they are all asleep," Su Yuyin responded absently. Zhang Hao chose not to engage in further conversation and picked up his chopsticks to begin his meal. "Let me savor the flavors of the dishes you prepared, my love," he exclaimed, lifting a portion of spicy and sour shredded potatoes to his mouth. However, the next moment, his brow furrowed in surprise. Noticing his reaction, Su Yuyin promptly asked, "What's the matter? Is it not tasty?" Zhang Hao, seemingly oblivious to her question, countered, "My dear, have you never cooked before?" "Rarely. I usually eat at school. And when at home, I just make porridge," she answered. "Oh, I see. Is the stir-fry not satisfactory?" "How could it be? It's absolutely delicious," he replied, and began to devour the food voraciously. Su Yuyin's brows knitted together slightly. Just as she was about to take a bite, Zhang Hao obstructed her. "My love, there's not enough food. I'm still hungry. From now on, I shall handle the cooking. You work hard during the day and need to rest after your shift." Hearing this, Su Yuyin felt a warmth swell within her heart. Even as he poured an entire plate of shredded potatoes into his bowl, she bore no resentment. Yet, she couldn't shake the peculiar expression on Zhang Hao's face while eating, as if he were suppressing something. "I'm full now. I have some matters to attend to," Zhang Hao stated, before leaving the kitchen. He first peeked into the bedroom to check on the 3 adorable babies, finding them deep in slumber, which eased his mind before he stepped out of the house. At that moment, noticing a few remaining strands of shredded potatoes on her plate, Su Yuyin picked up her chopsticks to taste. However, as soon as she placed it in her mouth, tears welled in her eyes. One reason was the stimulating sour and spicy flavor, and the other, the warmth of Zhang Hao's understanding. Despite the dish being less than palatable, she swallowed it down. Meanwhile, in the manager's office of Shanghai Grand Hotel, which belonged to Wang Fuguei, the atmosphere was tense. A stout man in his 30s sat behind the desk, his features somewhat round, with small eyes, nose, and mouth. His fair skin indicated frequent visits to saunas and massages, complemented by gold-rimmed glasses and a slick, dark hairstyle. This rotund individual was Lu Huaqiang, the owner of Shanghai Grand Hotel, a notable figure in Haiqing. "Fuguei, has that fellow arrived yet?" Lu Huaqiang asked. "He should be here soon, Changgu. He mentioned he would come after his meal," Wang Fuguei replied, his face adorned with a beaming smile as he nodded eagerly. Although Lu Huaqiang is a few years older, he must be respectfully addressed as Brother Chang in his presence. This is due both to his role as employer and to the formidable background he possesses. Lu Huaqiang arrogantly nodded, picked up a cigarette from the table, lit it, and took a deep drag before continuing. "When that young man arrives, we shall proceed with courtesy before force. Should he refuse to sell us the secret recipe at a reasonable price, he shall not leave this room." Wang Fuguei nodded reluctantly. He knew his boss was imposing unreasonable demands, yet felt powerless against it. Moreover, it was the young man's exorbitant price that had provoked Lu Huaqiang's ire. Now, they could only hope the young man would relent to avoid physical repercussions. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. "Brother Chang, it must be that young man," Wang Fuguei exclaimed as he hurried to the door. Upon opening it, he found 2 figures outside, a hotel attendant and Zhang Hao. "Young brother, you have arrived. Please, come in." Zhang Hao nodded slightly and stepped into the office. As he laid eyes on Lu Huaqiang seated within, a smile graced his face. "Fatty, it's been a while." Wang Fuguei trembled slightly at the sound. Though he was aware that Fatty was the boss's nickname, few dared to use it so casually. Only those of higher status than Lu Huaqiang would dare to address him so directly. At that moment, Lu Huaqiang's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "Young Master Zhang, what brings you here? Why shouldn't it be me?" Zhang Hao replied with a smile, unceremoniously taking a seat on the couch and casually crossing his legs. Lu Huaqiang furrowed his brow, suddenly realizing that Zhang Hao was no longer the same person he once was. Previously, Zhang Hao was the son of a billionaire, his father Zhang Qiang even appearing on the rich lists. But now, Zhang Hao was merely a pauper. Reflecting on this, Lu Huaqiang coldly remarked, "Did I invite you to sit? Stand up." Zhang Hao's expression shifted briefly before he chuckled again. "I've spent quite a bit here before, surely. I must have contributed at least 1 million or 2. I didn't expect you to view me through such a biased lens. Since there are no sentiments to speak of, let's get straight to the point. The vegetable recipe is 10,000, and the meat recipe is 30,000, not a cent less." "Humph." Lu Huaqiang scoffed derisively, his demeanor darkening. "You must be out of your mind. I won't waste words with you. The vegetable recipe is 5,000, and the meat recipe is 10,000. Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. "If that's the case, then there's nothing to discuss. I'll simply sell the recipes to other hotels." With that, he slowly began to rise. Lu Huaqiang's anger flared. "I am not negotiating. You will agree, whether you want to or not. Otherwise, you shall not leave this door." Wang Fugue immediately chimed in to persuade. "Young brother, please just agree. Why seek unnecessary trouble?" After all, Zhang Hao was the one he had called in. Faced with the tyrannical boss, he found himself powerless. If Zhang Hao were to be harmed, it would weigh heavily on his conscience. Zhang Hao smiled, displaying no hint of panic. "What if I insist on leaving?" Lu Huaqiang remained silent, merely clapping his hands twice. Thud, 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 accompanied by a cacophony of footsteps. Several burly men surged in from outside. With a fierce countenance, Lu Huaqiang threatened, "Zhang Hao, I am giving you one last chance. If you suddenly..." The shrill ring of Zhang Hao's phone interrupted him. Upon glancing at the screen, he saw the name Su Yuyan. "Don't speak. Allow me to take this call first." Zhang Hao gestured towards Lu Huaqiang and answered the phone. A tense voice resonated from the receiver. "Zhang Hao, my parents have arrived. I am returning immediately." "Understood." The call concluded, leaving Zhang Hao momentarily dazed. Typically fearless, he now found himself at a loss. Though he knew he would eventually meet his future in-laws, the immediacy of the encounter filled him with trepidation. The situation was convoluted. His relationship with Su Yuyan, her familial matters, and her parents' perceptions of him. As Zhang Hao's thoughts spiraled chaotically, Lu Huaqiang's furious voice broke through. "Kid, if you refuse, don't even think about leaving through that door." Zhang Hao exhaled sharply through his nostrils, his face betraying a flicker of anger. He then coldly addressed the burly man. "If you're going to make a move, stop hesitating. I am eager to return home." How audacious! Observing Zhang Hao's fearless demeanor, the burly men felt insulted. Without waiting for Lu Huaqiang's command, they pounced like wolves on a lamb. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of dull thuds, silence enveloped the room. The 7 or 8 burly men lay sprawled on the ground, groaning. Zhang Hao stood upright amidst them, resembling a war deity. Lu Huaqiang stared, dumbfounded. He had never anticipated Zhang Hao possessed such fighting prowess. To him, Zhang Hao had merely been a wealthy playboy. Could it be that he had been concealing his true abilities all along? Perhaps, despite his seemingly fallen status, there was a deeper background he had not revealed? This thought sent Lu Huaqiang into a state of panic. At that moment, Zhang Hao turned, his icy gaze fixing on Lu Huaqiang. "I have matters to attend to. We shall discuss this tomorrow." With a parting retort, Zhang Hao strode toward the door. "Please, wait, young Master Zhang." Lu Huaqiang hastily interjected, donning a smile. "My brother was merely jesting with you earlier. I hope you won't take offense. How about this? I will purchase your secret recipe at the price you specified." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao paused, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he continued to exit the room. Minutes later, Zhang Hao hailed a taxi back to his community. During the ride, he received 2 messages. One was from Wang Fugue. "My dear brother, I sincerely apologize. I am also working for the boss, and I hope you won't be angry." The other message came from his good friend Zhao Yong. "Howsy, where are you staying? We are coming to see you and to visit your 3 adorable children." Zhang Hao chose not to respond to either message. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts on how to face Su Yuyan's parents, having even anticipated their questions and rehearsed his responses. Soon, Zhang Hao arrived at his doorstep. He took a deep breath and gently knocked on the door. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels echoed from afar, gradually approaching. The door swung open, revealing the graceful silhouette of Su Yuyan, yet her face was marred with worry. "I'm back," Zhang Hao said with a smile. Observing Su Yuyan nodding before turning to enter the room, he followed her inside. Upon entering, he saw two individuals seated on the sofa. One was his future father-in-law, whom he had met the day before. The other appeared as though she were a young maiden, clad in a red dress that accentuated her exquisite figure. Her fair skin and refined features, coupled with flowing black hair cascading down to her waist, rendered her strikingly beautiful, much like Su Yuyan. Although aware that she was Su Yuyan's mother, one might easily mistake the two for sisters if they strolled down the street together. At this moment, Zhang Hao turned to Su Yuyan with a gentle smile. Yuyan, did you not mention that your father and mother would be here? Why do I only see your father and your sister? Where is your mother? Su Yuyan appeared slightly taken aback, momentarily lost in thought. Su's mother squinted her eyes, a hint of amusement creeping into her previously icy demeanor. Young man, I am Yuyan's mother. Feigning surprise, Zhang Hao responded, Is that so? My sincerest apologies. You appear far too youthful. I mistook you for Yuyan's sister. Not at all. I am already past my prime. You, young man, are quite the charmer, Su's mother replied, a bashful smile breaking her composure. After all, who could resist being perceived as a young and beautiful girl? Ahem. Su's father suddenly coughed, casting an annoyed glance at Zhang Hao. Xiaozhong, refrain from your banter. What I despise most is a smooth talker like you. Before your return, Yuyan shared everything with us in detail. After thorough consideration, especially regarding the 3 children, I grant my consent for you to be with Yuyan. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao's face lit up with joy. He had anticipated a lengthy debate before gaining the approval of Su's parents. To his astonishment, their acceptance came swiftly. Happiness seemed to arrive all at once. Rest assured, uncle and aunt, I will not let you down. I will wholeheartedly care for Yuyan and the children for a lifetime, he declared, turning to share a smile with Su Yuyan. Yet, at that moment, he noticed her expression clouded with melancholy. Zhang Hao's heart stirred with concern. Strangely, despite the agreement of both elders, she appeared rather glum. In the midst of her confusion, she heard her father, Mr. Su, speak. Do not rejoice too soon. Although I have permitted you to stay, it is merely to facilitate the care of the little ones. If you wish to become Yuyan's husband and the father of the children, you must meet my conditions. Zhang Hao inquired, What are the conditions? Mr. Su, with a serious demeanor, responded, You have 6 months to earn 100 million. 100 million. Zhang Hao's expression turned incredulous. Indeed, if you can earn 100 million in 6 months, I will grant you my daughter's hand in marriage. If you fail, you shall never see my daughter or the children again. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yuyan's voice of complaint rang out. Dad, aren't you placing an undue burden on Zhang Hao? He has nothing at present. How can he possibly earn 100 million in half a year? I do not agree. Mr. Su, with an austere expression, rose to his feet. Your agreement is inconsequential. These are the terms I have set for Zhang Hao. If he lacks the capability, he is unworthy of being my son-in-law. Turning to Zhang Hao with indifference, he continued, If you lack confidence in yourself, you may withdraw now. I will provide you with 2 million to ensure you never disturb my daughter or the children again. Zhang Hao's expression grew solemn, his gaze resolute. Uncle, I assure you that I will prepare 100 million in gifts within 6 months. I hope you will not retract your words then. Mr. Su replied, I am a man of my word, but that 100 million must be earned through your own efforts. Borrowing does not count. No problem. Seeing Zhang Hao's earnest demeanor, Mr. Su nodded and began to walk towards the door. Mrs. Su, observing this, immediately stood up to follow, whispering to Zhang Hao as she passed, Little Zhang, I have faith in you. Thank you, aunt. Call me sister. Zhang Hao stood momentarily stunned. Then, Su Yuyan hastily bid farewell to her parents and turned back, her expression anxious. Zhang Hao, what were you thinking? That is 100 million, and with only 6 months to achieve it, how could you possibly manage? Even if you refuse, I have ways to keep you here. Zhang Hao smiled and asked, What ways? Su Yuyan lowered her gaze slightly, a hint of blush gracing her cheeks. Chapter 24. A family of 5, born on the same day. I have taken the household registration book from home. Let us go and register our marriage. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao couldn't help but laugh. He never imagined that the seemingly demure Su Yuyan possessed such a wild side. However, this plan was utterly impractical. No, that won't work. Not work? Su Yuyan was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed her brow. Why not? Do you not wish to marry me? Have you suddenly changed your mind? Zhang Hao quickly replied. Absolutely not. Where did you get that idea? It is because I want to demonstrate through tangible actions that I possess the ability to provide happiness for you and the children. Moreover, I am only 21. I have not yet reached the legal marriage age. I must wait until my birthday in 6 months. By the way, how old are you this year? Su Yuyan answered, 19, born in the year of the horse. As the conversation unfolded, a thought suddenly struck her, and she continued. There are still 6 months until my birthday. When is yours? October 1st. October 1st. Su Yuyan's face displayed a look of astonishment. Zhang Hao's expression shifted slightly as he smiled and inquired, My dear, you wouldn't happen to share the same birthday as I do, would you? Su Yuyan nodded. Not just us. Our 3 little ones were also born on October 1st. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao's face lit up with delight. What a remarkable coincidence. Both his wife and their children share the same birthday. Such a situation is likely unparalleled across the nation. Just then, Su Yuyan broke into laughter. Actually, the babies were not supposed to be born on October 1st. However, since it was already close to the due date and given that they are triplets, the doctor recommended a cesarean section, and I was also afraid of the pain, so we proceeded on that day. Zhang Hao nodded slightly, his demeanor turning serious. Although he had never experienced childbirth, he understood that it is an excruciating ordeal for women. The 9 months of pregnancy are arduous, and the pain during labor is akin to breaking bones. Although it was a cesarean section, it still entails significant discomfort. You've endured so much, my love. I vow that I will never allow you to suffer again and will ensure your days are filled with happiness and joy. With that, he clasped Su Yuyan's delicate hand firmly. Su Yuyan's heart raced, and a flush of crimson crept across her cheeks. She intended to withdraw her hand from Zhang Hao's grasp, but his grip was too strong to escape. Let go. I won tea. Zhang Hao smiled, his eyes radiating warmth. Su Yuyan ceased her resistance, though shy. She felt a newfound intimacy in the warmth of his palm. However, at that moment, Zhang Hao unexpectedly reached for her clothing. Su Yuyan was startled and stepped back, displeased. What are you doing? Don't go too far. Dear, do not misunderstand. I merely wish to examine the scar. No way. My love, I have a way to remove the scar. I don't believe you. Truly, a person from Haiqing would not deceive another from Haiqing. I trust you like I would trust a ghost. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the community, in a black Hongqi 5, Su Fu, Su Jianlin, and Su Mu, Xia Yuhua sat in the back seat. Xia Yuhua wore a look of discontent. Seriously, why make things difficult for young Zhang? Haven't you heard our daughter? Young Zhang is skilled in cooking and has ambition. I actually think quite highly of him. Su Jianlin frowned, his expression stern. What do you know, woman? To be my son-in-law, one must possess extraordinary qualities. But you can't be too unreasonable. Can one earn 100 million in half a year? Why not? Just last month, I secured a project that brought in over 100 million in profit for the Su Group. Humph. Without the foundation laid by your father, could you have earned 100 million? If you were young Zhang, could you achieve that in 6 months? Moreover, even if you generated over 100 million in profit for the company, how much do you actually receive? Do you have even 1 million? Upon hearing those words, Su Jianlin instantly became displeased. If you cannot articulate your thoughts, it would be better to remain silent. The enterprise was built from the ground up by the old man, and the profits belong to the Su family. There should be no division of interests among family members. Xia Yuhua scoffed. You may think that way, but does your brother share the same sentiment? Just because he has a son, he believes he deserves a larger share of the equity. Though Xiaoro is a boy, he lacks the masculine vigor that our daughter possesses. I doubt he will even find a wife in the future. Silence. If you're so capable, why don't you bear me a son? Humph. The determination of a child's gender lies within the man's genes. If you are incapable, do not blame me. You. Su Jianlin found himself at a loss for words, as the facts were indeed as she stated. The gender of a child is determined by the chromosomes present in the male. Xia Yuhua continued her complaints. I still want to see the babies. Yet you, after just a few words, wish to depart. I even suspect whether our daughter is truly yours. Su Jianlin glared furiously. Are you finished? Go home and sleep. Humph. I sleep alone, and apart from getting my face drenched in saliva, what else can you do? At this, Su Jianlin's chest puffed with indignation. Seeing this, Xia Yuhua raised an eyebrow defiantly. What? Do you intend to hit me? Su Jianlin exhaled heavily. He held great respect for his wife and would never resort to violence. He then turned to the driver, displeased. Xiao Wang, do you no longer wish to work? I apologize, boss. I will drive immediately. With that, driver Xiao Wang accelerated the vehicle. Xia Yuhua remarked, Humph, you only know how to vent your frustrations on Xiao Wang. Are you still a man? Su Jinlin turned his gaze to the window, his face turning a shade of green with anger. Meow meow, call daddy. Jing jing, call daddy. In the bedroom, Zhang Hao patiently instructed the second and third children to call him daddy. This task had lingered for a day and a half. If they could not master it by the day after tomorrow, they would face the system's punishment. Although the system was quite remarkable, it had yet to yield any profit. Instead, he found himself in debt to the system to the tune of over 200,000. He could not discern whether the system was intended to assist him or punish him. Daddy, the sweet, tender voice rang out, but it was the eldest child, Xin, who had called. Ah, Xin, you are wonderful. Zhang Hao smiled, though his expression bore a hint of bitterness. At that moment, Su Yuyan glanced at the time. All right. It's nearly 10 o'clock. The babies should be asleep. You should go back now. Zhang Hao replied with a grin, my dear. Didn't you say yesterday that I could stay? Yes. Upon seeing Su Yuyan nod, Zhang Hao's heart soared with joy. Where shall I sleep then? With the babies or in another room? You cannot stay anywhere. Yesterday is yesterday. Today is today, so you should return to school. Be careful on your way. Oh, you dare to play tricks on me. As he spoke, Zhang Hao stood and gradually approached Su Yuyan, who lay on the bed. What do you intend to do? Su Yuyan shielded her chest with her hands, her expression slightly anxious. I just wanted to say good night. Zhang Hao spoke with an air of authority before turning to depart. When Su Yuyan regained her senses and gazed at the doorway, she lamented, Fool, do you simply leave when I ask? Must I explicitly tell you to stay and sleep? At that moment, Zhang Hao exited the community. As he stood by the roadside awaiting a taxi, he noticed a Cadillac Escalade slowly approaching from a distance. Chapter 25. What do married men fear the most? Young Master Zhang, I have finally found you. The passenger window of the car descended gradually, revealing a chubby, smiling face. It was none other than Lu Huaqiang, the owner of the Shanghai Grand Hotel. Zhang Hao furrowed his brow. Are you looking for trouble again? Not at all. Lu Huaqiang quickly replied. I was too impulsive earlier. I hope young Master Zhang can forgive me. I am here to purchase the secret recipe at the price you mentioned. All right. Zhang Hao agreed without a hint of hesitation. Despite having enmity with this rotund man at the hotel, he was willing to endure anything for the sake of profit. After all, he had promised his father-in-law to earn 100 million in 6 months. For the sake of his wife and child, he was determined to achieve that goal. Lu Huaqiang gave a thumbs up. Young Master Zhang truly possesses great magnanimity. Shall we find a place to discuss this? Let us go. I haven't eaten yet. Zhang Hao replied, promptly entering the back seat of the car. Lu Huaqiang's expression shifted slightly, further solidifying his previous thoughts. Confidence stemmed from strength. Zhang Hao's arrogance suggested he had powerful backing. Before long, the vehicle arrived at the Shanghai Grand Hotel. In the most luxurious private room, Zhang Hao received a warm welcome. Alongside Lu Huaqiang was Wang Fuguwei, who regarded Zhang Hao with profound respect. Lu Huaqiang, beaming with a broad smile, inquired, Brother Zhang, how many secret recipes do you possess? How many vegetarian and meat dishes are there? Let us discuss that after I've eaten, Zhang Hao replied between bites, his hunger evident. He had intended to grab a late-night snack after leaving Su Yuyan's home, but an encounter with Lu Huaqiang led him to the hotel, where he could enjoy a hearty meal. Take your time. No hurry, Lu Huaqiang said, his face still alight with smiles, choosing not to press further. A few minutes later, having finished his meal, Zhang Hao leaned back in his chair, lit a cigarette, and instantly felt more at ease. Without waiting for Lu Huaqiang to speak, he contemplated and said, There isn't a single one of the 8 major culinary traditions that I cannot master. Each cuisine boasts at least over 100 dishes. You should have someone take notes while I elaborate on the recipes. Upon hearing this, Lu Huaqiang's face registered surprise. The 8 major culinary traditions, each with over 100 dishes, would amount to more than 1,000 dishes. It was absurd. The hotel didn't even offer more than 200 varieties. Brother, we won't need that many. How about this? Let us start with the dishes I currently have at my hotel. If business flourishes further, we can consider introducing new dishes. After all, you understand that having too many dishes is not practical. We need at least 200, and missing even one would not do. Before Lu Huaqiang could finish his words, Zhang Hao interrupted him directly. He was there to earn money, not to listen to others' ramblings. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lu Huaqiang chose to acquiesce, doing so entirely out of respect for Zhang Hao. Fuguwei, bring over the menu, he instructed. All right, Brother Chong. Lu Fuguwei quickly rose and exited the room, returning shortly with the menu in hand. Zhang Hao opened the menu and found every dish familiar to him. I'll dictate. And you write, he began. For the twice-cooked pork, cut the pork belly into cubes and boil them with ginger slices for 5 minutes. Then slice the meat and in a dry pan, saute minced ginger and garlic until golden. Add to banjiang, stir evenly, then incorporate fermented black beans, green peppers, red peppers, dark soy sauce, and salt. Stir for a minute and it's done. 3 hours later, Zhang Hao, having memorized the menu, recited the cooking methods of each dish from memory. He continued to enumerate several more recipes, totaling exactly 200 dishes, 50 vegetarian and 150 meat dishes. After finishing, he took a sip of a beverage to quench his thirst. Lu Huaqiang chuckled, "Brother, you've worked hard. If business booms from here on out, I'll purchase new secret recipes. Let us celebrate in advance. Cheers." With that, he raised a glass of white liquor. Wang Fugui, seeing this, quickly lifted his glass to toast. Zhang Hao waved his hand. "Let us skip the liquor. Just give me the money. It's getting late. And I need to return home. I have to look after the kids tomorrow." Lu Huaqiang paused for a moment before agreeing with a smile. "All right. I'll transfer the money to you right away." Soon after, Zhang Hao received a transfer of 5 million. Upon seeing the 7-digit balance in his bank account, his mood instantly brightened. Reflecting on it, he realized it had been over half a year since he had such a sum. With this money, he could improve the lives of his wife and children. "Well then, I'll take my leave," he said. "Wait, brother, I'll arrange for someone to take you back," Lu Huaqiang replied. A little over 10 minutes later, Zhang Hao arrived at the dormitory entrance. He pushed the door open and walked into the dorm, finding his 3 roommates each engaged in their own activities. Zhao Yong was lifting dumbbells to strengthen his arms. Dazhuang sat at the computer playing a battle royale game, and Xiaohua lay on the bed engrossed in a mobile game. Although they noticed his return, none spoke. "Have you all gone deaf? Not even a greeting when your father comes back?" Zhao Yong casually remarked. "We anticipated your return. You're staying up with Goddess Su. Yet you choose to sleep with us old boys. Could it be you have a fondness for men?" Xiaohua, still immersed in his game, quickly chimed in. "Howzy. You're not going to be an accidental father, are you?" "Enough," Zhang Hao replied with annoyance. "That's because I've only just met my wife, and we're still getting to know each other. After some time, you'll be begging me to return, and I want to come." At that moment, Zhao Yong's teasing voice rang out. "I can't agree with that. Once you share a bed with Goddess Su for a while, you'll definitely want to return every day, but you want to be able to." Zhang Hao felt puzzled. "What do you mean by that? Have you not heard that saying? Married men dread January 31st, while married women fear December 1st. What could this mean?" Zhang Hao was utterly perplexed. Although he could not comprehend Zhao Yong's words, he sensed that they were undoubtedly mischievous, for Zhao appeared earnest yet harbored a restless spirit. With a grin, Zhao Yong elaborated. "Separate the dates and interpret them in reverse. Then the meaning will become clear." Zhang Hao furrowed his brow and murmured softly. "Separating and interpreting the dates in reverse. January 31st? December 1st? Oh, enlightenment struck Zhang Hao, and he regarded Zhao Yong with disdain. "Your thoughts are rather wicked. Will we still be able to enjoy ourselves? I assume you're still single, yet your ideas are quite devious. Hee, one becomes like the company one keeps. I've learned from you. Leave, and don't lead me astray," Zhang Hao retorted as he reclined on his bed, with thoughts of having just earned 5 million. He was eager to share his joy with Su Yuyan. "Darling, are you awake?" Zhang Hao sent a WeChat message but had yet to receive a reply when Zhao Yong spoke again. "By the way, did the teacher mention anything to you? There's a diagnostic test tomorrow morning to assess the student's academic performance as graduation is approaching, lest anyone miss out on their diploma. Also, there's a sports meet the day after, and afterward, we'll have a long holiday for May Day." Zhang Hao's expression shifted. Glancing at the calendar, he noted that tomorrow was April 30th, and the day after would be May Day. While it was optional to participate in the sports meet, attendance for the diagnostic test seemed mandatory. Ding dong, a WeChat notification chimed. Zhang Hao promptly turned his attention to the screen. It was a message from Su Yuyan. "I'm not asleep yet, dear." Upon seeing the term dear, a smile spread across Zhang Hao's face. However, in the next moment, he noticed the message had been retracted. Beep. Another notification sounded. "Still awake?" Zhang Hao chuckled and replied. "Though you retracted it, I saw it. My love, I just returned to the dormitory. Before coming back, I sold a secret formula. Can you guess how much I made?" "How much?" 3 million. "Is that for real?" "Absolutely. If you don't believe me, I can transfer 150,000 to you." "Go ahead." Zhang Hao chuckled as he promptly sent 150,000. Despite recently acquiring a substantial sum, he was not at all hesitant with Su Yuyan, for she was his wife and the mother of their child. In matters of finance, there was no distinction between us. When Su Yuyan received the transfer of 150,000, her sleepiness vanished, replaced by surprise. Yet, shortly after, she transferred the money back to Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao frowned slightly. Darling, why did you send the money back? Because it's your money, and the amount is too large for me to accept. My love, you're being too formal. There's no need for such division between us. What is mine is yours, and what is yours is mine. I cannot. For I have yet to spend the 50,000 you last lent me. I shall repay you once I have the means. My dear, if you speak in such a manner, I may become quite upset. Do not be angry. I speak only from the heart. Let us not linger on this. I must prepare for work tomorrow. Good night. Sweetheart, I have an examination at school tomorrow morning, so I shall not be able to care for the baby until afternoon. No worries, we have a nanny. Focus on your exam. Indeed, now that we have some financial stability, should we purchase a car first or a house? I would suggest saving for now. I will also seek ways to earn money, aiming to accumulate 100 million within 6 months. Zhang Hao's expression shifted, profoundly touched by her words. You are truly wonderful, my love, but allow me to handle the financial endeavors. Didn't someone just say we share everything? Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback. Su Yuyan replied, all right, it's getting late. Let us sleep. Good night. Good night. As their conversation concluded, Zhang Hao placed his phone beside his pillow. Thoughts of Su Yuyan brought a smile to his face. It was evident that she was not a materialistic person, otherwise she would not have returned the 150,000. Despite her affluent background, she must have received an exemplary education from a young age. Lost in thought, Zhang Hao suddenly recalled something. System, are you there? Yes, host. How may I assist you? How much do I owe you? Please deduct it directly from my card. Understood. Beep. A text notification chimed. Zhang Hao opened the message to find that 27,000 had been deducted. The super medical skills owed 9,000, while the super martial arts skills owed 18,000, totaling exactly 27,000. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successful repayment. Your bank card balance is now 2,720,000. Do you wish to purchase any skills? Absolutely not. Zhang Hao decisively declined. This system is utterly frustrating. After working hard to earn some money, it demands that I purchase skills, insisting on a negative balance before it will relent? Very well, host. If you do not wish to make a purchase, that is acceptable. Skills will appear randomly from now on. Zhang Hao chose not to respond, scrolling through short videos before drifting to sleep. The following day at 11:30 in the morning, Zhang Hao emerged from school after his examination, standing curbside to hail a taxi. He gazed down the road, eagerly anticipating the arrival of a cab. Though only a day remained until he could teach the baby to call him daddy, his longing to see the child was paramount. It had been 16 long hours since he last saw the baby, marking the longest separation. Have the little ones cried? Have they eaten well? They must be drinking milk now. The adorable faces of the 3 little treasures filled Zhang Hao's mind, heightening his urgency. Finally, a taxi came into view. Driver, to Changhua Avenue, Bigaway Garden Community, please. Certainly. The driver pressed the accelerator, and a few minutes later, Zhang Hao arrived at his doorstep. Knock, knock, knock. I'm here. The door swung open, revealing the benevolent nanny standing at the threshold. Xiao Zhang, you've arrived, she greeted with a warm smile. Upon noticing Zhang Hao's empty hands, she could not help but inquire, why didn't you purchase any ingredients today? Aren't you setting up your stall? No more stalls. Zhang Hao replied with a chuckle. With the secret recipe, there's no need for that. It won't be long before the business at Shanghai Grand Hotel flourishes even more. By then, it won't just be Lu Huaqiang seeking my recipe. He mused that if he sold all the secrets, earning 30 million would be well within reach. The nanny nodded in agreement, refraining from further questions. Don't linger at the door, come inside. I've just prepared lunch. And the little ones have had their milk and are now asleep. All right, Zhang Hao replied, stepping into the bedroom. Though the babies were soundly sleeping, he entered nonetheless. Upon seeing the 3 adorable little ones nestled together on the bed, resembling charming porcelain dolls, a smile involuntarily crept across his face. My darlings, your father has come into some wealth. From now on, I will ensure you lead a better life. Whether they heard his voice or comprehended his words, the 3 slumbering infants smiled in their sleep. Zhang Hao's heart warmed at the sight, and after a few minutes of watching them, he went to eat. Afternoon soon arrived. Rui called daddy. Jingjing called daddy, Zhang Hao patiently encouraged his second and third children to say daddy. Ever since they had awakened, he had devoted himself to teaching them this word. Yet, despite his efforts, they only produced peculiar sounds such as papa and dada. The nanny chuckled softly. Xiaozhong, you mustn't be too anxious. After all, the little ones are still quite young and have only just met you. These things take time. Understood, Auntie. Zhang Hao replied with a smile, preparing to continue his lessons when he noticed the nanny suddenly clutching her chest, her expression tinged with discomfort. Auntie, what's wrong? He asked, concern etched on his face. After a brief moment of pain, the nanny's expression eased. I'm fine. It's just an occasional sharp pain in my heart, an old ailment. Zhang Hao furrowed his brow, his demeanor turning serious. Auntie, allow me to take your pulse. As he approached, the nanny looked at him in surprise. You can diagnose. Zhang Hao nodded, extending his hand towards her wrist. Just then, a sudden knock echoed through the air. Zhang Hao's expression shifted, glancing at the clock on the wall. He noted it was still before 5 o'clock, not yet the time for Su Yuyan to finish work. Who could it be? The nanny smiled. I'll go answer the door. I'll handle it, Zhang Hao responded, moving swiftly to the living room door. As he opened it, a stunningly alluring woman came into view. Chapter 27. A visit to the caregiver. The enchanting beauty possessed exquisite features, delicate eyebrows shaped like willow leaves, almond-shaped eyes, a petite cherry-like mouth, and a heart-shaped face adorned with a crown of short, golden hair. She wore a short skirt that flirtatiously grazed her hips and a crisp white blouse. Her figure was alluringly curvaceous, even causing the typically composed Zhang Hao to steal a few glances. Who are you? They both inquired simultaneously, their gazes locked. I am Bai Jia, a close friend of Su Yuyan. And you are? As Bai Jia spoke, she could not help but admire Zhang Hao's handsome visage, her mind echoing the words so handsome, reminiscent of the idol Peng Yuyan. Zhang Hao smiled gently and nodded. Ah, so you are Yuyan's friend. I am her husband. Husband? Bai Jia exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. How could that be? Yuyan and I share everything. If you were her husband, she would have told me. Perhaps she simply hasn't had the chance to mention it, he suggested. Just then, a baby's cries echoed from the bedroom. Zhang Hao hurried into the room, followed closely by Bai Jia, who wore a puzzled expression. She found it hard to believe that this striking man was truly Su Yuyan's husband. Surely, Yuyan would have informed her immediately. As they reached the threshold of the bedroom, Bai Jia witnessed Zhang Hao deftly changing the baby's diaper, and suddenly, everything clicked into place. Oh, I see now. He must be the caregiver Yuyan hired for the baby. After all, how many men can truly take care of an infant? She mused, recalling his earlier claim of being Yuyan's husband. Although he was undeniably handsome, she thought, he certainly had a thick skin. Bai Jia murmured to herself, her dissatisfaction with Zhang Hao tempered by a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. It was as if no man could resist the allure of beauty. And the same could be said for women. Soon, Zhang Hao finished changing the diaper, and the baby ceased crying, resuming play with his toys. Zhang Hao looked fondly at the 3 adorable children, his face radiating affection. At that moment, Bai Jia approached with her phone in hand. Hey, handsome, let us connect on WeChat. Zhang Hao paused, taken aback. Why would you want to add me on WeChat? Of course, to be friends. She replied cheerfully. Zhang Hao's expression turned quizzical. Was this vivacious beauty truly so forward? To request his WeChat upon their first meeting seemed rather bold. Moreover, she had just expressed doubt regarding his claim of being Su Yuyan's husband. Why the eagerness to connect? Suddenly, the sound of the door swinging open interrupted his thoughts. Su Yuyan had returned home from work. Upon hearing the sound, Bai Jia immediately brightened and walked over with a smile. Yuyan, you're back. Bai Jia, you arrived so early. Su Yuyan greeted her with a radiant smile. I invited my dear friend over today, and I didn't expect you to come so soon. Of course. It has been ages since we last met, so I had to come early. As she leaned closer to Su Yuyan, she whispered, the caregiver you hired has quite a nerve, claiming to be your husband. Though he is handsome, such fabrications are uncalled for. Su Yuyan, slightly taken aback, replied, well, he truly is my husband. What? Bai Jia exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. She had not anticipated that this striking gentleman was indeed her dear friend's spouse. Darling, you're back. Zhang Hao greeted her with a smile, his heart soaring at hearing Su Yuyan refer to him as her husband. Yes, Su Yuyan responded, her smile radiant. Let me introduce you. This is Bai Jia, my closest confidant. I am already aware, Zhang Hao replied with a grin. However, just as he finished speaking, Bai Jia approached again. So you really are my brother-in-law. I thought you were just the caregiver. Come, Let us add each other on WeChat. Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback, pondering why they would need to exchange WeChat information given their established relationship. Did this young lady add everyone she met? While he hesitated between accepting or declining, he heard Suyin speak up. Bai Jia, why do you wish to add him on WeChat? It's nothing serious. We're best friends, and he is your husband. We should all be friends, making it easier to communicate if necessary. Oh, Su Yuyin nodded slightly, her expression revealing a hint of reluctance. Noticing her demeanor, Bai Jia chuckled. Yuyin, don't overthink it. We are the best of friends. Surely you aren't worried about me stealing your husband? Not at all, Su Yuyin replied, shaking her head, though her expression betrayed a touch of discomfort. In truth, she trusted her friend, but she was also aware of Bai Jia's vivacious personality. Particularly with male friends, she would often treat them as equals, blurring the lines of gender distinction. While this cheerful disposition garnered her numerous friends, it also expanded her social network widely in Haiqing. Brother-in-law, let us add each other on WeChat, Bai Jia said, approaching Zhang Hao with her phone, ready to scan for a connection. Zhang Hao continued to hesitate, sensing a subtle shift in Su Yuyin's demeanor. At that moment, the caregiver's voice broke the tension. Xiao Zhang, Xiao Su, if all is well, I shall take my leave for now. I will return bright and early tomorrow. Su Yuyin smiled. All right, Auntie, please drive safely. Yes. The caregiver nodded with a smile as she began to walk toward the door. Wait a moment, Zhang Hao called out, hastily moving toward the caregiver. Auntie, I haven't checked your pulse yet. With that, he placed his hand on her wrist, attentively feeling for her pulse. The caregiver chuckled. Xiao Su. I didn't realize Xiao Zhang was also skilled in medicine. He truly is multi-talented. But Xiao Zhang, why the frown? Noticing Zhang Hao suddenly furrow his brow, the caregiver felt a pang of unease. She recalled the saying, it's not the cheerful Western doctor that one fears, but the solemn Chinese doctor. Zhang Hao's frown indicated something was amiss. Auntie, Zhang Hao solemnly remarked, you have an arrhythmia and myocardial ischemia. Although the condition is not severe, neglecting timely medication could exacerbate the situation, potentially leading to a myocardial infarction. The nanny's expression turned to one of astonishment upon hearing this. She was not frightened by Zhang Hao's words, but rather taken aback, as the hospital doctors had conveyed the same information. However, at the hospital, she underwent several tests, including imaging and blood draws, costing over 1,000 yuan. Yet Zhang Hao merely took her pulse and accurately identified her ailments. It was utterly astonishing. Do not worry, Auntie. Your condition is manageable. I will prescribe a remedy that should alleviate your symptoms in due time, he assured her, pulling out his phone to compose a message. 500 grams of Cotinopsis, 500 grams of FOT, and 300 grams of Angelica, he mused, inputting the prescription into his phone before sending it to the nanny via WeChat. Xiaozhong, does this prescription really work? She inquired. Rest assured, Auntie, it is guaranteed to be effective. Very well, I will give it a try. If it proves effective, I will be sure to express my gratitude, she replied before promptly turning to leave. In the meantime, Bai Jia regarded Zhang Hao with a newfound admiration. Chapter 28. He has washed my feet, Yuyan. Your brother-in-law is quite remarkable. He can even treat ailments. Bai Jia exclaimed, her face alight with admiration, resembling a starry-eyed fan. However, Su Yuyin did not share in her delight. Instead, a look of concern crossed her features. Although she understood that Zhang Hao could tend to the baby's minor ailments, this was a serious matter involving an adult with heart disease. What if something went awry? Zhang Hao, are you confident in treating Annie's heart condition? Absolutely, he replied, exuding confidence. Her symptoms are mild and easily treatable, and traditional Chinese medicine has no side effects. So there is no cause for concern. Su Yuyin nodded slightly, albeit with lingering doubts. She considered that the nanny came daily, allowing for close monitoring of her condition after medication. Zhang Hao continued, it's nearly mealtime. Please look after the baby while I prepare dinner. As soon as he finished speaking, an astonished voice interrupted. Brother-in-law, you can cook too? Indeed, Zhang Hao responded with a smile, offering only a single word before making his way to the kitchen. He was not an aloof person, but for some reason, he felt no inclination to jest with the opposite sex in Su Yuyin's presence. Moreover, he had discerned a hint of jealousy in her delicate features moments prior. Meanwhile, Bai Jia gazed at Zhang Hao's tall figure, her eyes shimmering with warmth. Yuyin, is your brother-in-law usually this taciturn? She asked. Pretty much. Oh, it seems that handsome men tend to be more reserved. Dear, dinner is ready. Zhang Hao called from the doorway of the bedroom after half an hour of diligent preparation. However, as he glanced into the room, he momentarily froze. Su Yuyan was cradling San Bao, breastfeeding him. Bai Jia cradled De Bao, whose small hands rested on her chest, a smile gracing his face, while Bai Jia remained indifferent. At that moment, Su Yuyan tugged at her clothing. "You hold Bao, and let us dine together." "All right," Zhang Hao replied with a smile, moving to the window. "Meow meow, come and eat with daddy." Bao, seated on the bed, turned to Zhang Hao and stretched out his little arms. "Daddy." Suddenly, two clear words emerged from Bao's lips. Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback, then his face lit up with excitement. "Dear, did you hear that? Meow meow called me daddy." Exclaiming this, he immediately embraced Bao, planting a kiss on the delicate, rosy face. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. "Ding, congratulations, host, on completing the task of teaching Bao to call you daddy. A reward of 100,000 has been credited." Su Yuyan wore a look of contentment. Hearing Bao call out daddy filled her heart with joy. "Come on, daddy will take you to eat." With that, she happily carried Bao out of the bedroom. Su Yuyan, holding San Bao, followed closely behind Bai Jia, who held the Bao. "Brother-in-law, did you prepare all these dishes?" Bai Jia exclaimed in surprise at the 4 dishes and a soup adorning the dining table. Stir-fried spicy pork, braised pork, boiled meat slices, shrimp and pig heart, and tomato seaweed egg soup. Not only did they look appetizing, but the aroma also made one's mouth water. "Well, how does it taste?" Zhang Hao responded cheerfully, serving a bowl of rice for Su Yuyan. Upon seeing this, Bai Jia smiled and said, "Brother-in-law, could you serve me a bowl as well?" "Of course." Zhang Hao readily agreed. After all, Bai Jia was holding De Bao and gently rubbing her chest. It was only fitting. "Thank you, brother-in-law." Taking the rice, Bai Jia expressed her gratitude and then picked up her chopsticks. "I shall see if your cooking lives up to the hype." With that, she picked up a shrimp and placed it in her mouth. After chewing a few times, her expression turned to one of astonishment. This is truly exquisite. The flavor is fresh, and the texture is delightful. This is undoubtedly the best stir-fried shrimp I have ever tasted." Saying this, she began to devour her meal eagerly. Su Yuyan furrowed her brows slightly. "Eat slowly. No one is competing with you. You're acting as if you haven't eaten in days." Bai Jia mumbled through her food. It's all brother-in-law's fault for making the dishes so delicious that I can't stop. I must come here often to eat." Hearing this, Zhang Hao felt a flush of embarrassment, thinking he must not cook so well next time. His culinary skills were meant solely to serve his wife and children. After dinner, Zhang Hao stayed in the bedroom, playing with San Bao Jing on the bed. While engaging in play, he patiently taught San Bao to call him daddy. Since both De Bao and Bao had already learned to call him daddy, only San Bao remained. If she did not learn by noon the next day, the system would impose a penalty of 100,000. Jing, be a good girl. Call daddy. Did daddy. As Zhang Hao struggled for over an hour to impart his knowledge, a sense of helplessness enveloped him. Nearby, Bai Jia chuckled, "Brother-in-law, it seems you're not quite up to the task. After all this time, you still haven't succeeded. I might as well do it myself, third princess. Call me Auntie." At that moment, San Bao emitted a tender voice. Bai Jia erupted into laughter, her joy contagious. "Haha, our third princess is the best. Tomorrow, Auntie will buy you a toy." At that instant, Su Yuyan glanced at the clock on the wall. "Zhang Hao, it's getting late. You should return home to rest." Before Zhang Hao could respond, Bai Jia's astonished voice rang out. "Huh, why are you sending brother-in-law away? Aren't you two spending the night together?" Su Yuyan shook her head, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "No, he is still in school and needs to return to study." "School? So, brother-in-law is still a university student?" Bai Jia's face was painted with astonishment. Su Yuyan nodded with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Zhang Hao interjected, "Well, I should be going now. I'll come back tomorrow morning. Goodbye, little ones." He waved farewell to the 3 adorable children and turned to leave the bedroom. "Wait a moment, brother-in-law," Bai Jia promptly exclaimed. "I happen to have my car. Which school do you attend? I can give you a ride." "No need. I can take a taxi," Zhang Hao replied. "Don't be so polite with me. I should be leaving as well." "Yuyan, I'll come back tomorrow if I have time." "All right," Su Yuyan responded with a smile, though it seemed somewhat forced. Soon, Zhang Hao and Bai Jia exited the community. Bai Jia retrieved her car keys from her bag and pressed the unlock button, causing a white Maserati parked by the roadside to light up. Zhang Hao smiled faintly. "I didn't realize you were from a wealthy family." Bai Jia shook her head with a smile. It's just $1 million car in bustling Haicheng. That doesn't quite make one a rich second generation. By the way, brother-in-law, which school do you attend? Haicheng Institute of Economics and Trade. Economic and Trade Institute? Bai Jia expressed surprise. What a coincidence. My younger brother attends there as well. You must know Bai Bing. Her brother was quite renowned at school, famously dubbed the little overlord of economics and trade, so Zhang Hao was likely aware of him. However, the mere thought of that brother brought a headache. He was not studying diligently. Instead, he spent his days engaging in frivolous activities, either taking little sisters to bars or mingling with unsavory characters, much to their parents' distress. Lost in thought, he heard Zhang Hao's reply. Yes, he even washed my feet once. What? Bai Jia's mouth fell open in astonishment, large enough to fit an egg. Chapter 29. What do you think of my sister? What did you say? My brother washed your feet. Bai Jia's brows furrowed, her eyes flashing with indignation. Zhang Hao hurriedly corrected himself with a smile. You must have misunderstood. I meant we washed our feet together. After all, he was aware that Bai Jia was Bai Bing's sister. If he had implied her brother washed his feet, she would have surely lunged at him in outrage. Moreover, there is another matter concerning Bai Bing. Just a couple of nights ago, when Yang Wei sought someone to teach him a lesson, Bai Bing was among them, although ultimately, it was he who ended up leaving. What a small tyrant in the realm of commerce, or perhaps a mere small-time rascal. At this moment, Bai Jia wore a smile. I told you, my brother is quite the dominant figure at school. It would be remarkable if he were to bully others, let alone be bullied himself. Also, considering your seemingly serious demeanor, I never expected you to frequent such establishments. Be careful, or I might just inform you, Yan. Zhang Hao chuckled softly, responding. I was merely referring to washing my feet in a basin in the dormitory. Your thoughts are rather wicked. You. Bai Jia raised her eyebrows in indignation. However, before she could unleash her fury, she noticed Zhang Hao had opened the back door and taken a seat inside. TCH, sitting in the back. Does he think I'm unattractive? A few minutes later, at the entrance of Haicheng Institute of Commerce. Thank you for bringing me back, Zhang Hao said politely, opening the door to exit the vehicle. Bai Jia smiled lightly. No need for such formality. Wait a moment. Zhang Hao, already out of the car, inquired. What is the matter? Do you have any brothers or younger siblings? Perhaps you could introduce them to me. I have a younger sister. Is that acceptable? Get lost. I'm not into girls. Zhang Hao chuckled and strode towards the school gate. Bai Jia watched his retreating figure, only departing once he had entered the campus. Meanwhile, in a dim corner beside the school gate, two girls lurked, one of whom was recording a video on her phone. Yao Yao, didn't you already reject Zhang Hao? Why are you still filming him? He is already a father, and yet still plays the field. I must ensure the entire school knows what a scoundrel Zhang Hao truly is. With that, Wang Yao Yao displayed a smug expression, filled with resentment towards Zhang Hao. She observed him flirting with another girl, feeling as though fate had conspired to assist her. Just wait, I'll post the photos on the school forum shortly. He must be utterly disgraced, with his family torn apart. Achoo. Upon returning to the dormitory entrance, Zhang Hao suddenly sneezed twice in quick succession. Rubbing his nose, he frowned. Who the hell is cursing me from behind? With that, he pushed open the dormitory door. I'm back. Inside, he saw Zhao Yong working out while De Zhuang and Xiao Hua were engrossed in a video game. However, the next moment, he witnessed all three of them shaking their heads and sighing simultaneously. Zhang Hao, puzzled, asked, What is wrong with you guys? Have you taken the wrong medicine? Sigh. At least you've returned. As your good friends, we can't help but feel anxious for you. I mean, what is the point of a married man with children hanging around here? Brother Hao, you're not trying to show off, are you? Upon hearing their remarks, Zhang Hao quickly grasped the situation. However, before he could refute them, his phone rang suddenly. Show off. I'm about to publicly flaunt my happiness. With that, he deftly swiped the screen to answer the call, switching to speaker mode. Wife, I just got to the dorm. Has our baby gone to sleep? Zhang Hao. A deep voice resonated. What? Is that the voice of the ruthless master of extinction? Zhang Hao quickly lowered his head, only to discover the screen flashing the words master of extinction. Laughter erupted around him. Zhao Yong and others murmured, Haozi, you're truly impressive. You've even managed to handle the master of extinction. Hao Ji, you have quite the taste. Shut it. Zhang Hao frowned and spoke into his phone, feeling vexed. Masterly, is there something you need? Come to my office at once. All right, I'll be right there. Zhang Hao promptly hung up the call. He had presumed it was a call from Su Yuyan, but to his surprise, it was the master of extinction. Had he known, he would have checked his phone. I'll discuss this later. he remarked as he exited the dormitory. At that moment, he heard even louder laughter emanating from the dormitory. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Hao arrived at the door of Li Yan's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Zhang Hao pushed the door open and saw Li Yan seated at her desk. Several papers spread out before her. Teacher, what do you need me for? Zhang Hao, did you do these exam papers yourself? Did you cheat during the exam? I swear on the light, I did not. Li Yan fell silent, her expression one of incredulity. Zhang Hao leaned closer and noticed his name on several papers, each marked with a perfect score. Understanding Li Yan's skepticism, he clarified, Teacher, I mentioned before that I have been studying diligently at night, with my astute mind. Achieving full marks is entirely within my capabilities. No sooner had he finished speaking than the system's voice echoed unexpectedly. Host, you truly have a thick skin. Damn. Zhang Hao couldn't help but exclaim, pondering how the system appeared so mysteriously. Li Yan, hearing this, frowned and asked, What did you say? Nothing. I just noticed the desk was dirty and was going to wipe it. Li Yan's lips twitched slightly. Zhang Hao, while your exam results are indeed astonishing, the surveillance footage does not indicate any cheating. I called you in merely to confirm. Additionally, I would like to thank you. Thank me? Yes, I followed your prescription, and I can clearly feel my health has improved significantly. I didn't expect you to possess medical knowledge. That is quite remarkable. Thank you for your kind words, teacher. Although your health has improved, please remember to rest more. If you wear yourself out, who will look after us mischievous students? You, always with your sharp tongue. All right, you may return to rest. I will contact you if anything arises. Yes, goodbye, teacher. With that, he turned and exited the office. Li Yan gazed at the doorway, her face marked with profound curiosity. How had his academic performance suddenly improved so drastically? He had previously been among the lowest, yet now he had soared to the top of the entire school. How peculiar. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao had returned to the dormitory. He bantered with Zhao Yong and the others for a while before heading to the water room to fill a container, preparing to wash his feet. Hao Ji, come over to get some water. Suddenly, a courteous voice broke the silence. Zhang Hao's expression shifted slightly upon hearing it. Wasn't that Bai Bing's voice? Turning his head, he saw Bai Bing also coming to fetch water, a cheerful smile adorning her face. Zhang Hao replied casually. With a somewhat humble tone, Bai Bing said, Brother Hao, please don't take offense about what happened the other day. It was Yang Wei who urged me to go, and I felt obliged to attend. If I have caused any discomfort, I hope you can forgive me. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face, seeing Bai Bing so polite. He felt it unnecessary to hold a grudge. Moreover, he had merely incapacitated her that day, ultimately leaving him at a disadvantage. It's nothing. We see each other often. Let's remain friends, he responded, noticing that the kettle was full, and he began to head toward the door. However, just as he took a couple of steps, he suddenly heard Bai Bing speak again. Brother Hao, what do you think of my sister? Chapter 30. Anger, what do you mean by that? Zhang Hao was taken aback by the question. While he suspected that Bai Jia might have mentioned him to Bai Bing, his marital status and fatherhood were well known throughout the school. Thus, he found Bai Bing's inquiry rather absurd. Bai Bing, her face brightening with a smile, continued. My sister just messaged me on WeChat, asking if I knew you. I told her I did, and she suggested that I should interact with you more. Upon reaching Zhang Hao, she lowered her voice and added, Brother Hao, my sister is quite attractive and has a nice figure. If you're interested, I could help facilitate a connection. Get lost. Zhang Hao retorted in a beautifully articulated manner, carrying the kettle as he made his exit. Bai Bing frowned slightly, a look of confusion on her face. If it's not going to happen, then so be it. Why get so upset? Meanwhile, upon returning to his dormitory, Zhang Hao was about to pour water for a foot bath when Zhao Yong's displeased voice echoed. Haozi, no wonder you're not sleeping with Goddess Su. Turns out you're out there flirting. Not to criticize you, but you're a father now, and with Goddess Su being so beautiful, why would you still be so reckless? Zhang Hao furrowed his brow and looked at Zhao Yong. What do you mean by that? Zhao Yong turned his phone screen toward Zhang Hao. Haven't you seen the college forum? You're the talk of the school now. Zhang Hao immediately approached him, and upon closer inspection, his anger surged. A post had sparked considerable discussion on the forum, garnering hundreds of comments. The title read, Zhang Hao from Class 2 Year 3 juggles 2 relationships. As a husband and father of 3, he dares to date another woman. This is simply despicable. The content included 3 images. The first showed Zhang Hao stepping out of a Maserati. The second depicted him chatting and laughing with a beautiful woman. The third captured that same woman watching him leave. That woman was none other than Bai Jia. The comments on the post were nothing short of scandalous. I can't believe Zhang Hao is such a person. He is worse than a beast. How can he not be satisfied with such a gorgeous goddess Sue? If he doesn't want her, I can step in and take over, even taking the children's surname. After all, he is the scion of a wealthy family. Even if he finds himself in dire straits, his inherent nature is unlikely to change. Who could blame him for his charming appearance? The woman he is involved with drives a Maserati and is undeniably a stunning beauty. How ridiculous. He is already a husband and a father. Yet he remains so unfaithful, a veritable disgrace among men. At that moment, Zhang Hao was consumed by rage. He could hurl insults at himself without a care. However, when it came to his wife and child, no one would escape his wrath. In his fury, upon noticing the username of the poster, his anger intensified. Fairy of the Yaoqi. Wasn't that Wang Yaoyao's online alias? It turns out she was the one who posted. Damn it. So it was this shameless woman. Enraged, Zhang Hao nearly smashed his phone. Realizing the phone was not his own, he tossed it onto Zhao Yong's bed and stormed out of the dormitory. Rat. Zhao Yong, witnessing this, hurriedly followed him, with De Zhuang and Xiao Hua trailing closely behind, concerned that Zhang Hao might act impulsively and do something outrageous. Bang! The door to room 438 was kicked open. An infuriated Zhang Hao stood at the threshold, his fierce gaze akin to that of a vengeful deity. The four individuals inside the room were taken aback. Upon seeing Zhang Hao, two of them exhibited clear signs of distress. One was Yang Wei, who reacted as though he were a mouse confronted by a cat. The other, Bai Bing, was perplexed by Zhang Hao's sudden demeanor. At that moment, Yang Wei forced a smile that was more grotesque than one of sorrow. Brother Hao, what brings you here? Zhang Hao remained silent, his expression grim as he advanced towards Yang Wei, for the only way to reach Wang Yaoyao was through this fellow. Yang Wei, sensing the gravity of the situation, was seized by fear, assuming Zhang Hao had come to settle the score. Young Master Zhang, didn't you already deal with me last time? I haven't wronged you since. He had no choice. Zhang Hao was far too formidable. The last time, he had intended to bully this fallen rich heir, but was surprised by his prowess, having incapacitated 4 or 5 of his friends in mere seconds. Henceforth, he dared not provoke him again. Zhang Hao coldly commanded, "Call your girlfriend at once." Yang Wei, taken aback, hesitated and asked, "Which girlfriend does young Master Zhang refer to?" "Wang Yaoyao." "Oh." Yang Wei quickly retrieved his phone, located Wang Yaoyao's number, and inquired, "What should I say to her, young Master Zhang?" "Bring her out." Yang Wei nodded. Though he was clueless as to why Zhang Hao was so incensed, he dared not ask further questions. A misstep could lead to another beating. Then, the call connected, and a sultry voice answered, "Wei Go. Is there something urgent to discuss at this late hour? Come outside for a moment." "What for?" "Young Master Zhang has something to discuss with you." As soon as the words left his mouth, silence fell on the other end of the line. "Hello? Can you hear me?" "Wei Go, I can't go outside. He is definitely angry about my post on the school forum. If I step out, he will surely hit me. You must handle this situation for me." Beep, beep, beep. The call was abruptly terminated. Yang Wei was left utterly bewildered. On the school forum, a post sparked controversy. Zhang Xiao intended to confront her. Zhang Hao inquired, "Is she coming out?" Yang Wei shook his head, explaining, "She refuses to come out, claiming you want to hit her." "Zhang Xiao, what is this about?" "You will find out if you check the school forum," Zhang Hao replied. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei promptly logged into the forum. Bai Bing and 2 others also accessed the site. The post was trending, and it was immediately visible. Suddenly, Bai Bing's furious voice erupted. "What the hell? Is that my sister? Wang Yaoyao, you little vixen, I swear I'll ruin you." Seeing her sister's name dragged through the mud, Bai Bing turned pale with rage. Once Yang Wei grasped the situation, he quickly distanced himself from Wang Yaoyao. "Zhang Xiao, I was unaware of this matter. I have already broken up with her. She has been persistently pursuing me." Zhang Hao replied indifferently, "No matter what it takes. Bring her out." "Understood, Zhang Xiao." Yang Wei complied without hesitation. After a brief moment of contemplation, he dialed Wang Yaoyao's number. "Yaoyao, I just gave Zhang Hao a good beating. How do you plan to reward me?" "Really? Wei Gu is impressive, but it's rather late. How about tomorrow?" "No way. It's got to be now. Don't you want the newly released iPhone 13? Spend tonight with me, and I'll buy it for you tomorrow. You're the best, darling. I'll be upstairs. Meet me at the dorm entrance." The call ended. Yang Wei smiled at Zhang Xiao. She agreed to come out. Zhang Hao nodded slightly. "Come with me." With that, he turned and walked towards the door. Yang Wei hesitated for a moment, reluctant. but ultimately followed. Meanwhile, Bai Bing closely trailed behind with a stern expression. At the base of the girls' dormitory, Wang Yaoyao, impeccably dressed, awaited eagerly. The thought of flaunting the iPhone 13 among her peers filled her with delight. Suddenly, footsteps echoed nearby. Before she could discern who it was, she was struck across the face. The sound was sharp and clear. Wang Yaoyao felt stars in her eyes. "Little vixen, if you ever insult my sister again, I swear I'll ruin you," Bai Bing declared with fury, her gaze piercing. If looks could kill, Wang Yaoyao would have perished on the spot. Zhang Hao stood nearby, momentarily taken aback. He had intended to confront Wang Yaoyao himself, but Bai Bing had preempted him with that slap. Observing the imprint of her hand on Wang Yaoyao's cheek, he couldn't help but marvel at Bai Bing's ferocity. "When did I insult your sister?" Wang Yaoyao protested, her expression one of innocence. Aware that Bai Bing was a wealthy and influential heiress with strong ties to Yang Wei, she refrained from expressing anger. Bai Bing retorted sharply, "The beauty in the post you made is my sister." "What?" Wang Yaoyao was momentarily taken aback, utterly astonished to discover that the enchanting woman who had returned Zhang Hao was, in fact, Bai Bing's sister. "I apologize, I was unaware that she was your sister," she stammered. Bai Bing's eyes narrowed in anger, poised to unleash her wrath, when Zhang Hao's voice interjected, "Delete the post, and then apologize publicly. This matter will be resolved." Upon hearing this, Wang Yaoyao's face flushed with indignation. Were it not for him, she would not have endured such a slap. The stinging pain on her cheek only deepened her resentment towards Zhang Hao. In a fit of fury, she pointed an accusatory finger at him and exclaimed, "What are you even worth?" With a sharp crack, the sound of a resounding slap echoed through the air as Bai Bing delivered another blow to Wang Yaoyao, this time on the opposite side of her face. The two crimson imprints resembled blooming roses, vividly contrasting against her skin. "Yang Wei," a piercing wail erupted from her lips, as she found herself utterly shattered. Though she recognized the disparity in their social standings, she still possessed her dignity. How could a girl endure 2 slaps and maintain her composure when word of it spread? "Yang Wei, are you still a man? I've been struck, and yet you don't dare to retaliate. It's over." At her declaration, Yang Wei suddenly chuckled in amusement. "Oh, splendid. I was hoping for just that. I've spent thousands on you, and we've only been together twice. Are you some kind of golden hen?" "You." Wang Yaoyao was beside herself with rage. First, she had been struck, then insulted. She felt as if she might lose her mind. In her fury, she recalled Zhang Hao, the architect of her misfortune. Were it not for him, she would not have been hit. Were it not for him, she would not be severing ties with Yang Wei. Were it not for him, she would have been using an iPhone 13 by now. "Zhang Hao, you are a scoundrel. Whatever child Su Yiyan bore for you is surely not yours." Before she could finish her tirade, Zhang Hao's voice cut through the air like ice. He approached Wang Yaoyao with a cold demeanor, grasping her collar and lifting her effortlessly above his head. "Say that again." His expression was terrifyingly frigid. Though he remained unscathed, he would not tolerate any insults directed at his wife and child, regardless of who uttered them. Wang Yaoyao's face drained of color, her body trembling uncontrollably with fear. She was terrified that Zhang Hao might take drastic action against her. Suddenly, the sound of dripping water broke the tension. Had it started to rain? Zhang Hao's expression shifted slightly as he looked up, feeling no raindrops upon his face. Yet, when he glanced down, he furrowed his brow in concern. "Wang Yaoyao, delete that post immediately and issue a public apology, or do not blame me for my lack of civility." With that, Zhang Hao released her and turned to leave, followed closely by Bai Bing and Yang Wei. In that moment, Wang Yaoyao collapsed to the ground, utterly paralyzed by fear. As Zhang Hao's figure receded from sight, a profound resentment filled his eyes. "Zhang Hao, I shall never let you off in this lifetime," he declared, only to suddenly realize his pants were damp. Glancing down, he hastily rose and sprinted back to his dormitory. The following morning, the first thing Zhang Hao did upon waking was log into the school forum. He discovered that Wang Yaoyao had deleted the post that had insulted him and had issued an apology to both him and Bai Bing. Thus, the matter seemed to have been settled. Subsequently, he sent a WeChat message to Su Yiyan. "Have you awoken, my dear? I'm on my way. I woke up ages ago. Just feeding the baby," she replied. "Thank you for your hard work, my love. What would you like for breakfast? I'll bring it to you." "No need. I've already prepared the meal. Just come over to eat." "All right." As the conversation concluded, Zhang Hao smiled and rose from his bed. The thought of his beautiful wife and their 3 adorable children instantly uplifted his spirits. "Brother Hao, Just as Zhang Hao stepped out of the dormitory, De Zhuang's voice rang out. What is it? De Zhuang grinned. Could you buy me a phone stand? I'm going to do a live stream tonight. Live stream? What prompted this? I noticed that people are making quite a bit of money selling goods on Kuaishou, so I thought I'd give it a try. I usually stream playing PUBG and have accumulated tens of thousands of followers, so I might as well make the most of it. Alright, I'll pick one up for you tonight. Thanks, Brother Hao. I'll send you a red envelope later. Get lost. If you're going to send one, make it 1,000, otherwise, don't bother. With that, Zhang Hao exited the dormitory. Upon reaching the roadside at the school gate, he waited several minutes for a taxi. During this wait, the thought of purchasing a car began to take root in his mind. Having a vehicle would eliminate the need to wait for taxis and make traveling far more convenient. A few minutes later, Zhang Hao arrived at his home. Knock, knock, knock. I'm here. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels echoed as it approached. The door swung open, revealing a graceful silhouette. Just as Zhang Hao prepared to greet her with a good morning, he was struck by a sudden brilliance. Su Yuyan was clad in a flowing white dress, her enchanting figure complemented by her captivating features and lustrous black hair, as if she had descended from the heavens. My dear, you look truly stunning today. At the compliment, Su Yuyan felt a surge of delight but feigned displeasure, replying, Are you implying that I wasn't beautiful yesterday? Zhang Hao, momentarily taken aback, quickly responded with a flawless reply. You are beautiful every day, and each day you grow more radiant. Su Yuyan raised an eyebrow playfully. How do you manage to be so charming? Confess. Do you often use sweet nothings to make girls happy? Zhang Hao raised his hand to his shoulder, swearing earnestly, I swear by the light. I have never done this before. You are the first and the only one. Really? Indeed. If I speak falsely, may the heavens strike me down. Just as his words fell, a tender voice called out, Daddy, Daddy. Hearing his child's voice melted Zhang Hao's heart. Without further ado, I shall attend to the little ones. With that, Su Yuyan briskly made her way towards the bedroom, a smile gracing her lips. As she gazed at Zhang Hao's retreating figure, her eyes shimmered with warmth. An overwhelming sense of happiness enveloped her ever since Zhang Hao's arrival in their lives. At that moment, Zhang Hao entered the bedroom, where he found the three little ones seated on the bed, engaged with their toys, joyfully perched at the edge. Upon noticing Zhang Hao, the three children simultaneously stretched out their tiny arms, yearning for an embrace. Daddy, Daddy, called the eldest and the second, invoking this sacred title. However, the youngest merely beamed, unable to utter the word daddy yet. Zhang Hao felt a stir within him, realizing that only 4 hours remained until the completion of his task. Failing to accomplish it would result in a hefty fine of 100,000. No, he must ensure that the youngest learns to call him daddy before noon. Chapter 32. Participating in the sports meet Jingjing. Be a good child and call me daddy. Look at my lips, daddy. Throughout the morning, Zhang Hao devoted himself to teaching the youngest how to pronounce daddy. Yet, despite his efforts, the child struggled to learn. With only half an hour left until the task's conclusion, a sense of helplessness washed over him. Although he had nearly 3 million in his account, he was reluctant to incur a penalty of 100,000. Xiao Zhang, it's time for dinner, came the voice of the nanny from outside. Coming, Zhang Hao responded. Since the three little treasures were awake, he could place them in the stroller and feed them some millet porridge shortly. Little ones, let's go have dinner, he announced, opening his arms to lift the eldest. Just then, he noticed the second and the youngest also reaching out for a hug. Hold on, one at a time. With that, he gently placed the eldest into the stroller. Daddy, a tender voice suddenly chimed from behind. Zhang Hao smiled, assuming it was the second calling out. However, as he turned to embrace the second child, he heard it again, Daddy. The second child's lips remained still. It was the youngest who had spoken. Daddy, the youngest, having just learned to say daddy, began to call out repeatedly, as if enchanted by the new word. Zhang Hao's smile broadened, his excitement palpable. Not only had he accomplished his task, but more importantly, the youngest had learned to call him daddy. Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. A bonus of 100,000 has been credited. Master, you have a message. The notification chimed. Zhang Hao, overjoyed, paid no heed to it as he lifted the youngest into his arms, planting a kiss on the soft little face. Suddenly, the second child began to cry, looking at Zhang Hao with a pitiful expression. Don't cry, Daddy will hold you. He placed the youngest into the stroller and quickly lifted the second child into his embrace. Feeling the warmth of paternal love, the second child ceased crying. Come, let's go have dinner, Zhang Hao said, pushing the three adorable little ones out of the bedroom when. At that moment, A melodious ringing emanated from his pocket. Dingling. As he retrieved his phone from his pocket, he noticed it was a call from his roommate, Zhao Yong. Hey, the sports meet starts at 2:30 this afternoon. Don't be late. I'm too busy. I'm taking care of the baby. Zhang Hao replied without a moment's hesitation. Although participating in the sports meet could earn him extra credits, he was already an academic achiever. Obtaining his diploma was merely a matter of time. Why participate in the sports meet? He would rather spend that time with his child. All right. I'll inform Master Mieju, Zhao Yong said. Zhang Hao ended the call and sat at the dining table with the baby. Just then, the system's voice suddenly chimed in. Ding! A task has arrived. The host must participate in the sports meet. A reward of 100,000 for securing first place in any event. 100,000 for each event. Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback. From what he understood, there were at least 10 events in the sports meet. The 100-meter dash, shot put, high jump, long jump, basketball, javelin throw, tug of war, among others. If he could secure first place in all of them, he could potentially earn 1 million in rewards. At that moment, Zhang Hao felt a surge of excitement. Though he already had nearly 3 million in his account, it was hardly sufficient. Not to mention the cost of a car. In High City, where property prices soared to 30 or 40,000 per square meter, a single apartment would set him back 5 million. After all, the living conditions for the baby were rather modest. He was determined to provide a nurturing environment for his child, lest he feel derelict in his duties as a father. With this thought in mind, Zhang Hao took out his phone to contact Zhao Yong. I've decided to participate in the sports meet. Please register me. Hey, didn't you say you needed to look after the child? A father's affairs are not to be questioned. Damn. Zhang Hao chuckled as he ended the call. At that moment, the nanny approached with a tray. On it were 3 small bowls adorned with Peppa Pig designs, each containing vegetable porridge, accompanied by a tiny spoon. Little Zhang, it's time for you to eat. I'll feed the baby first. All right. Zhang Hao nodded with a smile. He was quite pleased to see the nanny using different spoons for each bowl while feeding the baby, appreciating her attention to detail. Auntie, how long have you been a nanny? The nanny pondered for a moment. About 15 years, I suppose. No wonder you are so experienced. You care for the baby with such meticulousness. Starting next month, I'll be increasing your salary. A raise? The nanny was momentarily taken aback, then quickly waved her hands in refusal. That's not necessary. You're still in school, and Xiao Su's salary barely covers the family's expenses. With 3 babies, the costs are rising, so it's better for you to save. Zhang Hao smiled silently, growing increasingly satisfied with the nanny. Not only did she refuse a raise, but she also considered the family's well-being. A responsible nanny is indeed the best kind. Auntie, it's settled then. Starting next month, your salary will be raised to 8,000. After all, it's quite a task to care for 3 babies. By the way, did you follow the prescription I gave you yesterday? He decided to shift the topic to prevent her from declining further. Having used it, I shall wait a few days before revisiting the hospital for an examination. If it proves effective, I must extend my heartfelt gratitude to you. Rest assured, it will surely yield results. By the way, may I know how to address you? My name is Sun Meili. You may call me Annie. Calling you Auntie feels a bit distant. I prefer to address you as Aunt May, which sounds more affectionate. That is perfectly fine. You may call me whatever you wish. Aunt May, I must step out shortly, so I entrust the little one to you this afternoon. Do not hesitate to call if anything arises. Have no worries. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the atmosphere at Haiching Institute of Economics and Trade was truly lively. The sports meeting was about to commence, and all the students were gathering towards the playground. At that moment, a splendid black sedan gracefully entered through the school gate, immediately capturing everyone's attention. What car is that? Is it a Rolls-Royce? No, it's a Hongqi 9, a domestically manufactured faux luxury vehicle. Those who purchase such cars are simply individuals who cannot afford a Rolls-Royce yet wish to appear affluent. It merely costs 300,000 to 400,000, which pales in comparison to a Rolls-Royce. 300,000 to 400,000? Can you afford that? Of course, even if I could, I wouldn't buy such a car. If I were to purchase one, it would be a BMW 5 Series. Since you are so wealthy, why not repay the 1,000 yuan you owe me? It has been a month already. Well, my father will transfer my living expenses next month. It's just 1,000 yuan, no need to rush. Amidst their discussions, the Hongqi 9 gradually came to a halt. The car door swung open, and a strikingly handsome young man stepped out. Wow, is that Zhang Hao? Didn't his family go bankrupt? Has he regained his wealth? I bet it was that beautiful woman who drives a Maserati and dropped him off last night who bought it for him. Indeed, being handsome can sometimes pay off. Don't be ridiculous. That beauty is Bai Bing's sister. Be careful if Bai Bing hears you. At that moment, Zhao Yong among the crowd also spotted Zhang Hao. Da Zhuang, Xiaohua, and the rat are here. With that, the three hurried towards Zhang Hao, astonished to see him in a luxury car. Although Zhang Hao had previously driven Rolls-Royces and Bentleys, at the very least, he had a Mazda, but now that his family is bankrupt. Where did he procure such a fine vehicle? Chapter 33, Breaking World Records. Rat, is this luxury car yours? Seeing Zhao Yong's astonished inquiry, Zhang Hao smiled and nodded. Of course. Da Zhuang then asked, did you buy it with 0 down payment? I paid in full. Paid in full. Didn't you already run out of money? Where did you find the funds for such an exquisite car? Have you not heard the saying? A dead camel is still larger than a horse. No more questions. Let us go participate in the sports meeting. With that, Zhang Hao handed the newly purchased phone holder to Da Zhuang and walked towards the entrance of the playground. Zhao Yong and the others gazed at the luxury car, their faces painted with skepticism. Zhao Yong remarked, I still believe this car does not belong to Rat. Da Zhuang insisted, I am certain it must be obtained with 0 down payment. Xiaohua speculated, I guess it was a gift from Bai Bing's sister. Half an hour later, the annual sports meeting at Haicheng Institute of Economics and Trade commenced. More than 10,000 students filled the grandstands, creating a sea of vibrant energy. Flags fluttered in the breeze, firecrackers exploded in jubilant bursts, and the sound of drums echoed resoundingly. Meanwhile, teachers and school leaders occupied designated positions. At that moment, the vice president stood on the podium with a microphone in hand. Dear students, it is time for our annual sports meet, where competition will adhere to principles of fairness, justice, and transparency. Let everyone compete on equal footing. Without further ado, I urge the refereeing physical education teachers to keep meticulous records and maintain integrity. With those words, the sports meet commenced. The first event was the 100-meter dash. Participants, please take your positions, announced the referee. Upon hearing the call, a dozen students, including Zhang Hao, approached the starting line. Although he was the most handsome among them, he was also the shortest in stature. The other competitors were the athletic powerhouses of their respective classes, some even members of the school's sports team. As Zhang Hao positioned himself at the start, derisive voices emerged from the sidelines. Isn't that Zhang Xiao? Has your class run out of options, allowing a half-wit like you to participate? The speaker was Ding Ziku, captain of the sports team and reigning champion of the 100-meter dash. Standing at 6 feet tall, his muscles subtly defined, he had a striking appearance that conveyed an air of intimidation. His disdain for Zhang Hao stemmed from past encounters, where Zhang's arrogance had led to several minor confrontations, all of which had ended with Zhang swallowing his pride. Despite his father's status in the lending business, it paled in comparison to Zhang Hao's father, Zhang Chuyang. However, with Zhang Hao's family now in financial ruin, he felt unencumbered by fear. At that moment, a frown crossed Zhang Hao's face, revealing his displeasure. Did you eat your lunch in the restroom? Why does your mouth stink so badly? He retorted. Humph, Zhang, don't get cocky. Even though you managed to take down the monkey, to me, he is nothing but a minor nuisance. If you have the guts, don't leave this afternoon. I'll show you what. Zhang Hao turned to Ding Ziku, his eyes sharpening with resolve. Why wait until this afternoon? Let us settle this now. Just as his words hung in the air, the referee's stern voice cut through. What are you two arguing about? If you don't wish to compete, you can leave immediately. Aware that both were privileged youths, the referee understood the necessity of maintaining authority as a teacher, lest he lose the respect of the crowd. Seeing Zhang Hao and Ding Ziku fall silent, the referee raised the starting pistol. On your marks, get set. Upon hearing the cue, all competitors bent forward. Bang! The sound of the starting gun reverberated, and they surged forward. At that moment, Zhang Hao propelled himself with remarkable speed. Empowered by his extraordinary martial arts skills, he felt as though he were flying, with the rush of wind whistling past his ears. The finish line loomed closer, expanding rapidly within his sight. Upon reaching it, he immediately slowed down, exhaling heavily. Goodness, I'm utterly exhausted, he panted, the thunderous beating of his heart echoing in his ears. As Zhang Hao caught his breath, he suddenly noticed an unusual silence surrounding him. There were no sounds of footsteps behind him. Puzzled, he turned around to find that the others were standing 20 meters away from the starting point. What was going on? Why weren't they running? Zhang Hao was greatly perplexed. At that moment, a nearby referee exclaimed in astonishment, how is it possible that it only took 925 seconds? Faster than the world's fastest sprinter, Bolt. Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback, fully comprehending the implication of those words. It meant that he was the only one to have crossed the finish line. In other words, he had completed the 100-meter dash in a mere 925 seconds. Goodness, hadn't he just shattered the world record? Just as he was grappling with this revelation, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the 100-meter sprint championship. A prize of 100,000 has been credited to your account. Zhang Hao's expression shifted, a smile gradually spreading across his face. At that moment, the referee approached him, wearing a serious expression, and asked, Zhang Hao, have you taken performance-enhancing drugs? Performance-enhancing drugs? Zhang Hao chuckled bitterly. Sir, please don't joke. This is merely a school sports event. There's no prize money, not even medals. Why would I risk my life for that? The referee nodded thoughtfully. That is true. But how could you run so fast? You've surpassed the world record. I've just been exercising regularly, Zhang Hao replied dismissively. The referee furrowed his brow, still unconvinced. Achieving a time of 925 seconds in a 100-meter sprint was not something that could simply be trained for, even with talent. It was inconceivable to break a world record without extraordinary means. I suspect Zhang Hao is cheating. A displeased voice rang out as Ding Ziku approached from a distance. I strongly demand a blood test for Zhang Hao. He must have used performance enhancers. The referee nodded. Zhang Hao, due to your remarkably short time, you must undergo testing. Our school has hired a very professional doctor. It won't take too long, and there's no need for a blood test. A urine test will suffice. Fine. Zhang Hao reluctantly agreed. Without the test, the competition could not continue, and he would lose the prize. As for the meddlesome Ding Ziku, he would remember this grievance. A few minutes later, the physical education teacher presented the test results to the principal. Principal Sun, the test confirmed that Zhang Hao has not ingested any performance-enhancing drugs. But he has just broken the world record. Should we allow him to compete further? Principal Sun was initially astonished. But his expression soon turned serious as he noticed Zhang Hao's name in every event. Let him continue competing. Understood, Principal. Subsequently, Zhang Hao returned to the field for the second event, the standing long jump. A dozen or so participating students had lined up, with Zhang Hao assigned to the last position. 20 minutes passed, and the students ahead had completed their jumps, the farthest reaching 29 meters. Now, it was Zhang Hao's turn. He adjusted his breathing, moving his body up and down while swinging his arms back and forth. Then, Zhang Hao took a deep breath, his eyes widened. And with a powerful push of his legs, he leaped forward. Thud! The sound of his heavy landing echoed. The referee beside him bent down, eyes wide open, wearing an expression of disbelief. 45 meters. Could this be the long-lost frog technique? Chapter 34. In basketball, a little rough play is quite normal 2 hours later. Only the final event remained, basketball. At this moment, Zhang Hao had changed into his basketball uniform, a radiant smile gracing his face. He had secured first place in every preceding competition. High jump, 35 meters. Javelin, 115 meters. Shot put, 32 meters. 5,000-meter run, 11 minutes and 36 seconds. The competition consisted of 12 events, and he not only claimed victory in each, but also shattered world records. Zhang Hao's name once again reverberated throughout the school after a 6-month hiatus, drawing the attention of Principal Sunday. If he were to participate in the Guinness World Records or the Olympics, he would not only bring glory to the nation but also elevate the school's reputation. By that time, it would be imperative to display Zhang Hao's photograph in every classroom, alongside the artifacts he had broken, which should be preserved as cultural relics. All participating contestants, please enter. With the referee's call, 10 students walked onto the basketball court. The first match was between Class 3, Group 1, and Class 3, Group 2. The forward of Class 3, Group 1 was the towering Ding Ziku, while Zhao Yong, the forward of Class 3, Group 2, boasted a robust physique. However, Ding Ziku's sharp gaze was not directed at Zhao Yong, but rather fixated on Zhang Hao. He harbored both disdain for Zhang Hao and disbelief that he had clinched first place in every event. You just wait, kid, you'll get what's coming to you. The corner of Ding Ziku's mouth curled into a smirk, exuding a hint of malice. The whistle blew, signaling the start of the match. Zhao Yong and Ding Ziku leaped simultaneously to seize the ball. Despite Zhao Yong exerting all his strength, he was unable to outpace Ding Ziku. There was little he could do. After all, Ding Ziku trained daily with the school's sports team, resulting in a noticeable disparity in physical prowess. Seizing the ball, Ding Ziku dribbled towards the opponent's hoop. Although he encountered resistance along the way, His adept ball handling and agility allowed him to evade it. Soon, Ding Ziku crossed the three-point line, gearing up for a dramatic slam dunk to assert dominance over his opponents. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared before him, Zhang Hao. Upon recognizing Zhang Hao, Ding Ziku smiled wickedly, forcefully charging forward with his body. Thud! Accompanied by a muffled thump, Zhang Hao was knocked backward, on the verge of landing ungracefully on the ground, when he instinctively performed a quick crouch, averting embarrassment in front of the crowd. Simultaneously, Ding Ziku leaped, raising the basketball high above his head. Crash! A remarkably powerful dunk. Excellent. Cool guy, you're amazing. Applause erupted. Cheers and applause erupted from the direction of Class 3. Year 1. Ding Ziku, brimming with self-importance, waved his hand dismissively before dashing back to his position. As he passed by Zhang Hao, he smugly remarked, in basketball, a few bumps and bruises are quite normal. Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes, displeasure evident on his face. He had anticipated that Ding Ziku would circumvent him, but to his surprise, he charged straight ahead. This fellow was undoubtedly being deliberate. In that case, he could not hold back any longer. Zhao Yong, I will take the lead. Zhang Hao, fueled by anger, stormed to the center of the court. Zhao Yong cautioned him quietly, Haozi, you won't outmaneuver him. Don't worry. Even if you get fouled out, I will take my revenge for you. No need. You go play defense, Zhang Hao replied. All right, just be careful. He nodded and fixed a composed gaze on Ding Ziku, who looked down upon him with blatant disdain. Zhang Hao was a head shorter than him, and being a member of the sports team, there was no way he could outpace him. With a sharp whistle, the referee tossed the basketball high into the air. Ding Ziku bent his legs, eyes trained on the ball. Just as he prepared to leap, Zhang Hao soared up, seizing the ball at its apex 3 meters high. Thud! Gripping the ball, Zhang Hao landed smoothly. Instead of charging forward, he dribbled in place, beckoning Ding Ziku with a playful flick of his finger, as if to say, come at me. Damn! Ding Ziku exclaimed, charging forward to snatch the ball. Zhang Hao smiled slightly, bracing himself with all his might. Bang! Ding Ziku's robust frame was propelled backward, flying 3 to 4 meters away. The momentum carried him further, and he slid across the ground, his shorts snagging and sliding down to his knees. To add insult to injury, his red underwear also slipped down due to the friction. Fortunately, his ample backside concealed most of it. What a humiliation! Ding Ziku quickly scrambled to his feet, pulling up his pants. Infuriated, he turned to seek revenge on Zhang Hao. But as he glanced over, he froze in place. Zhang Hao had leapt from the three-point line, soaring through the air before forcefully slamming the basketball through the hoop. A stunned silence enveloped the crowd. Those who witnessed Zhang Hao's dunk wore expressions of disbelief. Could he truly be human? To jump from beyond the three-point line for a dunk was extraordinary. Incredible. Even LeBron James and Kevin Durant might struggle with such a feat. With such remarkable leaping ability, he was bound to succeed. After a few moments of silence, a fervent cheer erupted from Class 3, Year 2. Zhang Hao is amazing. The best in the world. Brother Hao is magnificent. No one else can compare. At that moment, Zhang Hao returned to the center of the court with a smile. As he passed by Ding Ziku, he casually remarked, in basketball, a little roughhousing is quite normal. With gritted teeth, Ding Ziku seethed with anger, yet he dared not confront Zhang Hao directly. The whistle blew, and the referee tossed the ball. Undoubtedly, Zhang Hao seized it once more. Ding Ziku immediately assumed a defensive stance, legs apart and arms extended. His gaze fixed intently on the basketball. Zhang Hao dribbled the ball skillfully, then executed a feint that left Ding Ziku momentarily off balance before charging forward with the ball. Damn it! Once again, he felt utterly humiliated. Ding Ziku quickly regained his footing. Although dribbling and faking are rudimentary techniques, Zhang Hao's speed was astonishing. As he whizzed by, all Ding Ziku could perceive was a fleeting blur. In an instant, Zhang Hao reached the opponent's backboard, taking 2 swift steps for a layup. And the basketball obediently swished through the net. Hooray! Another point scored. Who would have thought Zhang Hao possessed such remarkable skills, so well hidden? Indeed. Why had he never witnessed this level of gameplay before? Surprised voices emerged from Class 2 of the 3rd year. Yet, Zhang Hao himself was equally astonished. Though he had played occasionally in the past, his skills had been quite average. Today, however, he felt an extraordinary rhythm, as if every shot was destined to find its mark. As he pondered this, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Host, due to your possession of super martial arts skills, all sports are mere child's play for you. Not only can you shoot baskets, But even hitting birds from 20 meters with small pebbles or piercing balloons with a needle is easily within your control, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Zhang Hao nodded slightly, realizing the myriad advantages of his super martial arts skills. Host, you now have an opportunity to enhance your super martial arts skills, potentially increasing your chi power. Would you like to proceed with this enhancement? Yes. The skill upgrade requires 10 million. Would you prefer to opt for installment payments? No. 20 minutes later, the game entered its second half. At this juncture, the score stood at Class 1 of the third year with 2 points, while Class 2 had surged to 82 points. Just then, as Zhang Hao was dribbling past an opponent, his phone suddenly rang from his pocket. Chapter 35. Picking up my wife from school. Wait a moment, I need to take this call. Oh, the boy nodded, refraining from attempting to steal the ball. It was futile. Even if he managed to get it, he wouldn't be able to score, and with an 80-point gap, the outcome of the game was already determined. Zhang Hao retrieved his phone and saw the screen display the word, wife. Why was she calling him? Puzzled, he answered, there is something going on at school today, so I might be home late. Please take care of the baby until the nanny finishes work and call me if anything comes up. All right, dear. Okay, I'll talk to you later, bye. The call ended. Zhang Hao placed the phone back in his pocket and was about to dribble past his opponent when he suddenly froze. The nanny finishes work at 5 o'clock. It seemed that 5 o'clock was approaching rapidly. Zhang Hao checked his phone. It was 4:52. It is imperative that I return promptly. Zhang Hao waved his hand towards the referee. The referee called a timeout and approached with a smile, inquiring, what is it, Zhang Hao? Teacher, I have something urgent to attend to. Please allow the substitute to take my place. Very well, you may go, the referee replied, somewhat reluctant. For Zhang Hao's basketball skills had been nothing short of spectacular, more thrilling than watching the match itself. Were it not for the knowledge that he had 3 little treasures to care for, he would certainly not have permitted his departure. I shall take my leave then. Zhang Hao exited the court without hesitation. Although the basketball match had yet to secure first place, and his departure would result in a loss of 100,000 in prize money, this paled in comparison to the significance of his children. A mere 10 minutes later, Zhang Hao arrived at his doorstep. With a key in hand, he unlocked the door and stepped inside. Laughter, bright and youthful, echoed from the bedroom. Zhang Hao smiled as he entered, witnessing the nanny engaged in play with his 3 adorable little ones. Daddy, Daddy, Daddy. Upon seeing Zhang Hao, the trio erupted in joyous excitement, clearly more enchanted by him than their toys. Ah, Zhang Hao responded sweetly, settling down at the edge of the bed as the 3 little ones crawled over to him, enveloping him in their embraces. Turning to the nanny, he said, my sincere apologies for the delay. I had a matter to attend to. You may finish for the day. Oh, Xiaozhong, you are too considerate. A few minutes do not matter. I shall take my leave now. Please be careful on your way. Once the nanny departed, Zhang Hao began to play with the children, reveling in their joyful antics. The more he observed them, the deeper his affection grew. Suddenly, a familiar sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Task activated. Record a video of the little ones and post it on Kuaishou. Completion will yield a prize of 100,000. A look of delight graced Zhang Hao's face. This task seemed exceedingly simple. All right, little ones. Daddy is going to film you. With that, he retrieved his phone and opened Kuaishou. Positioning the 3 little treasures in a row, he commenced recording. The children, looking at the camera, called out, Daddy, Daddy, Baba. Upon successfully recording, he promptly published it on Kuaishou. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. 100,000 has been credited. Master, you have a message. Zhang Hao glanced at his phone, revealing a bank balance exceeding 3 million. Excellent. He was one step closer to his modest goal of 100 million. At this rate, he could achieve his target within 6 months. Half an hour later, Zhang Hao checked the time. It was nearly 6 o'clock. Although Su Yuyan had yet to return, he decided to commence preparations for dinner. Firstly, the little ones were becoming quite hungry, and secondly, he wished for Su Yuyan to enjoy a warm meal upon her return. Just as Zhang Hao was about to place the 3 little treasures into their stroller, the system's voice resonated once more. Congratulations to the host for winning the basketball championship. 100,000 has been credited. Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't you withdrawn midway? How then did you complete the task? Could it be that the class competition secured first place? Just then, the phone rang. Upon checking, it was a call from Zhao Yong. Hey, are you coming out for dinner tonight? No, I'm at home watching the kids. That's easily resolvable. You can bring your baby and your wife along. It would be a good opportunity for them to meet. No, my wife hasn't returned yet. I see. Well, it's no problem. You're not sleeping at Goddess Sue's place, and the guys are waiting for you. Besides, tomorrow is a holiday. All right, we'll see how it goes. Okay, I'll wait for your call. Zhang Hao smiled and was about to hang up when a thought struck him. Wait, isn't the normal university holding a sports meet today? Traditionally, university sports events occur concurrently. Since Su Yuyan mentioned she would return late, it must mean the normal university is indeed hosting a sports meet. Naturally, given the proximity of the normal university to ours, it would be on the same day. Your wife should be back soon, right? Zhang Hao nodded slightly. How about this? I'll go pick up my wife, and if she agrees, I'll bring her and the baby along for dinner. Really? Of course. The kids need to meet their parents sooner or later. Wow. Zhang Hao chuckled and hung up. All right, little ones, let us go pick up mommy first. And then we'll enjoy a feast, shall we? As he spoke, he noticed the 3 little ones excitedly waving their tiny arms. At 7 months old, they were ready to experience new sights, which would benefit their cognitive development. He carefully placed the 3 little ones into the stroller. Exiting the community, he reached the parking area, securing each baby in their respective car seats in the back, and stowed the stroller in the trunk. With the spacious interior of the Hongqi 9, accommodating 3 infant seats was effortless. The purchase of this car was not only motivated by its grand aesthetics, but also its practicality. One must admit, domestic cars have truly improved remarkably. At the entrance of Haiqing Normal University, a continuous stream of students passed by, each brimming with youthful vitality. As the Labor Day holiday approached, 99 of the students had left campus. Some gathered in groups for meals, strengthening their bonds, while others paired off for dates, releasing long-suppressed affections. Some ventured alone, savoring the world's vicissitudes. At that moment, a Hongqi 9 slowly came to a stop by the roadside near the university entrance. The mere appearance of this vehicle instantly captivated everyone's attention. What kind of car is that? A Rolls-Royce? Not quite. I've been in a Phantom. And it's much larger. That's a Hongqi 9, the pinnacle of domestic cars. Once I have the means, I shall acquire one. So it's a Hongqi. It looks truly magnificent. In terms of presence, it could easily overshadow all else. As the crowd engaged in animated discussions, the car door swung open, revealing a strikingly handsome young man stepping out. Who is that? He doesn't appear to be from our academy. I don't recognize him, but he looks familiar, as if I've seen him somewhere before. No need to say, he must be here to pick up his girlfriend. At that moment, a heavily made-up girl sauntered toward the vehicle. The onlookers were taken aback. No way, this stunning guy is actually Pan Alien's boyfriend? It's akin to a withered flower adorning gold. My eyes are utterly dazzled. Chapter 36. What is there to conceal? Handsome, may I add you on WeChat? Pan Alien approached Zhang Hao, flashing a smile she deemed charming. Not convenient, Zhang Hao replied, frowning in refusal. Upon seeing Pan Alien, he couldn't help but recall a scene from Journey to the West where Zhu Beiji was dressed up. The resemblance was uncanny. Undeterred by the rejection, Pan Alien thought to herself that even a fleeting romance would suffice. As an experienced woman, she had her ways of extracting money from wealthy, handsome men to enrich her own life. Do you really have to be so heartless? She pouted, inching closer to Zhang Hao. He took a step back, displaying impatience. You might want to ask the 3 princesses in the car if they're willing. Princesses? Pan Alien paused momentarily, then responded with a flirtatious smile. You already have 3. Would one more really matter? She leaned forward to glance into the car, only to be taken aback by the sight of 3 adorable children gazing at her with innocent, wide eyes. Instantly, her face flushed a deep crimson, and she retreated in embarrassment. At that moment, a graceful figure hastily emerged from the school gate. The surrounding students greeted her with cheerful hellos. Goodbye, Teacher Sue. Don't call me teacher, we're classmates. Just call me teaching assistant. All right, Teacher Sue. Playful banter ensued. Yes, this enchanting figure was Su Yuyan. Thoughts of her little ones at home filled her with anxiety. Would Zhang Hao manage to care for them alone? Had they eaten? What if they had a messy diaper? Would he know how to soothe them if they cried? Overwhelmed with worry, she hurried towards the shared electric bike parked nearby. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Wife. Su Yuyan froze, momentarily stunned. Wasn't he that Zhang Hao's voice? How did he get here? The students around them displayed expressions of astonishment upon hearing the term of endearment. Wife? How affectionate. I wonder which lucky girl gets to be this handsome man's wife. In a fleeting moment, the students' gazes scattered in search, while Su Yuyan felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. How did Zhang Hao manage to find the school? Why hadn't he given any prior notice? Wait, Could it be that the little ones had come as well? The thought of the children prompted Su Yuyin to hastily look in the direction of the voice. Upon seeing Zhang Hao standing beside a Hongqi car, her brows instinctively furrowed. However, upon closer inspection, she noticed the three little ones seated in the back seat, and she immediately approached. Zhang Hao's face broke into a smile as he prepared to greet her, yet Su Yuyin surprised him by opening the passenger door and sitting inside. "Hurry up," she whispered. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Zhang Hao felt a twinge of confusion. Given that news of his relationship with Su Yuyin had long circulated, it was inconceivable that her schoolmates were unaware of it. After all, in this digital age, nothing remains a secret, especially with the proximity of their schools. "What are you waiting for? Let us go," urged Su Yuyin, prompting Zhang Hao to swiftly enter the car and drive away. At that moment, a voice of astonishment shattered the quiet atmosphere. "Oh, I remember now. That handsome guy is Zhang Hao, Su Yuyin's husband." "Really? Is that true?" "Of course. I have pictures on my phone. Look. My goodness, it's real. This is wonderful. Now teacher Su won't have to struggle with the three little ones alone. I can't believe her husband is so handsome. I'm envious." Inside the car, Su Yuyin maintained a serious expression. "What brings you to my school? Why didn't you inform me beforehand? This is so embarrassing." Although her relationship had become common knowledge at school, the gossip had settled 6 months prior. Zhang Hao's sudden appearance today would undoubtedly reignite the frenzy. With a smile, Zhang Hao replied, "What is there to be embarrassed about? Our relationship is hardly a secret. With such a beautiful wife and 3 adorable children, I should be boasting, not hiding." Su Yuyin's lips twitched, revealing a look of resignation. "Thank goodness the break has started. If it hadn't, I would be bombarded with questions upon returning to school tomorrow. By the way, dear, let us skip cooking and take the children out for a meal instead." "I don't want to." "Why not? I'm feeling quite unsettled." "Oh," Zhang Hao chuckled, retrieving his phone from his pocket to dial Zhao Yang's number. "Brother, your sister-in-law has agreed. Where shall we eat?" Su Yuyin was taken aback, frowning at Zhang Hao. She whispered, "When did I agree?" Zhang Hao remained silent as Zhao Yang's excited voice echoed through the receiver. "Really? That is fantastic. I've already made a reservation at the Shanghai Grand Hotel. I heard they have a new chef, and the food is exquisite." Shanghai Grand Hotel sounds good. Hearing that familiar name, Zhang Hao smiled. Lu Huaqiang, that portly fellow, truly possesses a remarkable astuteness. Rather than merely purchasing a secret recipe, he claims to have enlisted the services of an exceptional chef. Quite the clever maneuver. "Very well, we shall convene at the hotel entrance shortly." Zhang Hao ended the call and placed his phone on the wireless charging pad. At that moment, Su Yuyin furrowed her brows slightly, saying, "You may go, but I shall not accompany you. Simply return us home." "No, it is imperative that you come," Zhang Hao asserted with unexpected firmness for the first time. The impetus behind his insistence was the earlier incident at the school gate. With a wife and children, why conceal their existence? It felt as though they were something to be ashamed of. Su Yuyin was momentarily taken aback. Noticing Zhang Hao's serious demeanor, she assumed it must be a matter of significance and reluctantly agreed. "Very well, whom shall we encounter there?" "My roommates. They've heard much about you and have long wished to meet." "Roommates?" Su Yuyin expressed slight astonishment. She had anticipated a more momentous occasion, only to discover it was merely a gathering of friends. Perhaps he shares a close bond with his roommates after all. Before long, Zhang Hao arrived at the Shanghai Grand Hotel, parked the car, and, along with Su Yuyin and their 3 adorable children, approached the hotel entrance. However, they were met by a group of 5 or 6 individuals loitering outside. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Hao recognized Zhao Yong and several classmates from the basketball team. With a gentle smile, he remarked, "These individuals are quite hospitable. They could have awaited us inside the private room instead of lingering outside." Curious, Su Yuyin inquired, "Are those boys your roommates?" "Indeed, 3 of them are. The others are classmates who must have known you were coming and thus came to greet you." "How embarrassing," Su Yuyin said with a faint smile, feeling a twinge of nervousness. At that moment, Zhao Yong spotted Zhang Hao and approached with a dejected demeanor. "Sister-in-law?" He greeted Su Yuyin before turning to Zhang Hao with displeasure. "Howsy, let us dine elsewhere. I had no desire to come to this wretched place." Zhang Hao, taken aback, frowned and asked, "What is the matter? Didn't you already book a room?" "Don't even mention it. I secured the reservation at noon, but upon arrival, the front desk informed me that someone else had occupied it. Who are we to seek redress?" Zhang Hao nodded slightly, contemplating for a moment, before striding directly toward the entrance. Chapter 37. Do you perceive me as so immature? How's he come back? Zhao Yong quickly ran after Zhang Hao, fully aware of his impulsive nature. The crux of the matter was that Zhang Hao possessed martial skills, should he act rashly and cause harm. Financial restitution would be the least of their worries. If it resulted in criminal charges, his future would be irrevocably altered. In no time, Zhao Yong caught up to Zhang Hao, gripping his hand tightly. How's he? It's merely a meal. There's no need for such impulsiveness. With a smile, Zhang Hao asked, Do you truly perceive me as so immature? Indeed, Zhao Yong replied earnestly, nodding his head. Zhang Hao's lips curled slightly as he continued his stride toward the hotel. Although Zhao Yong refused to let go, he was unexpectedly pulled in by Zhang Hao's surprising strength. At that moment, the receptionist was preoccupied with her freshly manicured nails. Clad in a white shirt, she possessed a delicate beauty, exuding an aura of innocence. Suddenly, she noticed a customer arriving and instantly donned a professional smile. However, upon closer inspection, her brows knitted together in annoyance. Once again, it was those impoverished students. How bothersome. Just then, Zhang Hao approached the front desk and inquired, Why is the private room we reserved for noon no longer available? It has been occupied, the beauty replied dismissively, her demeanor suggesting she had encountered such gatherings of impoverished students far too often. They spent little and occupied space, disrupting the hotel's business. On one occasion, a group of 10 students had ordered merely 3 dishes and a box of beer, drinking from 5 in the afternoon until 11 at night. With a total expenditure of only 438 yuan, less than the cost of a single bottle of fine wine ordered by wealthier patrons. At that moment, Zhao Yong interjected, How's he? Perhaps we should let this go and find somewhere else to eat. Zhang Hao waved his hand, his gaze toward the beauty turning serious. Since we made the reservation first, it should not be given to others. This is a fundamental principle. Call your manager. Our manager is not here. Very well, Zhang Hao replied with a cold smirk, taking out his phone to contact Wang Fugui. Seeing this, Zhao Yong's heart sank, fearing Zhang Hao was about to escalate the situation. Unable to persuade him otherwise, he noticed Su Yuyan approaching with a baby stroller and immediately sought her assistance. Sister-in-law, please talk some sense into Howsy. It's just a meal. No need to make a big fuss. With a smile, Su Yuyan nodded. Zhang Hao, why not let it go? It's nothing, dear, Zhang Hao replied with a grin. Just then, he heard Wang Fugui's voice on the line. Zhang Xiao, what a surprise to receive your call. I am in your hotel's lobby. The private room reserved for noon has been taken by someone else. This hardly seems appropriate. Is that so? I'll be there immediately. Thank you, Zhang Hao said courteously before hanging up. Regardless of one's status, everyone possesses their own dignity and appreciates being respected. When someone extends courtesy, it is essential to reciprocate. Such is the nature of human interactions. Shortly thereafter, Wang Fugui arrived, his face beaming with a smile, and he felt immense gratitude upon seeing Zhang Hao. Thanks to his culinary secret, the hotel's business had surged dramatically within just 2 days, with profits reaching new heights daily. Consequently, Wang Fugui's commission had also increased. Thus, seeing Zhang Hao was akin to encountering a deity of fortune. He could not afford to be negligent. Zhang Xiao, you've brought your wife, children, and friends for a meal? Indeed, but unfortunately, there are no rooms available. How could that be? No one should be without a reservation, especially not you. Follow me. With that, Wang Fugui headed toward the elevator, while Zhang Hao remained motionless. For there was still a matter that required resolution. Wait a moment. I believe there is an issue with the demeanor of your hotel's front desk staff, as they seem to look down upon us. Zhang Hao is not a petty individual, but certain matters require attention. The attitude of the staff just now has greatly displeased him. If this anger is not quelled, he might find it impossible to enjoy his meal. Upon hearing this, Wang Fugui's expression immediately darkened. Without uttering a word, he decisively dismissed the staff member. Leave now, do not return tomorrow. The beautiful waitress was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Although she had prepared herself for reprimand upon the manager's arrival, she had not anticipated immediate termination. Realizing her livelihood was at stake, she hastily began to plead for mercy. Manager, I acknowledge my mistake. Please do not fire me. You have offended young Master Zhang. What good would it do to plead with me? Upon hearing this, the waitress quickly shifted her hope towards Zhang Hao. Young Master Zhang, I apologize. My behavior was inappropriate. I should not have treated you that way. I have been experiencing my menstrual cycle these past few days, which has made me irritable. I hope you can forgive me. If I lose this job, my situation will be dire, as I have only my mother to rely on. I must pay rent every month. Stop. Before she could finish her explanation, Zhang Hao interrupted her. Do you think I would believe you? That gold necklace around your neck is quite expensive, as are the jade bracelet on your wrist and your freshly done nails. You claim to have a hard life? The waitress, caught in her deception, fell silent and resigned herself to her fate. At that moment, Dazhuang approached Zhang Hao somewhat awkwardly. With a faint smile, he said, Brother Hao, for my sake, let it go. Don't be too hard on the young lady. Huh. Zhang Hao was taken aback. He had not expected Dazhuang to plead for the waitress. Do you know her? I do not, Dazhuang replied with a forced smile and a shake of his head. Zhang Hao then realized that Dazhuang must have taken an interest in the young lady. After all, she was indeed a beautiful and innocent girl, though she paled in comparison to his wife. Could it be that you have developed a liking for her? Dazhuang smiled without answering, then turned to the waitress and asked, Miss, may I add you on WeChat? Of course, the waitress replied without a moment's hesitation. Dazhuang then took out his phone and added her on WeChat. Zhang Hao smiled faintly. Given the circumstances, he chose not to pursue the matter further. Dazhuang was known to be a shy young man, rarely conversing with girls. Now that he had encountered someone he fancied, it was only natural for his friends to lend him support. The manager, seeing the turn of events, quickly intervened with a smile. Young Master Zhang, since there is no issue, please follow me. I will arrange the finest private room for you. Thank you. Zhang Hao and his companions then followed the manager into the elevator. At that moment, Zhao Yong, somewhat perplexed, wondered how Zhang Hao, who was supposed to be down on his luck, still managed to command such presence wherever he went. In his thoughts, he gently tapped Zhuang's arm and whispered, I never imagined you to be so bold, taking the initiative to add a beautiful girl on WeChat. I must admit, I have my eye on her as well. But alas, you beat me to it. Get lost. Zhuang shot a sidelong glance at Zhao Yong, then turned his attention back to his phone. Hello, beautiful. My name is Zhuang. May I inquire your name? You can call me Xiao Qian. Thank you for your help earlier. No need to mention it. After Zhuang replied, he found himself waiting for Xiao Qian's message, pondering over a clever line. The beauty's dimples hold no wine, yet I am intoxicated like a dog. Hee, you are quite humorous. Is this how you treat other girls as well? Absolutely not. The moment I laid eyes on you, I understood what it meant to fall in love at first sight. Really? I felt the same way. Upon receiving this message, Zhuang's eyes lit up, realizing that there was certainly potential ahead. Haha, my springtime is approaching. Chapter 38. Introduction. Zhang Xiao. Here is the latest menu from our hotel. Please take a look at what you would like to eat. In the luxurious private room, Wang Fugui smilingly placed the menu before Zhang Hao. I don't mind. Let them order first. Indeed, after all, you are quite familiar with each dish. With that, he turned the menu towards Su Yuyan. Sister-in-law, what would you like to eat? Let them order first, Su Yuyan responded with a smile, placing the menu in front of Zhao Yong. Thank you, sister-in-law. I shall not be polite then. Zhao Yong cheerfully took the menu. However, upon opening it, his brow suddenly furrowed. Braised pork 158. Sweet and sour tenderloin 125. Braised lion's head 88. Aren't these prices rather steep? Even the most affordable dish, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, is priced at 38, while the Shanghai Grand Hotel is considered moderate and standard within Haiqing. These prices seem outrageous. Howsy, why don't we eat elsewhere? Zhang Hao chuckled, knowing from Zhao Yong's expression that he was thinking along the same lines. It's fine. Everyone order freely. To celebrate your basketball championship, this meal is on me. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yong and the others were taken aback. Howsy, how did you know our class won the basketball tournament? Zhao Yong looked bewildered. They had not mentioned the victory to Zhang Hao. But how did he find out? Well, I learned it from other classmates. Zhang Hao quickly thought of a perfect excuse. Although he knew from the system's bonus distribution, who would believe that? Even he would not. Zhao Yong nodded, understanding. Oh, I see. But you shouldn't treat us. You are not in a position to feast while others go hungry. You have a car loan to pay off, so let's stick to the plan we discussed before. With that, he specifically ordered some less expensive dishes. Zhang Hao smiled and directly looked at Wang Fugui. Manager Wang, we shall refrain from ordering dishes and wine. You may decide on the arrangements. Wang Fugui patted his chest confidently, assuring Zhang Xiao, rest assured, I will ensure everything is meticulously arranged. By the way, are the little ones hungry? Shall we prepare some millet porridge or noodles first? Zhang Hao felt a slight stir within him, realizing that Wang Fugui was quite attentive. Considering the babies had not eaten for nearly 3 hours, they must indeed be a bit famished. With that in mind, he suggested, let us prepare some millet porridge and add some vegetables. Very well, I shall attend to that, Wang Fugue replied before turning and exiting the private room. At that moment, driven by curiosity, Zhao Yong could not help but inquire of Zhang Hao. How's he? Haven't you fallen on hard times? Why is the manager treating you with such courtesy? Because I used to frequent this place often, and I am quite familiar with the manager, Zhang Hao responded. Oh, I thought you were short on funds, Zhao Yong retorted. Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback when he suddenly felt a touch on his leg. Almost immediately, he heard Su Yuyan's soft voice beside him. Did you purchase that car on credit? Of course, it was a full payment. We are not lacking in funds at the moment. In that case, you need not buy something so extravagant. A vehicle costing around 20 to 30,000 would suffice. Not to worry, this car is not overly expensive. It was merely a bit over 300,000. Just over 300,000? Are we truly that wealthy? I would estimate we have around 4 million, give or take. Is that true? Where did you acquire such wealth? As Zhang Hao pondered a suitable excuse, Zhao Yong's voice interrupted. Haozi, while we all know that your wife is the most beautiful woman in the normal school, this is essentially our first formal introduction. Should you not make the introductions? Certainly, Zhang Hao responded with a smile, rising to introduce Su Yuyan. This is my eldest son, Zhao Yong. That is the second son, De Zhuang, and this one is the youngest, Xiaohua. Hey, can you be a bit more serious? Zhao Yong interjected with a frown. De Zhuang, who had been engaged in conversation with Xiao Qian, lifted his head and gave Zhang Hao a thumbs down. Zhang Hao chuckled, accustomed to joking around with his roommates. These three are my roommates, Zhao Yong, De Zhuang, and Xiaohua. And these fine individuals are my classmates, Zhang Wei, Wang Yuan, and Guo Shuai. Su Yuyan nodded with a smile. Hello, everyone. Sister-in-law, hello? The group responded cheerfully. Now it was time to introduce Su Yuyan. Zhang Hao's smile grew even brighter. Ahem, this is my wife, Su Yuyan, as everyone is already aware. With that, he pulled the stroller closer and proclaimed, Now, allow me to grandly introduce our three little princesses, from eldest to youngest, Xine, Miao Miao, and Jing Jing. At the sound of Zhang Hao's voice, the previously quiet trio of adorable infants became animated, waving their little arms and chanting, Daddy, Daddy, Daddy. Their innocent voices melted the hearts of everyone present. Zhang Hao smiled as he placed the three infants on his lap, gesturing towards Zhao Yong and the others. Come, greet your brothers. Upon hearing this, the smiles on Zhao Yong and his companions' faces instantly froze. Haozi, could you please act more seriously in front of the children? We wouldn't want to corrupt their innocence. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the adorable little faces of the babies, and suddenly he appeared astonished. Oh my, have you all noticed? The three babies look identical. Could they possibly be triplets? Zhang Hao immediately wore a look of disdain. Have you lost your mind? These three babies were born on the same day. Of course. They are triplets. Zhao Yong chuckled, giving a thumbs up. Haozi, you're impressive, or rather, your wife is remarkable. No, you both are exceptional. Upon hearing this, Su Yuyan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Zhang Hao, however, appeared somewhat exasperated. If you could speak more, it would be appreciated. Hee. Zhao Yong laughed, scratching his head. Then turned serious. Haozi, your relationship with your wife has blossomed. When do you think we might celebrate with you? Su Yuyan was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. She certainly couldn't reveal her father's expectations of Zhang Hao, earning 100 million in 6 months. If she were to say that, Zhang Hao's friends would surely mock him. At that moment, Zhang Hao smiled. Soon, we will inform you when the time comes. Great. We eagerly await that day. After saying this, Zhao Yong gazed at the three adorable little ones, growing fonder of them by the moment. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Dazhuang Xiaohua. Have we forgotten something important? What is it? Following this, Zhao Yong and his companions each retrieved a thick red envelope from their pockets. Upon seeing this, Zhang Hao immediately furrowed his brow. What are you doing? Put those away. Zhao Yong replied. Haozi, you're overthinking it. These aren't tea for you. But for the three babies. Dazhuang added. Indeed, it's quite normal for an uncle to present a red envelope upon first meeting his niece. Xiaohua chimed in. The amount is insignificant. What matters is the sentiment. With that, the three stood up and placed the red envelopes on the infants. Zhang Hao, no longer inclined to refuse, felt deeply moved. After all, Zhao Yong and the others were ordinary individuals, and judging by the thickness of the envelopes, they contained about 2,000 yuan, equivalent to a month's living expenses for them. He resolved to find a way to repay them soon. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the air. Chapter 39. This meal is on me. Come in. The door to the private room swung open. The first to enter was Wang Fuguwei, carrying 2 bottles of 2009 Lafite. Following him, a dozen or so waitstaff entered, all handsome and graceful. The ladies carried trays laden with visually appealing and aromatic dishes, while the gentlemen brought an array of drinks, 4 bottles of Flying Matai, 2 bottles of Remy Martin, 2 bottles of Royal Salute, and 4 cases of Qingdao Amber Lager beer. Certainly, there was also the baby food, consisting of 3 bowls of millet porridge, each adorned with a delightful depiction of Peppa Pig created with vegetable juice. The scene left all present in a state of astonishment, including Zhang Hao and Su Yuyan. Meanwhile, Zhao Yong and the others were calculating in their minds. Each dish was priced at 400 to 500, totaling 10 exquisite dishes. The Maotai alone cost at least 2,000 to 3,000, the Remy Martin over 1,000, the Royal Salute also more than 1,000, and a case of Qingdao Amber Lager was over 200. Altogether, the bill exceeded 20,000. This was undeniably extravagant. As students without any income, they were spending the hard-earned money of their parents, accustomed to dining on barbecues for merely 300 or 400. And even a night out at a bar would only entail a minimum package of 688. Now, a single meal costing nearly a year's worth of living expenses was truly hard to fathom. Soon, the waiter arranged the drinks and dishes. Mr. Zhang, the food and wine are all served. Please let me know if you need anything else, Wang Fuguwei said, bowing and being exceedingly polite. He had just informed the owner, Lu Huaqing, about Zhang Hao dining at the hotel, who insisted that he must not be neglected, as they would soon seek his assistance. Although the owner did not specify the nature of the request, it was clear it pertained to purchasing a secret recipe. Thank you for your trouble, Zhang Hao replied. Not at all. It is my pleasure to serve you, Wang Fuguwei said with a smile as he exited. At that moment, Zhao Yong exclaimed in astonishment, Howsy. This is quite extravagant, isn't it? I just calculated, this meal costs at least over 20,000. Zhang Hao chuckled as he picked up a bottle of red wine. Can you guess the price of this 2009 Lafite? Zhao Yong's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this Lafite? It must be worth over 100,000. What you referred to was the 1982 vintage. This is the 2009, which is over 20,000. Over 20,000? That's still not cheap. Upon learning the price of the wine, Zhao Yong and the others were taken aback once more. With 2 bottles of wine costing over 40,000. Was this meal not approaching 60 or 70,000? If divided among them, it would average to 10,000 per person. Not to mention, even with the balance available, it would be insufficient. Contemplating this, and gazing at the sumptuous dishes and fine wines, they suddenly lost their appetite. Howsy, we haven't touched the food or opened the wine. Could we perhaps cancel this? Indeed, this meal is far too expensive. We simply cannot afford it. Perhaps we should switch to a small restaurant that is economical and reasonable. Upon hearing their concerns, Zhang Hao smiled and waved his hand. I already mentioned, this meal is on me. Enjoy yourselves without any worries. After all, Zhao Yong and the others contributed the most to our victory in the basketball tournament. Thus, treating you all with this 100,000 is entirely justified. Zhao Yong and the others exchanged glances, appearing somewhat at a loss. Zhang Hao continued, I have been saving money for this occasion. Feel free to indulge. Eat and drink to your heart's content, and do not remain in shock. Upon hearing this, the group felt a sense of relief. Very well. We shall gladly accept your generosity and will treat you when we have the means in the future. With that, Zhao Yong opened a bottle of Maotai and began pouring drinks for everyone. As they were all close friends, there was no need to consider the customary formalities of social drinking. At that moment, Zhang Hao uncorked a bottle of red wine and smiled at Su Yuyan. My dear, would you care for a drink? No, I need to soothe the baby to sleep when we return, she replied. Very well, then you can have a soft drink. Zhang Hao did not press further and poured himself a glass. Howsy, won't you have some white wine? Zhao Yong inquired. Zhang Hao responded, I prefer a bit of red. That won't do. We are all drinking white, so you must join us. Zhang Hao's expression shifted slightly, recognizing that Zhao Yong never typically urged others to drink. What was different today? Dazhuang, bring a glass to Howsy. Zhao Yong poured a glass of white wine, and Dazhuang set it before Zhang Hao. All right, I shall sip lightly. Out of courtesy, Zhang Hao reluctantly acquiesced. Meanwhile, the lively Zhao Yong continued, turning to Su Yuyan with a grin. Sister-in-law, since this is our first official meeting, why not partake in some red wine? Su Yuyan smiled gently. No, you all enjoy. Oh, come now, sister-in-law. We are all drinking. Just a little for you. One glass will do. We will toast you later. Su Yuyan appeared somewhat distressed. Zhang Hao furrowed his brow. Zhao Yong, what is with you today? Have you taken leave of your senses? Zhao Yong chuckled, displaying an endearing smile. It's just that this isn't our first encounter with sister-in-law, and I wanted to express my sentiments. If sister-in-law is unwilling, then so be it. Upon hearing this, Su Yuyan's expression shifted. She realized that refusing was no longer an option. Very well, then I shall have just one glass. You are too kind, sister-in-law. Zhao Yong promptly poured her a glass of red wine and raised it. Sister-in-law, Dazhong, should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I drink to you. With that, he downed the contents in one gulp. Su Yuyan was momentarily taken aback and, feeling shy, took a small sip. However, as soon as she set the glass down, Dazhuang stood up. Sister-in-law, I also toast to you. Feel free to indulge. With that, he gulped down his drink entirely. Su Yuyan furrowed her brow slightly and took another small sip. It was not that she could not hold her liquor, but rather that Zhang Hao's friends were drinking far too swiftly. Before long, after a round of toasts, Su Yuyan found her glass of red wine almost empty. At this point, Zhao Yong immediately poured himself another glass. Haozi, it's your turn now. Thank you for your generous hospitality. Here is to you and sister-in-law. May you soon enter the halls of matrimony. With that, he drained his glass. Without hesitation, Zhang Hao followed suit. Feeling an inexplicable oddness about Zhao Yong and the others today. Brother Hao, I toast to you. Dazhuang stood up, and before Zhang Hao could respond, he downed his drink in one go. Zhang Hao's brow furrowed deeper, his confusion growing. Su Yuyan, unable to bear it any longer, urged, please, everyone, drink more slowly. Don't get drunk. Zhao Yong, with a hint of inebriation on his face, chuckled. Rest assured, sister-in-law, I'm quite robust. I was referring to my capacity for alcohol. Upon hearing this risque remark, Su Yuyan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she refrained from responding, continuing to feed the baby. Half an hour later, Zhang Hao had consumed 6 cups of white liquor. Although the cups were small, each containing less than an ounce, half a pound of liquor had left him feeling somewhat lightheaded. At that moment, he suddenly felt a pressing need to relieve himself. Continue your revelry. I shall step out for a moment, he announced, rising to leave the private room and making his way down the corridor towards the restroom. Just then, a mocking voice echoed from behind him. Zhang Hao, what are you doing here, you pathetic loser? Is this place even within your means? Chapter 40. An apology to young Master Zhang. Wang Yaoyao? Recognizing her voice, Zhang Hao furrowed his brows. He turned to see Wang Yaoyao approaching. Her face as flushed as a ripe peach. It was evident that she had also indulged in libations. Zhang Hao, you poor wretch. Is this really a place you can afford? Surely, you're just here to mooch off a meal, you scum. Wang Yaoyao, with a drunken haze clouding her demeanor, wore her anger prominently. Upon seeing Zhang Hao, she was instantly reminded of the humiliation she had suffered the previous night, wishing nothing more than to devour him whole. Mind your words, or I shall not hesitate to respond in kind. Zhang Hao's expression darkened, not one to be easily intimidated, and having consumed a bit of alcohol, he felt a surge of aggression at the slanderous insults. Wang Yaoyao showed no sign of fear, standing defiantly before him. Let us see how you intend to be impolite. This is not school, so go ahead and lay a finger on me. Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, shifting his arm, and a scream pierced the air. Oh, you dare strike me? Just wait. With that, she pulled out her phone from her pocket, dialed a number, and held it to her ear. Dad, I'm in the corridor on the 3rd floor, and I've encountered that bastard who hit me last night. He is threatening to strike me again. An angry voice came from the other end. Fear not, my daughter. I am on my way. Wang Yaoyao hung up, her expression one of triumph. You're finished. Just wait and see what happens to you. Let us see if you dare bully me again in the future. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth, not out of anger, but rather due to an urgent need to relieve himself, as if a flood were about to burst forth. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps filled the air. 7 or 8 individuals approached from the entrance of the corridor. Zhang Hao's expression shifted slightly. However, with Wang Yaoyao obstructing his view, he could not discern how many were coming. Regardless of their number, he felt undaunted. With his exceptional martial arts skills, he could easily subdue them if they dared to make a move. My daughter, I'm coming. Let us see who dares to bully my girl. An irate voice rang out. Zhang Hao paused momentarily, recognizing the voice. Wang Fugue. As he turned to focus on the sound, he indeed saw Wang Fugue, flanked by several security guards. Wang Fugue is the father of Wang Yaoyao. What a coincidence. At this moment, Wang Fuguwei also spotted Zhang Hao and was momentarily taken aback. Upon seeing her father, Wang Yaoyao became even more arrogant. Dad, it's this scoundrel who hit me. You must teach him a lesson. As soon as she finished speaking, the security guards menacingly advanced toward Zhang Hao. The manager had just declared that whoever strikes first will be dealt with later. Just as the guards were about to make their move, a furious voice rang out. Stop! Wang Fuguwei shouted, rushing to stand before Zhang Hao, his smile awkward. Young Master Zhang, what a surprise to see you here. Zhang Hao, his expression darkened, remained silent, feeling an urgent need to relieve himself. No. If I hold it any longer, I'll embarrass myself. This matter can wait. With that, Zhang Hao hastily dashed to the restroom. Splashing sounds ensued. Meanwhile, Wang Yaoyao, visibly displeased, remarked, Dad, why are you wasting words with him? Just beat him up. Be quiet. Wang Fuguwei retorted, exasperated. Zhang Hao was the hotel's benefactor, and the owner had specifically instructed to treat him with utmost respect. If this incident angered Zhang Hao, the secret recipe would not be sold, jeopardizing his lucrative position. At that moment, Wang Yaoyao, slightly inebriated, failed to grasp the underlying tension. Dad, why are you being so polite to that jerk? He's just a poor loser who hit your daughter. If you don't retaliate, you're not fit to be my father. How dare you? Wang Fuguwei shot her an incredulous glare, raising his hand as if to strike Wang Yaoyao. Startled, she became momentarily sober. I'm telling you, when young Master Zhang comes out, you must apologize, otherwise I will disown you. Wang Yaoyao frowned. Why should I? Because I am your father. Wang Yaoyao panted, her chest heaving, displaying her defiance. At that moment, Zhang Hao emerged from the restroom, a look of contentment on his face. Upon seeing him, Wang Fuguwei immediately began to apologize. Young Master Zhang, my reckless daughter is quite ignorant. If she has offended you in any way, I hope you can overlook it. Forget it. Just discipline her properly in the future. Wang Fuguwei sighed in relief. Thank you, young Master Zhang. He then turned to his troublesome daughter and commanded sternly, apologize to young Master Zhang immediately. No. Wang Yaoyao pouted, displaying her rebelliousness. Without hesitation, Wang Fuguwei kicked her behind. With a thud, Wang Yaoyao stumbled forward, her eyes instantly brimming with tears. Apologize. I want tea. Apologize. Or you won't be coming home tonight. If I don't go home, then I won't go home. From now on, I am not your daughter. Wang Yaoyao cried, turning to storm toward the private room. Go ahead, settle the bill yourself later. Don't come looking for me. Upon hearing this, Wang Yaoyao abruptly halted. Due to a prior agreement with a few close friends to treat them, Wang Yaoyao found herself in a predicament when the meal cost several thousand. Lacking sufficient funds, she reluctantly turned back to Zhang Hao and muttered an apology. It's all right. Just remember this in the future, he replied before departing. Given that Wang Fuguwei had already reprimanded her, he chose not to dwell on the matter. With a huff, Wang Yaoyao shot him a glare and proceeded to the private room. Wang Fuguwei, irritated, exhaled through his nostrils, addressing his daughter's retreating figure. While your expenses may be waived, that of others cannot be. You've become too accustomed to this. I have already apologized. What more do you want from me? I promise to treat everyone. Your actions leave me utterly embarrassed. Embarrassment? It is something you earn for yourself. It is not bestowed upon you by others, nor can you bestow it upon them. Do you understand? With that, Wang Fuguwei left with his bodyguard. Wang Yaoyao bit her lip, feeling quite distressed as she returned to the private room. Inside, 5 elegantly dressed young women awaited her. Yaoyao, where have you been? Did you get lost in the restroom? Why are your eyes so red? Have you been drinking too much? And what are those footprints on your pants? Hesitating, Wang Yaoyao stammered. Well, it seems I can't cover the cost of today's meal. So let us just plan on next time. The 5 women immediately expressed their displeasure. Yaoyao, are you joking? You promised to treat us. How can you go back on your word? Exactly. I just bought a new outfit. I don't have any money left. I still owe on my credit. So I can't contribute either. Wang Yaoyao frowned. How can you all be like this? Each person was to contribute 1,000. I encountered an unexpected situation this time. Are you still my good friends? Of course, but friendship isn't measured by money, one replied. This is a matter of principle. If you lack funds, then we shall not dine. With that, the 5 women gathered their bags and made their way out of the room. Wang Yaoyao stood stunned. And once her so-called friends had departed, she collapsed onto the table, weeping. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao returned to the private room. Where have you been, man? Did you fall into the restroom? Brother Hao, sit down quickly. Let us continue drinking. Come on, let us drink until we can't anymore. Zhao Yong and the others were in high spirits, eagerly inviting him to join. Let us raise our glasses together. The atmosphere was lively as they clinked their glasses. Soon, the 7 of them had polished off 2 bottles of red wine, 4 bottles of white, and 4 bottles of spirits. Still not satisfied, they opened some beer. At that moment, Su Yuyan playfully touched Zhang Hao's thigh. What's wrong, my dear? Zhang Hao turned to her, his face flushed from inebriation, his gaze somewhat unfocused. The little ones are getting tired. Perhaps we should head back. Su Yuyan's reference to we pertains to herself and the baby, yet Zhang Hao misconstrued her meaning. All right, my dear wife, let's head out. Upon finishing his words, Zhang Hao squinted at the 3 adorable little treasures, observing the babies yawning with their tiny mouths agape. A smile illuminated his face. Gentlemen, my 3 little princesses are weary. We'll conclude our festivities for today and resume our revelry tomorrow. Cheers. With that, he downed a large glass of beer in one go. Zhao Yong and the others followed suit, finishing their drinks before donning their clothing and retrieving their phones. At that moment, they noticed several dishes on the table that had barely been touched, embodying the virtue of thriftiness. Let us inform the waiter to pack these leftovers. We won't need to order takeout tomorrow. They also decided to take the bottles of foreign liquor back to the dormitory to impress their peers. Today we indulged in a splendid feast, granting us ample material for boasting in the future. As they conversed, the group made their way outside, with Zhang Hao leading the way and Su Yuyan pushing the 3 little treasures at the rear. It was not that Zhang Hao had overlooked the babies. Rather, he was preoccupied with settling the bill. Miss, time to settle up, he declared, placing his bank card upon the table. The front desk attendant, the same Xiao Qian, greeted him with an entirely different demeanor, her face brimming with smiles. Young Master Zhang, Manager Wang has instructed that your bill is waived. No need. I will pay by card. However, could you expedite the process? I am eager to get home. All right. Noticing Zhang Hao's slight impatience, combined with his inebriation, Xiao Qian quickly processed the payment to avoid displeasing him. Subsequently, the group proceeded towards the hotel entrance. At that moment, De Zhuang did not forget to wave goodbye to Xiao Qian. It was now 8:30 in the evening. The temperature had dropped, and a chill breeze swept through the air. As Zhang Hao felt the brisk wind hitting him, he suddenly became more dizzy, a buzzing noise resonating in his ears, and the world around him began to spin. At that instant, Su Yuyan approached Zhang Hao. You've had too much to drink. I will take a taxi home with the baby. You should not drive. Just return with Zhao Yong and the others. After speaking, she cautioned Zhao Yong, please be careful. Don't venture out recklessly after drinking. Zhao Yong grinned, sister-in-law. I've already arranged for a designated driver, who will first take you and the baby home before dropping him off at school. We'll pick up some things in the meantime. Su Yuyan nodded slightly, considering this arrangement acceptable. Just then, a designated driver clad in blue arrived on an electric bike, stopping not far away. Are you the ones who called for a designated driver? Zhao Yong quickly replied, yes, thank you for your hard work, my friend. He then retrieved the car keys from Zhang Hao's pocket and handed them to the driver. After locating the car, the driver placed the electric bike in the trunk and parked the vehicle at the hotel entrance. Upon seeing Su Yuyan approaching with the stroller, he immediately alighted to assist her. When the designated driver beheld the 3 identical little treasures, astonishment spread across his face. Beautiful lady, are all 3 of these babies yours? Upon realizing her mistake, she hurriedly explained, I apologize, it's my first time seeing triplets. They are simply adorable. It's quite all right. Su Yuyan replied with a smile as she placed the 3 babies in the rear child seats. Suddenly, she overlooked a crucial detail. With the 3 infants seated behind, where would Zhang Hao sit? At that moment, Zhang Hao, unsteady from intoxication, staggered towards them and opened the door to occupy the front passenger seat. Su Yuyan furrowed her brows, suddenly feeling a pang of abandonment. The designated driver chuckled, Miss, your husband has had a bit too much to drink. Please get in. I'll ensure you both get home safely. Su Yuyan questioned, but if I get in, won't that cause an overload? Not to worry. I've been in this profession for 2.5 years and know which routes are free from police checks. Reluctantly, she acquiesced, settling into the back seat and lifting the eldest from the child's seat to cradle in her arms. Let us go, driver. Please drive slowly. Of course. The driver replied as he eased into motion. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao succumbed to slumber in his inebriated state. Zhao Yong and others watched the car disappear, wearing satisfied smiles. De Zhuang, are you certain that the rat is asleep? Absolutely, he is out cold. Did you inform the driver to take us to Bai Gui Garden? Yes, I did. That kid is always a source of worry for the fathers. Then let us not linger. Let us head to the KTV. Just to be clear, Qingqing is mine. No one should compete with me. Then I'll pursue Qingqing. In a private room at the Shanghai Grand Hotel, Wang Yaoyao remained slumped over the table. Although her tears had dried, she had yet to emerge from her sorrow. The sound of steady footsteps echoed, and a towering figure stood behind her. Wang Yaoyao turned abruptly, her face contorted with grievance. Dad. Wang Fugui's expression was grave. Daughter, now you understand the treachery of human nature. I have always tried to impart wisdom to you, yet you remained willful and headstrong. Only through hardship can one mature. Wang Yaoyao nodded. I understand, Dad. I will make changes moving forward. The experience of footing the bill had unveiled her friend's true colors. From now on, she would engage in no more futile socializing. That is good. Moreover, never offend Zhang Hao again. Otherwise, I risk losing my job, and we would struggle to pay the mortgage and car loans. Our family would be in jeopardy. Wang Yaoyao looked puzzled. Dad, although Zhang Hao was once a wealthy heir, he is in a dire situation now. Why do you treat him with such deference? As for Zhang Hao, I cannot say, but my boss holds him in high regard. In any case, please heed my advice. Find an opportunity to sincerely apologize to him and refrain from provoking him in the future. Understood, Dad. All right, you should head home now. Your mother is likely at Uncle Wang's, playing mahjong. Ask her to return early. Okay. Wang Yaoyao rose from the private room, her thoughts consumed by Zhang Hao. She had initially presumed that Zhang Hao had fallen from grace, yet she was taken aback by his remarkable ability to influence the fate of his family. Had she accepted his proposal for a relationship in the past, the current predicament would surely not have arisen. However, after a brief dalliance with Yang Wei, he had since acquired a wife and children. Would he still be willing to accept her? Beauty, you must be at the esteemed Guiyuan now. Remember to have your friend leave a 5-star review. The chauffeur remarked with a smile as he retrieved a stroller from the trunk. Thank you. Su Yuyan expressed her gratitude, gently placing the 3 adorable little ones into the stroller. Yet, just as she was about to push the stroller into the community, she noticed the chauffeur emerging from the trunk with an electric bike, preparing to depart. Wait, aren't you going to take him back? Who? To where? The chauffeur appeared bewildered, his face a canvas of confusion. Su Yuyan glanced at the sleeping Zhang Hao in the car. Of course him. Didn't his friend inform you? Take me and the babies to the community, then drop him off at school. Didn't he say that? Isn't he your husband? I'll complete my task by taking you home. Su Yuyan was taken aback, her mind momentarily blank. At that moment, the chauffeur skillfully inserted the key into the ignition, laughing as he rode away. Beauty, you must be upset because your husband drank too much. What man in this world doesn't he indulge in alcohol? A good man knows to return home when inebriated. Couples should be understanding of each other, complementing one another. To find happiness. His voice faded into the distance, growing quieter as he disappeared into the night. Su Yuyan sighed lightly, lamenting her inability to drive. Otherwise, she would have returned Zhang Hao home. Noticing the 3 little ones had fallen asleep, and with the weather turning chilly, she decided to first take the babies home. A few minutes later, Su Yuyan sat on the bed in her bedroom, gazing at the sleeping infants, murmuring to herself, what should I do? I can't possibly let him sleep at my house. But it's so cold outside. He can't spend the night in the car. Or he'll catch a cold. Resolving to allow it this once, she thought, after all, he is the father of the babies. After a mental struggle, Su Yuyan stepped out of her home. The following morning, Zhang Hao awoke with a yawn. Habitually, he reached for his phone and sent a WeChat message to Su Yuyan. Wife, are you awake? I'll be there shortly. Where am I? Just after sending the message, Zhang Hao sat up abruptly, bewildered by the unfamiliar surroundings. As he attempted to recall the events of the previous night, all he could remember was finishing his drink and settling the bill. The subsequent occurrences eluded him completely. Where on earth was he? With a sense of confusion, Zhang Hao got out of bed and approached the door. Upon opening it, a familiar sight greeted him. How did I end up at my wife's house? Astonished, he swiftly made his way to Su Yuyan's bedroom door. Knock, 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 knock. Zhang Hao gently tapped on the door, yet there was no response. Suddenly, a sensation reminiscent of spring breezes crossing the jade gate surged within him, prompting an urgent retreat to the restroom. At that moment, Su Yuyan's long eyelashes fluttered slightly. She slowly opened her beautiful eyes, puzzled, as if she had heard a knock. Could it be a dream? With a sense of curiosity, she instinctively glanced at her 3 adorable children, all peacefully slumbering. Then, she habitually turned her gaze to the clock on the wall. Oh no, it was 8:30. She was on the verge of being late. Startled, Su Yuyin quickly leaped out of bed to freshen up and apply her makeup. As she exited her bedroom, she deliberately cast a glance at the door of the other room. The door was closed. Zhang Hao, who had been drunk the night before, was surely still asleep. Tap, tap, tap. Su Yuyin hurriedly approached the bathroom door. However, upon opening it, she was left in stunned silence. Sitting on the toilet was Zhang Hao, wearing an awkward smile. "Good morning, my dear," he greeted. He had heard footsteps and intended to announce his presence, but before he could utter a word, the door swung open, leaving him in an embarrassing predicament. After a few seconds of shock, Su Yuyin regained her composure, her face flushing a deep crimson, reminiscent of autumn's red Fuji apple. "Could you please close the door?" Zhang Hao awkwardly suggested, feeling the pressure of being watched. At that moment, he wished he could vanish into thin air. Bang! Su Yuyin swiftly shut the door. "Why didn't you say anything while in the bathroom?" she inquired. "I was about to, but then you opened the door," he replied. "Why didn't you lock it?" she retorted. "Because there's no lock on the door," he exclaimed. Su Yuyin was momentarily at a loss for words. Realizing she had indeed rushed in too hastily and had inadvertently caught Zhang Hao in an embarrassing situation. Suddenly, remembering the time, she urged, "Can you hurry up? I need to wash my face quickly." Zhang Hao, holding his breath, replied, "Please, don't rush me. I'll be done shortly." Su Yuyin, growing increasingly anxious, suggested, "How about you pause for a moment? I'll wash my face, and then you can continue. I only have half an hour before I'm late." Zhang Hao's expression darkened. One cannot simply halt the act of nature midway. "Wait, late? Isn't today the May Day holiday?" he questioned, puzzled. Typically, both students and teachers would be on break. Why did she still need to go to work? "Dear, isn't today May Day? Aren't you off? May Day?" Su Yuyin responded, slightly taken aback. Once she comprehended, her face turned crimson as she retreated into the bedroom, slamming the door behind her. 5 minutes later, feeling a sense of relief, Zhang Hao emerged from the bathroom. He approached Su Yuyin's bedroom door and gently knocked. "Knock, knock, knock. My dear, I'm finished. You can go wash up now." However, he received no reply. "Dear, are the little ones awake?" There was still no sound from the bedroom. "Dear, I'll go prepare breakfast. What would you like to eat?" The atmosphere remained profoundly silent. Zhang Hao ceased to speak and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare a meal. He first poured clear water into a pot and placed it on the gas stove to heat, waiting for it to boil before adding rice. While the water was still heating, he retrieved a cucumber, approximately 18 centimeters in length, from the refrigerator, placed it on the cutting board, and began to slice it into thin strips. Suddenly, the sound of WeChat notifications rang out in rapid succession. Zhang Hao took out his phone and noticed a new message from a group chat named the Four Heavenly Kings. This group was composed of his dormitory mates, aptly named due to their quartet. "Xiao Yong, Haozi, are you awake? Did you conquer your wife last night? De Zhuang, brother Hao, we have gone to great lengths for you. Xiao Hua, no need for thanks. After all, we are good buddies." Zhang Hao furrowed his brow. From these messages, he realized they were undoubtedly aware of what had transpired the previous night. He awaited further clarification when Zhao Yong sent a lengthy text. "I specifically instructed the designated driver to drop you off at Biguan Community, ensuring you could share a bed with Goddess Su. Last night, we were worried she might find a way to send you back to school, but it seems she truly cares for you. Although you were intoxicated and unaware during your intimate moments, this marks a promising beginning. From now on, it will be natural for you to sleep with Goddess Su." Zhang Hao nodded slightly. While he understood the situation and recognized that Zhao Yong and the others meant well, he felt it was somewhat inappropriate. "Can I consider your good intentions as mere folly? This is quite ungracious of you. Haven't you heard the saying, 'A forced melon is not sweet'? Listen to your elder. This cannot happen again." "Zhao Yong, damn. We extend our goodwill, and instead of gratitude, you complain. I'm truly at my wit's end. De Zhuang, brother Hao. While a forced melon may not be sweet, it does quench thirst. Xiao Hua. By the way, brother Hao, you have extensive connections, and I require your assistance with something." Chapter 43. A Surge of Popularity. "What is it?" Zhang Hao inquired directly upon seeing Xiao Hua's message. Xiao Hua first sent 2 mischievous emojis before typing. "Since the holidays have begun, I'm looking for a part-time job. Could you help me find one? Working as a waiter at Shanghai Grand Hotel would be fine. I'm open to serving plates or washing dishes. Part-time. It's only been 5 days of vacation. Isn't it better to just enjoy your time? Do you think everyone is as affluent as you, without any financial burdens? My family is not well off. Every 100 earned counts. I have no pressure. My family is in debt for hundreds of millions. How could I possibly lack stress? I don't understand the world of the wealthy. Please help me inquire. All right. I'll ask around for you. Thank you. I'll treat you to some noodles at the school gate later. I prefer Italian pasta. Come on. Why not try Italian cannon? Huh. Enough banter. I'm currently cooking. I'll let you know if I receive any messages. Zhao Yong. Mouse, you can actually cook? De Zhuang. I hope you're not just making instant noodles. Zhang Hao chose to disregard this and exited the group chat, subsequently sending a text message to Wang Fuguei. Manager Wang, I have a favor to ask. A friend of mine wishes to work at the hotel for 5 days. Could you make arrangements? After sending the message, he tucked his phone into his pocket and continued with his culinary endeavors. After half an hour of diligent effort, a delightful breakfast was prepared, a salad of cucumbers, potatoes, and carrots, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a pot of millet porridge, accompanied by a puree of vegetables that the little ones adored. He brought the dishes to the dining table and approached the door of Su Yuyan's bedroom. Knock, knock, knock. Dear, it's time for breakfast. Upon hearing Su Yuyan's response, Zhang Hao stood patiently by the door. Before long, the door swung open. Su Yuyan emerged, pushing 3 adorable little ones. Her expression somewhat awkward, a rosy hue adorning her fair complexion. Dear, Zhang Hao greeted with a smile. He understood that his wife was still preoccupied with that rather embarrassing incident from the morning. Su Yuyan did not respond and continued walking forward, the flush on her face becoming more pronounced. Zhang Hao followed behind, smiling. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed. Ding! New task triggered. The host must teach the 3 little ones to feed themselves. Completion reward, 600,000. 600,000? Zhang Hao's expression shifted slightly. This was the largest reward he had encountered. Although he had won numerous prizes in various events during the sports meet, amounting to a total of several 100,000. Those were the result of multiple tasks. Here, he was promised 600,000 for simply teaching the children to eat. How straightforward could it be? Seeing Su Yuyan seated at the dining table, preparing to feed the babies with vegetable puree, he promptly approached her. Dear, let the little ones feed themselves. What? Su Yuyan paused, frowning slightly. They are so young. Their milk teeth aren't even fully grown yet. You want them to feed themselves? Have you grown tired of it so soon? Despite having seen a video online suggesting that fathers often lose interest in caring for children, the nanny had informed her that Zhang Hao was meticulous in caring for the babies, showing them great affection. Initially, she believed he was different from other men and a very capable father, but now she found herself questioning that. Zhang Hao hurriedly explained, No, it's not that. Allowing the babies to feed themselves will help develop their self-reliance and independence. After all, these children are my own. How could I possibly grow weary? Upon hearing that it would benefit the children's development, Su Yuyan became somewhat convinced yet still skeptical. Really? Of course it's true. A person from Haiqing wouldn't deceive another from Haiqing. If you don't believe me, look it up online. Su Yuyan took out her phone and did a quick search. Indeed, she discovered that although 7-month-old babies are still quite small, they can begin to practice feeding themselves, which aids in their development. Very well. I'll fetch the little bowls and spoons. Su Yuyan stood and walked to the cupboard, retrieving 3 sets of bowls and spoons adorned with Peppa Pig designs. Subsequently, a modest amount of vegetable puree was placed before the 3 little ones. At that moment, the trio gazed at their bowls, their cherubic faces adorned with expressions of profound bewilderment. Observing their reaction, Zhang Hao decided to demonstrate personally. Little ones, watch how daddy eats, he said, lifting a spoonful of congee to his lips before placing the spoon in the tiny hands of his children. You have all grown up now. It's time to learn to eat independently. However, the eldest promptly discarded the spoon onto the floor, opting instead to scoop the vegetable puree with his hands. The second child inserted the spoon into his mouth and began to gnaw at it. Meanwhile, the youngest clanged the spoon against the table, erupting into joyous laughter. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Hao felt a twinge of helplessness. It was not quite as he had envisioned. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Su Yuyan suggested, if we delay, the babies will go hungry. Let's feed them first, and they can learn afterwards. Reluctantly, Zhang Hao concurred, realizing that this task was far from straightforward. Before long, with the assistance of Su Yuyan, the 3 little ones were sufficiently fed. They then placed a bit of millet porridge in front of them, encouraging the children to practice self-feeding. Yet, the trio was utterly inept at this endeavor, resulting in millet scattered across their faces and the table. Su Yuyan couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sight. These three little rascals were simply adorable, creating a delightful mess at mealtime. As she spoke, she took out her phone to capture this beautiful moment, planning to show it to them when they grew older, believing it would hold great significance. Dear, are you going to post this on social media? Zhang Hao inquired. Su Yuyin shook her head with a smile. No, I just want to take a photo for keepsake. Zhang Hao nodded slightly, initially thinking she intended to flaunt their children online. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. He remembered that he had filmed the trio yesterday and posted it on Kuaishou. Curious if anyone had liked it, he mused that even if there were no likes, it would still serve as a record of their growth. With this in mind, he retrieved his phone from his pocket. Upon opening Kuaishou, he noticed a notification indicating 99 messages. Curious, he tapped to see an array of likes and comments on the video. Wow, these three babies are absolutely adorable. I'm in love. They are triplets. What kind of mother can give birth to such a marvel? I envy her. How wonderful it would be to have triplets. Bro, what is your secret? Can you share the recipe with me? Is this video real? How could there possibly be triplets? As he read these comments, a blissful smile spread across Zhang Hao's face. He scrolled through dozens of comments without reaching the end. Just then, he noticed several private messages and clicked on them. Handsome, I sell maternity and baby products. Have you considered live streaming to sell? Prices are negotiable. Dad, I sell children's toys. Are you interested in collaborating? I specialize in children's photography. May I purchase some photos of the babies? The number of private messages was not overwhelming, most of which pertained to potential collaborations. Zhang Hao chuckled lightly, not overly concerned. After all, he had merely posted a single video, so how could it possibly attract such a multitude of business opportunities? Lost in thought, he opened the video he had shared yesterday. Upon seeing the impressive number of likes and comments, a smile of joy suddenly appeared on his face. It had gone viral. Chapter 44. My dear, we are about to strike it rich. What caught fire? Su Yuyin was startled upon hearing this. However, after scanning the surroundings, she found no signs of a fire. A quick sniff revealed no scent of smoke. Darling, I meant that the video I posted yesterday has gone viral. Look, Zhang Hao said, grinning as he handed his phone to Su Yuyin. Upon receiving the phone and viewing the content, Su Yuyin's expression mirrored his surprise. The video featured their three adorable little ones, all calling out for their father. The likes counted 235, while the comments reached 386. I never imagined you'd become such a significant internet celebrity, Su Yuyin exclaimed, her eyes widening as she checked Zhang Hao's profile. Oh my goodness, you have 98 followers. Zhang Hao laughed. I am hardly a celebrity. I just downloaded Kuaishou yesterday and uploaded one video. That can't be true. You must have deleted your previous works. Otherwise, how could you possibly have 1 million followers? 1 million followers? Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback, quickly snatching the phone back. Upon seeing that the follower count was indeed 98, he was left speechless. Su Yuyin teased. Come clean. Why did you delete your earlier works? Is there a hidden secret? Absolutely not. I just registered yesterday. He insisted. I don't believe you, she replied, raising an eyebrow. Look for yourself. Zhang Hao retrieved the registration date from his account information, which confirmed it was indeed yesterday, April 30th. When Su Yuyin saw the registration date, astonishment washed over her. It truly was yesterday. So in less than a day, you've gained 100,000 followers. Unbelievable. It must be because of our three little treasures. Their cuteness and being triplets is simply magnetic for followers. By the way, dear, haven't you ever posted videos of the babies at night? Never. I can barely keep things under wraps. How could I let others know? All right. Zhang Hao nodded slightly, understanding his wife's concerns. Just then, an idea struck him. After a moment of contemplation, a look of joy illuminated his face. My love, we are about to strike it rich. Su Yuyin paused, confusion etched across her features. Strike it rich? Yes, Zhang Hao replied, excitement bubbling in his voice. I noticed in my private messages that numerous sellers of maternity and children's products are reaching out to me for collaboration. Isn't Livestream selling all the rage right now? I know that, but the crucial question is, can we actually sell anything? Of course, no problem. I currently possess 1 million followers, primarily consisting of mothers and young individuals drawn to my presence due to my child. Moreover, live streaming for sales requires no investment. One merely earns a commission from completed transactions. The more one sells, the greater the profit. Did you not notice the recent news? There was a female live streamer who evaded taxes amounting to over 100 million. One can only imagine her earnings. Su Yuyin nodded slightly, having also seen the report about the tax evasion. Furthermore, During the Double 11 shopping festival, sales reached astronomical figures in just one night, clearly demonstrating the lucrative nature of live commerce. Well, you may proceed as you see fit, but remember this: one must never evade taxes. Absolutely not, nor would I dare. For if I were to be imprisoned, who would care for you and our child? Perhaps the neighbor, Wang. Zhang Hao's expression shifted to one of discomfort. Yet he felt a sense of comfort within. It was not that there was indeed a neighbor named Wang, but rather that Su Yuyan was teasing him, indicating a closer bond between them. At that moment, Su Yuyan laughed and remarked, "What are you thinking? There is no neighbor named Wang. The person next door is surnamed Fan. I know, it's Uncle Fan." After breakfast, Su Yuyan played with the babies in the bedroom, their cheerful laughter occasionally filling the air. Zhang Hao sat on the living room sofa, reaching out to various merchants. After careful consideration and comparison, he ultimately decided to collaborate with a business called Big Windmill. The sole reason was the owner, Sun Dandan, whose personality was exceptionally generous, offering a commission of 30% on sales. This merchant primarily dealt in maternity and infant products. "Mr. Zhang, it's settled then. We shall commence the live stream tonight, and I will inform you of the products we will sell." "All right, I shall await your call." After finalizing the agreement, Zhang Hao walked into the bedroom with a smile. Su Yuyan, who was entertaining the babies, turned her head and inquired cheerfully, "How did the discussion go?" "It was remarkably successful. The commission is set at 30% of the sales. Am I not impressive?" Su Yuyan instinctively nodded, recognizing that 30% was indeed substantial. Observing her reaction, Zhang Hao's smile widened as he continued, "With your husband working so diligently, shouldn't you reward him?" "How should I reward you?" Zhang Hao playfully pointed to his cheek. Su Yuyan understood immediately and blushed. "No, the babies are watching. Shall we move to the living room?" "That won't do. If the babies cannot see me, they will cry." Although Zhang Hao desired to bridge the gap between them, he recognized from her bashful demeanor that it was futile. "Well then, how about a loving hug? We are an old married couple. After all, what is there to be shy about?" As he spoke, Zhang Hao opened his arms wide. Su Yuyan's first instinct was to refuse, but reflecting on her contributions to the family and the children over the past few days, she hesitated. After all, at her age, she should be enjoying her youth freely. Yet, for the sake of herself and their child, she had transformed into a devoted stay-at-home mother. Upon reflection, a sense of shame mingled with a deeper feeling of emotion enveloped me. Zhang Hao, perceiving Su Yuyan's hesitation, recognized that there was indeed a glimmer of hope. "My dear, would it be too much to ask for just a hug? I have never embraced you before." Su Yuyan, biting her crimson lip, shyly turned to face Zhang Hao. In that instant, her heartbeat quickened, as if a little rabbit were frolicking within her chest. Zhang Hao offered a gentle smile and stepped toward her. Once in front of Su Yuyan, he enveloped her in his arms. A sudden wave of bliss washed over him, feeling her delicate form against him. Zhang Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. At that moment, his thoughts were devoid of any wickedness. Only profound affection resided within him. "My love, I adore you." He uttered those three heartfelt words. The tension that had gripped Su Yuyan's body melted away upon hearing them. She sensed the depth of Zhang Hao's love, and, simultaneously, the solidness of his frame offered her an unprecedented sense of security. Compared to her previous hardships, this moment was sheer bliss, a happiness that stemmed from Zhang Hao himself. Overwhelmed with emotion, she felt a sudden warmth in her nose, her eyes brimming with tears. "My dear, why are you crying? Is it because I have wronged you?" Zhang Hao was taken aback by her tears. Just as he was about to release her, he felt her embrace tighten around him. "It's nothing. I am simply moved. Thank you for coming into my life, and for everything you do for me and our baby." Zhang Hao's expression shifted as he took a deep breath, his gaze growing resolute. "Rest assured, my love, I promise to ensure you and our baby live a life of happiness, free from any grievances." As Su Yuyan nodded, wiping the tears from her face, he couldn't help but be drawn to her tear-streaked visage, captivating in its beauty. Su Yuyan, momentarily taken aback, felt her heart race again but did not shy away. Instead, she slowly closed her eyes as their proximity diminished. They could even sense each other's breath. Suddenly, wow! In the midst of this tender moment, a loud wail broke through. "Jingjing, do not cry, mommy's here." Su Yuyan quickly extricated herself from Zhang Hao's embrace to comfort their child, who was in distress. Zhang Hao wore a look of frustration. "Oh, dear Jingjing, why must you cry now, of all times, when your father is trying to share a moment with your mother? Do you not comprehend how rare this opportunity is?" Despite Su Yuyan's attempts to soothe her, the baby continued to wail. Having just consumed breakfast, it was evident that she was not hungry. Suddenly, Su Yuyan felt the heavy weight of the wet diaper she was holding. Glancing down, she noticed the indicator had changed from yellow to green. Oh dear, she is wet herself. Zhang Hao, please fetch a diaper. Zhang Hao approached the bag containing the diapers, only to discover that only one remained. Moreover, it was discovered that the milk powder in the nearby box had also been depleted, leaving only half of the last can on the table. In less than 10 days, all 10 cans of milk powder had been consumed. Fortunately, there were funds available. Otherwise, he would have had to resort to manual labor at the construction site. With that, Zhang Hao approached the bedside with a pack of diapers. He noticed Su Yiyan tending to Sambao, cleaning him up, and placed the diapers beside the bed. Turning his head away, upon seeing this, a subtle smile graced Su Yuyan's lips. As she continued changing Sambao's diapers, she remarked, "This is your biological daughter. There's no need to feel embarrassed." It said that as children grow, they distance themselves from their parents. The baby is only 7 months old and knows nothing. But I care, he replied. Weren't you the one who changed the baby's diapers before? I always closed my eyes when I did. All right then. Su Yuyan smiled gently. Zhang Hao was simply adorable. He was boisterous and generous with friends, yet tender and attentive with her and the babies. He seemed almost childlike, still capable of feeling shy. You know, I suspect you might be younger than I am. Like a little boy, she teased. Joking. How could I be younger? His voice trailed off as Su Yuyan suddenly blushed. Zhang Hao's statement made him ponder something else. Wife, why are you blushing? It's nothing. The room is just too warm. Then I'll go open a window. Zhang Hao approached the window and opened it. Realizing they were out of milk powder and diapers, he decided to visit a nearby maternity and baby store. Wife, I'm going to buy milk powder and diapers. I'll be back shortly. With that, he headed toward the door. However, just a few steps out, he heard Su Yiyan call out. Wait, let us go together. Zhang Hao paused. Together? Are we bringing the baby along? Yes, it's rare to have some time. Let us stroll through the mall, buy some clothes and necessities for the babies. All right. A little while later, Zhang Hao drove his wife and their 3 adorable children to Baoshan Wanda Plaza. After parking in the underground lot, he pushed the stroller toward the elevator. At that moment, he noticed that Su Yuyan was walking a bit faster. Wife, slow down. Hee. It's been so long since I've been to a mall. I'm a bit excited. It's fine. We have plenty of time. We can shop as long as we want. Really? A look of delight suddenly illuminated Su Yuyan's face. Her excitement reminiscent of a mythical creature freed from its long confinement. Indeed, Zhang Hao nodded, feeling an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Wonderful. Then let us go? With that, Su Yuyan quickened her pace even more. Zhang Hao, slightly taken aback, followed closely behind, pushing the 3 little ones along. They took the elevator to the children's clothing and toy floor. However, as they entered the mall, they immediately attracted the attention of everyone around them. Oh my! Look over there. Triplets. Goodness, I never thought I would witness such a phenomenon in this world. The 3 little ones are identical, with their tiny mouths, large eyes, and chubby faces, absolutely adorable. How can there be such delightful babies? In an instant, I felt as though my own child paled in comparison. The father is strikingly handsome, the mother radiantly beautiful, and the 3 children are simply enchanting. A truly celestial family. Most shoppers here are mothers, followed by grandmothers. Upon seeing these 3 cherubs, my heart melted instantaneously. Soon, a gathering of young mothers and grandmothers formed around them. Excuse me, are these 3 adorable little ones yours? They are so precious. I've never seen triplets before. May I take a picture with them? Could I hold your baby? In their amazement, they began to chatter excitedly. However, the 3 little ones appeared rather startled, confronted by a sea of unfamiliar faces. Although the expressions were friendly, they seemed quite intimidating. Suddenly, the most timid of the trio began to wail. Su Yuyan quickly scooped up the little one to soothe her. At that moment, a young mother remarked, Your baby is so cute, even when crying. She looks beautiful. Su Yuyan smiled, albeit somewhat awkwardly, while she longed to leave with her babies. She felt a twinge of embarrassment at the attention they were receiving. Yet, Zhang Hao's expression grew dark. Don't you see the babies are crying? Why are you still surrounding us? Have some consideration. Dear ladies, could you please step back? Can't you see you frighten the babies? Although it was delightful to see the babies so adored, it was excessive to linger when they were distressed. I sincerely apologize. Your babies are just too adorable. Please don't crowd them. We wouldn't want them to become too upset. Realizing the father was displeased, The young mothers and grandmothers quickly dispersed. Shall we go? Zhang Hao smiled at Su Yuyan and continued to walk forward. Following closely behind, Su Yuyan felt a growing sense of security in his presence. Without him, she truly would have been at a loss just moments ago. Lost in thought, she was suddenly captivated by a lovely outfit displayed in a children's clothing store. Though the shop was filled with many garments, her eyes were instantly drawn to a particular ensemble. It was a princess costume showcased on a doll. The outfit was white, adorned with exquisite blue prints, and the skirt featured delicate red floral embroidery, finished with a white lace hem. Just envisioning her babies dressed in such attire filled her mind with enchanting images. They would undoubtedly look absolutely stunning. In her thoughts, she addressed Zhang Hao's retreating figure, saying, "Wait a moment, I have my eye on a dress." With that, she stepped into the store and approached the enchanting princess outfit. Turning to the sales attendant, she inquired, "May I ask how much this dress costs?" 5,888, came the response. "Excuse me?" Su Yuyan could scarcely believe her ears and asked again. 5,888, the attendant repeated, her tone tinged with impatience, for this princess dress was the most expensive item in the store. Many had inquired about it before, yet it was merely idle curiosity. Su Yuyan furrowed her delicate brows, appearing indecisive. One set for 5,888, 3 sets for 17,664. Oh my goodness, that amount could cover 3 months' worth of formula and diapers for the baby. Although the exorbitant price made her hesitate, the thought of how adorable her little ones would look in the princess outfits made the prospect of not purchasing them feel like a grave disappointment. At that moment, Zhang Hao approached, pushing the eldest and second child in a stroller. Noticing Su Yuyan admiring the dress, he smiled and remarked, "That's lovely. The babies would look absolutely adorable in it." Su Yuyan's brows knitted together once more. "It is beautiful, but it's just too expensive, over 5,000 for one piece." "Don't worry. If you like it, the price is inconsequential," he replied, turning his attention to the sales attendant. "Excuse me, miss, could you come here for a moment?" Though the attendant was not particularly striking, Zhang Hao's sweet words drew her in, for no girl would refuse to be called beautiful. "Coming," the attendant responded lethargically, as if half her spirit had been drained. While she was initially taken aback by the sight of 3 adorable children, she quickly concluded that this striking couple could hardly afford such luxuries. After all, in today's world, raising even one child is a formidable challenge, let alone 3. With mortgages, car loans, and daily expenses, it was unlikely they were making profits. They were probably just managing to stay afloat. Reluctant to waste time introducing the clothing, her discontent was palpable. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" she said, forcing a professional smile as she approached Zhang Hao. "Is this dress still available? I would like 3 sets. 3 sets? The attendant's surprise was evident. "You can't even afford one, let alone 3. Are you joking? Sir, this is our highest quality and most expensive outfit, priced at 5,888. Are you certain you want it?" "Absolutely. Very well. But since we need to take measurements for the babies and find the appropriate sizes in the stockroom, it can be quite a hassle. Are you sure you want me to proceed? I wouldn't want to waste time if you decide against it." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao's displeasure was palpable. "What do you mean by wasting time? Isn't it your job as a sales attendant to assist customers?" The attendant pouted, recognizing the handsome man's irritation. Yet, instead of countering, she called for another young girl dressed in a similar uniform. "Yuan, could you come here for a moment?" "Coming." The young girl approached with a smile. The shop assistant, with an indifferent demeanor, remarked, "This gentleman wishes to purchase a princess dress. Please assist him." With that, she turned and walked away. Zhang Hao frowned slightly, finding the assistant's arrogance rather irksome. With such an attitude, it would be a wonder if they had any returning customers. Just as he was enveloped in displeasure, he heard a cheerful voice exclaim, "Handsome sir, beautiful lady, is this your little darling? Absolutely adorable." The girl's praise replaced Zhang Hao's anger with mirth. In contrast, her demeanor was quite pleasant. The girl, with rosy lips and white teeth, had eyes that sparkled like crescent moons, a true beauty. As he glanced at her left chest, he noticed her name tag. In turn, Feng Yuehan. "Thank you. Could you please fetch 3 sets of identical outfits for the little one to try on?" "Certainly. I will first measure the sizes. I hope the little ones are not shy." "We're not shy. That puts me at ease." With that, the girl took out a soft measuring tape from her pocket and began to gently measure the children. In a short while, she completed the measurements. "Please wait a moment. I shall retrieve the clothing from the storeroom and return in about 5 or 6 minutes." All right, Zhang Hao replied, smiling. His earlier displeasure dissipated entirely. However, at that moment, Su Yuyin reached toward Zhang Hao's waist, pinched his flesh, and squeezed it tightly. Ah! The sudden pain elicited an unexpected sound from Zhang Hao. Drawing curious glances from those nearby, their expressions tinged with intrigue. Su Yuyin quickly released her grip, her cheeks flushing crimson. Dear, why did you pinch me? Humph. Why were you exchanging glances with that little girl? Have you developed a wandering eye for her beauty? That's absurd. I was not exchanging glances. Then why were you smiling so happily? She had a pleasant demeanor. I couldn't very well maintain a sour expression, could I? Are you jealous, my love? Jealous? Why would I be? Seeing Su Yuyin's displeased expression, Zhang Hao chuckled. Your lips are nearly pouting to the heavens, yet you claim not to be jealous? Before long, the young girl returned, her arms laden with several outfits. Handsome sir, beautiful lady, I've brought the clothes. In addition to the white ones, there are soft pink and light yellow options. The little ones can try them all, and then we can make a selection. Zhang Hao was taken aback. The girl was exceedingly attentive. Not only was her service exemplary, but she also considered the needs of the customer, a true model employee. Young lady, your thoughtfulness is commendable. I shall seek your assistance for future purchases. Thank you. She then proceeded to dress the three little darlings, first adorning them in the three white princess outfits. Once dressed, Zhang Hao and Su Yiyan were left astonished, for the trio of little ones were extraordinarily charming, with petite mouths, large eyes, and long eyelashes. Upon donning identical princess dresses, they appeared as if sculpted from the same mold, creating a striking visual impact. Su Yuyin, filled with delight, eagerly took out her phone to capture photos of the little ones. To her surprise, the children looked even more adorable in their outfits. The white color symbolized purity, resembling noble little princesses. One young girl, utterly awestruck, timidly inquired, "May I take a photo of the babies to share on my social media? They are simply too cute." Of course, Zhang Hao readily agreed, considering that a little girl could harbor no ill intentions. Upon seeing two additional colors of the princess dresses, he decided to have the babies try them on. Darling, let us have the little ones try on the other two sets as well. Is that necessary? The white one is already so beautiful. Let us give it a try. It won't cost us anything. All right. After agreeing, Su Yuyin dressed the babies in a soft pink princess outfit. Upon seeing them, she was once again taken aback. Compared to the white, the pink looked even more stunning. The three adorable babies resembled flower fairies from an anime, looking absolutely enchanting. Su Yuyin exclaimed, I didn't expect the soft pink to be even more beautiful. Perhaps we should purchase this set. Zhang Hao smiled gently, replying, let us not rush. Let us see how the soft yellow looks. All right. Su Yuyin nodded with a smile, and dressed the babies in the pale yellow princess attire. However, upon seeing them, she suddenly changed her mind. Let us buy the soft yellow one. It's too cute. Against the backdrop of yellow, the three little ones appeared even more endearing, melting hearts with their charm. Oh my babies, how can you be so adorable? I adore you all. At that moment, the young girl chimed in. The babies look beautiful in anything they wear. Have you decided on a color, handsome? Zhang Hao smiled. Observing Su Yuyin's joyful demeanor, he promptly made a decision. I'll take them all. Chapter 47. Is underwear considered clothing? I'll take them all. Su Yuyin was momentarily taken aback. That amounted to a total of 9 outfits. At 5,888 each, 9 would come to 52,992. Heavens! Has Zhang Hao lost his mind? Spending over 50,000 on baby clothes. Even if he has the money, he shouldn't be so extravagant. The young girl was also momentarily stunned, and then urged Zhang Hao not to make an impulsive purchase, while there was a 5 commission for selling each dress. Seeing the baby's parents dressed quite ordinarily, and with 3 babies to care for, it was unconscionable to profit at their expense. Handsome, you must think this through. 9 outfits will cost around 53,000. I've made up my mind. Let us check out. Zhang Hao replied with a smile as he walked toward the cash register. The young girl hurriedly followed him, but just then, she was intercepted by a colleague, the notoriously temperamental store clerk. Yuan, I'll handle the payment. You go pack up the clothes. This clerk had been eagerly awaiting this moment, her eyes sparkling with greed upon hearing Zhang Hao's intent to buy 9 princess dresses. Though she regretted not leaving a favorable impression earlier, she still had a chance to rectify the situation. If she processed the payment herself, she could earn over 2,600 in commission, which amounted to more than half a month's salary. However, the young lady was not easily deterred. Upon hearing a colleague mention the checkout, her demeanor shifted. Why should she concede? After all, she had attended to the customer. Just because you are an intern, do you still aspire to pass your probation? The young lady found herself momentarily speechless. A single remark from her colleague had rendered her mute. Since she had yet to complete her probation, the manager had entrusted the supervisory authority to her colleague, thus leaving the decision of her fate in their hands. Although she felt a sense of injustice, one must bow their head under the eaves. Humph. The shop assistant scoffed derisively before donning a smile as she approached the checkout. Sir, I am here to assist you with your payment. The total for the 9 items amounts to $52,992, but I can round it down to $52,990. Zhang Han frowned upon recognizing the indifferent assistant. He understood that there were commissions involved in selling clothes at the mall. Why are you here? I want that young lady to handle my payment. Sir, that young lady is not very familiar with the process and may waste your precious time. That's fine. I have ample time. The assistant's brows furrowed momentarily. Then she whispered, Sir, how about I offer you a 5% discount? You could save over $2,000. No. I will pay the full price, but I insist that the young lady completes the transaction. Humph. Faced with Zhang Han's unwavering stance, the assistant stormed off in anger. At this moment, the young lady approached with a smile. Sir, thank you. No need to thank me. The gratitude should be directed at you. At me? Indeed. Your service has left me quite satisfied. After exiting the clothing store, he purchased diapers and formula for the 3 little ones, along with calcium, iron, and zinc supplements and toys, nearly filling the storage compartment of the stroller. Wife, where shall we venture next? Zhang Han inquired with a smile as they entered the elevator. Let us go to the supermarket for some food and daily necessities. All right. With that, Zhang Han pressed the button for the 5th floor. Su Yuyin was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he the supermarket on the 1st floor? Why was Zhang Han pressing the button for the 5th? Had he never been to a mall before? Did he not know what was sold on each floor? You pressed the wrong button. The supermarket is on the 1st floor and clothing is on the 5th. I am aware. Are you going to buy clothes? Yes. Su Yuyin nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Ding. The elevator doors opened. Unlike the children's section, this was the realm of adults. To the left of the elevator were women's garments, and to the right, men's. As Zhang Han exited the elevator, pushing the stroller, he immediately turned left. Su Yuyin, who was preparing to turn right, paused for a moment before hastily following him. Were you not here to buy clothes? This area is for women's fashion. Men's is over there. Indeed, I came here to purchase clothing, but not for myself. Rather, for you. For me? Su Yuyin paused momentarily, then hastily replied, No, I have enough clothes. I am aware that you possess merely a white dress, a yellow shirt, and a pair of jeans. Those are your only outfits. How do you know? Su Yuyin asked, her surprise evident, followed by a bashful inquiry. Did you look in my wardrobe? After all, besides clothing, it contains undergarments and other feminine necessities. No, I simply noticed you have been wearing those 2 outfits repeatedly over the past few days, switching between them daily, so it stands to reason you have no others. Upon hearing this, Su Yuyin felt a surge of gratitude. She had not anticipated that Zhang Hao would be so observant. Nonetheless, even if he had discerned her wardrobe, she would not accept his generosity. Having already spent over 50,000 on clothing for the baby, it wouldn't be right to spend his money as well. Let us not buy anything. These 2 outfits suffice for now. We can discuss it again when autumn arrives. No way, we must make a purchase. You shall not leave without buying something. Very well. Su Yuyin found herself enchanted by Zhang Hao's assertiveness. However, she was determined to minimize expenses. Since I have acquiesced to your wishes, you must heed mine as well. Let us buy just 1 item. Agreed. With that, Su Yuyin surveyed her surroundings and then fixed her gaze upon a lingerie store. Please wait for me here. With that, she stepped into the shop. Zhang Hao's expression shifted slightly as he surmised Su Yuyin's intention, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Which one to buy? Su Yuyin stood before a rack, deliberating between 2 bras. One was a black lace style, the kind she typically wore, while the other was a pale yellow adorned with exquisite embroidery, appearing remarkably beautiful. Which to choose? Su Yuyin murmured to herself, momentarily indecisive. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated from behind her. The pale yellow one. It conveys a youthful essence. Huh. Realizing it was Zhang Hao's voice, Su Yuyin quickly turned around. This is a women's lingerie store. What are you doing here? You should leave. What is there to be embarrassed about? You are my wife, not a stranger. Su Yuyin's cheeks flushed crimson as she scanned the vicinity, confirming that indeed no one was paying attention to them. She then picked up the pale yellow bra and proceeded to the checkout. Darling, let me handle the payment. No, I can manage myself. Su Yuyin hastily paid and exited the lingerie store. However, just as she was about to leave the clothing section, Zhang Hao called out to her. Darling, how can you leave without purchasing any clothes? Did we not just buy something? A bra counts as clothing, doesn't it? Of course. It is all worn on the body. No, we must buy at least one more. Otherwise, I shall choose for you. I truly do not need it. Zhang Hao said no more. He took hold of Su Yuyin's hand and led her towards the women's clothing section. Su Yuyin's body trembled slightly, as if struck by an electric shock. Feeling the warmth of Zhang Hao's palm, a rush of nervousness surged within her, her heart racing like a startled rabbit. You should let go. There are so many people around, she protested. Isn't it acceptable for me to buy something? Buying is essential, but letting go is out of the question. I am holding my wife's hand, not someone else's. Why should I be concerned about others seeing? Su Yuyin pouted but ultimately allowed Zhang Hao to lead her forward. At that moment, her gaze drifted towards a women's clothing store. Upon seeing the elegant garments displayed on the mannequins, she momentarily froze, her steps involuntarily slowing. The styles within the store were exquisite, embodying sophistication and grandeur. Under the dim lighting, they exuded an air of nobility. Zhang Hao sensed Su Yuyin's deceleration and, noticing her captivated expression, immediately understood. Dear, let us take a look inside. Su Yuyin nodded slightly, heading towards the store. Yet, just as she took a step, she halted abruptly, staring at the overlapping letters above the entrance. Chapter 48. Nosebleed. Wait. Shall we choose another store? Why? Because the clothes inside aren't appealing. Su Yuyin fabricated an excuse, aware that the prices of the garments were exorbitant, often reaching thousands. Although she had over 50,000 in her WeChat account, it was Zhang Hao's money. She usually hesitated to spend a little extra on a simple meal, let alone splurge on clothing. How can we know if they are good without trying? Zhang Hao smiled, pushing the stroller while guiding Su Yuyin into the store. Welcome. Upon their entrance, a strikingly beautiful saleswoman greeted them with warmth. As a high-end boutique, the sales staff exuded poise and elegance, with fair skin, alluring features, and long legs accentuated by sheer stockings. Even the usually composed Zhang Hao found himself stealing glances. At that moment, Su Yuyin tugged at the hem of Zhang Hao's shirt. Assuming they had been discovered, he quickly redirected his gaze. What's wrong, dear? Shall we consider another store? The clothes here are ostentatious, while the quality is good. The brand name accounts for 2/3 of the price. Although her voice was soft, the beautiful saleswoman overheard. With a smile, she responded, What this lovely lady says is quite accurate, but those who shop here do so for the prestige of the brand. Wearing it brings considerable status. Su Yuyin offered a somewhat forced smile. She understood the allure of high-end brands. She simply wished to avoid such extravagant expenditures. The saleswoman, with her persuasive charm, continued, Beautiful lady, with your looks and figure, you would undoubtedly exude even more elegance in our garments. Furthermore, our collection features the latest arrivals designed by top-tier Parisian designers. Once you don these outfits, you will appear even more stunning than the models themselves. Whether attending a banquet or gracing the office, you become the center of attention. And fret not if you do not wish to purchase immediately. You may first try it on, and should it please you, then you may buy it. Upon hearing such flattering words, Su Yuyin felt a sudden stir of excitement. Her resolute decision to abstain from buying wavered at this moment. Zhang Hao, taken aback, had not anticipated that the salesperson's eloquence would be so compelling that it almost persuaded him to purchase as well. Indeed, my dear, why not give it a try? It won't cost you anything. Shall I? Su Yuyin replied with a gentle smile, her eyes glancing at the exquisite garments, a sense of eagerness bubbling within her. The salesperson promptly interjected, Come, beautiful lady, allow me to introduce you to a few of our best-selling items. All right. Su Yuyin nodded with a smile, following the salesperson. The first item presented was a black and white pattern dress. This dress is exceptionally popular, combining simplicity with elegance. When worn, it exudes a refreshing and refined beauty. You must try it on. I shall, Su Yuyin responded, taking the dress and stepping into the fitting room. Suddenly, the ringing of Zhang Hao's phone broke the ambience. Upon checking, he noticed it was a call from Wang Fugui. Answering the call, a courteous voice greeted him. Young Master Zhang, my sincerest apologies. I have just seen your message. I will take care of your friend's matter. Simply provide me with his phone number. I will send it to you right away. Thank you for your assistance. No need for thanks. Your friend is my friend. I assure you, I will handle it diligently. Understood. I shall remember this favor. We will discuss it further when we meet. With that, Zhang Hao ended the call and sent Xiaohua's number to Wang Fuguei. Though reluctant to owe anyone a favor, he felt compelled to assist, especially since Xiaohua had reached out. True camaraderie among brothers warranted such support. Amidst his thoughts, he caught sight of Su Yuyan emerging from the fitting room. His gaze sharpened, and he was momentarily entranced. The dress accentuated her figure flawlessly, curvaceous and elegant. With a slender waist and long, straight legs, complemented by her stunning beauty, she epitomized the pinnacle of allure. If only she adorned herself with black stockings, the perfection would be complete. At that moment, even the salesperson was awestruck, though she possessed her own charm. Standing next to Su Yuyan made her feel like an ugly duckling, while Su Yuyan resembled a regal swan. How is it possible for her to have such a magnificent figure? What makes her so strikingly beautiful? Why, oh heavens, must I witness such an exquisite woman? At that moment, Su Yuyan twirled before the mirror, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Zhang Hao, does this dress look beautiful? Indeed, the dress is lovely. But you are even more so, Zhang Hao replied, his eyes transfixed, unable to suppress a gulp of admiration. Upon hearing the compliments, Su Yuyan felt an overwhelming joy. However, despite her beauty, she had no intention of purchasing. She merely wished to try on the garments. The price of the dress was exorbitant at 10,888. She then turned her attention to a short blouse and a matching skirt, adorned with numerous logos and intricate patterns, emblematic of a certain style. Excuse me, could you assist me in obtaining this outfit for a fitting? She requested. Of course, madam, came the reply. After receiving the garments, Su Yuyan entered the fitting room. Shortly thereafter, she emerged, and upon seeing her, Zhang Hao's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. In that moment, Su Yuyan exuded even more grace and allure than before. The fitted nature of the attire accentuated her curvaceous figure, particularly her shapely posterior, which was captivatingly showcased by the short skirt, eliciting a fervent response from Zhang Hao. Suddenly, a rush of warmth surged from his nose. Upon inspection, he discovered it was blood. Su Yuyan, alarmed by the sight, rushed over without a moment's hesitation. Why are you bleeding? Are you feeling unwell? She inquired. No, perhaps it's just a result of heat, Zhang Hao replied, feeling quite embarrassed and wishing he could vanish into thin air. It was truly a unique predicament to bleed while gazing at his wife. At that moment, a sales associate approached with tissues in hand. Here, handsome, use these, she offered. Thank you, Zhang Hao replied, taking 2 tissues. He dabbed at his nose with one and crumpled the other to staunch the flow. Although his appearance was somewhat comical, Su Yuyan felt a pang of concern. I won't try anything else. Let us leave, she said, turning to retreat into the fitting room to change. Zhang Hao, however, made his way to the cash register, his resolve to purchase the attire for his wife growing stronger. How much for this outfit and the dress? He inquired. The skirt is 20,666, the blouse 15,000, and the dress 10,888, totaling 46,554, the cashier replied. I'll pay by card, Zhang Hao stated, placing his card on the counter. The sales associate took the card and processed the transaction just as Su Yuyan emerged from the fitting room. Spotting Zhang Hao engaged in a transaction with the saleswoman, she hurried over. Wait, weren't you just going to try it on? How could you? She began, but before she could finish, the transaction was completed with a crisp sound. Su Yuyan felt both helpless and pained. Helpless because she could not prevent Zhang Hao from making the purchase, and pained because the total cost of the 2 outfits was more than enough to cover their household expenses for half a year. Lost in thought, she noticed the sales associate handing her a neatly packaged set of clothes. Here you are, madam. Thank you for your purchase, and we hope to see you again. I doubt I will, Su Yuyan muttered under her breath as she followed Zhang Hao out of the boutique. Chapter 49. She likes you, dear. Are you happy with your new clothes? Zhang Hao asked with a smile, casually tossing the tissue that had been blocking his nose into the trash bin. With a profound understanding of medicine, I recognized that the recent nosebleed was merely a temporary occurrence. It was a physiological response rather than an indication of illness. Displeased, Su Yuyan voiced her grievances. You promised to only try things on without purchasing, yet you ended up settling the bill, over 46,000. That amount could buy a substantial quantity of formula for the babies. Even if you are affluent, such extravagance is unwarranted. Have you forgotten that we still need to save 100 million? Of course, I haven't forgotten. How could I marry you without 100 million? Zhang Hao replied. My sole intention is to provide you and the babies with a better life, nothing more. Although Zhang Hao acknowledged that his recent spending was impulsive, he felt no remorse. Ensuring his wife and children enjoyed a higher quality of life was the hallmark of a responsible husband and father. Ding dong. As his thoughts wandered, a notification from WeChat chimed. Zhang Hao's expression shifted slightly. He anticipated it was a message from Xiaohua regarding a job opportunity, which he believed warranted gratitude. This child is so polite with his father, he thought, smiling as he retrieved his phone from his pocket. However, upon opening WeChat, he was surprised to find a message from his wife, accompanied by a transfer of 50,000 yuan. Wife, what is this for? He inquired. It is to return the money to you. Since I cannot earn substantial income or help you amass 100 million, the only thing I can do is save money. From now on, my salary will be allocated for household expenses, and you must not spend a single dime of your earnings. This is the only way we can hope to accumulate 100 million within 6 months. Zhang Hao chuckled and shook his head, feeling a swell of affection. With such a gentle and considerate wife, what more could he desire? Darling, money is meant to be spent. I am confident that I can save 100 million within half a year. I shall return this 50,000 to you. I do not want it back. You are mine, and what need is there to divide our finances? As he spoke, a thought struck him, prompting him to add, if you are considering returning any clothing, I suggest you dismiss that idea promptly. Even if you return it, I would simply purchase it again. Su Yuyan paused momentarily. How did Zhang Hao know she was contemplating returning the clothes? Although she had considered it, she had not voiced her thoughts. He must be exceptionally perceptive. Nonetheless, even if he had guessed correctly, she planned to return the items. After all, they cost over 40,000 yuan. Once returned, she could buy high-quality replicas online for a fraction of the price, certainly no more than 200. Zhang Hao would never be the wiser. With this thought, a slight smile crept onto Su Yuyan's lips, and she mused that she was rather clever herself. Although Zhang Hao noticed the smile on her face, he remained oblivious to her inner musings. Zhang Hao. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from nearby. Zhang Hao furrowed his brow upon hearing it. Wang Yaoyao? Although he recognized her voice, he was perplexed. Hadn't she harbored resentment towards him? Why was she now greeting him so cheerfully? As he turned to look, he saw Wang Yaoyao approaching with a smile. Zhang Hao, I never expected to run into you here. What a twist of fate. She greeted, then turned her gaze towards Su Yuyan. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Su Yuyan surpassed Wang Yaoyao in beauty. Both her figure and features were slightly more exceptional, although it appeared that her bosom was somewhat smaller. Acknowledging her own two advantages, Wang Yaoyao intentionally puffed out her chest. You must be Su Yuyan. You are truly stunning. And your figure is remarkable, utterly unlike someone who has borne children. Upon hearing this, Su Yuyan's smile instantly faltered. Though the words were meant as a compliment, they took on an unsettling tone when uttered by this young woman. At that moment, a frown of displeasure emerged on Zhang Hao's face. If you cannot speak appropriately, then remain silent. Dear, let us depart. With that, he pushed the stroller forward. Wang Yaoyao promptly obstructed their path. Zhang Hao, I have come to apologize. My previous actions were misguided and ignorant, and I hope to earn your forgiveness. Oh, Zhang Hao replied dismissively. Although he had no inkling of Wang Yaoyao's intentions, his aversion towards her remained unwavering. So, does this mean you have forgiven me? That brings me relief, Wang Yaoyao replied with a cheerful demeanor. Just then, she noticed the 3 adorable children in the stroller, and her smile grew even brighter. Zhang Hao, are these 3 little ones your babies? They are absolutely precious. Indeed. May I hold one? No, they are shy. All right then, I shall refrain from holding them. Oh, I have just realized that all 3 are little princesses. Not a single boy among them. As she mentioned the word boy, Wang Yaoyao raised her voice, as if to emphasize the point deliberately. At that moment, Zhang Hao's expression darkened considerably. Are you not yet finished? Witnessing Zhang Hao's anger, Wang Yaoyao adopted a look of feigned innocence. I merely wanted to see you happy. Why are you upset? Enough. Zhang Hao snapped, casting a glare at Wang Yaoyao, before continuing on his way. Su Yuyan's cold gaze lingered on Wang Yaoyao for a moment before she departed alongside Zhang Hao. Wang Yaoyao, observing this, donned a melancholic expression. Humph. Is being slightly more beautiful than me something to boast about? Even though you bore Zhang Hao a child, it was merely an accident. The time you spent together does not exceed 10 days. A love devoid of emotional foundation cannot endure. Besides, You have given birth to 3 daughters and not a single son. Zhang Hao is bound to grow discontented. Just wait. Zhang Hao will inevitably belong to me. I, too, shall bear him triplets, and they shall all be boys. Zhang Hao, who was that girl just now? After a brief internal struggle, Su Yuyin finally mustered the courage to voice her question. A classmate. Dear, do not be upset. She is merely a delusional girl. I am not angry. I can discern that she has feelings for you. Feelings for me? Are you jesting, my dear? I am not jesting. A woman's intuition can reveal her affections towards you. It is impossible. She has humiliated me before. Indeed, it was during your visit to our school playground when you, along with your friend Bai Jia, escorted me back to school. She fabricated rumors on the school forum, alleging that I was two-timing. However, that very night, Bai Jia's brother Bai Bing slapped her, and the following day she posted an apology. She harbors resentment towards me. How could she possibly like me? Su Yuyin nodded slightly. Although Zhang Hao's account of the girl's behavior was indeed egregious, a woman's intuition is seldom mistaken. Dingling. The melodious ringtone of Zhang Hao's phone resonated from his pocket. Upon retrieving the device, he noticed the screen displayed 3 characters: Sun Dandan, the proprietor of a maternity and baby goods business. Wasn't she supposed to be selling goods via livestream in the evening? What could she possibly want now? Lost in thought, Zhang Hao answered the call, inquiring, Boss Sun, what can I do for you? Xiaozhang, since today is the May Day holiday, we're selling goods earlier. Do you have time to livestream at noon? Just for an hour will suffice. I am available. Great. Please list 2 items on the Xiaowang platform. I will send the product details to you via WeChat. Understood, Boss Sunday. As soon as he hung up, he received the information for the 2 items. However, upon opening the message, he was taken aback. Chapter 50. Do you prefer boys or girls? The 2 items were 1. Women's underwear in various sizes and styles. 2. Sanitary napkins, encompassing daily, nightly, and sterilized types. Zhang Hao was utterly speechless. What on earth was Boss Sun thinking? Expecting a grown man to sell women's underwear and sanitary napkins? And through a live stream on Kuaishou no less. If someone he knew were to see this, he would surely be ridiculed. Boss Sun, did you send the wrong products? I am a man selling women's items. Not at all. These products have excessive stock. And since this is your first time live streaming, we thought we would give it a try. I find this utterly embarrassing. Could we perhaps swap for different items? Absolutely not. What era are we in that one's thoughts remain so conservative? I believe your selling these items will draw more attention than a female host would. You cannot forsake income for the sake of pride. After all, it is about making money, not feeling ashamed. It's settled then. I will send the samples to you shortly. Very well. Zhang Hao wore a distressed expression. At that moment, Su Yuyin noticed the peculiar look on Zhang Hao's face. What's wrong? The merchant has informed me that I will be live streaming to sell goods at noon. That sounds great. But why do you appear so unhappy? Because I'll be selling women's underwear and sanitary napkins. Su Yuyin was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Women's underwear? Sanitary napkins? An absurd image flashed in her mind. Zhang Hao, one hand holding women's underwear and the other brandishing sanitary napkins, promoting the products to the audience in the live stream. Hearing her laughter only deepened Zhang Hao's gloom. Suddenly, a brilliant idea sparked in his mind, and he conceived a clever plan. Dear, why don't you consider selling? Su Yuyin was momentarily taken aback, her smile instantly fading. It would be more appropriate since you're a woman, but I've never sold anything before. I lack experience in this area. That's no issue. After a few sales, you'll gain experience. Su Yuyin appeared troubled by this suggestion. Suddenly, a spark of realization crossed her mind. No, I cannot sell. Why not? Because the merchants want you to sell goods. You are the host. That is true. Zhang Hao acknowledged, suddenly enlightened. In that case, I must take the initiative myself. As Boss Sun said, earning money is nothing to be ashamed of. With this thought, he continued pushing the baby stroller forward. As they walked, Su Yuyin suddenly spoke up. Zhang Hao, may I ask you something? What is it? Do you prefer sons or daughters? Zhang Hao was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend why his wife had posed such a question. Upon reflection, he quickly grasped the underlying issue. It was undoubtedly due to Wang Yaoyao's comment about having 3 daughters, which had wounded his wife's feelings. That Wang Yaoyao is truly insufferable. Dear, don't overthink it. Wang Yaoyao is just a fool. If you're upset, I will confront her right now. Don't do that. I'm not angry. I just wanted to know if you have a preference for sons or daughters, and whether you hold any traditional bias towards sons. I have no such bias. I love them all as long as they are mine. But they must not be like your effeminate cousin. Better to just throw him against the wall. No sooner had he spoken than a delicate voice rang out. Ah, isn't this my cousin? Upon hearing that, Zhang Hao felt his hair stand on end. What a day of misfortune. First encountering Wang Yaoyao, and now Su Huairou. Truly, it is said, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Turning towards the sound, he saw Su Huairou sashaying toward them, astonishingly accompanied by 3 beautiful women. While they may not be the epitome of beauty, their flamboyant attire made for a striking sight. Cousin, Su Yuyin greeted with a strained smile. Su Huairou responded in a sarcastic tone. Upon noticing Zhang Hao, he rolled his eyes and let out a derisive snort. At that moment, the 3 beautiful women took note of the sleeping infants in the stroller. Although the triplets were fast asleep, their chubby faces and long eyelashes made them appear as if they had been sculpted from porcelain, utterly adorable. Wow, these 3 babies are so cute. And they're triplets. How wonderful. What a pity they're sleeping. Otherwise, I would have to cuddle and kiss them. The 3 ladies gathered around the stroller, enchanted by the charming little ones. On the other side, Su Huairou scoffed. What is so adorable about a mere baby? Besides, they're all girls. What good is it to have more? Upon saying this, she suddenly noticed 3 package bags in the storage compartment beneath the stroller and immediately donned a mocking expression. Oh, cousin, didn't you sever ties with your family? Where did you get the money for those clothes? They're not knockoffs, are they? Su Yuyin's expression darkened. This cousin was utterly despicable. To insult her was one thing, but to humiliate the baby was intolerable. Just then, Zhang Hao's displeased voice rang out. Is your face itching again? Seeing Zhang Hao's furious countenance, Su Huairou instinctively took a step back. Ever since he had slapped her, the mere thought of him filled her with an inexplicable dread. What a fierce demeanor. A man of stature lacking any masculinity. Sisters, let us go buy cosmetics. With that, she shot Zhang Hao a disdainful glance and sashayed away. Zhang Hao, exhaling through his nostrils in anger, slowly relaxed his clenched fists. If it weren't in a shopping mall, he would have certainly taught that effeminate fool a lesson. Su Yuyin gently remarked, let us go. It's not worth getting angry over such a person. Indeed, Zhang Hao replied, his brow furrowed. That effeminate fool is infuriating. He claims I have no son. He should take a good look in the mirror at his own character. With his delicate demeanor, would Grandpa entrust the family business to him? It would surely be ruined under his management. Sighing, Su Yuyin shook her head, her expression filled with helplessness. Suddenly, she realized the cause of Zhang Hao's anger included the taunt about having no son. Although he did not harbor the antiquated notion of valuing sons over daughters, many people subconsciously held such beliefs. The idea that a son carries on the family name and provides for parents in old age is a mindset ingrained by the older generation. While daughters also continue the lineage, some may even be more filial, having 3 daughters now. If they were to have a son, it would spare them from being criticized. Are you also wishing for a son? She inquired. No. To me, sons and daughters are equally precious. Then what about the future? The future? Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes, smiling as he asked, Wife, do you want to give me another son? Su Yuyin fell silent, her cheeks flushing as she walked ahead. Zhang Hao, pondering, shook his head. No, dear, since you had a cesarean section and the baby is only 7 months old, we cannot have a second child so soon. At least wait a year and a half. Cesarean. Suddenly, Zhang Hao recalled something important. Chapter 51. The first live stream sale as noon approached, Zhang Hao, Su Yuyin, and their 3 adorable treasures returned from grocery shopping. Upon entering their home, Zhang Hao immediately headed for the kitchen. Su Yuyin felt a twinge of curiosity. Although he was carrying a black plastic bag, she had no idea what it contained. Noticing that the 3 babies were still asleep, she went straight to the bedroom. 25 minutes later, Zhang Hao emerged from the kitchen, cradling a bowl in his hands. Within it lay a viscous, white liquid. Darling, I've prepared something special for you, he declared with a smile as he entered the bedroom, approaching Su Yuyin. What is this? She inquired, her brows furrowing at the sight of the substance resembling mucus. She leaned closer, inhaling its peculiar aroma. This is a traditional herbal remedy I concocted, renowned for its efficacy in scar removal. Simply apply it to the scar, and within half a month, it will vanish, he explained. Is that true? Su Yuyin's expression transformed into one of astonishment. Although the scar left by her cesarean section was a badge of honor, the very gateway through which their 3 adorable little treasures entered the world, she mused that eliminating the scar would indeed be a delightful prospect. If that is the case, I won't have to hide it beneath my clothing anymore. Of course it's true. As your husband, how could I deceive you? He reassured her. But are there any side effects? She pressed. Traditional medicine has no side effects, he replied confidently. All right, I shall give it a try, Su Yuyan said, accepting the bowl. Despite the unsettling appearance of the white liquid, the thought of potentially erasing her scar compelled her to proceed. Just as she prepared to lift her shirt, a thought struck her. You should step outside. Wait until I am ready before coming back in. I'm your husband. There's no need to be shy, he protested. Not even for Dad. Just go outside, she insisted. Feeling a tinge of disappointment, Zhang Hao retreated, still curious to glimpse the scar. This was not lewdness. It was merely innocent curiosity. Suddenly, a clever idea crossed his mind, and he halted in his tracks. Wife, I've just thought of something, he declared, turning back with a serious demeanor. Su Yuyan, who had just begun to lift her shirt, promptly lowered it again, her brows knitting. What is it? I must see the scar to determine the appropriate dosage of the remedy based on its size. This way, recovery will be expedited, he explained earnestly. Really? She asked, surprised. Indeed, he affirmed with a solemn nod. Very well, Su Yuyan acquiesced. Although a hint of shyness lingered, the thought of scar removal overshadowed her hesitation. After all, Zhang Hao was the father of their children and her lifelong companion. A mere glance wouldn't hurt. With a mix of trepidation and determination, Su Yuyan slowly unveiled the scar, careful to shield any other parts of her body. Upon seeing it, Zhang Hao felt as though his heart had been struck by a hammer. The scar resembled a colossal red centipede sprawled across her lower abdomen, while the skin's surface bore the telltale creases of pregnancy. Had she not borne children, Su Yuyan would have had a smooth, unblemished belly like other women, able to don crop tops and showcase her perfect figure. After giving birth, the skin on her abdomen became rough, leaving behind a long scar. Moreover, the arduous journey of carrying a child for 10 months was fraught with challenges, bouts of vomiting, and an inability to eat. The burden of a burgeoning belly that rendered her movements cumbersome and sleepless nights filled with discomfort. During this time, she experienced persistent back pain and other physical strains. Truly, women are magnificent, and maternal love is profound. They dedicate their lives to ensure the healthy growth of their offspring. Reflecting on this, Zhang Hao felt a pang of regret in his heart. At a time when his wife needed care the most, he was not by her side. This would undoubtedly be his greatest regret in life. What's wrong? Su Yuyan asked, noticing the faint redness in Zhang Hao's eyes. It's nothing, he replied, smiling as he shook his head and took a deep breath to steady his emotions. My dear wife, you have worked so hard. I vow that from this day forward, both you and our baby will experience happiness each day. Though he had uttered this promise countless times before, each declaration intensified his sense of responsibility. Su Yuyan smiled gently, preparing to respond when Zhang Hao suddenly embraced her tightly. What are you doing? My love for you is boundless. Upon hearing those 3 words, Su Yuyan's body quivered. Zhang Hao's sturdy form enveloped her in a wave of affection. I love you too, dear husband, she stammered, feeling him hold her even closer. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the air. Zhang Hao's expression shifted slightly, and he released Su Yuyan with a smile. I'll answer the door. Su Yuyan nodded lightly. Zhang Hao turned and exited the bedroom. Upon reaching the front door, he opened it to find a courier clad in red, with 2 letters emblazoned on his chest. Hello, Mr. Zhang, I have a package for you. That's me, Zhang Hao replied as he signed for the delivery. Although he had yet to open the box, he could already surmise its contents. Sure enough, upon opening it, he found an array of colorful women's underwear and several packs of sanitary napkins. At that moment, Su Yuyan's voice drifted from the bedroom. Who is it? The delivery person. Oh, do you need help with the medication? No, I can manage. All right, then I'll go prepare lunch. After lunch, Zhang Hao settled onto the living room sofa, with his phone perched on a stand before him. To either side lay the women's underwear and sanitary napkins. Su Yuyan stood just out of the camera's view, beside a stroller that housed 3 adorable little ones. Noticing Zhang Hao's anxious demeanor, she couldn't help but chuckle. You've been sitting there for 10 minutes. When will you start the live stream? I'm contemplating how to present it, Zhang Hao admitted, feeling a wave of unease wash over him. Despite having encountered many experiences and previously engaging in live streaming, he now hesitated, not for any other reason, but because the items he was selling felt too embarrassing. With a smile, Su Yuyan began to encourage him. Every first endeavor tends to be challenging, but with the courage to take that initial step, the path ahead becomes smoother. My dear little ones, let us cheer for Daddy. The three adorable children chimed in with their tender voices. Daddy, Daddy. Zhang Hao took a deep breath, ready to do whatever it took for his wife and children. In the next moment, he began his live stream. Before long, the room filled with viewers, and a flurry of comments flooded the screen. Huh, who is this handsome guy? Where are those three cute little ones? This must be the baby's father. He is so charming. Daddy, where are the babies? Are they napping? Clearing his throat, Zhang Hao acknowledged the 1,000+ viewers that had joined. Thank you all for entering my live stream. The little ones are nearby. Today, I would like to recommend 2 high-quality products. If you're interested, simply click on the little yellow cart to purchase. As he spoke, the pace of the comments accelerated. Wait, are we starting the sales that quickly? I'm not here to buy anything. I just want to see the babies. What products are they? Are they for the babies? I bet it's diapers, or maybe formula. I'm guessing it's children's clothing. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Zhang Hao chuckled awkwardly and then held up a pink lady's underwear, stretching it by its corners for the camera. Suddenly, the live stream fell silent. But 3 seconds later, it erupted into a frenzy. Chapter 52. The Gathering of the Absurd. I thought it was a rag. It's actually ladies' underwear. How can a big guy like him sell women's underwear? What a creep. Who would dare to buy something that you've touched? Are all handsome men this strange? My eyes are blinded by the brilliance of this titanium alloy. Faced with the barrage of aggressive comments, Zhang Hao felt utterly embarrassed. This was a requirement from the business, and he felt quite helpless. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he devised a countermeasure. His expression shifted to one of melancholy. Due to my family's difficult circumstances, I merely wish to earn some money for baby formula, which is why I am selling these products. I hope for your understanding. If you like them, please select from the little yellow card. If not, please refrain from insults, as it would truly sadden me. Upon hearing this, the audience in the live stream felt a surge of sympathy. So that's the situation. I'm truly sorry. The host has it rough. I'll buy 2 pairs. I'll take 3 pairs. Consider it as buying formula for the babies. I'll buy a pair too. Do you have any with black lace? What about white ones? Although I'm a man, I can buy them for my girlfriend. I'll take 2 in size 3. Host, I came to see the babies. Didn't you say they were nearby? Please bring them over for us to see. Yes, I'm following you for those 3 adorable little ones. Seeing the atmosphere in the live stream soften significantly, Zhang Hao smiled. You can choose the model and color from the little yellow card. They are all standard sizes. Little ones, come over now. As the conversation drew to a close, a glance was exchanged with Su Yuyan, who internally resisted. However, upon witnessing Zhang Hao's earnest efforts, she gently urged the little ones to approach him. Come, dear children, greet the brothers and sisters in the live stream. Su Yuyan waved the tiny arms of the babies. Their innocent laughter rang out in delightful giggles. Just then, the live stream erupted with excitement. Good heavens! They are indeed triplets. What a rare sight. I thought triplets were merely a myth, but here they are, real as can be. Wow, those 3 little ones are utterly adorable. They've completely melted my heart. The babies are charming, and their mother is stunningly beautiful, resembling a grand celebrity. Brother, is your wife married? One viewer inquired. Host, your wife is too lovely. I would like to befriend you. Zhang Hao furrowed his brow. We are all civilized individuals here. Please choose your words carefully. I am available to address inquiries about the products, but any indecorous remarks will be disregarded. Hey, what material are your underwear made of? Is it fireproof? Came a peculiar question. It's pure cotton, he responded, momentarily taken aback. Fireproof? Which household possesses fireproof underwear? Is this a jest from a fool? Dear friend, kindly inquire appropriately. Have you ever seen fireproof underwear? Or do you have a penchant for playing with candles? As he spoke, he noticed another viewer's question. Host, I am rather impoverished. Do you have any second-hand items? Second-hand. Zhang Hao raised an eyebrow in disbelief. What kind of person asks such a question? My good sir, all our underwear is brand new. We do not sell second-hand items. Brother, has your sister-in-law ever worn any? The absurdity of the question left Zhang Hao fuming. Yet, he suddenly froze, observing the barrage of comments flooding in at an accelerated pace. Incredible. Hilarious. What a character. Not only that, but small gifts began to appear as well. Lollipops, beers, fireworks, confession balloons, rockets, and so forth. The audience in the live stream surged from over 1,000 to more than 10,000. Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that such bizarre inquiries would ignite the live stream's popularity. Realizing he had unlocked the secret to attracting viewers, a smile crept onto his face. Dear brother, while my sister-in-law has not worn any, would you like a pair that I have worn? I'll give it to you for free. Haha, the host is impressive. Host, my girlfriend weighs 400 pounds. What size should I get for her? Dear, I suggest you purchase 3 pairs and combine them into one larger size. That way, both you and your girlfriend can wear them comfortably. Host, my girlfriend is celebrating her 60th birthday. Which model would be most suitable to gift her? You needn't gift her anything. Buy one for yourself, and I assure you, it will be quite thrilling come evening. Goofy host, I've run out of masks. Can I buy one to use as a mask? Of course, I recommend you opt for the antibacterial type. May I wear my underwear on the outside? Certainly. I suggest you purchase a red pair. Once donned, you shall possess the power to save the world. Can I place my underwear atop my head? Yes. But I believe black stockings would be more suitable. In the blink of an eye, an hour had elapsed. At this moment, the number of online viewers in the live stream had surged beyond 50,000. Though the time was up, chose not to conclude the broadcast, as the atmosphere in the live stream was vibrant and lively. Furthermore, he had yet to present the second product. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall pause our discussion on underwear here. Let us now unveil the second item. Retrieved a packet of sanitary napkins from beside him. The audience was taken aback. Goodness, this is indeed a humorous host. Amazing. First ladies' underwear, and now sanitary napkins. Quite impressive. Please begin your introduction. We are eager to pose our inquiries. Very well. This brand of sanitary napkin is from a reputable brand ensuring quality. They offer a comprehensive range of day and night options, all sanitized and sterilized. Feel free to purchase from the little yellow cart, and if you have any queries, don't hesitate to ask. Can 2 be used together? That is not advisable, as their absorbency is exceptional and may leave you quite dry. Do you offer home installation? Indeed, provide me with your address, and I shall personally come to install it for you. I find 2 cold. Do you have one at 38 degrees? We have one at 98 degrees. Perfect for frying an egg atop. What flavors are available? Strawberry, lemon, banana. Any flavor you have ever tasted is available. Can it be washed and reused after use? No. Are you impoverished? I have cut my hand. Can it serve as a large bandage? That is not permissible. It would absorb all your blood. Fielded an array of peculiar questions, responding with remarkable patience. Before long, yet another hour slipped by. Friends, we shall conclude our introductions for today and continue tomorrow. Do not forget to follow if you enjoyed. Wait, I still have questions to ask. Farewell. Abruptly ended the live stream. After 2 consecutive hours of broadcasting, he felt somewhat fatigued, especially from addressing those bizarre inquiries, which proved mentally taxing. Uncertain of the sales total, accessed the back-end data, and upon glancing at it, his expression transformed into one of astonishment. Chapter 53, Where Did It Bite? At this moment, was in the bedroom, nursing. She had returned to the room shortly after began his broadcast, concerned that the absurd questions posed by the audience might lead to undesirable lessons for their child. Darling, can you guess how much I sold? Entered with an expression of exhilaration. In the next moment, he found himself momentarily stunned. What a stark white sight. Though it was merely a fleeting glance, it was remarkably clear. Su Yuyin hastily pulled down her clothing, enveloping De Bao's head within its folds. Subsequently, her elegantly arched brows furrowed. Could you please knock before entering next time? My dear, I made 59,527. Zhang Hao exclaimed. After calculating a 30 commission, I earned 17,858. In an effort to avoid the awkwardness, he directly changed the subject. Such a substantial amount. Su Yuyin gasped, her mouth agape in astonishment. After all, this was Zhang Hao's inaugural live stream. She had anticipated a few thousand would be commendable, yet he had astonishingly sold nearly 60,000. The commission alone exceeded 17,000. 17,000. I would have to toil for 3 months to earn that much. Observing her incredulous expression, Zhang Hao's smile widened. My love, this is merely the commission. Gifts received have not yet been accounted for. The gifts totaled around 5,000, and even after the platform takes its cut, I'm left with about 2,500. Su Yuyin was momentarily speechless. It was no wonder so many aspired to become internet celebrities. The ease with which one could earn money was remarkable. The profits from a casual live stream far surpassed what most individuals could accumulate through relentless labor over 6 months. Who would willingly return to a traditional job under such circumstances? Everyone seemed eager to pursue fame online. Just as Su Yuyin contemplated this, a sudden sharp pain radiated from her chest. Ouch! She gasped, instinctively slapping De Bao on his little backside. Smack! The struck De Bao erupted into wails. Zhang Hao's heart ached at the sight. My dear, De Bao is perfectly fine. Why did you hit her? Su Yuyan's lips parted slightly, as if she wished to speak yet hesitated. At that moment, De Bao, still crying, wriggled free from the fabric. Zhang Hao froze, his eyes widening in surprise. Oh no! Su Yuyan shrieked, hastily pulling down her clothing. Just as she was about to scold Zhang Hao to leave, she noticed him frowning. To her dismay, he was again bleeding from his nose, this time from both nostrils. Blood trickled down his chin, creating a rhythmic dripping sound on the floor. You're bleeding from your nose and still looking? Hurry and clean it up. Oh, realizing the situation, Zhang Hao quickly grabbed a tissue to staunch the flow. Yet, the astonishing image lingered in his mind. At that moment, Su Yuyan inquired, why do you always have a nosebleed? This is the second time today. Is your health in jeopardy? No, it's just that my inner heat is too intense, Zhang Hao replied with a wry smile. He certainly did not wish to have a nosebleed, but the captivating sight had provoked an involuntary response. What could he do? His wife was simply too beautiful. Ding-ling-ling. The melodious chime of his phone resonated from Zhang Hao's pocket. He used a tissue to block his nostrils and pulled out his phone to find it was a call from Boss Sunday. Upon answering the phone, a cheerful voice resonated. Zhang Hao, you are truly remarkable. You sold 60,000 worth of goods during your first live broadcast. That's even more than some internet celebrities. Indeed, it was quite impressive. I too did not anticipate selling so much. You have achieved a resounding success. Now, you must capitalize on this momentum and continue the live broadcast tonight. All right, but could we perhaps consider a different product? I'd rather not sell women's underwear or sanitary pads. It feels rather embarrassing. Rest assured, those items will not be included. I will send you the products this afternoon. Good. Beep, beep, beep. The call concluded, and a smile adorned Zhang Hao's face. As long as he avoided selling women's underwear and sanitary pads, he was open to selling anything else. Earning 20,000 in 2 hours, and with 2 sessions a day, that amounted to 40,000. Over a month, that would total 120,000. In 6 months, that would reach 720,000. The ambitious target of 100 million still seemed quite distant. It appeared that relying solely on live streaming for income would not suffice. He needed to explore alternative avenues. The wailing of De Bao interrupted Zhang Hao's contemplation. Observing that no matter how Su Yuyan tried to soothe him, De Bao continued to cry, he approached. Darling, let me take over. Su Yuyan nodded slightly, furrowing her brow as she glanced at De Bao, and handed him over to Zhang Hao. He cradled De Bao, gently swaying him while attempting to comfort him. Don't cry, little one, Daddy's holding you. Soon, you'll have a lollipop. Although De Bao ceased crying, he continued to whimper softly. Those tear-streaked, pitifully large eyes truly tugged at one's heartstrings. Zhang Hao turned to Su Yuyan and asked, Wife, the baby was eating just fine a moment ago. Why did you hit her? Su Yuyan bit her lip, though the matter was difficult to articulate. Seeing Zhang Hao's displeasure for the baby's sake prompted her to reveal the reason. Because she bit me. Bit you? But you can't hit the baby. She's so small. A little bite doesn't hurt. Why not bite me instead? You. Su Yuyan was momentarily speechless with anger. Although she had explained the reason, it was evident that Zhang Hao did not comprehend. Wasn't he quite intelligent? Why was he being so foolish at this moment? Noticing Su Yuyan's silence, Zhang Hao assumed she too felt wronged and began to console her. After all, he could not neglect his wife for the sake of the baby. All right, dear. Don't be upset. The baby is still young. Let me see where she bit you. Upon hearing this, Su Yuyan became frantic. Is Zhang Hao genuinely foolish or merely pretending? Did he not realize where a baby could bite while nursing? Even without experience, one could deduce it with a little thought. Zhang Hao continued, Why have you gone silent again? Let me check if it's broken. Do you need a band-aid? Su Yuyan's face darkened. Are you really that foolish? Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, he grasped the situation and chuckled in understanding. Oh, so that's where she bit you. Enough already. Though Zhang Hao had come to an understanding, Su Yuyan remained unable to share in his joy. The afternoon slipped away swiftly, and soon it was evening. The 3 little treasures lay side by side on the bed, peacefully asleep, their lips occasionally curling into gentle smiles, exuding an air of tranquility. Su Yuyan sat on the left side of the children, while Zhang Hao reclined on their right. Despite spending the entire afternoon mostly engaged in silent interaction with their mobile devices and scarcely exchanging words, neither felt a hint of awkwardness. Through these days of companionship, their relationship had gradually grown harmonious. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air. I shall go answer the door, Zhang Hao stated as he rose from the bed and exited the bedroom. Su Yuyin turned her gaze towards the door, pondering who it might be. With a creak, Zhang Hao opened the door to reveal a delivery person. "Hello, this is a package for Mr. Zhang." "That would be me," Zhang Hao replied, signing for the delivery. A glance at the receipt revealed it was sent by Boss Sunday. Without a doubt, it contained the items to be sold during the evening's live stream. And surely, it was not women's underwear or sanitary napkins. As he contemplated this, Zhang Hao opened the cardboard box, only to be struck by an overwhelming urge to hurl its contents out the window. Damn it, this is even worse than women's underwear and sanitary napkins. Chapter 54, Boss Son, this is excessive. What's wrong? Su Yuyin, having heard Zhang Hao's complaint, hurried over. Upon seeing the two items in the box, she burst into laughter. One item was an assortment of balloons in red, yellow, white, green, and various other colors. The other item was, astonishingly, small balloons. "Darling," Zhang Hao said, noticing her laughter, his expression contorting into a mockingly petulant frown. Su Yuyin immediately covered her mouth with her delicate hand, yet could not suppress her giggles. "Darling, even you are mocking me," he exclaimed. No. I was just imagining how you would introduce these items during your live stream." She chuckled. Zhang Hao's face darkened, his brows furrowed tightly, but in the next moment, a wicked smile crept onto his lips. "Though I cannot experience it myself, these small balloons can be quite entertaining." "How so?" Su Yuyin instinctively inquired. Upon realizing the implications of her question, her face flushed a deep crimson. "Rogue. Shameless," she declared before dashing back to the bedroom, her cheeks still aflame. Zhang Hao shook his head in amusement, suddenly realizing that teasing his wife was indeed a delightful pastime. However, as he returned to contemplate the two items, a cloud of dismay settled upon his features. Selling women's underwear and sanitary napkins was one thing, but now he was expected to sell small balloons. How utterly humiliating. Did Boss Zhang not regard him as a person? In a huff, he retrieved his phone and opened WeChat. "Boss Son, this is excessive." "Haha, I am not a toilet. How could I be excessive?" he replied. "You expect me, a grown man, to sell bras and condoms? What about my dignity? Xiao Zhang, have you not realized that this is your opportunity? I can assure you that sales will undoubtedly surpass those of women's underwear and sanitary napkins. No, a gentleman may be killed, but must not be humiliated. I refuse to sell. Is money more important than pride? Pride. The commission has increased to 35%. That will not suffice. 40%. No. 50%. Very well." Under the allure of financial gain, Zhang Hao capitulated. 50%, which translates to half. If sales reached 60,000, he would earn 30,000. Ding dong. Boss Sun sent a new message. "I knew you would agree. Who would turn down money? Additionally, during the live broadcast tonight, I will arrange for several female hosts to engage with you. I will send you the script shortly. Just pretend to have a quarrel, and then initiate a limited-time flash sale to encourage more purchases." Upon reading this message, Zhang Hao's expression darkened instantly. He recognized the underlying scheme. This was not a promotional event, but rather a deception aimed at consumers. "Absolutely not. Is that not deceitful? Do you not wish to earn more money?" "That depends on the type of money. I will not accept a single cent earned unethically. You should find someone else for this. I am a man of principles." "Very well," as though I never spoke. "Remember, the broadcast starts at 8 o'clock. Zhang Hao did not respond and simply placed his phone into his pocket. He gazed at the products in the cardboard box, beginning to scrutinize them closely. Dingling. Shortly thereafter, his phone rang unexpectedly. Zhang Hao pulled it out to find a call from Wang Fuguei. What could he want? Puzzled, he answered the call on speaker. "Zhang Xiao, your two friends have gotten into a fight with someone. You should come quickly." The anxious voice rang out, and Zhang Hao furrowed his brow. Two friends? Who but Xiaohua could it be? Based on his understanding of Xiaohua, he was a straightforward person. Even if scolded, he would not resort to violence. If he was now fighting, it was undoubtedly out of desperation. "All right, I will head over immediately." After hanging up, Zhang Hao approached the bedroom door. "Wife, I need to step out for a moment." "What is it?" Su Yuyin inquired. Typically, she would not pry, but seeing Zhang Hao's furious demeanor, she sensed it must be serious. "Xiaohua has gotten into a fight with someone. He is my roommate, and I need to check on him." Su Yuyin nodded slightly, her expression tinged with concern. Although Zhang Hao was gentle and considerate toward her and their baby, he could be impulsive regarding other matters. If he were to injure someone in a fight, he could face criminal charges. Zhang Hao, noticing her thoughts, smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry, my dear. Everything will be fine. I will return shortly." "All right, Regardless of what happens, you must remain rational. Do not forget that we have 3 little ones at home. Not only that, but there is also my wife, in addition to the 3 little ones. As he spoke, he noticed Su Yuyin blushing slightly and turning to leave. A few minutes later, Zhang Hao sped towards the Shanghai Grand Hotel. Upon entering the lobby, he was met by the visibly anxious Wang Fuguwei. Zhang Xiao, I sincerely apologize for troubling you to come here. The individuals involved have formidable backgrounds, and I had no choice but to call you. Zhang Hao furrowed his brow and inquired, where is Xiaohua? Who are these people? They're in a private room on the 2nd floor. They are all from the underworld. I recognize one of them. He is Ding Li's son, named Ding Ziku. Ding Ziku. Zhang Hao's frown deepened. He had not anticipated that it was Ding Ziku. Although he was unaware of the reason behind Ding Ziku's aggression towards Xiaohua, it was clear that he had instigated the conflict, relying on his powerful father. He had a history of bullying the weak at school. Let's go to the private room, Zhang Hao commanded. All right, Zhang Xiao, but please remain composed once we arrive. There are quite a few of them, and Ding Li is dining here as well. I have already spoken to Brother Chong. He is on his way. Understood. Zhang Hao replied indifferently. If Xiaohua had been seriously harmed, Ding Ziku would undoubtedly face severe consequences. After all, their 3-year friendship was profound, and he could not turn a blind eye to such bullying. Soon, under Wang Fuguwei's guidance, they arrived at the door of a private room on the 2nd floor. Zhang Hao pushed the door open without hesitation. The moment he beheld the scene within, fury surged through him. Inside the room were 7 or 8 people. Xiaohua was cornered, his face bruised and battered. Another individual lay on the floor, with someone stepping on his chest, and that person was Zhao Yong. Zhao Yong's condition was even worse than Xiaohua's. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Witnessing his 2 roommates and good friends being tormented ignited a blaze of anger within Zhang Hao. At that moment, Ding Ziku, with a disdainful expression, spotted Zhang Hao at the doorway and scoffed. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's Zhang Xiao. What's wrong? Do you wish to join these 2 cowards in receiving a beating? Zhao Yong shouted. Haozi, this has nothing to do with you. You don't need to intervene. Today, even if it costs me my life, I will take down Ding Ziku. Bang! The man standing over Zhao Yong kicked him in the stomach. Zhang Hao clenched his fists, charging forward without a second thought. Chapter 55. Encountering a rival bang. A dull thud resounded. Zhang Hao rose and delivered a powerful kick, sending the man who had been on Zhao Yong flying against the wall. Damn it! Ding Ziku exclaimed, utterly astonished. He had not expected Zhang Hao to dare to strike. They had 6 people on their side, and he was alone. What gave him the audacity? What are you all standing around for? Go kill him, Ding Ziku commanded. And 4 young men charged towards Zhang Hao like ferocious tigers. Zhang Hao remained calm, showing no sign of fear. Although the 4 individuals approached with great fervor, to him, they were merely 4 ailing cats. With the swiftness of lightning, Zhang Hao concluded the matter in mere seconds. 2 of the 4 lay on the ground. One was sprawled across a chair, and another had shattered the dishes on the dining table. All 4 emitted sounds of anguish. At the entrance, Wang Fuguwei stood in stunned silence. He had intended to call Zhang Hao over for a reconciliation, but things escalated into violence instead. Ding Ziku, seated at the far end of the private room, was equally taken aback. Had Zhang Hao taken medication? How could he be so formidable? At that moment, Zhang Hao bent down to assist Zhao Yong in rising. However, as he grasped Zhao Yong's arm, a piercing scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig rang out. Don't move. It's broken. Zhang Hao furrowed his brow and cast a glance at the bruised Xiaohua, his piercing gaze landing on Ding Ziku. I offer you 2 choices. Either compensate 50,000 in medical fees and apologize to them, or I will deliver a beating. You dare? Ding Ziku glared furiously. Zhang Hao was aware of his background, with a father entrenched in the underworld. Yet, the current Zhang Hao was merely a down-and-out individual. Do you think I wouldn't dare? Zhang Hao stormed up to Ding Ziku. As Ding Ziku glared down at him, he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. Crack! The sharp sound echoed. Ding Ziku covered his face, his wide eyes glistening with tears, as if on the verge of crying. Zhang Hao paused momentarily. Wasn't Ding Ziku supposed to be quite imposing? Why did he appear so cowardly now? Not only did he refrain from retaliating after being slapped, but he also looked ready to weep. This expression was utterly disproportionate to his imposing height of nearly 6 feet. At that instant, the young man whom Zhang Hao had pinned against the wall fell down and hastily fled the scene. I shall ask you one last time. Will you pay? Or will you be beaten? Zhang Hao's face was etched with anger. He could not allow Zhao Yong and Xiao Hua to suffer unjustly. Ding Ziku's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Yet he lacked the courage to retaliate, stammering after a prolonged silence. My father is Ding Li. Your father could be the Jade Emperor, and it would matter not. With that, Zhang Hao raised his hand high. Stop. Suddenly, a commanding voice resonated from the entrance. Zhang Hao turned in the direction of the voice and saw 3 individuals entering from outside. One was the young man he had just kicked away, wearing a smug expression, as if to say, "You're doomed." The second was a hulking figure, nearly 2 meters tall, with muscles bulging, his arms thicker than a young girl's legs. The last was a middle-aged man sporting a handlebar mustache, with prominent brows and eyes, a face chiseled like stone, and a large cigar dangling from his mouth. Exuding an air of authority, Zhang Hao recognized the man with the mustache as Ding Ziku's father, Ding Li. Father. Upon seeing his father appear, Ding Ziku approached with a face full of grievance. Father, this brat hit me. He must be dealt with. Ding Li furrowed his brows and cast a glance at his son, his displeasure mingled with an air of resignation. He then turned his attention to Zhang Hao. You must be the son of Zhang Qiuyang, correct? Yes, Zhang Hao replied. I didn't expect you to possess such skill, single-handedly taking down so many. Quite impressive. It's just passable, Zhang Hao replied indifferently, fully aware of Ding Li's formidable influence in Haiqing, where he was notoriously known as the Underground Emperor, a figure not to be trifled with. Although he recognized the gravity of the situation, he felt no fear, for he possessed exceptional martial arts skills. Ding Li nodded with a smile. Indeed, a man of resolve. Would you be interested in joining me? Father. Ding Ziku, upon hearing this, instantly felt discontent, thinking it was pointless to engage in conversation, and urged brother Gongzi beside him to act swiftly and incapacitate Zhang Hao. Silence. Ding Li reprimanded sharply. Ding Ziku, startled, promptly fell silent, like a mouse before a cat. So, are you interested in following me? Not interested, Zhang Hao replied. Ding Li chuckled. Come on, are you trying to disrespect me? Don't forget, even your father, if he were here, would treat me with utmost respect, let alone you. A mere child. Zhang Hao's expression shifted, annoyance flickering across his face. The disappearance of his parents was a deeply painful matter, casting him into a shadowy existence for the past 6 months. Yet just days ago, the arrival of his beloved and wife had illuminated his dim life with a glimmer of hope. Just as he began to emerge from the shadows, Ding Li's words plunged him back into despair. Observing Zhang Hao's silence, Ding Li's demeanor darkened. I extend this opportunity to you out of respect. Do not be ungrateful. Have you lost your mind? Ding Li was momentarily taken aback, but quickly his anger surfaced. You dare to insult me, you little brat? Son, teach him a lesson. Huh? Ding Ziku was momentarily stunned, wearing a perplexed expression. What do you mean, huh? Just do it. Ding Ziku stammered, hesitant to voice his reluctance. He knew that if he uttered those words, his father would surely retaliate. Ding Li looked at him with a mix of disappointment and frustration. Are you even my biological son? How did I end up with such a coward? Ding Ziku clenched his fists but lacked the courage to strike. At that moment, a burly man beside them spoke up in a deep voice. Don't be afraid. If he dares to fight back, I'll incapacitate him. All right then, Ding Ziku nodded, summoning his courage as he approached Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao's eyes blazed with a fierce intensity. If Ding Ziku dared to lay a hand on him, he would retaliate with a devastating kick. Wow, he really dares. As Ding Ziku swung his fist, Zhang Hao swiftly delivered a kick to his abdomen. Thud. With a muffled impact, Ding Ziku was sent flying backward. As he fell to the ground 2 meters away, he unexpectedly clutched his stomach and began to weep. Emitting a pitiful sound, a heavy thud followed. The burly man, Gongzi, charged towards Zhang Hao, his massive frame resembling that of a black bear. His size 46 feet struck the ground, causing a slight tremor beneath. Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes, observing as Gongzi swung a fist the size of a cooking pot directly at him. With a resounding thud, their fists collided, producing a deep, muffled sound. In the next moment, both Zhang Hao and Gongzi stumbled backward a step. Gongzi, taken aback, did not expect Zhang Hao to withstand his powerful strike. The small figure concealed such formidable strength. Zhang Hao clenched his teeth. Though pain radiated through his hand, he did not allow it to show on his face. Take another punch from me. Gongzi lunged at Zhang Hao once more. Suddenly, an anxious voice echoed from the doorway. Stop. Chapter 56. Can we please avoid slapping faces? A figure hastily entered the private room. It was none other than Lu Huaqiang, the hotel owner. Upon witnessing several individuals sprawled across the room, his heart sank. I'm too late. With trepidation, Lu Huaqiang approached Ding Li with a forced smile. Brotherly, we are all friends here. Let us discuss this calmly without resorting to violence. Even though he was the hotel owner with assets exceeding 100 million, in Ding Li's presence, he felt insignificant. Ding Li was the underground emperor of Haiqing. A mere stomp from him could shake the city, while Lu would only experience numbness in his feet. Ding Li glanced at Lu Huaqiang dismissively and replied coldly, Who do you think you are? Get out. Lu Huaqiang immediately plastered a smile on his face. Brotherly, I may be nothing in your eyes, but Zhang Hao is my friend. Could you perhaps show him some leniency? He can dine here for free in the future. Do you have any standing to ask for favors? Keep talking, and I might just smash your hotel. Faced with Ding Li's wrath, Lu Huaqiang was too terrified to utter a word. He understood that Ding Li's threats were not mere bluster. He had previously demolished a hotel over a teacup. If Zhang Hao were to be beaten here, he would certainly lose access to his secret formula, which brought in an extra 50 to 60,000 daily. In the midst of his helplessness, Zhang Hao's voice rang out. Boss Lu, this matter does not concern you. You need not intervene. He then turned to Gongzi and continued. If we are to fight, let us do so outside. Outside? Nonsense. Today, I will bring you to your knees. Gongzi, with a fiery temper, charged at Zhang Hao. Wait. Zhang Hao quickly raised his hand to halt him. What? Are you backing down? If we are to fight, can we please avoid slapping faces? My wife would be displeased if she saw. With a thud, he fell to the ground. The onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions darkened. I had anticipated that Zhang Hao would either concede defeat or utter some boastful words, yet to my astonishment, he simply remarked not to strike his face. How absurd. Is it merely because he possesses a handsome visage? I shall indeed strike your face and make you bloom with bruises. With that exclamation, Gongzi raised his fist, as large as a cooking pot, and charged forward. Zhang Hao took a deep breath, rolled up his sleeves, and engaged in combat. In an instant, the two were entangled in a fierce struggle. The muffled sounds of impact resonated throughout the room. Although Zhang Hao boasted extraordinary martial arts skills, he found Gongzi to be surprisingly formidable. Typically, he could dispatch 4 or 5 opponents effortlessly, yet against Gongzi, he struggled to defend himself. Suddenly, a voice from the system echoed. Ding, host detected being overwhelmed. Would you like to upgrade your martial arts skills? No. Zhang Hao resolutely declined, without a hint of hesitation. After all, upgrading his martial arts skills required 10 million. Even if it could be paid in installments, that was out of the question. He had painstakingly saved up nearly 4 million, and he still needed to purchase a house. He could endure hardship for himself, but he could not let his wife and children suffer. Just as Zhang Hao's mind wandered, Gongzi landed a punch on his jaw, causing blood to flow immediately. How disgraceful. We agreed not to strike faces, yet you are so shameless. Just because you are handsome, I shall not relent. Enraged, Zhang Hao unleashed the full extent of his martial prowess, executing techniques such as the Bagua continuous palms and the Foshan shadowless kick with fervor. At that moment, Gongzi was momentarily taken aback. How had this young man become so ferocious all of a sudden? It was as if he had been injected with adrenaline. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Hao aimed a swift kick at Gongzi's groin. Take that for hitting my face. He put all his strength into the kick. The sound of impact echoed, followed by a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Gongzi doubled over, clutching his injury, resembling a zombie as he jumped up and down, cursing. You have no sense of martial ethics. How despicable and shameless of you. Zhang Hao paid him no heed. Did one need to adhere to martial ethics in a brawl? At that moment, Ding Li's expression was a complex mix of emotions, anger intertwined with astonishment. He was infuriated that his longtime bodyguard had been bested by Zhang Hao. Yet he was astonished by Zhang Hao's prowess. Gongzi was a heavyweight national champion in Sanda, having never lost a match in his years of competition. And Ding Li had paid a handsome sum to hire him. Now, he could hardly believe that Gongzi had been defeated by Zhang Hao. You wait. He spat, leaving behind a menacing remark before departing. After all, Gongzi was no longer capable of fighting back. This grudge would be settled in the future. Lu Huaqiang, witnessing the scene, hurried outside to assist. Gongzi, let me help you, he said, moving to support his arm. Before departing, Gongzi left behind a harsh remark. Kid, I'll remember you. If I don't take you down, I'll share your surname. Following this, the young men reluctantly took their leave. Zhang Hao glanced at Zhao Yong and Xiao Hua, shaking his head in resignation. He had intended to have Ding Ziku cover the medical expenses, but that plan ultimately fell through. Let us go. I'll escort you to the hospital. Xiaohua quickly waved his hands in refusal. No, no, it's just a superficial injury. A bit of antiseptic will suffice. Zhao Yong struggled to rise. I'm fine too. A couple of days of rest will do. Zhang Hao sighed softly, aware that these two friends were mindful of their finances. Trust me, just go to the hospital. You need not worry about the expenses. No sooner had he spoken than Lu Huaqing entered, his face etched with anger. Damn those bastards. They were too brutal. As an apology, in addition to the medical fees, I'll give each of you 50,000 as compensation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yong and Xiaohua suddenly felt their pain dissipate, their spirits lifting with delight. However, Zhang Hao interjected, There's no need for that, Boss Lu. This matter is unrelated to you. I will handle it. Zhao Yong and Xiaohua froze in astonishment. Was Zhang Hao foolish? The man was offering money, and he was turning it down? 50,000 was no small sum, enough for a year's living expenses. No. Your friends were assaulted in my hotel, so I must take responsibility. Go directly to the finance department and claim the money. Just say it's on my behalf. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Without awaiting Zhang Hao's response, Zhao Yong and Xiaohua exited the private room with smiles. Zhang Hao shook his head helplessly, aware that Boss Lu had ulterior motives, while his two simple-minded roommates were blinded by the prospect of money. Dingling. A melodious ringtone emanated from Zhang Hao's pocket. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Su Yuyan. Hello, dear, I'll be home shortly, he answered with a smile. You didn't get into a fight, did you? As if. Am I the type to act irrationally? Indeed. I'll hang up now. I'm on my way back. Come home. I need to discuss something with you. What is it? We'll talk when you return. Bye. Beep, beep, beep. Zhang Hao furrowed his brow in contemplation. Since Su Yuyan mentioned having something to discuss, it must be of significance, certainly not trivial matters. Just then, Lu Huaqing's voice broke his thoughts. Zhang Xiao, I need to discuss something with you. Chapter 57. Negotiation. What is it? Zhang Hao inquired, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it to calm the excitement from the earlier altercation. Lu Huaqing, smiling, closed the door and gestured for Zhang Hao to take a seat. It's about the secret formula. I'd like to purchase another 100. No problem. Zhang Hao readily agreed. 100 secret formulas could fetch at least 2 to 3 million. Combined with the 4 million in his account, it would be enough to buy a decent 3-bedroom apartment. Once I purchase a house, my wife and child will no longer have to reside in that dismal place. I am grateful to you, Zhang Xiao, for maintaining the previous pricing, 10,000 for vegetarian dishes and 30,000 for meat dishes, comprising 30 vegetarian and 70 meat options. Very well, once I return home, I shall transcribe the secret recipe and send it to you. You can then transfer the payment directly. You need not worry about the finances. But I do wish to discuss another matter with you. What is it? Your secret recipe must only be sold to me and not to anyone else. I fear that may not be feasible, Zhang Hao replied, furrowing his brow with a smile. What if someone offers a higher price? I am not foolish. Why would I sell at a lower price if a higher one is available? Rest assured, Zhang Xiao, I promise to purchase all your recipes in the future. Zhang Hao inquired directly, then why not buy them all now? Because I do not possess that much money. Are you jesting? With a hotel of your size, you lack funds. Lu Huaqing sighed, shaking his head despondently, beginning to voice his grievances. Despite operating a hotel, driving a luxury vehicle, and managing a massage parlor, with total assets exceeding 100 million, it is merely a fade. My liquid assets barely reach 10 million. Ah, so that is the case. Zhang Hao nodded slightly. Well aware of such circumstances, some individuals may drive cars worth 400,000 to 500,000, but cannot even produce 1,000. Certain business owners appear prosperous while being heavily indebted. Lu Huaqing, as a businessman, is doing relatively well. Seeing Zhang Hao's acknowledgement, Lu Huaqing felt deeply touched, thinking to himself that his brother truly understands him. Zhang Xiao, since you comprehend my plight, would you kindly agree not to sell the secret recipe to others? I cannot comply. What? What do you mean? If someone offers a higher price, I will undoubtedly sell it, as I am in greater need of funds. After all, I need to purchase a house soon, with a modest target of 100 million in 6 months. For me, nothing is more important than making money, except, of course, for my wife and child. Ding dong, a WeChat notification chimed. Zhang Hao took out his phone to see a message from his wife. Are you not coming back soon? I am on my way, just heading back now. He returned the phone to his pocket and stood up, addressing Lu Huaqiang. If you wish to acquire the secret recipe, you must act quickly. Should anyone offer a higher price, I will certainly sell. With that, he raised his leg to walk toward the door. Lu Huaqiang furrowed his brow, as if contemplating a significant decision. As Zhang Hao was about to exit the private room, he hurriedly called out to him. Wait, what is it? Do you intend to purchase all the secret recipes? No, come back. I need to discuss something with you. Just say it. Well, I actually wish to open another hotel. One that is more upscale and grander than the Shanghai Hotel. The initial investment will be approximately 30 million, and since I also need a loan, I lack the funds to purchase all your recipes. Upon this, Lu Huaqiang continued, with your secret formula and my connections, we will undoubtedly recoup our investment within 6 months. At that point, I will procure your formula entirely, even if it comes at a premium. Hearing this, Zhang Hao's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. A business opportunity illuminated his mind. With a smile, Zhang Hao took a seat at the dining table. Lu Huaqiang, displaying a pleased expression, was relieved that Zhang Hao had finally agreed. Young Master Zhang, I knew you were a man of loyalty. I am determined to have you as my brother. I am thrilled to become your friend. You are celebrating too soon. Lu Huaqiang was momentarily taken aback. Zhang Hao smiled slightly and articulated his thoughts. I'll be direct and forthright. Let us collaborate. I will provide the secret formula, and you will supply the hotel. What do you think? Are you suggesting a stake? Precisely, you are astute. Well, if you only provide the formula, how about a 15 share? That is unacceptable. It is far too little. What percentage do you desire? 70. How much? Lu Huaqiang's eyes widened in disbelief. 70%. Zhang Hao, are you jesting? Do not rush. Allow me to elucidate. With a smile, Zhang Hao began to explain. Consider this. I possess over 1,000 secret formulas, 2/3 of which pertain to meat dishes. Even at a valuation of 20,000 per formula, that amounts to 20 million. Furthermore, you are aware that dishes crafted from my formulas are delectable, appealing to all ages. Should you collaborate with me, the formulas will belong to both of us. Even if others offer higher prices, I would not sell. While you may perceive a loss, in the long run, it is I who would be at a disadvantage. Were it not for my belief in your character, I would have sought a more powerful partner long ago. Do you not see the logic in this? As he concluded, Zhang Hao leaned back in his chair, squinted, and took a drag from his cigarette, awaiting Lu Huaqiang's decision. Although he had previously only indulged in pleasure, frequent dealings with money had naturally honed his business acumen. Moreover, upon careful analysis, he recognized the validity of his own arguments. Let me ponder this, Lu Huaqiang said, stroking his chin, appearing contemplative while mumbling to himself. Over 1,000 secret formulas valued at 20 million. The new hotel requires an investment of 30 million. If he holds 70 of the shares, I would be investing an additional 2 to 3 million. Yet, if profits reach 70 to 80,000 a day, I could recoup my investment in less than 6 months. Well, when calculated this way, it does seem promising. However, he is only providing the formula while I am covering all costs. It feels inequitable. No, I must secure a larger share. With this thought, Lu Huaqiang turned to Zhang Hao and stated earnestly, collaboration is acceptable, but we must split the shares evenly. With a sudden motion, Zhang Hao stood up to leave. Hey, don't go. Would 60 be acceptable? Without looking back, Zhang Hao made his way to the door. 65. Zhang Hao opened the door and stepped outside. All right, 70%. A pleasant collaboration, his voice echoed from the outside. However, Lu Huaqiang could not share in the joy, feeling an inexplicable sense of loss. Your smile lacks the sweetness of mine, and the midday sun in August pales in comparison to your brilliance. My love, I am back. Zhang Hao hummed a cheerful tune as he returned home, delighting in the thought of securing 70% of a hotel's shares, feeling elated. Yet, it was not merely a stroke of luck. He had also contributed a secret recipe, which could fetch at least 20 million. Regardless of the circumstances, he had established a tangible enterprise. In his elation, Zhang Hao approached the bedroom door, but upon peering inside, his expression suddenly soured. Chapter 58. When one must be firm. One must be firm. My dear, what troubles you? Upon seeing Su Yuyin sitting on the edge of the bed with her head bowed, looking despondent, Zhang Hao furrowed his brows and moved closer. My grandfather's 80th birthday is tomorrow, and my mother insists that we all attend. Then let us go. It's a perfect opportunity to see your grandfather. But Su Yin's brow furrowed as she lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. What happened to your mouth? My mouth. Zhang Hao touched his lips, feeling a twinge of pain. How careless he had been to forget his injury amidst his joy upon returning. Oh, it's just that it got dark, and I accidentally bumped into the door. It still hurts. Bumped into the door? Do you take me for a child of 3? Were you in a fight with someone? Su Yuyan's delicate brows knitted together, her expression one of concern. Zhang Hao, taken aback, decided to be candid since his wife had already seen through him. Yes, but at that moment, I had no choice. They struck me first, and I could hardly refrain from retaliating. Ultimately, I wasn't at a loss. That's still unacceptable. You promised me you wouldn't engage in fights. My dear, what gift should we prepare for your grandfather's birthday tomorrow? You. Su Yuyan suddenly furrowed her delicate brows, caught off guard by Zhang Hao's abrupt shift in topic. The thought of her grandfather's birthday cast a shadow over her face, for the call had come from her mother, indicating it was solely her mother's wish. Since the discord that arose last year during her pregnancy, the rift with her family had remained unbridged, making it difficult for her to face her parents, let alone her uncle's family and her grandfather. With this in mind, Su Yuyan began to withdraw. Perhaps it's best if I don't go. I can simply send a text message with my wishes after midnight. Absolutely not. You must attend. But there are no buts in this matter. You must heed my words. Zhang Hao's tone was unusually firm. Observing Su Yuyan's troubled expression, he expressed his thoughts openly. My dear, familial matters differ from others. They require resolution rather than avoidance. Do you wish to remain in this stalemate indefinitely? Reluctance lingered in the air, yet there was no room for hesitation. In this world, no obstacle was insurmountable, especially not for a family. Su Yuyan fell into silence, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Zhang Hao continued, Rest assured, my dear. I shall be there for you tomorrow. Su Yuyan slightly nodded. Although she was initially unwilling, Zhang Hao's words began to sway her resistance. Indeed, what challenge could a family not overcome? With her parents aging and her grandfather growing frail, she yearned to spend more time with them. Thus, she resolved to accompany Zhang Hao and the little ones the following day. At that moment, an idea struck her. She rose and approached the table beside the bed, opening a drawer to retrieve a bottle of iodine. Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback and chuckled. My dear, what are you up to? I am merely disinfecting your injury. She replied, No need for that. It's just a minor wound, and it no longer hurts. Are you afraid of pain? She teased. Nonsense. How could a grown man fear pain? Zhang Hao fibbed. In truth, he did fear pain, as does everyone. The question lies in one's ability to endure it. He recalled the last time Su Yuyan had cut her finger. Her reaction during disinfection had been one of acute discomfort, akin to salt being rubbed into a wound. As Zhang Hao pondered, Su Yuyan brought a cotton swab close to his mouth. Ouch! He gasped, drawing in a sharp breath and clenching his fists, gritting his teeth. Though the pain was intense, he refrained from voicing it, mindful of the 3 adorable little ones peacefully sleeping, lest he disturb their slumber. Su Yuyan had initially intended to tease him, wanting him to grasp the sensation he had inflicted upon her. Yet, witnessing his struggle with the pain, her heart softened unexpectedly. Is it particularly painful? Allow me to blow on it, she offered, leaning in and exhaling a gentle breath that carried a delicate fragrance. Zhang Hao was suddenly taken aback, his senses heightened, gazing into the exquisite visage before him. Inhaling the alluring aroma, he could not resist planting a soft kiss upon her lips. You! Su Yuyan exclaimed, her cheeks flushing crimson from his unexpected advance, and she promptly placed the iodine bottle in his hand. You are incorrigible. I shall ignore you. With that, she turned and exited the bedroom. Zhang Hao chuckled softly, realizing that Su Yuyan was most enchanting when shy, rendering him utterly captivated. Just then, a ringtone pierced the moment. He quickly retrieved his phone, silencing it, and glanced at the 3 little treasures, relieved to see that they were merely smacking their lips in their slumber, undisturbed. Upon looking at the screen, he noted it was a call from Dazhuang. After answering, he was met with a voice filled with surprise. How go? You've become a sensation. What do you mean by that? I stumbled upon a video of you selling women's underwear on Kuaishou, and to my astonishment, I discovered that you have over 1 million followers. Remarkable. At that moment, Zhang Hao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. While gaining fame is undoubtedly a positive development, he was acutely aware of the potential ridicule he would face if acquaintances witnessed him live-streaming the sale of women's underwear and sanitary pads. The thought of subsequently selling condoms and bras only deepened his dismay. As he pondered these matters, Zhang Hao cast a glance at the wall clock. It was 7:30, leaving him just half an hour before his livestream sale commenced. He wondered if Xiao Yong and Xiaohua had returned yet. It was still early. They were working at the hotel and wouldn't finish until 11 or 12. Zhang Hao nodded slightly, realizing that Da Zhuang was still unaware of the incident involving the two of them. Perhaps ignorance was bliss. After all, the matter had already transpired. Suddenly, the sound of cooking wafted in from outside. Realizing that Su Yuyan was preparing dinner, he promptly rose and exited the bedroom. He preferred not to have his wife cook for two reasons. He worried about her getting burned, and he found her culinary creations somewhat difficult to digest. All right, let me know when they get back. I'm hanging up now. Hey, how go? Zhang Hao abruptly ended the call. Almost immediately, he received a WeChat message from Da Zhuang. How go? I'd like to discuss something with you. It's undoubtedly your adorable triplets that have garnered you so many followers. Would you allow me to take some photos as well? Or perhaps send me a few images? We can talk about it when we return to the dorm. He replied and slipped his phone into his pocket. However, as he approached the kitchen, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Su Yuyan stood a meter away from the frying pan, her arm extended as she precariously stirred the contents with a spatula. It was as if the pan contained not vegetables, but a bomb ready to detonate. Zhang Hao furrowed his brows and approached her. Darling, let me handle this. It's all right. I can manage. You go attend to the babies, she insisted. Without uttering another word, Zhang Hao seized the spatula from her. As a man, he felt it was necessary to take charge when the moment called for it. Yet, Su Yuyan did not retreat. Instead, she stood beside him, earnestly observing and learning. After dinner, Zhang Hao settled onto the sofa and opened Kuaishou to commence his livestream. Chapter 59. The more foolish, the merrier. Good evening, foolish streamers. What are we selling this time? More women's products? Where are the triplet babies? I came specifically to see them. Bro, where's my wife? As he began his broadcast, over 1,000 viewers flooded into the livestream, bombarding him with a myriad of nonsensical inquiries. Zhang Hao remained unfazed, a smile adorning his face. Good evening, my silly friends. I sincerely appreciate your support and encouragement. For those placing orders, please remain patient. Our warehouse is expediting shipments, and you can expect to receive your items in 2 to 3 days. As the live stream had just commenced, many fans had yet to join. So I decided to wait 5 more minutes before introducing the products. Whoosh, 5 minutes have passed. The number of viewers surged to over 10,000. Drawn in by the announcement of the 8 p.m. broadcast. Now is the moment. Zhang Hao took a deep breath, smiling as he showcased a black item in front of the camera. The audience was momentarily taken aback. What on earth? It is indeed. The host is remarkable. Xiaohua, is that you? Host, cannot you sell some maternity and baby products? Perhaps formula or diapers? Host, I would rather support you than my own grandmother. Observing the flurry of comments, Zhang Hao remained unfazed, proceeding with the product introduction. This item is crafted from the most fashionable latex material, leaving no marks even after a full day's wear, and it also boasts a lifting effect. Available in a variety of colors. Those interested can place their orders directly through the little yellow cart. No sooner had he finished speaking than a few amusing questions popped up. Host, if I wear it on my head, will I turn into Ultraman? Zhang Hao, do you believe in light, my friend? Can men wear it? Zhang Hao, of course. It accentuates your pectoral muscles. Host, will it serve as ear warmers while riding an electric bike in winter? Zhang Hao, absolutely. You'll be the most stylish person on the street. Host, I want to buy it as a gift for my girlfriend. Do you have it in leopard print? Zhang Hao, are you sure you have friends? 555. Your words are too hurtful. Host, my girlfriend is celebrating her 60th birthday. What color would be suitable? Zhang Hao, it's you again. As I said, wearing it will be even more thrilling. An hour swiftly passed, faced with a barrage of humorous queries. Zhang Hao felt overwhelmed. Had the live audience not exceeded 50,000, he would have certainly ended the stream. Next, he introduced the second item. The audience was left in stunned silence. Oh my goodness. This young man. I considered a dozen types of women as products. Yet it turned out to be this. The host truly showcases to the extreme. Host, you should hurry back to the 78-star cloud. Earth is not suited for you. I find it rather practical. At the very least, it's not a women-s product, but a men-s one. With the host's humorous energy. I'll buy 2 boxes. I'll take 10 boxes. I'll purchase 100 boxes. Goodness, brother, are you here to stock up? Zhang Hao grinned as he continued to present the product. Various models and functions are available. Durex is a reputable brand, so everyone can use it with confidence. As he finished speaking, more amusing questions arose. Host, can I buy this to release it? Zhang Hao. Host, can I inflate it like a balloon? Zhang Hao. Please, take this seriously. Host, what flavors are available? Do you have mint? Zhang Hao. No, but we do have peach flavor. Host, can girls use it? Zhang Hao. Can you please be more serious? An hour later. Friends, let us conclude for today. I will announce the next live broadcast in advance. Zhang Hao promptly ended the stream. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he thought to himself that it was not the multitude of foolish questions that troubled him, but rather their collective absurdity. Confronted with such nonsensical inquiries, it felt less like a live broadcast and more like a deliberate assault on his mental faculties. If this persisted, he too might become foolish. Habitually, he reached into his pocket, but upon feeling the cigarette pack, he withdrew his hand. This was his wife's family home. Smoking was out of the question. Suddenly, a pleasant ringtone filled the air. He pulled out his phone to find a call from Zhuang. Upon answering, an excited voice erupted from the other end. Incredible, how good. There are over 80,000 people in the live stream. You managed to catch the broadcast? Isn't that obvious? Pity me, my game stream barely attracts over 1,000 viewers. Zhang Hao smiled subtly, a sudden spark of inspiration igniting in his mind. What if you join me in a live sales session? I could offer you a commission. The products were rather embarrassing. If Zhuang could handle the sales without revealing himself, it would be a win-win situation. Forget it. Those people are here for the baby and you. Besides, I am not as foolish as you. Damn. By the way, have Zhao Yong and Xiaohua returned? Why didn't they call me after they got beaten up? Are we still brothers? Zhang Hao's expression shifted as he realized that Zhao Yong and Zhuang had returned to their dormitory and had informed Zhuang about the beating. What would I call you for? To summon you for a beating as well? Well, you should have said something. No matter who they are. If they dare touch my brother, they will face the consequences. Zhang Hao smirked, thinking to himself that his brother should refrain from boasting. Suddenly, a loud wailing erupted from the bedroom. I must go, the baby is awake. He ended the call and quickly made his way to the bedroom. Ding dong. A WeChat notification chimed. Hastily, he unlocked his screen to find a message from Zhuang. How go? Could you perhaps speak to the manager for me? I would like to work at the hotel and meet some influential people. What do you mean? Go die? Just turn your phone around and you'll understand. As Zhang Hao approached the bedroom door, he paused in astonishment. Su Yuyin was nursing the third baby while the first and second babies lay on the bed, wailing loudly, their little arms and legs flailing about. At that moment, Su Yuyin turned to face the doorway. Though she was feeding the third baby, she showed no signs of shyness. Only urgency. The babies are hungry. Please prepare 2 bottles of formula. Understood. Zhang Hao promptly sprang into action, preparing the formula and cooling it with water before dashing back to the bedroom. As he placed the 2 bottles in the mouths of the first and second babies, their cries ceased instantly. It seemed they were indeed famished. Su Yuyin let out a sigh of relief and turned to Zhang Hao, saying, All right, you can go live now. I'll manage things here. No worries, I've just finished my stream. Let us see how much I've sold this time, Zhang Hao replied with a smile. Pulling out his phone, upon opening the Kuaishou backend, a look of joy suddenly spread across his face. Darling, can you guess how much I made this time? Chapter 60, a fine of 10,000? 50,000? Seeing Zhang Hao's evident delight, Su Yin didn't want to dampen his spirits and playfully began to guess. Lower. Guess again. 60,000? Try harder. 80,000. Su Yin gasped in surprise, as 80,000 was already quite a sum. With a 30 commission, that would amount to over 20,000. Noticing Su Yin's inability to guess correctly, Zhang Hao directly revealed the answer. I want to keep you in suspense. This time, I sold over 125,000, and with gifts totaling around 5,000, my net profit is approximately 65,000. 65,000. Su Yin could hardly believe her ears. But then, an unsettling thought crossed her mind. Are you joking? Even if you sold for 120,000, with a 30 commission, that would be 30,000. How could it be 60? Because the commission increased to 50, Zhang Hao explained. Seeing Su Yin's disbelief, he showed her the chat history with Boss Sunday. It really is 50. Su Yin's expression was one of utter disbelief. In just 2 hours, you earned 65,000. That's incredible. Yet, before she could fully revel in this news, a sense of disappointment washed over her. Zhang Hao had made over 80,000 in a single day, while she had earned nothing and spent tens of thousands on clothes. Even when working, her daily earnings barely exceeded 200. The disparity between her situation and Zhang Hao's was staggering. There was simply no comparison. Realizing this, Su Yin's expression turned melancholic, and she suddenly felt utterly inadequate. "What's wrong, dear?" Zhang Hao inquired, noticing her sudden shift in mood. Just moments ago, she had been fine. What could have caused her to become so gloomy? "It's nothing," Su Yuyan replied, shaking her head, reluctant to voice her thoughts. "There's definitely something. Please tell me." "Really, it's nothing. I'm your husband. There's no need for you to hide anything from me." Su Yuyan bit her lip, appearing hesitant to speak. Zhang Hao said earnestly, "If you don't tell me, I want to leave tonight." "All right, I'll tell you." After Zhang Hao's persistent questioning, Su Yuyan finally confessed, "I just feel like I'm a burden to you. You earn so much, while I—" "Stop," Zhang Hao interrupted her. "Wife, I'm your husband. Hearing you say that would hurt me deeply. Besides, my earnings from live streaming are all thanks to you." "Thanks to me? Of course. If it weren't for your hard work carrying our 3 adorable little ones for 10 months, I wouldn't have so many fans. More precisely, the fans of our babies. That's not how it should be said. Your contributions are the greatest." "I wholeheartedly agree. Without our joint efforts, the little ones could not have come into this world." "You." Su Yuyan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Just a moment ago, she was touched by Zhang Hao's words, and now he had suddenly turned frivolous. "Are all men like this?" A tender voice emerged from the bed, where the eldest and second babies were happily playing with their bottles after a satisfying meal. Upon seeing them, Zhang Hao's face radiated with affectionate delight. Suddenly, a thought struck him. "My dear, while the babies have had their milk, they are in a crucial phase of physical development. I shall prepare some fruit and vegetable porridge for them to supplement their vitamins." "Good idea. How did I not think of that? You always consider everything so thoroughly," she replied with a chuckle. Zhang Hao smiled sheepishly. Although his primary intention was to nourish the babies, he also aimed to teach them the task of feeding themselves. Since they had already begun the learning process, it was essential not to abandon it halfway. "Then I shall go." "Go ahead. I won't let the third baby have milk either. We shall also provide a vitamin boost later," Su Yuyan said as she lifted the third baby from her arms. Zhang Hao cast a glance back as he exited the bedroom. Upon arriving in the kitchen, he poured water into a pot and retrieved bananas and carrots from the refrigerator, mashing them into a puree. His hands moved with remarkable speed, chopping at a rate of 300 to 400 strikes per minute. Suddenly, the system's voice chimed in. "Ding! A new task has arrived. The host must spend a night with the 3 adorable babies to earn a bonus of 300,000. Spend a night? Zhang Hao's hands abruptly halted. The thought of staying there to sleep was already challenging, let alone sharing a bed with the babies. A sigh escaped him. It seemed this task would be difficult to complete in the short term. Fortunately, there was no time limit. System, ding. Failure to complete the task within 3 days will result in a deduction of 300,000. Zhang Hao system, you. System, ding. Detected the host's use of inappropriate language, penalty of 10,000. Zhang Hao. With renewed vigor, Zhang Hao resumed his chopping, channeling his frustrations into the cutting board. A few minutes later, he triumphantly announced, "The fruit and vegetable porridge is ready." He carried a tray holding 3 bowls of porridge. While Su Yuyan had already placed the 3 adorable babies at the small dining table, specially purchased from the supermarket for their meals. Zhang Hao set a bowl of porridge before each little one. But at that moment, he noticed the 3 babies were playing with their spoons and refusing to eat. "Come on, why aren't you eating? Mealtime is such a delightful affair. Hurry up and eat." Su Yuyan smiled and replied, "Such things cannot be rushed. The babies will learn in due time." With that, she began to feed the babies the porridge. "All right then," Zhang Hao chuckled, no longer pressing the issue. After all, there was no time limit on the task of teaching the babies to feed themselves. They could learn whenever they were ready. Suddenly, a thought struck Zhang Hao, and he paused. Feeling reassured after not hearing the system prompt, a wave of relief washed over me. The recent deduction of 10,000 from my account lingered in my mind, casting a shadow of frustration. Was a mere utterance of profanity worth such a hefty penalty? This system seemed utterly unreliable. In no time, the 3 little ones were satiated, although remnants of porridge remained in their bowls. Having just awakened, they were bubbling with joy. At that moment, Zhang Hao was playfully carrying the eldest in the bedroom, running about with exuberance. "Flying the airplane," he exclaimed, as the delighted firstborn clutched Zhang Hao's hair, laughter spilling from his lips. In sheer ecstasy, he playfully patted Zhang Hao's head several times. Meanwhile, the second and third children, seated upon Su Yuyan's lap, gazed on with envy, waving their little arms and babbling excitedly. When their impatience peaked, they called out, "Daddy," as if to say, "Daddy, I too wish to fly the airplane." At that moment, Su Yuyan's face radiated with a smile of pure happiness. The joyous laughter filling the bedroom enveloped her in warmth. In the days devoid of Zhang Hao, the only sounds that echoed were the cries of the babies and her own sighs. Reflecting on this, Su Yuyan's eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she gazed at Zhang Hao, her resolve strengthening. He was the one for her, now and forever. Half an hour later, it was already 11 o'clock at night. Zhang Hao had ensured that each child experienced the joy of flying the airplane. Although he felt fatigued after half an hour of play, the children remained full of energy, their spirits undiminished. Su Yuyan glanced at the clock on the wall and turned her gaze to Zhang Hao. It's getting late. You should rest, she suggested. All right, little ones, goodbye. Daddy will come back tomorrow, Zhang Hao replied with a smile, waving to the three cherubs. Yet, as he stood to leave, a sudden chorus of cries erupted behind him. Wah! Daddy! Daddy! The wails were heart-wrenching, shattering Zhang Hao's heart into 1,000 pieces. Chapter 61. Don't go, sleep here, don't cry, my darlings, mommy will hold you. Seeing the little ones in distress, Su Yuyan swiftly embraced the second and third children. However, despite being cradled, they continued to wail pitifully, their tiny hands reaching out for Zhang Hao, pleading daddy. Meanwhile, the eldest, not being held, resembled a little rabbit, crawling towards Zhang Hao while sobbing. As he approached the edge of the bed, he showed no signs of halting, teetering dangerously close to falling. Baby! Su Yuyan gasped, her heart racing to her throat. This was bad. Zhang Hao's pupils dilated as he sprinted to the side of the bed. Just as the eldest was about to tumble off, he swiftly scooped him up, cradling him tightly in his arms. That was close. Although the bed was a mere 40 centimeters from the ground and cushioned by a soft blanket. A fall would undoubtedly lead to tears. Honey, why don't I wait until the little ones are asleep before I leave? Zhang Hao suggested. It seems the only option now. I appreciate your understanding. Is it really such an inconvenience? She chuckled softly. Su Yuyan smiled gently as she placed the second and third treasures on the bed. The moment they touched the ground, the two little ones ceased their cries, crawling to Zhang Hao's side and clinging tightly to his legs. Come, my little princesses, daddy will take you on a plane. With that, Zhang Hao continued to engage in playful antics with the children. Laughter and joy filled the room, creating a warm and cozy atmosphere. After more than an hour, the three little darlings finally grew weary. They lay quietly on the bed, their tiny eyes fluttering as they fought sleep. Zhang Hao sat at the bedside, gently patting the small figures of his babies. As he patted them, he softly sang, Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Before long, all three adorable ones had closed their eyes. Ah, Zhang Hao yawned, glancing at the time. It was already past 1 in the morning. On ordinary days, he could play on his phone until this hour without feeling tired. However, after spending time with the children, he felt utterly fatigued. One must admit, taking care of children is indeed exhausting. Dear, the babies are asleep. I'll be leaving now. Upon seeing Su Yuyan with her eyes closed and still holding her phone, he raised his voice slightly. Wife? Su Yuyan mumbled sleepily, caught in a state between slumber and wakefulness. Zhang Hao repeated, the babies are asleep. I'm going now. I'll come back tomorrow. It's so late. Don't go. Just sleep here. Zhang Hao paused, taken aback. Did happiness arrive so unexpectedly? At that moment, Su Yuyan suddenly opened her eyes wide, her face flushed with bashfulness. What was happening? How could she utter such words? How embarrassing. I mean, when you go back. Her sentence trailed off as she realized it was nearly 2 in the morning. If Zhang Hao returned to school, he would only manage 4 or 5 hours of sleep before needing to rise. If he stayed here, he could indulge in a leisurely slumber. Never mind, let him stay. It's not like he hasn't slept here before. Could he possibly devour her? Well then, don't go back. Just sleep here. Really? Zhang Hao was overjoyed. His wife had finally accepted him. Furthermore, by staying here, he could fulfill the task of keeping the babies company while they slept. What bliss! What? You don't want to? I do. Good night, dear. Zhang Hao lay down flat on the bed, a radiant smile on his face. Noticing this, Su Yuyan furrowed her brow slightly. That's not what I meant. I was referring to the other bedroom. What? Hurry up. All right. Reluctantly, Zhang Hao exited the bedroom, though somewhat disappointed. He couldn't help but feel a sense of elation. His wife had finally embraced him. This meant that he could stay here from now on. Once the first time occurs, countless others would surely follow. Entering the other bedroom, Zhang Hao threw himself onto the bed. Although it was nearly 2 o'clock, I felt no weariness due to my overwhelming joy. After all, It was my first night sleeping at my wife's home. As for the last time, I was too inebriated to notice anything. Suddenly, the sound of a WeChat notification resonated. I unlocked my screen to discover a new message from the group of the 4 heavenly kings. Zhao Yong inquired, "How's he? It's almost 2. Why haven't you returned?" Xiao Hua added, "Indeed, I had hoped to treat you to a meal, yet you have yet to come back." Dazhuang teased, "Surely you haven't purposely gotten drunk and stayed at Goddess Su's place again?" Zhang Hao sent a smug emoji, "As if I need to be drunk to sleep here. Let me clarify, from today onward, I shall not return to the dormitory. My sons must learn to fend for themselves, and I will visit home frequently." Zhao Yong responded, "Is that true? Has Goddess Su accepted you?" Dazhuang joked, "How go? You didn't end up sleeping with Goddess Su while drunk, did you? Otherwise, how could she possibly keep you?" Xiao Hua mused, "How go? Are you worried we might mock you, which is why you don't want to return? What is the point?" Zhang Hao retorted, "Believe it or not, just the thought of not being awakened by your snoring or the stench of foot odor brings me immense joy. I shall cease this conversation, for I need to retire for the night. My dear sons, do not fret." He then shared a photo of the bedroom in the group chat and muted his phone to sleep. Zhao Yong exclaimed, "What on earth? You're sleeping apart." Dazhuang remarked, "After all that boasting, I thought Hao Ge had returned with the beauty." Xiao Hua declared, "The revolution is not yet complete. We must strive onward." The following morning, Zhang Hao stirred from his slumber, stretching his body. The first thing he did upon awakening was check his phone. To his astonishment, it was already 9:30. Zhang Hao sprang up and hurried out of the bedroom. He traversed the living room to find Su Yuyan at her vanity, applying makeup. While the 3 adorable little ones played with their toys on the bed, Su Yuyan caught sight of Zhang Hao in the mirror. "You're awake. The food is in the pot. Just reheat it if it's cold," she said. Zhang Hao nodded with a smile, reveling in the bliss of waking up to see his wife and children. At that moment, a cherubic voice called out, "Daddy." Upon hearing his eldest call for him, Zhang Hao's smile grew even brighter as he opened his arms and lifted the little one into his embrace. The second and third children gazed at him with wide, innocent eyes. "Can we get hugs too if we call Daddy?" They chimed in, "Daddy, Daddy," stretching their little arms for affection. Zhang Hao, beaming like a flower, gathered all 3 little treasures into his arms. "My little princesses, tell Daddy, did you dream of me last night? I dreamt of you, and you kept crying, making it impossible for me to rest," he teased. Su Yuyan, still focused on her makeup, slightly furrowed her brows upon hearing this. "You are not merely dreaming. Rather, you have been stirred from your slumber by the cries of the baby. It is entirely your fault, for the little one awakened 7 or 8 times throughout the night." "Blame me?" "Indeed, for the baby, delighted by your presence, calls out for his father upon waking. Who else is to be blamed?" He. Zhang Hao chuckled heartily. "No wonder he is your own flesh and blood. Having only spent a few days together, he already knows to seek out his father when he stirs at night." "Humph. And you still find this amusing?" "In my efforts to soothe the baby, I have developed dark circles under my eyes. You have my utmost sympathy, my dear wife. I possess a solution that will spare you from sleepless nights." "What solution is that?" "Naturally, it entails my accompanying the baby to sleep." As Su Yuyan was applying lipstick, her hand trembled, resulting in a smudge at the corner of her mouth. Chapter 62, A Gift for the Elder. "Humph, this is all your fault for ruining my makeup," Su Yuyan exclaimed, using a wet tissue to wipe her lips. Zhang Hao's expression turned grim. "I am merely considering your and the baby's needs, you know? No, it is enough that you have stayed here. Do you still wish to sleep alongside me and the baby?" "Not a chance. My dear wife, you have misunderstood. I meant to say I would sleep with the baby." Su Yuyan froze, her face flushing a vivid red. Observing her reaction, Zhang Hao hastily shifted the topic. "Should my wife become upset, not only would I be denied the chance to sleep with the baby, but I might not even be permitted to remain here at all. My dear, you are so remarkably beautiful. Wearing makeup only obscures your unparalleled visage. I am wearing light makeup. Oh, by the way, when does your grandfather's birthday banquet commence?" "At noon, 12 o'clock. Where will it be held?" "At the Shangri-La Hotel." "Oh," Zhang Hao nodded, aware that the Shangri-La Hotel is the most luxurious establishment in Haicheng, having visited it on several occasions. "Have you decided on a gift for your grandfather?" Upon the mention of gifts, Su Yuyan's expression turned troubled. She was uncertain about what to present to her grandfather. The reason was simple, a lack of funds. After all, this was her grandfather's 80th birthday. With family and friends gathering together, many would surely present gifts and well wishes. During the gifting, comparisons would inevitably arise. with individuals vying to outdo one another in the value and quality of their offerings. Even among close relatives, the outward expressions of goodwill might mask inner thoughts. As the saying goes, the heart of man is hidden beneath the belly, and even brothers can engage in subtle rivalries. It is not that I perceive the world as treacherous. Rather, my father and uncle serve as prime examples. Seeing Su Yuyan lost in thought, Zhang Hao inquired with a smile, "My dear, have you yet determined what to gift him?" "Not as of now. What are your grandfather's interests or hobbies?" "He enjoys sipping tea and strolling with birds." "Sipping tea and strolling with birds?" Zhang Hao frowned slightly. Such a hobby seems rather mundane. For his 80th birthday, one cannot possibly present tea leaves or birds, for such gifts hold little value. After all, this is the first meeting with the esteemed elder, and one must not be too frugal. It is imperative to make a favorable impression. Aside from enjoying tea and strolling with birds, what else might captivate his interest? Oh, the grandfather also has a penchant for collecting, particularly ancient artifacts and jade. Very well, let us cater to his tastes and present him with a piece of jade. However, upon reflection, that may be too extravagant. Even a modest antique or jade piece could cost several tens of thousands. If we are to give a gift, it must be something of value, for I cannot present anything less worthy, especially since this occasion marks the elder's 80th birthday. And given that it is my first meeting with him, we must ensure it is not too shabby. Su Yuyan furrowed her brow and nodded. Although Zhang Hao's reasoning was sound, she still hesitated at the thought of him spending excessively, as he had already invested a great deal in their family and for her sake. Upon noticing Su Yuyan's expression, Zhang Hao instinctively understood her thoughts. "Do not worry. My dear, we are not short of funds." "Very well. I shall remember every penny you spend. I will repay you when I am financially able. It is only natural for a husband to spend on his wife. Why the formality between us? That will not do. Let us keep matters distinct." "Then how about a kiss? Look at you, with that mischievous expression." After breakfast, Zhang Hao drove Su Yuyan and their 3 adorable children out. However, after more than an hour of searching, they had yet to find a suitable gift. They wandered through the antique market, but due to their lack of knowledge, they refrained from purchasing anything for fear of being taken advantage of. Zhang Hao could not fathom why a mere trinket at a street stall could command a price of 80 or 90,000. Such an item was scarcely worthy of being a chamber pot. Next, they arrived at a street lined with jade shops. As Zhang Hao drove and pondered which store to enter, he heard Su Yuyan urging him on. "Hurry up, it's nearly 11:30. And my father and the others may have already arrived." "All right." He nodded and sought out the largest jade shop, named Bayuzai. The display screen at the entrance proclaimed, "Honest pricing, we promise to double your money back if our claims are false." Upon entering the store, a dazzling sight of gold and jade greeted them. The counters were neatly arranged with an array of jade jewelry, bangles, pendants, and small figurines of Pai Xiao and Guanyin. The shelves behind the counters displayed larger jade pieces, including a multi-armed Guanyin and a half-meter-long Pai Xiao, as well as a half-meter-tall Mithriya Buddha. The store was bustling with customers, with at least a dozen people inside, and several tall and graceful saleswomen were busy attending to them. "Hello, welcome." As new customers entered, a saleswoman approached with a warm smile, but her expression soon shifted to one of surprise. "Wow, triplets! How adorable!" The sight of the 3 charming children instantly captivated her. Others nearby also gathered around, astonished at the sight of the triplets. "Are all 3 of these little ones yours? How remarkable! Twins are indeed a rarity. Yet the existence of triplets is astonishing, especially when they are all so exquisitely beautiful. The key factor is that the mother is equally stunning, and the father possesses an admirable handsomeness. The entire family embodies celestial beauty, radiating happiness. Oh, look at those precious babies. They are smiling, and my heart melts." Upon hearing praises for their children, Zhang Hao and Su Yuyan felt an overwhelming joy, as any parent would take pride in their offspring being admired. However, at that moment, an unpleasant voice echoed from the entrance. "Isn't that our renowned Zhang Xiao?" The voice was sharp and sardonic, dripping with evident mockery. As Zhang Hao turned towards the sound, displeasure immediately crossed his features. A young man entered, tall and slender, with an oval face, phoenix eyes, a prominent nose, and thin lips. This individual was known to Zhang Hao, named Fan Jian, who hailed from a family engaged in the pharmaceutical business, boasting large hospitals in Haicheng and other cities. With assets amounting to hundreds of billions, he was indeed a super-rich second-generation heir. Although they had once been friends, A quarrel at a dinner gathering had turned their encounters into a clash of sharp words. At this moment, Fan Jian's gaze fell upon the three babies in the stroller. He seemed momentarily taken aback before a wicked grin spread across his face. Zhang Xiao, I've heard people in the circle say you've become a father. Are these the three children? TSK, they bear no resemblance to you at all. Zhang Hao's expression darkened with anger upon hearing this. Are you looking for a fight? He released the stroller and strode purposefully toward Fan Jian. Anyone who dared to speak ill of the babies would not escape unscathed. However, just as he was about to take action, he felt a hand grasp his wrist. Turning around, he saw it was Su Yuyan. I've already chosen a gift. Let us go. My mother just messaged, saying she's arrived and is waiting for us. All right. Zhang Hao relented, recognizing the importance of the matter at hand. When they approached the counter to settle the bill, Fan Jian's dismissive voice rang out. Since Zhang Xiao is purchasing from me, I'll give you a discount of 20%. Consider it a charitable gesture. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao swiftly returned his credit card to his pocket. Yet, just as they were about to leave, the system's voice suddenly chimed in. Host, it has been detected that the jade artifact purchased by your wife is a counterfeit. Would you like to activate the super appraisal skill? Chapter 63. Can spending money also earn money? How much? Despite his anger, Zhang Hao maintained his composure, needing to inquire about the cost to activate the skill. For the system was notoriously unreliable. If his funds were insufficient, resorting to installment payments would be disastrous. Not expensive, it's 10 million. 10 million. Zhang Hao's eyes widened, and an overwhelming wave of frustration surged within him. Yes, host, if you lack sufficient funds, you can opt for installment payments, only 1 million per month. Not doing it. Host, are you foolish? Didn't you see the sign at the entrance stating that for fakes, the penalty is tenfold? What if there are more counterfeits in the shop? Zhang Hao's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Let's do it. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have activated the super appraisal skill. Remember to repay on time every month. Zhang Hao glanced at the gift selected by Su Yuyan. It was a jade carving of a longevity peach, approximately the size of a fist. Beautiful lady. How much is this longevity peach? Handsome sir, this longevity peach is of glass variety, priced at 128,888. With a discount, it is 103,110. Oh. Zhang Hao frowned and nodded. No, it's too cheap. Even if it were 10 times that, it would only amount to over 1 million. I must find a more expensive counterfeit, and several more as well. Seeing Zhang Hao's frown, Su Yuyan assumed he found it too expensive. Shall we choose a cheaper one? No need. I will take another look. Zhang Hao wandered to the merchandise area, examining each item. With the super appraisal skill activated, he could discern the authenticity of the jade artifacts as if he possessed the legendary fire eyes of Sun Wukong. A disdainful voice interrupted his thoughts. It was Fan Jian. I never imagined the usually extravagant Zhang Xiao couldn't even afford a mere 100,000. How about this? Kneel and call me master, and I will gift you this longevity peach. Zhang Hao ignored the fool and continued to appraise the jade items. Beautiful lady, how much for this mutton fat jade bracelet? 168,888. And this Mithriya Buddha? 680,000. What about this Pishio? 758,600. And that Guanyin pendant? 56,000. How about that jade necklace? 128,660. Su Yuyan, noticing that Zhang Hao only inquired without making any purchases, felt puzzled, unable to comprehend his intentions. Meanwhile, Fan Jian grew impatient. Zhang Hao, are you buying or not? If not, get out. Don't waste my time. Zhang Hao smiled slightly. Beautiful lady, I'll take all the jade items I just inquired about. Please prepare the invoice. Huh, all of them. The saleswoman displayed an expression of astonishment, then looked towards the store owner, Fan Jian. Fan Jian nodded, turning to Zhang Hao with displeasure. If you don't have the funds, just say so, and watch how I deal with you. Zhang Hao approached the counter and retrieved his bank card. The saleswoman calculated the total. Sir, the total is 5,128,686. Please make your payment. Zhang Hao smiled as he presented his bank card. However, at that moment, he suddenly realized a critical issue. There wasn't enough money on the card. Originally, he had just over 4 million, but after purchasing the super appraisal skill, 1 million had been deducted, leaving him with just over 3 million. What to do now? Who could he borrow 2 million from? In the past, it would have been easy to ask a friend in the circle for a loan of that amount. But now, having fallen from grace, he was sure they wouldn't even pick up the phone. At that moment, Su Yuyan furrowed her brow and approached Zhang Hao. Are you out of your mind? Why are you buying so many jade items? Fan Jian coldly remarked. Zhang Hao, if you cannot produce the money, do not even think about leaving through that door. Zhang Hao disregarded him, tilting his head to gaze at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, pondering whom to borrow money from. Suddenly, the ringing of his phone pierced the silence. Upon glancing at the screen, his eyes sparkled with delight. Lu Huaqiang. How had he not thought of him? Given their cooperative relationship, borrowing 2 million should not pose a problem. He answered the call, and a cheerful voice greeted him. Zhang Xiao, I have prepared the contract. Please come over to sign it. We can discuss the contract later. I urgently need to borrow 2 million. Rest assured. I will return it within 10 minutes, plus an extra 100,000 for you. What do you need the money for? You haven't partnered with someone else, have you? How could that be? Do you not trust me? I do trust you. Then quickly lend me the 2 million. It's a matter of urgency. All right. I will transfer it to you. Thank you. Shortly after hanging up, Zhang Hao received the transfer from Lu Huaqiang. Upon seeing the balance exceeding 5 million, a satisfied smile spread across Zhang Hao's face. Miss, please process the transaction. Of course, handsome. The attractive saleswoman took his bank card and inserted it into the machine. Beep. The transaction was successful. Su Yuyin was taken aback, unable to believe that Zhang Hao had borrowed money to purchase over 5 million worth of jade. Goodness. Had he lost his mind? Fan Jian wore a smile, calculating his profits in his mind. Here are your items and the receipt. Thank you. Zhang Hao accepted the receipt and turned to Fan Jian. This store belongs to you, right? Of course, who else would it belong to? If the items are counterfeit. You owe me 10 times the amount, correct? Absolutely. Well then, all the jade I purchased is fake. Based on your policy, that amounts to 51,286,860. Fake. Are you joking? I run a reputable store. I would never sell counterfeit goods. I warn you, this is slander, and you will be held legally responsible. Since you do not believe me, I will have to call the police. Zhang Hao took out his phone and dialed 110. At this moment, Fan Jian suddenly grew anxious. Although he firmly believed that the jade in his store was genuine, Zhang Hao's confidence instilled a sense of unease within him. After all, he had spent over 5 million on a dozen pieces of jade, which seemed highly irregular. Better safe than sorry. If the items were indeed fake, not only would he owe 10 times the amount, but he would also face severe penalties. Seeing Zhang Hao place his phone to his ear, he quickly said, Wait. Let me call someone to authenticate the items. Zhang Hao ended the call he had not yet connected. Hello, Grandfather Zhao. Someone claims to have purchased counterfeit goods from my store. Could you please come take a look? A few minutes later, an elderly man with a head full of white hair, yet radiating vitality, walked in. Fan Jian hurriedly approached him with great courtesy. Grandfather Zhao, you have arrived. Yes. I was busy. Let us examine the jade directly. Please, this way, Grandpa Zhao. Fan Jian approached the collection of jade artifacts. These were all purchased by Zhang Hao. Grandpa Zhao took out a small flashlight from his pocket and began his professional evaluation. Fake. Fake. All of them are counterfeit. He declared. Xiao Jian, I must ask, how could you sell such frauds? Upon hearing the appraisal, Fan Jian was left paralyzed, stunned for a moment before regaining his senses. Damn it. That person actually sold me fakes. In a fit of anger, Fan Jian pulled out his phone and dialed a number. How dare you sell me counterfeit goods? The voice on the other end retorted defiantly, Get lost. Didn't we agree on this during the transaction? It's normal for this line of work to have mishaps. Everyone has moments of oversight. Damn. Fan Jian angrily hung up the call. Grandpa Zhao, I didn't expect these to be fakes. Had I known, I certainly wouldn't have sold them. That would tarnish my reputation. That's your own business. I have other matters to attend to, Grandpa Zhao replied. Fan Jian furrowed his brow in silence. Suddenly, he remembered Zhang Hao and promptly donned a smile. Zhang Hao, I truly didn't expect all of these to be counterfeit. Considering our friendship, are we that close? Chapter 64. Attending the birthday banquet. Fan Jian's smile abruptly froze. This was no jest, as it amounted to over 50 million, his entire savings for half a year. Even if spent on courting, it would still bring some return. To give it to Zhang Hao would be akin to throwing money into the void. Zhang Hao, how about this? I'll give you 10 million, and we'll consider the matter settled. No way, not a single cent less. Zhang Hao, don't push your luck. Shall I report this? I warn you, don't let your temper get the better of you. Zhang Hao, uninterested in further debate, pulled out his phone and dialed 110. Wait. Fan Jian quickly intervened. If this went to the authorities, the consequences would be far graver than just a 50 million compensation. as it would involve criminal liability due to the substantial sum involved. Fine, I'll compensate you with over 50 million. Let us proceed with the transfer. My bank account number is 438438. Soon, Zhang Hao received the transfer, a sum of 51,286,860. Gazing at the 8-digit balance, he felt the exhilarating rush of wealth return. How delightful! This sensation is something that those who have never experienced the highs and lows of fortune could never comprehend. Meanwhile, Fan Jian felt as though his heart was bleeding. I've already sent you the money. Please leave immediately. Hee. Zhang Hao smiled slightly, and then returned to the display case to continue selecting items. Fan Jian nearly choked on his frustration. Was this guy serious? What if there were more fakes inside? Wouldn't that mean further losses? Zhang Hao, I insist you leave at once. What is the rush? I haven't even purchased a gift yet. Not selling. You shall not sell to me, or I will report you. How dare you? Fan Jian was rendered speechless under pressure. What could he do? After all, Zhang Hao had seized his weakness. A few minutes later, Zhang Hao purchased 2 gifts. One was a superb longevity deity carved from exquisite sheep fat jade, priced at 580,000. The other was a jade bracelet, valued at 120,000. Although the prices were steep, Zhang Hao felt no remorse as he swiped his card. After selecting the gifts, he drove directly to the Shangri-La Hotel. At that moment, Su Yuyan had just regained her composure from the shock. She could hardly believe that Zhang Hao, through his efforts in counterfeiting, had received compensation exceeding 50 million. Over 50 million. How did you discern that those jade items were all fake? Because, like your grandfather, I have a passion for jade and have conducted extensive research on it, allowing me to identify authenticity at a glance. Oh, Su Yuyan nodded slightly, choosing not to press further. Overwhelmed with astonishment, she found herself at a loss for words and opted to remain in a state of shock. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao took out his phone and transferred 1 million to Lu Huaqiang. Lu Huaqiang was taken aback upon seeing the amount. Brother, why did you give me an extra 100,000? Are you looking down on me? It is well deserved. That 2 million of yours will be of great use. If that's the case, then fine, but I absolutely cannot accept this extra 100,000. I will return it to you. No need. Consider it an investment in the new hotel. Well, that is acceptable. I knew I had not misjudged you. You are truly loyal. And I have recognized you as my brother. Haha, let us not chat any longer. I am currently driving. Driving? Are you coming over to sign the contract? No. I am attending a birthday banquet. I will come over once I am done. All right, I will wait for you at the hotel. A few minutes later, Zhang Hao arrived at the Shangri-La Hotel. As he approached, he spotted a stunning young woman standing at the entrance. It was none other than Su Yuyan's mother, his future mother-in-law, Xia Yuha. He observed her scanning the surroundings with an anxious expression. Dear, look, your mother is waiting at the door. Why don't you get out first, and I will bring the baby over shortly. All right. Su Yuyan also noticed her mother. Without waiting for the vehicle to come to a complete stop, she opened the door and stepped out, as they were already 20 minutes late. Mother, Su Yuyan called out from a distance. Xia Yuha turned promptly at the sound. My daughter, why did you arrive so late? Where are the babies? Zhang Hao went to park the car. He will be here shortly with the baby. Parking? Did you buy a car? Where did the money come from? Su Yuyan hesitated, contemplating whether to disclose Zhang Hao's financial success. Observing her indecision, Xia Yuha pouted. Silly girl, what is there to hide from your mother? Quickly tell me. Very well. Thus, Su Yuyan revealed the details of Zhang Hao's sale of the formula, as well as the astonishing compensation he had just received for counterfeiting. Is this for real? Little Zhang is so impressive. Xia Yuha's expression was one of utter disbelief. Of course it's true. Why would I deceive you? My goodness. I never anticipated that my son-in-law is a genius. As soon as the words left my mouth, I noticed Zhang Hao approaching with the baby stroller and quickly smiled to greet him. Xiao Zhang, you are remarkable. In just a few days, you've earned over 50 million. Huh. Zhang Hao paused for a moment, then broke into a smile. After all, this was his mother-in-law. There was no harm in her knowing. Auntie, actually. You silly boy, why call me Auntie? Just call me Mom. Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback. This was rather unexpected, and he was entirely unprepared for it. He had only ever referred to his own mother as such, and the suddenness of addressing someone else as Mom left him tongue-tied. Xia Yuhua paid no heed, taking the baby stroller from Zhang Hao's hands. Let us head inside. The banquet has already been underway for a while. With that, she pushed the stroller toward the hotel entrance, glancing at the baby as she said, Little ones. Have you missed your grandma while we've been apart? Oh dear, I'm still so young. Yet here I am, a grandmother already. Time truly waits for no one. Zhang Hao joined Su Yuyan's side. Dear, let us go in as well. The banquet hall was resplendent, adorned with exquisite carpets and various sculptures, with a small fountain gracing the center, exuding an air of sophistication and elegance. Upon entering the grand hall, Zhang Hao observed 3 tables set up. One table was occupied by elderly individuals, both men and women, totaling 5. Another table was filled with middle-aged folks, including a white-haired elder, among whom was Su Yuyan's father, Su Jianlin, making a total of 8. The third table was comprised entirely of young people, including Su Huairou, numbering 6 in total. Zhang Hao scanned the room, grasping the general layout. At that moment, Xia Yuhua spoke. Daughter, you and Xiao Zhang take the baby to your cousin's table. I'll go greet your grandfather. All right, Mom. Su Yuyan nodded slightly, feeling extremely anxious. Although most faces were familiar and all were relatives, her heart raced with apprehension. Suddenly, she felt a warm hand clasping hers. Dear, let us go over. Su Yuyan took a deep breath and walked toward the table where the young people gathered. Aside from her cousin, all were her younger relatives. Upon reaching the table, she summoned her courage to greet her kin. Everyone is here. I sincerely apologize for my tardiness due to some unforeseen circumstances. However, she awkwardly realized that no one responded to her, as they were all engaged in laughter and conversation with Su Huairou. Seeing this, Zhang Hao was instantly displeased. Dear, your relatives are rather pitiable. Pitiable? Yes. It's a shame that at such a young age they are blind, unable to see such a beautiful woman. Su Yuyan smiled gently, amused by Zhang Hao's humor. Suddenly, a few hostile gazes fell upon Zhang Hao's face. However, Zhang Hao paid them no mind. Anyone who dared to bully his wife was met with his immediate wrath. As a man, if one cannot even protect his own wife, it reflects poorly on his character. Moreover, there is no need to show courtesy to such rude individuals. Cousin, it's Grandpa's birthday. You could have come alone without bringing an outsider. A sharp voice rang out. The speaker was none other than the effeminate Su Huairou. He then turned to Zhang Hao and mocked. Oh, isn't this our young master Zhang? I heard you sell women's underwear and sanitary napkins on Kuaishou. As a grown man, you should feel some shame. With that, he rolled his eyes dramatically. Zhang Hao chuckled derisively. You, of all people, dare to speak? Have you looked in the mirror to see your own disgraceful self? Every day, you prance around like a woman. You, Su Huairou, furious, placed one hand on his hip and pointed angrily at Zhang Hao, but was left speechless for a long moment. Zhang Hao chose to ignore this effeminate man. Just as he was about to sit down, he noticed his mother-in-law approaching with a smile. Daughter, Xiao Zhang, go greet your grandfather. Su Yuyan nodded slightly, suddenly feeling tense. Last year, when she had an unexpected pregnancy, her grandfather had called her to discuss a painless abortion, and she had not only refused, but had also argued back. Although that incident was behind her, she still felt a pang of guilt. Lost in thought, she saw Zhang Hao pushing the baby stroller and quickly took it from him. Let me handle it. All right. Zhang Hao did not refuse. He could sense her unease and understood her thoughts. Because of him, she had clashed with her family. No matter what happened next, he would shoulder the blame. As a man, he had to take responsibility. Dad, Yiyan is here to see you. Grandpa, happy birthday. Su Yuyan greeted with a smile, albeit somewhat stiffly. The old man nodded seriously. However, when his gaze fell upon the 3 adorable children, he suddenly froze. Wow, how could there be such lovely babies? What should I do? I want to hold them up high, but would that be too undignified? No, I must restrain myself. Yiyan, are these your 3 little ones? Yes, Grandpa. How old are they? What are their names? They're almost 8 months old. The eldest is called Xian, the second is Miao Miao, and the youngest is Jing Jing. Those are lovely names, quite impressive. Hearing the compliment, Su Yuyan's face lit up with a more genuine smile. Grandpa, Zhang Hao named them. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao also smiled. Just as he was about to greet the old man, he saw Su Yuyan lift up the eldest child. Xian, this is your great-grandfather. Call him great-grandfather. La la la, the tender voice of the little darling echoed, waving her tiny hands, yearning for a hug. The old gentleman, upon witnessing this, felt his heart melt. Ah, my youthful spirit. I cannot hold back any longer. To hell with dignity and pride. Let them all be cast aside. Come here, my dear. The old man took the little one and placed her on his lap, a radiant smile illuminating his face. He playfully pinched the cherubic face of the child. Look at this lovely baby. How can she be so adorable? Upon hearing this, others began to shower her with compliments. Indeed, she resembled a doll, utterly enchanting. With Su Yuyan's beauty, it was no surprise that her child would be equally stunning. Without a doubt, she would grow into a great beauty. Haha, this only attests to the fine genes of the Su family. Hearing the praise, Su Yuyan's smile grew even more brilliant. Su Jinlin and Xia Yuhua felt their hearts bloom with joy. They had just been worried about whether the old gentleman would recognize the baby, but to their surprise, he was so delighted upon seeing her. The entrance of the darling was indeed unstoppable. Suddenly, the second and third babies in the stroller began to wail. The old man quickly inquired, Yuyan, why are Meow Meow and Jingjing crying? Su Yuyan lifted the second and third babies, chuckling, Grandpa, they must be upset because you are only holding the eldest. Don't be fooled by their small size. They are quite clever. Ha ha ha, truly mischievous. Hand them over to me as well. All right, Grandpa. Su Yuyan placed the second and third babies into the old man's embrace. The three little darlings settled on his lap. The eldest grasped the old man's large hand, the second tugged at his beard, and the third poked his nose. In that moment, the trio played joyfully, while the old gentleman, being playfully tormented by the babies, was filled with uncontainable happiness, having not had such intimate contact with little ones for over a decade. Witnessing this scene, Su Yuyan felt a wave of warmth, her eyes subtly glistening with emotion. Suddenly, a gentle voice broke through. My dear, won't you introduce me? Oh dear, I forgot. Su Yuyan quickly regained her composure. Caught up in the joy, she had left Zhang Hao standing aside. Grandpa, allow me to introduce him. This is Zhang Hao, the father of the baby. Zhang Hao smiled, saying, Hello, Grandpa. The old gentleman replied absent-mindedly, preoccupied with entertaining the babies. Zhang Hao felt a tad awkward, yet seeing how much the old man adored the little ones made it insignificant. Su Yuyan then shifted her attention to the others. Zhang Hao, this is my uncle. Hello, uncle. And this is my aunt. Hello, aunt. This is my eldest aunt and her husband. Hello, eldest aunt. Hello, uncle. And this is my second aunt and her husband. Hello, second aunt. Hello, second uncle. Zhang Hao greeted Su Yuyan's family with utmost politeness. After they were acquainted, he turned to the elder with a smile. Grandfather, I wish you blessings as abundant as the eastern sea and longevity that rivals the southern mountains. This is a gift prepared by Yuyan and me for you. Upon finishing his words, he retrieved a beautifully carved longevity deity made of mutton fat jade from the storage compartment of the stroller. The elder chuckled and nodded in approval. Having a profound understanding of jade, he immediately assessed its value based on the luster, smoothness, and size of the jade piece. Approximately 5 to 600,000, I presume. While not exorbitant, it is certainly not inexpensive. The young man is quite thoughtful. What line of work are you in? I am still in school and currently taking care of the baby at home. Ah, young people should prioritize their careers. You must possess ambition. Understood, grandfather, Zhang Hao replied, a hint of embarrassment gracing his smile. At that moment, Su Huairou's father rose and approached the elder, holding a scroll case in his hands. Dad, happy birthday. Knowing you enjoy collecting paintings and calligraphy, I specially had someone procure a painting of shrimp by Qi Baisher for you. Qi Baisher's shrimp painting. The elder's face lit up with delight, making the baby in his arms suddenly seem less appealing. Let me see. The elder handed the three adorable children back to Su Yuyan and eagerly unrolled the painting. Zhang Hao glanced at it as well. With his exceptional appraisal skills, he instantly discerned a flaw. Is it a fake? Zhang Hao blurted out instinctively. Though his voice was not loud, it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. Chapter 66, A Farce. What did you say? Su Jinsen glared at him with fury, as if he intended to devour Zhang Hao whole. Do not be angry. I merely speak the truth, Zhang Hao replied calmly. Do not be angry? Su Jinsen's face turned a deep shade of green. To claim that a gift he presented was counterfeit in front of friends and family was akin to publicly slapping oneself. The elder's expression also darkened. Young man, have I not shown you enough respect? Feeling awkward, Zhang Hao boldly stepped closer to the elder. Grandfather, observe. Qi Baisher's shrimp paintings are characterized by their lifelike forms. Yet the shrimp in this painting lack vitality. Another hallmark is their simplicity. With just a few strokes, they can convey vividness, but these shrimp appear overly realistic. Lastly, the paper shows clear signs of artificial aging. Upon hearing this, the elder squinted thoughtfully, scrutinizing the painting intently. Dad, Do not listen to this childish nonsense. What does he know? Su Jianxin said with displeasure, casting a stern look at Zhang Hao. I ask you to leave immediately. You are not welcome here. Zhang Hao merely smiled and remained silent. After all, the elder, being a collector of antiques, would surely discern the truth. Did you not hear me telling you to leave? Su Jianxin's rage surged as he approached Zhang Hao. Wait, the elder suddenly interjected. Upon your suggestion, it indeed seems that there is a problem with this painting. However, lacking the expertise of Qi Baishe, I am unable to discern its authenticity. Let me summon someone to assess it. Old Zhao. The elderly gentleman called out towards a table of seniors. An elderly man with white hair rose and made his way over. Zhang Hao's expression shifted. Was this not the same old man he had encountered at the jade shop? Old Zhao also recognized Zhang Hao, but merely glanced at him before approaching the elder. Old Zhao, could you please determine whether this Qi Baishe shrimp painting is genuine or not? Qi Baishe shrimp painting? Let me take a look. Old Zhao's face lit up with delight, akin to a man admiring a beautiful woman. However, upon closer inspection, he furrowed his brow and shook his head. His expression transformed from admiration to one of disappointment, reminiscent of a man who, upon closer inspection, finds a lady lacking. This is undoubtedly a forgery. The shrimp appear lifeless, and the paper shows clear signs of aging treatment. The elder was momentarily taken aback, astonished that old Zhao echoed Zhang Hao's sentiments. As for old Zhao, his words were received with unwavering trust, for he was a seasoned collector with a remarkable reputation in the field. He had immersed himself in the study of antiques and jade since the tender age of 10, amassing considerable experience. So it was indeed a forgery. What a wasted effort. The elder felt a tinge of disappointment. Su Jianxin was filled with self-reproach. Father, I sincerely apologize. I never anticipated it to be a fake. It's of no consequence. Consider it a lesson learned. How much did you pay for it? Not too much. Su Jianxin hesitated to disclose the price, for the painting had cost over 10 million. If the elder were to discover this, he would surely be furious enough to lash out at himself. At that moment, the elder's gaze fell upon Zhang Hao. Filled with admiration, young Zhang, I am surprised by your keen understanding of ancient calligraphy and paintings at such a young age. Your ability to discern authenticity at a glance is remarkable. I have some knowledge, a modest understanding, Zhang Hao replied with utmost humility. Young man, you too can tell this painting is a forgery? Upon hearing old Zhao's inquiry, Zhang Hao nodded, but before he could respond, a sharp voice pierced the air. Zhang Hao, you shameless wretch, how dare you slander my father? Su Huairou stormed toward them, her expression fierce, yet her gait was undeniably graceful, even with her fingers delicately posed. Su Jianxin immediately furrowed his brow. Son, this does not concern you. Humph. Father, Zhang Hao must have colluded with that old man to deliberately embarrass you. Silence. Su Jianxin commanded sternly. Bang. The elder slammed his hand on the table in anger. Xiao, do not be disrespectful. Humph. Grandfather, I spent over 10 million on this painting. How could it possibly be a fake? Su Jianxin, upon hearing the price, was driven to the brink of madness. Sigh, this ridiculous situation. He should never have been allowed to attend. Over 10 million. The elder's face darkened at the revelation of the price. Over 10 million. Enough to cover a month's pure profit for the company. Su Jianxin hung his head, resembling a child who had committed a wrongdoing. In stark contrast, Su Huairou wore an expression of pride. Yes, Grandpa. How could such an expensive painting possibly be fake? My father isn't foolish. The old man huffed in frustration, nostrils flaring. Although he was infuriated by Su Jianxin's purchase of a counterfeit painting for over 10 million, the fact that it was his own birthday celebration made it difficult for him to express his anger. However, the matter of Su Huairou insulting old Zhao had to be addressed immediately. Enough of this discussion for now. Xiao, apologize to your grandpa Zhao. Apologize to this old man. Not a chance. Su Huairou crossed her arms defiantly, casting a disdainful glance at old Zhao. Humph, this old coot is definitely in cahoots with Zhang Hao. Neither of them are decent folk. Upon hearing this, old Zhao's frustration peaked, compounded by Su Huairou's impudent demeanor. He had initially hoped to cultivate a towering tree from the only seedling of the Su family, yet unexpectedly, it had begun to blossom prematurely. Alas, what misfortune has befallen our household? He lamented, rubbing his forehead with a look of despair. Seeing this, Su Jianxin exploded with anger. Xiao, go apologize to your grandfather now. Humph, I refuse. I'll say it one last time, apologize. Furious, Su Jianxin reached to unfasten his belt. I won't. You're driving your father to madness. In a fit of rage, Su Jiansen swiftly drew his Hermes belt and struck Su Huiro on the backside. Crack. A strange sound escaped Su Huiro's lips. Dad, why are you hitting me? She pouted, feigning sorrow. Su Jiansen, nearly choking on his anger, retaliated with a slap. Crack. Get out. Su Huiro shielded her face, tears streaming down her cheeks. Wah. You slapped me in front of so many people. Are you really my father? I only spoke a few words to that old man. And as for Zhang Hao, even if he fathered 3 children for the Su family, they are all girls, and thus have no right to inherit the family fortune. At the mention of Zhang Hao, Su Huiro turned her head sharply. Humph, it's all because of you. I'm going to confront you. With that, she lunged at Zhang Hao, her claws bared. Zhang Hao frowned slightly. This insufferable brat dared to speak of her babies in front of so many people. Such insolence could not go unpunished. As Su Huiro charged toward him, he swiftly countered with a powerful strike to her chest. This blow left no room for mercy. Thud. Su Huiro fell to the ground, the pain in her tailbone causing her to wail. Ah, it hurts so much, help me. Witnessing this scene, Su Jiansen's eyes, filled with rage, turned bloodshot. Suddenly, he clutched his chest with his right hand, his face contorted in agony as he collapsed. Chapter 67. There's no time to explain. Husband. A mournful cry pierced the air. A young woman rushed to the side of the unconscious Su Jiansen. She was his wife, Hirong. Please, don't scare me, she exclaimed, reaching into Su Jiansen's pants pocket to retrieve a bottle of fast-acting heart medicine. With trembling hands, she twisted off the cap and poured out 4 or 5 pills, preparing to open Su Jiansen's mouth to administer them. Stop! A sudden voice interrupted. Zhang Hao dashed forward, seizing Hirong's wrist. What are you doing? She cried out in desperation. There was no time to explain. Zhang Hao's expression was grave as he first pried open Su Jiansen's eyelids, noticing that his pupils were not dilated. A sigh of relief escaped him. The man was still alive. He promptly began administering CPR, laying Su Jiansen flat, and performing 30 chest compressions, followed by artificial respiration, to avoid causing jealousy in his wife. He did not perform mouth-to-mouth directly. Instead, he placed a napkin over Su Jiansen's mouth before kissing him gently. Onlookers were filled with anxiety. The elderly man was particularly distressed, not wishing to witness a parent burying a child. Next was Hirong, who could not bear the thought of losing the man who had been her companion for half her life. Su Yuyin and her parents were also worried, concerned that if Zhang Hao failed, the consequences would be dire. As for Su Huiro, the sudden heart attack had left her in shock. Other relatives wore serious expressions, tinged with worry. Though they questioned Zhang Hao's ability to save a life, none dared to interfere, for this was a matter of life and death. Before long, Zhang Hao dispelled their doubts. After a series of actions, Su Jiansen slowly opened his eyes. Who am I? Where am I? He murmured, disoriented. You scared me to death. I thought you had left me. Hirong wept, collapsing onto Su Jiansen. Zhang Hao kindly reminded her, Auntie, your husband has just regained consciousness and is weak. It would be wise to have him checked at the hospital. Despite possessing extraordinary medical skills, he recognized the necessity of a professional assessment after having just brought Su Jiansen back from the brink. Thank you, Xiaozhong, Hirong said, supporting Su Jiansen as they prepared to leave. At that moment, Su Huiro stood up with great effort. Mom, wait. Please check me as well, she said, limping towards the door. Each step elicited a strange sound of pain from her. Seeing this, the elderly man gazed at Zhang Hao with admiration and a hint of gratitude. Xiaozhong, we owe you a great debt. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Upon hearing this, other relatives chimed in with their praises. Who knew Xiaozhong possessed such medical prowess? Impressive. Indeed, he remained calm in a crisis. You nearly frightened me to death. Ian, you truly found a remarkable husband, handsome and capable. Moreover, she is capable of bearing triplets, far surpassing your cousin. Upon hearing the praise, Zhang Hao responded with a smile. Meanwhile, Yan Xin was elated, and both Su Jianlin and Xia Yuhua radiated with joy. An hour later, the banquet concluded. Due to the eldest son being in the hospital, the old man lacked both the mood and appetite, and thus, the event was hastily wrapped up. Inside the car, Zhang Hao's face beamed with delight. My dear, were you satisfied with my performance just now? Su Yuyin nodded with a smile. Initially, she only hoped that her relatives would not be dismissive of Zhang Hao. However, after the banquet, both the old man and other relatives bid Zhang Hao farewell with warmth. Although it was their first meeting, it ended splendidly. As long as you are content. If it weren't for your uncle's illness, I would have had more opportunities to showcase myself. Su Yuyin was slightly taken aback, finding his words rather awkward. The melodious ringtone emanated from her bag. Upon checking, she saw it was a call from her mother. Daughter, have you arrived home yet? Not yet, Mom. It's too soon for that. Hee. Today Xiao Zhang performed exceptionally well. You have no idea, during dinner, your second and third aunt spoke only of him, you, and the babies. You can imagine how happy I am. Su Yuyin smiled faintly and inquired. What was my father's attitude? Humph, you know him well. Even if he thinks well of someone, he wouldn't express it. He asked like a cold-faced Buddha. Oh. Su Yuyin nodded with a sense of melancholy. She understood that her father had not fully accepted Zhang Hao. Otherwise, he would have offered compliments. Daughter, don't overthink it. This first impression was splendid. Make sure to bring Xiao Zhang and the babies home sometime. If your father dares to say anything, I'll make him kneel on durians. Su Yuyin's lips curled slightly. Although she knew her father was somewhat intimidated by her mother, it was all rooted in love. Ultimately, if any issue arose, the final say would rest with her father, for men are the heads of the household. Yet, the thought of returning home brought a surge of complexity. As it had been a year and a half since she had last visited due to family discord, lost in thought, her mother's voice broke the silence. By the way, daughter, make sure to visit the old man as well. Only by eliminating all barriers can you truly return to the Su family. Understood, Mom. I'll talk to you later. Your father and I are nearing the hospital. I wonder if your uncle is still alive. Mom, no more talking. Xiao Zhang played an indispensable role today. When you return, make sure to reward him well. Goodbye. Beep, beep, beep. Su Yuyin sighed softly. Though she was her biological mother, she had given birth to her at 18, meaning she was only 37, not even 40 yet. Coupled with her mother's excellent self-care, she appeared quite youthful. Furthermore, under her father's indulgence, she was somewhat capricious. At this moment, Zhang Hao's mind was wandering, not in contemplation, but rather engaged in dialogue with the system. System? What's the matter, host? You deducted the debt for the super appraisal skill, right? 9 million. Don't deduct more than that. It's fine, no rush. No. I can't feel at ease with this debt hanging over me. All right, it's been deducted. The system has detected that your bank account still holds over 39 million. Would you like to upgrade to the super martial arts skill or the super medical skill? No way. Zhang Hao resolutely declined. After finally acquiring some wealth, his first priority was to purchase a home. No, there was another matter that needed attending to. Darling, what's wrong? I need to sign a contract. Should I take you and the baby back first, or come with me? Contract? What contract? I'm partnering with someone to open a hotel. I'll be the owner of the Shanghai Grand Hotel. Oh, you haven't met him. Opening a hotel? What made you think of that? How much investment is required? Not a single penny. In fact, it's free, which is why I agreed. Free? Is that for real? Su Yuyin's face was filled with questions. Chapter 68. Do you like our son? Of course it's true. A person from Haiqing wouldn't deceive another from Haiqing. Upon saying this, Zhang Hao recounted the entire story. Su Yuyin smiled softly upon hearing it. Is there such a good fortune? Is that person a fool? Zhang Hao's expression darkened. Thankfully, Lu Huaqiang had not overheard. If he had, it was uncertain whether he would still collaborate with Zhang Hao. Seeing Zhang Hao's reaction, Su Yuyin continued, Don't take it personally. I merely find this matter a tad absurd. While I know Zhang Hao's secret formula can fetch a good price, Lu Huaqiang requires an investment of over 30 million. The key point is that Zhang Hao invests not a single cent, but merely provides the formula to secure 70 of the shares. Isn't this akin to a pie falling from the sky? Where in the world does such fortune exist? If this were to happen to me, I would undoubtedly refuse. Moreover, there are numerous ways to secure 50 of the shares. My dear, this situation is not absurd at all. You have never ventured into the hotel business, so you lack insight into its workings. Perhaps, regardless, we can earn more money moving forward, allowing you and our child to enjoy a better life. By the way, now that we have money, where should we buy a house? Why not save some money first? After all, money is hard to come by these days. My love, money is earned, not merely saved. Furthermore, purchasing a home is also an investment. It will surely appreciate in value within 6 months. You decide on this matter. It's your money. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao furrowed his brow. Darling, do you know what it means to be a couple? It means two people together. That's rather superficial. Marriage is not merely for the purpose of procreation. Rather, it is rooted in mutual love, understanding, respect, and support between partners. The couple should consult one another on all matters, sharing everything except their own bodies. Su Yuyan's expression was one of surprise. Zhang Hao's words astonished her. She had not anticipated his profound understanding of marital relationships. Have you been married before? She inquired. Huh. Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback. Su Yuyan, puzzled, continued. How do you possess such deep insights into the dynamics of marriage, as if you have ample experience? Zhang Hao's expression turned serious. These are merely my honest thoughts. Have I ever been married? What are you thinking? With that, he playfully flicked her forehead and added, I have given you my precious first time. You are my first wife, my only one, and indeed, my last. Su Yuyan furrowed her delicate brows, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. First time? She mused. Considering her own circumstances. Noticing her shyness, Zhang Hao broke into a smile. Wife, I vow to ensure your happiness for the rest of my life. I shall take care of earning a living and raising our children, while you maintain your beauty. Su Yuyan nodded slightly, her heart brimming with gratitude. Yet, a sudden wave of guilt washed over her, for Zhang Hao had sacrificed much for their family, while she had not borne him a son. The absence of a son had been mentioned more than once. Although Zhang Hao always laughed it off, she knew it weighed heavily on his mind. With this thought, Su Yuyan timidly asked, Do you like having a son? Huh. Zhang Hao was momentarily startled, but he quickly grasped her sentiment. This time, he was forthright. Of course, we currently have 3 daughters. If we were to have a son, we would have the perfect balance. Let's not delay, let's conceive one tonight. You, Su Yuyan exclaimed, a mix of shyness and irritation in her voice. It cannot happen so soon. At least we should wait until after the wedding. Indeed, it would be inconvenient to be visibly pregnant during the ceremony. Humph, she scoffed, realizing that having a child is not a matter of mere moments. She decided to shift the conversation. By the way, didn't you mention your family is in business? Where did this secret recipe come from? Zhang Hao pondered for a moment before replying. It was passed down from my grandfather. As soon as he spoke, laughter echoed in his mind. Ha ha. Host, call him grandfather. Zhang Hao silently thought, I would never. Although he felt taken advantage of by the system, he refrained from expressing it verbally, knowing that such words could cost him. Soon, Zhang Hao arrived at the Shanghai Grand Hotel. Wife, I will be quick. Please wait here with the baby. I'll go with you to see what's happening. All right. Zhang Hao opened the door and stepped out of the car. He retrieved the stroller from the trunk and gently placed the 3 adorable children inside. However, as he began to walk towards the hotel entrance, he suddenly halted. Xiaoqian, a short distance away, he observed a young man embracing a beautiful woman, approaching a BMW 3 Series before taking a seat inside. To his astonishment, the woman was none other than Xiaoqian, the object of Dazhuang's affection. What is happening? Has my good friend been cuckolded? Why aren't you moving? Noticing Zhang Hao's abrupt stop, Su Yuyan expressed her confusion. It's nothing. Zhang Hao resumed his stride, extracting his phone from his pocket to send a WeChat message to Dazhuang. Dazhuang, are you still in contact with Xiaoqian? Of course, we are in the throes of romance. She mentioned that once we marry, we must have quadruplets, one more than your family. Haha. What is up? How go? It's nothing. I'll tell you in half an hour. After all, I'm unsure how to broach such a delicate subject. If I speak directly, Dazhuang will undoubtedly be heartbroken. I must convey this news with some tact. With that thought, he sent Dazhuang an emoji of a green hat before slipping his phone back into his pocket. Moments later, he arrived at the office door of Lu Huaqiang. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. Zhang Hao pushed the door open. Brother, you're here. Upon seeing Zhang Hao, Lu Huaqiang, seated on the sofa, eagerly rose to greet him. However, when he noticed who was behind Zhang Hao, his expression shifted to one of surprise. Brother, is this your sister-in-law? Yes, my wife. Su Yuyan smiled and greeted him. Hello. Lu Huaqiang shook his head in astonishment. Wow, sister-in-law is truly stunning. What the heck? Zhang Hao raised an eyebrow, glaring at him. While out with his wife and children, others' attention was primarily drawn to the 3 adorable little ones. Yet this fellow was fixated on his wife. How utterly inappropriate. Lu Huaqiang quickly backtracked. Brother, please don't be upset. Your sister-in-law is simply too beautiful, and you have 3 little treasures. Noticing the trio of adorable children, Lu Huaqiang's surprise deepened. My goodness, they are actually triplets. It was evident that they were conceived through in vitro fertilization. Zhang Hao furrowed his brow, silently resolving never to bring his wife along when visiting Lu Huaqiang again. Stop staring. Let me review the contract. Oh, sure. Lu Huaqiang smiled as he retrieved the contract. Zhang Hao scanned it from beginning to end. 70 stake, no problem. Just as he was about to sign, Su Yuyan's voice interrupted. Darling, let me take a look at the contract. Chapter 69. Yours isn't small either. Darling, there's an issue with this contract. After reviewing the document, Su Yuyan's lovely brow furrowed. Lu Huaqiang's body tensed, his heart racing with anxiety. Zhang Hao also knitted his brow. What seems to be the problem? Though you possess a 70% stake, the returns exceeding the initial investment will be equalized, meaning each party receives half. Upon hearing this, Su Yuyan inquired, are you not going to review the contract? Can't you discern such a simple trick? Zhang Hao, filled with shame, shook his head. He had previously only indulged in pleasures and had never ventured into the realm of business. How could Lu Huaqing, this despicable scoundrel, dare to deceive me? An indignant glare from Zhang Hao fell upon Lu Huaqing's round face. I placed my trust in you, and you had the audacity to scheme against me? Truly, your conscience must be fed to the dogs. Lu Huaqing, with a face full of remorse, replied, I am sorry. I was wrong. Is an apology of any worth? Zhang Hao retorted, I sensed your lack of investment and felt a sense of imbalance, which led to my momentary folly. I assure you, this is the first and last time. Do you truly believe there will be a next time? Zhang Hao, with an indifferent countenance, rose to his feet. Wife, let us depart. Brother, please do not leave. Lu Huaqing exclaimed in desperate urgency. I have my reasons. My mother is in the late stages of liver cancer, and her daily chemotherapy costs tens of thousands. If I do not earn money, I will lose my mother. Zhang Hao halted, a look of disdain crossing his features. You are truly a wolf in sheep's clothing, cursing your own mother for the sake of profit. I have misjudged you. Brother, on my honor, I am not a swindler. Lu Huaqing rushed to the table, retrieving a stack of hospital expense statements and presenting them to Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend the documents. At this moment, Su Yuyan approached. Having spent time in the hospital for childbirth, she could easily interpret the papers. Indeed, this is a hospital bill. I cannot believe the chemotherapy costs exceed 20,000 for a single day. Zhang Hao's expression shifted slightly. So this is true? Lu Huaqing is indeed a devoted son, and he has not cursed his mother. At this juncture, Lu Huaqing's face was etched with sorrow. Zhang Hao, I truly did not deceive you. Moreover, I am immensely grateful. Without your secret formula, I would have likely sold the Shanghai Grand Hotel by now. Your formula has given me hope, even if I must take out a loan. I am determined to open the new hotel. Only by earning more can I afford my mother's treatment. Zhang Hao nodded slightly, his heart softening as he understood Lu Huaqing's plight. Darling, why not agree to collaborate with him? Su Yuyan interjected, empathizing with the pain of familial separation, let alone the thought of eternal separation. Zhang Hao acquiesced. Very well. Given your circumstances and in consideration of my wife's perspective, I shall agree. With that, he returned to the table and inscribed his name, Zhang Hao, upon the contract. Su Yuyan was momentarily taken aback, while Lu Huaqing stood in stunned silence. Zhang Hao was aware of the contract's flaws. How could he sign it so readily? Was he not afraid of being taken advantage of? Brother, please do not say more. I understand your predicament. Let it be as it is. Lu Huaqiang's face was a canvas of gratitude, his eyes slightly reddened. Brother, you are as dear to me as a blood sibling. I am resolutely committed to you for life. Rest assured, when I earn money in the future, I shall share 70% of the profits with you. Zhang Hao waved his hand dismissively. Let's first focus on treating your mother's illness. When I have the time, I will come to see you. If I can be of assistance, I shall gladly help. Lu Huaqiang was deeply touched, perceiving no ulterior motives in Zhang Hao's words. Dear, shall we go? Lu Huaqiang hastily added, allow me to see you off. As they departed from the Shanghai Grand Hotel, Zhang Hao drove along the road. In the passenger seat, Su Yuyan cast him an approving glance. I never expected you to be so magnanimous. Knowing the contract had issues, you still chose to sign it. Sigh, who hasn't he faced difficulties? If I can help, I will. I didn't realize your generosity was so vast. Yours is not small either. Su Yuyan paused momentarily, instinctively glancing down, her expression turning melancholic. I've noticed that you can't resist flattery. I praise you a couple of times, and you start being inappropriate. How am I being inappropriate? Zhang Hao protested silently. However, recalling his earlier remark, he suddenly understood. My dear, what I meant was, since you urged me to sign, it reflects your great heart. It is your thoughts that are impure, and yet you blame me. You. Su Yuyan shot him a glare, turning her head away. Zhang Hao chuckled softly. Although he had incited his wife's irritation, he felt a sense of joy. What does this signify? It indicates that his wife did not regard him as a stranger. If she felt distanced, she wouldn't have been upset at all. Nonetheless, it remained essential to placate his wife's anger. Do not be upset, dear. I shall buy you a house shortly. Su Yuyan remained silent. Zhang Hao continued. I have suddenly realized something. Su Yuyan's tone was frosty. What is it? It is that you call me husband in front of outsiders. Yet when we are at home, or just the two of us, you do not even utter my name. What is the reason behind this? Su Yuyan fell silent once more. Zhang Hao pressed on. Is it due to shyness? Su Yuyan remained mute. We are already an old married couple. What is there to be shy about? Did we not agree that we would have a son tonight? Be quiet. Suddenly, a baby's wail echoed from the back seat. Zhang Hao glanced in the rearview mirror and saw that it was Dabao crying. Why is Xian crying? Is he hungry? That should not be the case. He was fed at lunchtime. Perhaps he needs a diaper change. Su Yuyan turned to check the diaper indicator, confirming that he indeed needed a change. Please pull over. I will change Dabao's diaper. All right. Zhang Hao promptly parked the car at the roadside. Just then, his phone rang. Checking the screen, he saw it was a call from Dezhuang. He answered and instinctively switched to speaker mode. Brother Hao, it's been half an hour. Are you still busy? Not busy. What's up? What does the green hat you sent me mean? I can tell you, but you must keep your emotions in check. Go ahead. I can handle it. That's good. I saw Xiao Qian at the Shanghai Grand Hotel entrance, being embraced by a man as they got into a BMW. I feel so heartbroken. Don't cry. Dezhuang. I've been calling Xiao Qian for half an hour, and she doesn't answer. She is not responding on WeChat either. She must have gone to a hotel with that guy. Zhang Hao shook his head in dismay. Dezhuang, crying 1T help. Nowadays, girls are so pragmatic. Without money, who would look at you? What is most important now is to find a way to earn money. With wealth, you can have anyone you desire. But I'm sincere about Xiao Qian. She has toyed with my feelings, and now I'm wearing a green hat. You should see it this way. She already had a boyfriend before chatting with you, so you're the one putting a green hat on her boyfriend. Brother Hao. Hearing you say that makes me feel a lot better. Ahem. Zhang Hao felt embarrassed immediately. Just then, a chuckle came from behind. Haha. Brother Hao. Are you on speakerphone? You startled me. I thought you were on speaker. If your sister-in-law heard, it would be so embarrassing. Haha. By the way, do you want to join me for a live stream selling goods? Forget it. I don't want to sell women's underwear and bras. It's humiliating. Which is more important, face or money? That goes without saying, face, of course. You're still too young. I'm hanging up. Zhang Hao shook his head helplessly. If it were in the past, he would have unhesitatingly chosen face. But now, if someone offered him 100 million, he would do anything as long as it's not illegal. With 100 million, he could marry his wife. People can only understand the importance of money when they are broke. With that thought, Zhang Hao smiled. Thankfully, I have over 39 million in my account. Time to buy a house. Through the rearview mirror, he saw Su Yuyan quietly putting a diaper on Dabao, her hand stealthily reaching into her bag. After a while, Su Yuyan returned to the front passenger seat, having changed the diaper. Let us go? Off to buy a house. All right, you're in charge. Su Yuyan didn't insist further, as the money belonged to Zhang Hao, and the decision was his. Whether buying a house, or even a plane, it was none of her business. Virum accompanied by the roar of the engine, the imposing Hongqi 9 sped forward. After a few minutes, the car stopped at the entrance of the No. 1 mansion villa area. Su Yuyan suddenly displayed a look of astonishment. She knew the prices of the villas at No. 1 mansion. The cheapest started at 20 million. Honey, please don't tell me you're buying a villa. Of course, haven't I already mentioned? Real estate appreciates. It's wise to invest in something valuable. But the villas here are exorbitantly priced. I've heard the cheapest one costs at least 20 million. We could settle for a house around 1 million. Can you actually purchase a house for 1 million? Indeed. In my current residence, the price per square meter is 7,300. With 1 million, we could acquire a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment. Oh, Zhang Hao nodded and replied, no worries, I'll purchase it here. With that, he opened the door and stepped out of the car. Su Yuyan furrowed her brow and reached for the car door. However, just as she was about to exit, she heard Zhang Hao's voice stop her. Darling, you needn't accompany me. I can handle this myself. You and the baby can wait here. With that, Zhang Hao walked away. Su Yuyan decided to remain in the car, not giving it much further thought. After all, the money belonged to Zhang Hao, and naturally, the house would be his as well. Furthermore, since they were not yet married, the property was considered his personal asset. Mommy, a tender voice called from behind. sounding quite faint. Su Yian quickly turned around to see three little ones with half-closed eyes, appearing drowsy. It made sense. They had been out since 11 o'clock, and nearly 4 hours had passed. If they were at home, the little ones would have already taken a nap. "Sweethearts, Mommy is here," she said, getting out of the car to attend to them. Just as she was about to open the back door, Zhang Hao's voice suddenly echoed behind her. "I'm back, dear." "Already finished?" Su Yuyin expressed her surprise, as it had only been 2 or 3 minutes since he left. "Yes, let us head home. The little ones are sleepy. Time for bed, my darlings." With that, Su Yuyin returned to the front passenger seat. Zhang Hao took the driver's seat, and they drove directly into the villa district. Su Yuyin paused, a bit taken aback. "Aren't we heading home?" "Yes. Could it be that you purchased a fully furnished house that is ready for immediate occupancy? You're quite perceptive, my dear. And how much did it cost?" "Approximately 25 million. 25 million. Su Yuyin exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. While she was aware of the lofty prices of villas, learning that Zhang Hao had spent 25 million on one was truly surprising. At that moment, a smile spread across Zhang Hao's face. Seeing his wife's astonished expression filled him with joy. He was also genuinely pleased with his own decision. Next, Zhang Hao expertly maneuvered the car to the entrance of Villa number 5. As he gazed at the familiar surroundings, his smile widened. "We're home, darling. Time to get out." Su Yuyin nodded in surprise. Upon exiting the car, she was instantly captivated by the opulent scene before her. It was a 3-story villa, exuding grandeur. The yard featured a lush lawn, a swimming pool, a fountain, and several ancient trees. Although I once resided in a villa that was even larger than this one, the essence feels distinctly different, for this is the abode purchased by Zhang Hao. At this moment, Zhang Hao has gently placed the 3 adorable little ones into their stroller. "Dear, the babies are nearly asleep. Let us head inside." Su Yuyin nodded in astonishment. Upon entering the villa's living room, they were met with an atmosphere of resplendent sophistication. The golden marble flooring, the crystal chandeliers adorning the ceiling, several exquisite hardwood furnishings, and the grand spiral staircase at the center all exuded an air of nobility. "Take your time to look around, my love. I shall escort the babies to the bedroom first," Zhang Hao said, pushing the stroller towards the left-wing bedroom. Su Yuyin followed him without hesitation. For having lived in such a privileged environment since childhood, she did not exhibit excessive surprise. As for Zhang Hao's ability to locate the bedroom with such ease, she presumed he must have reviewed the villa's architectural plans. Otherwise, he wouldn't have found the entrance so effortlessly. Noticing Su Yuyin's presence, Zhang Hao smiled and inquired, "Are you not going to take a closer look? Perhaps identify any areas that need adjustment?" "No need. I will first lull the babies to sleep." "Very well. You can deliberate later tonight. It's all quite satisfactory," she replied. Zhang Hao nodded with a smile, standing at the bedside admiring the trio of little treasures. Su Yuyin, observing this, slightly furrowed her brow. "I must soothe the babies to sleep. Go ahead. I shall remain silently by your side." "Oh, the babies need to be fed before sleeping." "Oh," Zhang Hao nodded in understanding. Though the ensuing scene might not be suitable for children, it is equally inappropriate for adults. Exiting the bedroom, he gently closed the door behind him and proceeded to explore every room in the villa. At this moment, Zhang Hao's heart was filled with profound reflections. Who would have imagined that after a mere 6 months, he would return to this place? Indeed, this villa belonged to him. He had sold it half a year ago to settle family debts, and now, with newfound wealth, he had repurchased it. Although he yearned to acquire the villa where his parents once lived, the funds he possessed were insufficient even for the down payment. As he pondered, the kind faces of his parents surfaced in his mind, causing his expression to gradually dim. He sighed, wondering where his parents were and how they were faring. If only they knew he had become a father of triplets, surely they would be overjoyed. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a rare touch of melancholy washed over Zhang Hao's face, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. As the saying goes, a man seldom sheds tears unless truly heartbroken. In his sorrow, he retrieved his phone from his pocket and deftly dialed a sequence of numbers. After connecting, he nervously placed the phone to his ear. "Hello. The number you have dialed is unavailable." Zhang Hao hung up and dialed another set of numbers. "Hello," he repeated, only to hang up once more. He sighed softly and took out a cigarette, lighting it with a flicker of flame. Tears silently glided down my cheeks, leaving me uncertain whether it was sorrow or the sting of smoke that provoked them. Suddenly, a voice filled with astonishment pierced the silence. Chapter 71. Just writing your name is sufficient honey. Why are you crying? Su Yuyan's face was etched with concern. She had just lulled their three adorable treasures to sleep and was wandering through the villa when she stumbled upon Zhang Hao discreetly shedding tears. Her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the usually strong Zhang Hao was crying? What could possibly be troubling him? It's nothing, Zhang Hao quickly replied, forcing a smile. He tossed the cigarette to the ground, extinguishing it with his foot, and wiped away the tears from his face, waving away the smoke lingering in the air. Su Yuyan furrowed her brows, knowing full well that something significant was amiss. After all, what could compel a grown man to weep? My love, you always tell me that there should be no secrets between us as a couple. I have shared many things with you, and I hope you can do the same. Honestly, it's nothing serious. I just suddenly miss my parents. Su Yuyan nodded slightly, recalling Zhang Hao's previous mentions of his parents, who had vanished to escape immense debts, leaving no trace behind. Reflecting on her own past disputes with her parents and the time she ran away from home, a wave of sorrow washed over her. Surely, Zhang Hao's inability to find his parents must weigh heavily on his heart. My love, do not worry. I believe your uncle and aunt are certainly safe. Indeed, if my parents knew I had found such a beautiful and virtuous daughter-in-law and had 3 adorable granddaughters, they would be overjoyed. A gentle smile graced Su Yuyan's lips. This time, she felt no shyness, understanding that Zhang Hao bore a heavy heart and needed her comfort. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhang Hao. Ah, my dear, I have a gift for you. Follow me. He turned and exited the room, and Su Yuyan, feeling a bit bashful, followed suit. She had a hunch about the nature of the gift. Surely it was the exquisite jade bracelet worth 120,000 yuan. After all, Zhang Hao had only gifted the old man a birthday present and hadn't yet presented the bracelet. My love, I cannot accept this gift. Why not? Because it is too extravagant. Not at all. This is the first gift I have ever given you. You must accept it. No, 120,000 yuan is enough to buy 2 years' worth of formula for the baby. I simply cannot. 120,000. What are you talking about? Of course, the bracelet. Oh dear. I nearly forgot. The bracelet is still in the car. Huh, not the bracelet? Then what is it? You will find out shortly. Before long, Zhang Hao arrived in the living room, drew open the drawer of a rosewood table, and retrieved a red booklet. Su Yuyan wore a puzzled expression. Is that the property deed? My dear, this is for you. But this house is already yours. Why are you giving me the property deed? Upon opening the property deed, Su Yuyan was taken aback, her expression transforming in an instant. To her astonishment, the deed bore solely her name, and it was designated as her exclusive property. She was momentarily stunned, for this villa was valued at a staggering 25 million. The crucial detail was that Zhang Hao had purchased it, yet only her name appeared on the deed. Observing her reaction, Zhang Hao smiled warmly. Darling, do you like it? I don't. Su Yuyan replied firmly. I cannot accept this villa. Please transfer it into your name at once. After all, even a bracelet felt extravagant, let alone a villa worth 25 million. Zhang Hao chuckled. My dear, I previously mentioned that this is a gift for you, and you must accept it. No, it is far too extravagant. I cannot take it. Sweetheart, do you not wish to spend a lifetime with me? Of course I do, but there are no buts. When you were pregnant, and I could not be by your side to care for you, this is merely a token of my affection. Unless you do not wish for us to grow old together, you should accept it. His tone was resolute. Su Yuyan furrowed her brow, appearing torn. Suddenly, her eyes glistened with tears. The deed conveyed Zhang Hao's unwavering commitment, trust, and love towards her. Lost in her thoughts, tears streamed down her cheeks. Noticing this, Zhang Hao's expression shifted. He could not bear to see his wife cry, for her tears tugged at his heart. Darling, this is a joyous occasion. Why are you crying? If you continue, I might start crying too, and we can see who cries harder. Su Yuyan couldn't help but chuckle at his humor. You're insufferable. You've turned a surprise into a fright. Since my husband is so wonderful, shouldn't you show some appreciation? How should I do that? With a playful grin, Zhang Hao pointed to his cheek. Su Yuyan's face flushed, and after a moment's hesitation, she pecked his cheek lightly, acknowledging the depth of their feelings. Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated her refusal, but was pleasantly surprised by her acquiescence, albeit swift, leaving him with no sensation. Darling, could you be a bit more serious? I haven't even processed it yet. I want tea. Despite her verbal refusal, Su Yuyan's body betrayed her as she leaned in closer to Zhang Hao. At that moment, he suddenly turned his head. Their lips met unexpectedly. Realizing the sudden turn of events, Su Yuyin quickly retreated, her face reddening like a ripe dragon fruit. You're insufferable, always taking advantage of me. I'm ignoring you. With a shy smile, she dashed back to the bedroom, leaving Zhang Hao grinning radiantly. My dear wife, it was you who kissed me. How can you claim that I took advantage of you? Speaking of which, I am reminded of something. I must step out for a moment. Please take care of the baby at home, and feel free to call me if needed. Although Su Yuyin did not respond, Zhang Hao left without hesitation. The matter at hand was to attend to Lu Huaqiang's ailing mother. Despite the grim prognosis of late-stage cancer, if there was any assistance I could provide, I would not turn a blind eye. As Zhang Hao settled into his car, he dialed Lu Huaqiang's number. What is up, brother? Isn't your mother unwell? I'll come by to see her. No need, brother. I truly appreciate your kindness. I am not merely visiting. I intend to offer medical help. Medical help? Are you joking? You can treat someone? I understand your skepticism. When we signed the contract, I observed your complexion. If my eyes do not deceive me, you suffer from severe kidney deficiency, which results in impotence. How could you possibly know? That's impossible. I'm only 40. I have no issues in that regard. Come on, you're merely making frequent trips to the restroom. Your prostate is also problematic. Silence enveloped the line as Lu Huaqiang wore an expression of disbelief. How did Zhang Hao know about his condition? They had never shared a bed. Could it be that he truly possessed medical knowledge? Zhang Hao chuckled. Have I struck a chord? I must hang up now. I'm approaching the hotel. A few minutes later, Zhang Hao arrived at the Shanghai Grand Hotel, where Lu Huaqiang had been waiting eagerly. Upon seeing Zhang Hao's car, he hurried over. Once inside, he could hardly contain his excitement, asking, Brother, is there a chance my ailment can be cured? Chapter 72, My Aunt Flo has arrived. Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback. Was this man truly his brother? His mother lay gravely ill in the hospital, yet he was preoccupied with his own kidney issues. Let us first visit your mother, and then we can discuss your situation. All right, my mother is at Haiqing First Hospital. With the location confirmed, Zhang Hao drove onward. On the way, Lu Huaqiang could not restrain his curiosity any longer. After all, the kidneys are used daily. If I can remedy my condition, I could showcase my prowess before my wife. You'll arrive at the hospital in just a few minutes. Tell me more about my situation. Very well. You must have indulged in excess during your youth, compounded by smoking, drinking, and staying up late, leading from initial erectile dysfunction to complete impotence. You are correct, but is there a way to treat it? Of course. At the sound of those words, Lu Huaqiang felt an immense surge of hope, as if a sliver of light had pierced through his previously dark existence. Please, tell me how I can be cured. Take out your phone and jot this down. All right. Lu Huaqiang quickly retrieved his phone as Zhang Hao began to relay a recipe for kidney restoration. Yaoyinhua, deer antler, yam, cinnamon, eucalyptus bark, hisho wu, goji berries, and cordyceps, each 5 grams, should be simmered for 30 minutes before consumption. Do you remember? Yes. I have a secret recipe as well. Add codonopsis to pigeon soup along with goji berries, yam, and red dates. Although it may work initially, its effects will eventually diminish. This is due to your kidney deficiency. Minor supplements are insufficient. You must indulge in substantial nourishment. If your remedy proves effective, I shall reward you handsomely. Zhang Hao smiled silently. It is assuredly effective, though one wonders about the bed's performance. Furthermore, it is said, fear not the waste inadequacy, but dread the wife's call to cease. Soon, Zhang Hao arrived at the first hospital of Haiqing. Under the guidance of Lu Huaqiang, he entered a luxurious ward. The room not only featured a sofa and television, but also an independent kitchen, resembling a home environment. On the bed lay a frail old woman, eyes closed and propped against the bedding. Beside her stood an elegant woman, her head bowed as she peeled an orange. Wife, Lu Huaqiang softly called. The woman turned her head at the sound. Upon her gaze landing on Zhang Hao's face, a look of astonishment crossed her features. Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback. He had never encountered this woman before. How does she know me? Lu Huaqiang was equally stunned. How could his wife recognize Zhang Hao? This was utterly implausible. There was a significant age gap between them. Amidst his thoughts, Lu Huaqiang awkwardly inquired, Wife, how do you know Zhang Hao? Zhang Hao also asked, Yes, sister-in-law, how do you know me? I've watched your live streams and even purchased items from your channel. Oh, Zhang Hao suddenly understood. Lu Huaqiang secretly sighed in relief. It was merely a false alarm. Husband, how did you end up with Zhang Hao? And why are you here? My brother is here to treat our mother. He can treat ailments? Yes. Lu Huaqiang nodded, smiling at Zhang Hao. Brother, I appreciate your help. No trouble at all. Zhang Hao approached the bedside, preparing to examine the elderly woman. The elegant woman moved closer to Lu Huaqiang and whispered, Mother S' condition is quite severe. Are you certain he can help? Of course, his medical skills are exceptional. Upon hearing this, Lu Huaqiang whispered a few more words into his wife's ear. Suddenly, the woman's face flushed, and she wore a look of reproach. You rascal, why do you share everything? My brother is not an outsider, and he surely possesses ample experience in that regard, given that his wife bore triplets. I am aware of the triplets, but that does not equate to experience. Regardless, once I regain my vigor, we shall also have triplets, no quadruplets. Huh, you? The woman scoffed, her expression one of disdain. Touched at a sensitive spot, Lu Huaqiang immediately wilted. Yet, he silently vowed, just wait. One day, you will be begging for mercy. At that moment, Zhang Hao concluded his examination. With a swift glance at Lu Huaqiang, he exited the hospital room. Lu Huaqiang promptly followed suit. Brother, can you cure my mother's ailment? The elderly lady's condition is quite severe. It's difficult to ascertain at this moment. I shall prepare a prescription to improve her health first. All right, you assure me there are no side effects? Rest assured. Traditional Chinese medicine has no adverse effects. That is acceptable. Lu Huaqiang took out his phone, and Zhang Hao recited a prescription. Just as he finished, a WeChat notification chimed. Upon checking his phone, he saw a message from Boss Sunday Xiaozhang. I sincerely apologize for forgetting to send you the product information at noon due to prior engagements. No problem. I had matters to attend to as well. I will send the product details now. Let us promote them during tonight's live stream. It's not yet another lady's product, is it? Haha. At the sight of those words, Zhang Hao furrowed his brow. There was no doubt it was yet another lady's item. If it is, I'll sell it. After all, I have no money. A new message alert sounded. Upon seeing the photos of two items, a smile graced Zhang Hao's face. One was a diaper for babies, and the other was a baby onesie. Xiaozhang, are you satisfied with these products? Yes, quite. Then let us proceed with selling these 6 items. Once we've cleared out the inventory, we can introduce new products. You may set the live stream schedule as you see fit. Sounds good. Let us proceed. Good luck. Zhang Hao sent a smiley face and tucked his phone into his pocket. He then turned to Lu Huaqiang and said, Since everything is settled, I shall take my leave. Do you require me to escort you back to the hotel? No need. I will stay here with my mother. All right, call me if you need anything. Thanks, brother. I will keep you updated on the progress with the new hotel. Sure, I'll be on my way. Drive safely. After exchanging pleasantries and bidding farewell, Zhang Hao turned to leave. However, just as he was driving away from the hospital, his phone rang. Taking it out, he saw it was a call from Su Yuyan and hurriedly answered. Wife, have the babies woken up? Not yet. My aunt has arrived. Zhang Hao paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. His wife called him to inform him about her aunt's arrival. What does this signify? Their bond had deepened. I will return home shortly. You should drink some warm water. Why should I drink warm water? Isn't it customary to drink warm water when one's aunt arrives? I meant my aunt, my mother's sister. Oh, Zhang Hao suddenly realized. So, his mother's sister was referred to as his aunt. He had mistakenly thought his wife was referring to her monthly cycle. Understood, my dear. I'm on my way back now. By the way, why is your aunt visiting? I informed my mother about our new home, and she mentioned that my aunt lives nearby, so she came to check in. All right, I will be home shortly. By the way, would you mind making a trip to the rented house to fetch the baby's formula and diapers? That is convenient. I will be waiting for you at home. Please drive safely. Certainly, my dear. As Zhang Hao hung up the phone, he immediately quickened his pace. Chapter 73, The Day Heaven Hotel. A few minutes later, Zhang Hao arrived at the Beguine community. Upon entering the room and surveying the familiar surroundings, he was unexpectedly filled with a sense of nostalgia. This was the place where he first met the babies and where he had shared moments with Su Yuyan. Though their time together had been brief, the memories were indelibly etched in his heart, never to be forgotten. If Su Yuyan were here, she would surely feel even more reluctant to leave. Lost in thought, he began to gather the baby's formula, diapers, and clothing. Oh, and he must not forget his wife's clothes. He would take them back, sparing her the trouble of coming over to collect them. Approaching the wardrobe, he opened it to discover the neatly arranged garments. Dresses, shirts, shorts, an all too familiar scent of lavender wafted through the air. Suddenly, Zhang Hao paused, perplexed. Where were the 2 outfits he had purchased for his wife? They seemed to be missing. What on earth? Could it be that she truly returned them? Since buying the clothes, he had never seen Su Yuyin wear them, not even at her grandfather's birthday banquet. Realizing this, he understood that Su Yuyin must have indeed returned the clothes. He quickly took out his phone to contact her. "Where are the clothes I bought for you?" "The clothes? I placed them in the wardrobe." "Nonsense. They're not in there. Why are you rummaging through my wardrobe? It's filled with my personal belongings." "Stop sidestepping. Where are the clothes? Did you return them?" "No, I didn't return them." "Oh, I remember now. I sent them to the dry cleaners." "But you've never worn them. Why would you send them for cleaning? New clothes should be washed before wearing, right? Do you wear your new clothes straight off the rack?" Zhang Hao fell silent. He typically wore new clothes right away, and they were always dark colors that didn't show dirt, changing them only after a week or so. "Fine, I will temporarily believe you. But if I find out you returned them, you'll see what I do." He hung up the phone and continued to tidy up the clothes. Meanwhile, Su Yuyin, who was feeding the eldest baby, felt a pang of anxiety. What to do? Zhang Hao had discovered her secret. How frustrating. It was already the second day, and yet the delivery from Pinduoduo had not arrived. "Yuyin, what's wrong?" a gentle voice inquired. It was her elegant aunt, Xia Yumei, who was amusing the younger twins, her face radiating affection. "Nothing, Auntie," Su Yuyin replied with a smile. "That's good to hear. Your three little ones are simply adorable." As she spoke, she playfully tapped her finger on the little one's nose, eliciting a fit of giggles from the child. Xia Yumei couldn't help but join in the laughter. Yet, in the next moment, her expression turned to one of helplessness. "Yueying, your mother truly is something else. Knowing you've given birth, and yet she doesn't come to care for you. It goes without saying, it must be your father who forbids her from visiting. That cold-hearted man, so unyielding towards his own daughter. Auntie speaks her mind. Please don't take it to heart. But really, we are family. So how can there be any insurmountable barriers? Once I see your father, I must have a word with him. In any case, you found a good husband. So you won't have to suffer anymore." Xia Yumei rambled on in one breath. Su Yueying listened quietly, her mind a whirlwind of thoughts. Yet she refrained from voicing her opinions in front of her elder. "Yueying," Xia Yumei continued, "since we live so close, if anything arises, just let Annie know. I will surely lend a hand. And when there's free time, I will often come to visit the babies. These three little ones are simply adorable and utterly charming." With that, Xia Yumei began to entertain the third child, tickling his little tummy. The baby burst into laughter, his tiny arms and legs flailing about. A smile graced Su Yueying's lips, her face radiating joy. Suddenly, she noticed that the eldest child had stopped feeding, prompting her to switch to the second one. A few minutes later, a voice resonated from outside. "Honey, I'm back." Zhang Hao's voice preceded his arrival. Su Yueying adjusted her clothing to cover her exposed skin while continuing to feed the third child. As Zhang Hao entered the bedroom, he immediately greeted the elegant woman present. "Hello, Auntie. You must be Xiao Hao. No wonder the babies are so beautiful. They've inherited your genes," she replied warmly. Zhang Hao, flattered by the compliment, smiled even more broadly. "Auntie, you flatter me. You possess great poise and beauty yourself. Oh, this young man knows how to speak. Annie likes you. I live in Villa number 10, so we will be neighbors. Whenever you have time, bring Yueying and the babies over to play." "Of course, Auntie," Zhang Hao responded. "I want to intrude on your time together. By the way, why don't you come over for dinner tonight?" Zhang Hao did not respond immediately, but turned to Su Yueying instead, as she was the one with familial ties. Seeing her nod in agreement, he smiled and said, "All right. Auntie, we will impose on you then. We are family. There's no need for such formality. Well then, I shall take my leave." Xia Yumei smiled at Su Yueying before exiting. Zhang Hao, out of courtesy, accompanied her to the door. Upon returning, he directly asked Su Yueying, "Wife, tell me honestly, did you return the clothes or not?" "I already told you. I sent them to the dry cleaners." "Certainly. Here is the refined and improved translation of your text. All right. If you withdraw, I shall purchase 5 sets instead. Believe it or not." Su Yuyin exuded an air of confidence. Although the counterfeit goods acquired from Pinduoduo were vastly inferior in quality to the genuine article, should Zhang Hao discover the truth, she would simply claim they were damaged in the wash. What could he possibly do? "Hee, I am truly clever." Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Hao approached the bedside and promptly lifted the Bao and Air Bao into his arms. Exine, meow meow, have you missed your father? Come, let us take a flight," he exclaimed, playfully mimicking the sounds of an airplane. Just as Zhang Hao was reveling in his playful banter with the children, his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon checking, it was a call from Lu Huaqiang. "Brother, what name should we choose for our new hotel?" Anything you deem fit. Zhang Hao replied casually. That one tea do. You hold 70% of the shares. It's your secret recipe at play. As the principal investor, the decision rests with you. I am indifferent. I have thought of a name that would shine brilliantly. It's inspired by your own name. My name? Yes. Since you are called Zhang Hao, let us simply use Hao and name it the Ritian Grand Hotel. Zhang Hao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Thank goodness he hadn't eaten yet. Otherwise, he would have choked on his food. Couldn't you think of a more conventional name? Ritian Grand Hotel? Why not Ri-D as well? Sighing, he lamented, Alas, I lack education. Were it not for my ignorance, I wouldn't trouble you with such matters. Zhang Hao was left speechless. Suddenly, De Bao's innocent voice broke through the air. Daddy. Ah. Zhang Hao smiled as he turned towards De Bao. In that moment, a brilliant idea struck him. He had conceived the perfect name. Chapter 74, Don't Move. I've got it. Let us name it Xin Grand Hotel. Xin Grand Hotel? Lu Huaqiang furrowed his brow in contemplation. A moment later, a smile of admiration graced his face. Indeed, it contains 6 characters of gold. We are bound to prosper. It's settled then. You truly possess culture, brother. Your knowledge is vast. Yet, I regret not having pursued my studies further, for compared to you, I am but a simpleton. Zhang Hao's lips curled into a slight smile. In truth, the name was inspired by De Bao. Suddenly, De Bao began to whimper, her expression one of distress. Before long, she burst into tears. I must go now. I'll call you back, Zhang Hao said hastily, ending the call. Perplexed by De Bao's sudden tears, he soon felt the weight of her diaper. Looking down, he realized she had wet herself. Darling, could you comfort De Bao? I need to fetch a diaper from the car. All right. Don't cry, my baby. Let Mama hold you. Zhang Hao entrusted De Bao to Su Yuyan and swiftly exited the bedroom. In less than a minute, he returned, arms burdened with 3 boxes. The largest box contained Su Yuyan's garments. Inside the 2 small boxes lay the baby's formula, diapers, and clothing. Observing Su Yuyan as she tended to their eldest child's needs, he retrieved a diaper and handed it to her. Su Yuyan sighed softly, aware that Zhang Hao harbored some reservations and felt awkward about changing their daughter's diaper. Yet, the baby was barely 7 months old. What was there to be apprehensive about? You are the child's biological father. What is there to feel embarrassed about? If I were not present, would you refrain from changing her diaper? Zhang Hao appeared as if he were on the verge of speaking, but hesitated. Although she was indeed his flesh and blood, he felt an odd discomfort during the act of changing her diaper. Thus, whenever Su Yuyan or the nanny was around, he avoided the task altogether. Even if he did, he would do so with his eyes tightly shut. Lost in thought, he pulled a square box from his pocket. Wife, this is a gift for you. A gift? Su Yuyan, mid-diaper change, turned her head. Upon seeing the square box, she instinctively knew its contents. Certainly the bracelet worth 120,000 yuan. I don't want. What do you mean you don't want it? It's just a bracelet. Take it. Zhang Hao firmly pressed it into her arms, his demeanor radiating an unyielding confidence. This sense of assurance stemmed from his financial standing. The feeling of wealth was exhilarating. Amidst her delight, she began to organize the boxes, first sorting out the baby's formula, diapers, and clothing, followed by her own garments. Don't touch that. Suddenly, Su Yuyan's urgent voice pierced through the air. What's wrong? Zhang Hao immediately halted his movements, holding a pair of stockings when Su Yuyan snatched them from him. Why did you bring all my clothes over? Now you won't have to tidy up anymore. Did you really use your hands to grab them? Of course, would I use my feet? They're not hot to the touch. You. Su Yuyan's cheeks flushed crimson, for within the box lay not only clothing but also undergarments. Zhang Hao, having touched his own intimate apparel, couldn't help but feel a rush of embarrassment. Realizing this, Su Yuyan's face deepened in color. From now on, don't touch my clothes. With that, she hurriedly began to gather her belongings. Zhang Hao squinted his eyes, appearing somewhat despondent, sighing to himself. It seemed that his emotional connection with his wife was still lacking. She even felt shy about him handling her clothing. This simply would not do. He needed to find a way to deepen their bond. Suddenly, the phone that Su Yuyan had left on the bed began to ring. As she turned to locate the source, she saw Zhang Hao answer it. Whose call is that? Your mother's. Su Yuyan's brows knitted together. The tone of his response felt rather awkward. Give it to me. She extended her hand to take the phone and answer the call. Just then, Zhang Hao's phone also rang. Pulling it from his pocket, he saw that it was a call from Zhao Yong. Dear friend, we have arrived at your neighborhood entrance. Please come out to greet us. How did you know where I live? Of course, it was mentioned by your sister-in-law during our last drinking session. Oh, what do you need from me? Naturally, we are here to see the baby. Do you think we are here to see you? With that, a mischievous chuckle escaped from De Zhuang. Hee hee, I am indeed here to see your sister-in-law. Zhang Hao retorted, scram. I have moved. You moved? Where to? To the no. One mansion. I don't know that place. Please send me your location, and we shall come to find you. All right. After hanging up, Zhang Hao shared his location in the group chat. In the next moment, the group buzzed with excitement. Zhao Yong exclaimed, what? You moved to a villa? Is that true? De Zhuang chimed in. Brother Hao, are you messing with us? Xiao Hua added. Brother Hao, we are not lying. We are indeed at the entrance of your neighborhood. If you don't believe me, I can send you a photo. Following this, Xiao Hua sent a picture of the neighborhood entrance to the group. Zhang Hao remained silent and sent a photo of the villa to the group. Zhao Yong gasped, you really live in a villa? De Zhuang asked, Brother Hao, have your parents returned? Zhang Hao replied, stop the nonsense, just hurry over. Zhao Yong responded, all right, we are on our way. Zhang Hao then inquired, honestly, what prompted you to seek me out? Is there something you need? Zhao Yong replied, did I not mention? We are here to see the three little mice. De Zhuang added, the last meal doesn't count. This time is official. Xiao Hua said, Brother Hao, I envy you so much. You are a father now. While we don't even have girlfriends. Zhang Hao chuckled, you all need to work hard. My child is already clinging to me, while yours will only cling to your hands. Come on. Zhang Hao set his phone aside. Seeing Su Yuyan hang up, he cheerfully asked, what did Mom call about? Su Yuyan's expression shifted slightly. Oh, nothing much. She said to maintain close ties with my aunt. Oh, what does your aunt do? She seems quite wealthy. Upon meeting Su Yuyan's aunt, Zhang Hao noticed a jade pendant around her neck. Utilizing his gem appraisal skills, he immediately recognized it as an imperial green glass type, valued at no less than 5 to 600,000. Someone who could adorn themselves with such luxury must certainly be affluent. My aunt's family owns a hotel. Specifically the Shangri-La Hotel. It belongs to my uncle. That makes sense. Zhang Hao nodded with a smile. The Shangri-La Hotel is a 5-star establishment, undoubtedly ranking among the top 10 in High City in terms of prestige. At this moment, Su Yian asked, who were you chatting with earlier? Are they coming over? What do you mean about clinging to hands? Zhang Hao's expression momentarily froze before he laughed. Oh, it was just a few of my roommates. They said they wanted to come see the baby. Well, it's already afternoon. Are they staying for dinner? Probably not. If they are, you should entertain them while I take the babies to my aunt's place. It's nothing. Don't mind those fools. Let's go to Auntie's place tonight. All right. Su Yian nodded slightly and began to play with the baby. Dingling. After a while, Zhang Hao's phone rang. He initially thought it was a call from Zhao Yong, but upon taking out his phone, he saw it was an unfamiliar number. Hello? Good day, is this Mr. Zhang? Yes, who is this? Chapter 75. Forget it. You can't afford to play. I am from JD Express. I've been waiting at your doorstep for quite some time without anyone answering. I apologize, I just moved this afternoon. Could you please sign for it and leave it at the door? That won't do. What if it gets lost? It's nothing valuable, just some diapers and baby clothes. Even so, where have you moved? I will deliver it to you. That's too much trouble. Not at all. Our JD Express service is the best in the industry. Fine. I'm at number 1 mansion. I'll be there in 5 minutes. Zhang Hao chuckled. Indeed, JD Express is impressive. Dingling. His phone rang again. This time it was Zhao Yong calling. Howsy, the security lady 1T let us in. Could you come out for a moment? Security lady? Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback. He remembered when the security guard was an elderly man with only 6 teeth. When did it change to a lady? All right. I'll be right out. Concerned that Zhao Yong and the others might be waiting too long, he hurriedly left his home. Upon reaching the entrance, there indeed stood a young lady in a security uniform. Meanwhile, Zhao Yong and the others were being denied entry, each holding a gift. Zhao Yong was carrying a toy electric car shaped like a Mercedes. De Zhuang held a 1-meter-tall stuffed doll, and Xiao Hua had a half-meter-tall Ultraman. Zhang Hao approached the security lady with a smile. Miss, they are my friends. Please let them in. Sure, but they need to register their information first. All right. After they completed the registration, Zhao Yong and the others finally entered. They gazed in envy at the rows of grand villas. When will I ever be able to afford such a mansion? At that moment, Zhao Yong asked, Howsy, have your parents returned? Otherwise, how could you live in such a big villa? Zhang Hao replied briefly, offering no further explanation. De Zhuang quickened his pace to join Zhang Hao. How go? I have my eyes on that security lady. Could you help me get her WeChat? Are you serious? Didn't T just break up? That doesn't T count. This time I'm sincere. Forget it. You can't afford to play. De Zhuang was momentarily speechless. Although a bit disheartened, he realized the truth. The lady interacted with wealthy individuals. How could she possibly notice someone like him? Soon, the group entered the villa. Su Yuyan was in the living room, pushing 3 adorable babies as they awaited their arrival. Upon seeing Zhao Yong and his companions enter, she greeted them with a smile. You are here, she intended to say. Why bring gifts? However, her words were abruptly interrupted by a voice of astonishment. Wow, rat. This is no home. It's simply a palace. Compared to our dormitory, this is a pigsty. Brother Hao, the renovation must have cost a fortune. As they stepped into the living room, Zhao Yong and his friends expressed their awe. Much like Lu Laolao visiting the Grandview Garden, their faces alight with wonder. Zhang Hao chuckled. Are you here to see the baby or the house? Realizing their oversight, the trio quickly made their way towards Su Yuyan and the baby. Sister-in-law, hello? Look at these 3 adorable little ones. They are simply charming. My inner youth has been utterly melted. They say daughters resemble their fathers. I never believed it until now. Sister-in-law, may I hold the baby? Su Yuyan smiled, of course. Yay, that's wonderful. With that, Zhao Yong, Da Zhuang, and Xiao Hua each picked up 1 baby, engaging in playful antics. The 3 little ones, unbothered by the unfamiliarity, erupted in delighted giggles, filling the room with laughter. Before long, Da Zhuang set down the second baby and approached Zhang Hao with a grin. Brother Hao, could you step outside for a moment? I need to discuss something with you. What is on your mind? Just say it. There are no outsiders here. No. It's better if we step outside. After saying this, Da Zhuang walked out. Zhang Hao, puzzled, wondered when Da Zhuang had become so shy. Was he embarrassed to speak in front of others? Perhaps it was a matter of borrowing money? Lost in thought, he followed Da Zhuang to the doorway. Once outside, he directly asked, So, how much do you need? I can transfer it. Borrow? What do you mean? Aren't you looking to borrow money? Are you joking? I don't need to borrow money. I still have a 6,000 credit limit on Huabei. Then why did you call me out here? I wanted to discuss live streaming sales with you. Is that all? Yes. You could have just said that. I was concerned about sister-in-law's opinion. So I wanted to consult you first. Nonsense. I am the head of the household. What opinion could she have? As expected of Brother Hao, you're quite impressive. I'll call you later. All right. With that, the 2 made their way back inside, just as Zhang Hao's phone rang. Checking the screen, he saw it was a call from the JD delivery person. Mr. Zhang, I'm at the entrance of the number 1 mansion. But the security lady 1T let me in. May I leave the package at the security booth? Yes, please do. Thank you for your help. Of course. Just don't forget to give a good review. Absolutely 5 stars. An hour swiftly passed, and soon it was 5 in the afternoon. At this moment, Zhao Yong and his companions were still engrossed in play with the babies. Zhao Yong placed Debeo in a toy car, skillfully maneuvering it with a remote control as it glided slowly across the living room. Delighted, Debeo clapped his small hands against the steering wheel. Da Zhuang entertained Bao with a plush doll, eliciting peals of laughter from the little one. Meanwhile, Xiaohua amused Sanbao with an Ultraman toy, which, upon activating a switch on its back, illuminated its eyes with colorful lights while playing the cheerful tune. Grandfather is called Grandpa, and grandmother is called Grandma. Although this scene radiated warmth, Zhang Hao felt compelled to interrupt, as dusk was approaching, and they were scheduled to visit Su Yuyan's aunt. It was not intended as a slight against the 3 brothers. After all, a promise had been made to Su Yuyan's aunt to pay a visit. Brothers, it's getting late. Shouldn't you be heading back? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yong and the others immediately turned their attention to Zhang Hao. We were thinking of going out for dinner together tonight. They replied, Yes, let's invite the sister-in-law and the little ones along. Today, we treat. Where we dine is entirely up to you and your wife. Zhang Hao promptly explained the reason for their departure. Perhaps we can reschedule. I promised Su Yuyan's aunt that we would visit her home for dinner. Upon understanding the situation, Zhao Yong and his companions readily agreed. After all, gatherings among brothers can happen anytime, but visiting relatives holds a greater significance. All right then, let's postpone. We'll take our leave now. We'll call you another day. Goodbye, sister-in-law. Goodbye, little ones. After exchanging farewells, Zhao Yong and his friends departed. Su Yuyan approached Zhang Hao with a smile. I didn't expect your 3 friends to be so understanding, leaving without a hint of complaint. My dear, this isn't mere understanding. It's the bond of brotherhood. Well, I suppose I was being short-sighted. Shall we go to my aunt's house now? Wait, I need to step out for a moment. Out for what? Su Yuyan inquired, her expression one of curiosity. Of course, to purchase a gift, we cannot arrive empty-handed. Upon hearing this, Su Yuyin suddenly understood. It must be said that Zhang Hao's foresight was commendable, especially concerning social etiquette, where he excelled. My dear, what interests or hobbies do your aunt and uncle have? I'm not sure. We rarely interacted in the past. Very well, I shall decide on the gifts. Zhang Hao began to walk outside. Su Yuyin quickly reminded him. Spend wisely. The gifts need not be extravagant. Understood, my dear. 10 minutes later, Zhang Hao returned, carrying 2 bags. What gifts did you buy? Su Yuyin eagerly inquired. Jewelry and tea. How much did you spend? Not much at all. Oh, then let us be on our way. Su Yuyin pushed the 3 adorable children towards the door, with Zhang Hao following closely behind. However, just as they reached the entrance, he suddenly halted. Oh dear, in my eagerness to purchase gifts. I forgot that the package is still at the security booth. Come back to get it later. It's not far, he said. With that, the family of 5 stepped out of their home. As it was afternoon, the streets were bustling with those returning from work and school. Several elderly gentlemen gathered in a pavilion by the roadside, some engaged in chess, while others played the arrow. Numerous middle-aged women carried baskets filled with vegetables, ready to sell. Upon seeing the 3 adorable children, they gasped in unison, Goodness, triplets. How come we haven't seen them before? Did they just move in? In my 80-plus years, I've never encountered triplets. It's truly a sight for sore eyes. They are so delightful, just like 3 little dolls. The father is handsome, and the mother is beautiful. Only they could produce such charming offspring. They sighed, lamenting that they didn't know the family. Otherwise, they would have rushed over to give the babies a hug. Oh, it's fine. Since they live here, we'll surely have the opportunity in the future. Hearing the chatter, Zhang Hao smiled. My love, who would have thought our little ones would be so beloved? They've already made a name for themselves on their very first day here. And I've lived here for years without anyone remembering me. Su Yuyin nodded with a smile. However, in the next moment, she suddenly froze. You used to live here? Yes, in the very place we're residing now. Really? Why didn't you tell me? I just did, didn't I? Su Yuyin seemed at a loss for words. After a moment's thought, she decided it was no big deal, merely a surprise, and chose not to pursue the matter further. Before long, the family of 5 arrived at Villa number 10. In comparison, this villa was grander and more luxurious than Zhang Hao's. Ding dong. Su Yuyin rang the doorbell. The door was opened by Xia Yumei, her face beaming with joy. You finally made it. Come in. Children, are you happy to see your grandmother? Xia Yumei quickly took the stroller from Su Yuyin's hands. Upon seeing the 3 little ones, her heart swelled with delight, as if they were her own children. Zhang Hao, smiling, presented a gift. Auntie, this is a small token for you. I hope you like it. You didn't have to bring a gift. Just coming is enough. She insisted, but since you've brought it, I suppose I'll accept it. It's just a modest gesture from the younger generation. Please do accept it. All right. You are too courteous, Xia Yumei said, her face lighting up with delight, thoroughly pleased with Zhang Hao. Yet, upon seeing a string of English letters on the packaging, her expression shifted to one of surprise. To seek. Young Zhang, this wouldn't happen to be a pearl necklace, would it? Huh. How did you know, Annie? I own several pearl necklaces from this brand. The cheapest one costs around 50 to 60,000. This gift is far too extravagant. You should take it back. 50 to 60,000. Upon learning the price, Su Yuyin frowned slightly, but quickly regained her composure. Zhang Hao chuckled. Auntie, this is my first gift to you. Please accept it. Besides, it's not that expensive. Very well, you've been too generous. Zhang Hao smiled. Because she had not seen her uncle. She placed the tea leaves beside the coffee table. Just then, out of the corner of her eye, a figure approached. Upon closer inspection, it was not her uncle, but a young lady. The young lady had shoulder-length hair, donned a white blouse on top and a short skirt below, her fair skin and delicate features exuding an innocent allure. At that moment, Su Yuyin's voice rang out. Cousin, it's been a while. Zhang Hao immediately felt relieved. The young lady was Su Yuyin's cousin, the daughter of Xia Yumei. Cousin, it's been ages. You're even more beautiful than before, the girl greeted with a smile. When her gaze fell upon the 3 adorable babies, her expression suddenly transformed into one of astonishment. Cousin, are these your 3 little ones? They are utterly adorable. The girl hurriedly ran to the stroller, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Oh my, how can there be such cute babies in the world? With their round little heads, chubby faces, and large, dark eyes, they were simply irresistible. In her excitement, the girl reached out to touch the eldest baby. Slap. A crisp sound echoed as Xia Yumei swatted her daughter's hand away. Have you washed your hands before touching the babies? They are so small. What if you hurt them? Your hands are full of germs. What if you make them sick? Upon hearing her mother's reprimand, the girl rolled her eyes. Humph. What is wrong with wanting to hold such cute babies? They belong to you, Yin. If you want to hold them, go have your own. What do you mean by that? You're almost 30 and still single, yet you keep being picky. Don't you know your own situation? I just keep acting like this. When no one wants you in the future, let us see how you handle it. I'll never have grandchildren at this rate. If I had known, I should have had more children. If one doesn't work out, I could still count on the others. The girl frowned slightly, clearly displeased. How could her mother embarrass her in front of her cousin? Does she have no pride? There are so many people in their 30s who are still unmarried. Why doesn't she criticize them? Humph. Sensing the brewing tension, Su Yuyin quickly interjected. It's fine, Auntie. The babies are over 7 months old now. They aren't that fragile. Cousin, feel free to hold them. They are very sociable and enjoy being held. The girl's face instantly brightened with a smug expression. See, the babies can be held. You worry too much. Come here, little one. Annie will hold you. The girl reached out and lifted the eldest baby, raising him high. The delighted baby let out a series of joyful giggles. Meanwhile, Xia Yumei shook her head and sighed, wearing an expression of disappointment. Observing this, Su Yuyin promptly changed the subject. By the way, Auntie, where's my uncle? Is he at the hotel? Yes, I told him you would be coming over tonight. He is on his way back and should be home soon. As soon as the words fell, a cheerful voice echoed from the doorway. Dear wife, I have returned. Oh, is that you, Yuyin? It has been nearly 2 years, hasn't it? My goodness, are all 3 of these children yours? You certainly have a remarkable ability to bear. Upon hearing the voice, Su Yuyin turned her head. Zhang Hao also shifted his gaze. Suddenly, the tone of that voice shifted to one of surprise. Zhang Hao, what are you doing in my home? Chapter 77. A touch of fortune. Zhang Hao wore a puzzled expression. While he recognized the burly man at the door as Su Yuyin's uncle by marriage, he did not personally know him. He had visited the Shangri-La Hotel a few times, but had never encountered him. After all, he was the hotel owner and would be hard to forget. But how did he know Zhang Hao? Could it be that he was simply too handsome? Uncle, you're back. Su Yuyin greeted with a smile. Out of courtesy, Zhang Hao added, Hello, uncle. Uncle? Wu Rinyao was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Oh, you are Yuyin's husband. What a delightful coincidence. Indeed, it is quite fortunate. Zhang Hao responded with a hint of awkwardness. The sensation of being recognized while remaining a stranger was indeed uncomfortable. Wu Rinyao, noticing Zhang Hao's unease, understood his thoughts. Young Zhang, you surely haven't seen me before, but I know your father. Although we have met a few times at the hotel, I didn't introduce myself then. Oh, that explains it. You looked somewhat familiar. Haha, I never imagined you would marry my niece, and to top it off, have triplets. Truly, you are indeed Zhang Qiuyang's son. Wu Rinyao then recalled something. By the way, you haven't married yet, have you? Not yet. Yuyin and I have not reached the legal marriage age. Well, that is no issue. You already have children and still aren't married? Your aunt and I did it the other way around. We got on the train before buying the ticket, and when we married, your aunt was already with child. Enough. An irritated voice interjected. Xia Yumei frowned and said, Does your mouth have a leak? Why do you share everything? Hee hee, Wu Rinyao chuckled, deflecting the comment. Xia Yumei shot him a glare before turning to Su Yuyin with a smile. Yuyin, tell your aunt what you would like to eat tonight. Anything is fine, came the reply. At that moment, Wu Rinyao chimed in. Let us head to the hotel. I've already arranged for a private room. This suggestion was immediately met with Xia Yumei's dissent. No, the food at the hotel, no matter how delicious, can't compare to home-cooked meals. Besides, it would be inconvenient to take the babies. That is true. Since Xiao Zhang and Yuyin are here, I'll cook today. Upon hearing this, Su Yuyin's cousin, Wu Yajing, was elated. Yay, that's wonderful. I haven't had Dad's cooking in half a month. I want to eat braised pork. Wu Rinyao shot her a fierce look. Go eat dirt then. You lays around at home, doing nothing. You're nearly 30 and still haven't found a boyfriend. Look at Yuyin, a mother of 3. And then look at you, acting like a child all day. Even raising a dog seems a more commendable endeavor than what you do. Wu Yajing's eyes brimmed with tears of grievance. First, she was scolded by her mother, and now her father had joined in, all in front of her cousin. The indignation surged within her, igniting a desire to run away from home. I won't eat anymore. With that, she turned and walked away. Wu Rinyao shouted angrily. Come back. What are you doing? Help me in the kitchen. I won't. Say that again. As Wu Yajing saw her father about to unfasten his belt, she obediently walked into the kitchen, for she was not devoid of the affection from her family. At that moment, Zhang Hao furrowed his brow. As a guest, witnessing such a scene filled him with a profound sense of guilt. He thus courteously offered, "Auntie, let me assist you." "No need. You are our guest. Just relax," she replied, turning to enter the kitchen. Xia Yumei hurriedly interjected, "Don't just stand there. Take a seat and chat with your aunt for a while." Zhang Hao and Su Yuyan settled onto the sofa, while Xia Yumei took a seat after pushing the baby stroller. "Little Zhang, I'd like to discuss something with you," she began. "What is it? Do you have any single friends? Perhaps you could introduce one to your cousin." This put Zhang Hao in a bit of a quandary. He had never played the role of a matchmaker before. The outcome was uncertain. If things went awry, he would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the blame. At that moment, Xia Yumei continued, "Little Zhang, I think very highly of you, which is why I asked for your help. I wouldn't seek anyone else." "All right. What are your cousin's criteria for a partner?" "There are no strict standards, just someone honest and decent." The moment Zhang Hao heard those 4 words, he immediately thought of Xiaohua. He was indeed the kind of person who wouldn't retaliate when provoked. Among the 3 roommates, he was the most honest of them all. "Annie, I have a friend who is very honest, though he comes from an ordinary background." "That is fine. Background doesn't matter, as long as he is genuine." "Okay. How old is your cousin?" "Age is not an issue, as long as I find him to my liking." Zhang Hao felt a flush of embarrassment. He finally understood. This wasn't merely about his cousin seeking a boyfriend, but rather his aunt was searching for a son-in-law. A classic case of a mother taking charge of her daughter's affairs. If his cousin didn't fancy the match, she would surely resent him for it. "Auntie, how about this? Let them add each other on WeChat to chat first, and if they hit it off, then they can meet." "No need. Just listen to your aunt." "All right then." Though he was reluctant to offend his cousin, Zhang Hao acquiesced. After all, if it worked out, Xiaohua could transform into a coveted son-in-law, marrying into a wealthy family, and sparing him 30 years of struggle. It is incorrect. He no longer needs to struggle throughout his life. This is the dream of countless young men. To sacrifice oneself for the sake of a brother, what harm could that bring? Amidst my thoughts, I overheard my aunt chatting amiably with Su Yuyan. I retrieved my phone from my pocket to share this delightful news with Xiaohua. Since it was good news, it certainly deserved to be shared. Zhang Hao opened the chat group of the 4 heavenly kings. "Xiaohua, would you like me to introduce you to someone?" After sending the message, however, there was a prolonged silence. Zhang Hao furrowed his brow. It was clear that the 3 of them were somewhere reveling with drinks. Suddenly, a piercing scream emanated from the kitchen. "What happened?" Xia Yumei called out loudly towards the kitchen. "My dad burned his hand." Wu Yajing's voice rang out. Xia Yumei hurriedly rose and made her way to the kitchen, with Zhang Hao following closely behind. Upon entering the kitchen, they found Wu Rinyao clutching one hand with the other, his expression one of pain. Meanwhile, Wu Yajing stood to the side, seemingly at a loss. Su Yumei complained. "After decades of being a chef, you can't even manage this minor incident." "I haven't cooked in over a year," Wu Rinyao replied, and while tossing the pan, "I accidentally splattered hot oil onto my hand." With a sigh, he continued, "Every day brings its own troubles. Come here, let me apply some ointment for you." "All right. I'll cook later. If it doesn't work out, I'll just call someone from the hotel to bring over a few dishes." Wu Rinyao, still clutching his hand, exited the kitchen with Xia Yumei to receive treatment. Zhang Hao stepped directly into the kitchen, scanned the ingredients on the counter, rolled up his sleeves, and got to work. Wu Yajing paused momentarily and asked, "Cousin, you can cook?" "Yes, just a little." "Then I'll trouble you. Do you need any help?" "No. Go play with the little ones." "Okay, call me if you need anything." Wu Yajing eagerly left the kitchen. Several minutes later, Wu Rinyao first scolded his daughter and then hurried into the kitchen. However, upon entering, he was taken aback. Chapter 78. Not for sale. The aroma wafting through the kitchen was delightful. Observing Zhang Hao's deft movements while cooking filled Wu Rinyao with astonishment. "Xiao Zhang, I never expected you could cook." "It's just home cooking." "Uncle, is your hand all right?" "It's fine. I was thinking of having someone bring some dishes from the hotel, but since you're already cooking, I'll leave it to you." "You're too kind, uncle." Wu Rinyao remained silent, his eyes narrowing into slits as he smiled, watching Zhang Hao's profile with admiration. After all, how many young people today can cook? Most either order takeout or dine out, never lifting a finger in the kitchen. Even if they do cook, it's often just boiling noodles at most. A young man like Zhang Hao, who excels in the culinary arts, is indeed a rarity among 100. Half an hour later, the chicken soup is ready. Wu Rinyao places the final dish on the dining table. Xia Yumei smiles and inquires, "Where is Xiao Zhang? Why isn't he here yet? He is currently preparing porridge for the little ones." Oh dear, how did I not think of that? Xiao Zhang truly is a thoughtful and devoted father. Yuyan, you are indeed fortunate to have such a husband. Hearing her aunt's praise, Su Yuyan couldn't help but smile bashfully. Indeed, Zhang Hao is an exceptionally responsible father and an admirable man. Whether attending Grandpa's birthday celebration or visiting Andy's home, he has consistently garnered much appreciation. Moreover, he has made significant sacrifices for both himself and the children. Conversely, when reflecting upon her own contributions, it seems she has little to boast of aside from bearing 3 adorable children. This realization brought a twinge of guilt, and she felt an unexpected sense of inadequacy in comparison to Zhang Hao. At that moment, Zhang Hao emerged from the kitchen, carrying 3 bowls of vegetable millet porridge. Seeing this, Xia Yumei quickly stood to greet him. "Allow me, Xiaozhang, please take a seat." "Thank you, Auntie," he replied. "We're all family, no need for formalities." Zhang Hao smiled and took a seat beside Su Yuyan. Wu Rinyao surveyed the gathering and stood with a grin. "Before we indulge in our meal, may I say a few words? Today marks our first family gathering, a beautiful beginning. This meal symbolizes the unity and harmony of our family." Before he could finish, Xia Yumei interrupted. All right, no need for all that formality. Xiao Zhang and Yu Yan are not outsiders." "Hee," Wu Rinyao chuckled. "I am accustomed to hosting dinners." "Well then, everyone, enjoy your meal." With that, everyone eagerly picked up their chopsticks. Wu Yajing could hardly contain her excitement as she snatched a piece of braised pork, having long craved this dish. However, as she placed it in her mouth, her expression suddenly shifted to one of astonishment. "Dad, I didn't expect your cooking skills to have improved so much. This braised pork is absolutely delicious." The braised pork was not made by me. It was prepared by Xiao Zhang." "Really? It is far superior to what you make." "Nonsense. Dad has been a chef for over 30 years. How could his cooking not surpass mine? Let me have a taste." Wu Rinyao, skeptical, picked up a piece of the braised pork. But upon tasting it, he was momentarily stunned. He felt an explosion of flavors within him. The rich aroma of the meat tantalized his taste buds. Heavens, this braised pork is exquisite. It is savory yet not greasy, melting in the mouth. Truly the finest braised pork I have ever encountered. With that, he savored it with an expression of pure enjoyment. Xia Yumei shot him a disdainful glance. Honestly, to behave so excessively in front of the children. It's just braised pork, as if you've never tasted it before. In her thoughts, she savored a piece of braised pork. Suddenly, a look of astonishment crossed her face. "Oh my, this is incredibly delicious. Who would have imagined, Xiao Zhang, that your culinary skills were so exceptional?" Zhang Hao, the object of her praise, chuckled. Although he was aware that his braised pork was indeed delectable, he had not anticipated such an exaggerated reaction from his aunt's family. "Darling, you should try some too." Zhang Hao placed a piece of braised pork into Su Yuyan's bowl. "Just a moment, I need to feed the baby first." "All right." Zhang Hao nodded with a smile and began to eat. At that moment, Wu Rinyao suddenly recalled something and hurriedly tasted each dish prepared by Zhang Hao. After sampling them, he was left in awe. How is this possible? Each dish is exquisite. Not only is it far better than what I can cook, but it even surpasses the offerings of hotel chefs. If Zhang Hao were to work as a chef in a hotel, it would surely be packed every day. "Xiao Zhang, why not come work as a chef at my hotel? I'll pay you 50,000 a month." In his excitement, Wu Rinyao blurted out his thoughts, only to realize his mistake afterward. He remembered that Zhang Hao resided in this upscale villa community. Someone who could spend tens of millions on a villa was hardly a laborer. Even 50,000 might not entice him. He likely wouldn't be interested even for 500,000. Zhang Hao politely declined, saying, "I'm sorry, uncle, but I need to care for the baby and don't have time to work." "I understand," Wu Rinyao nodded. Although rejected, he refused to abandon his aspirations of making money. "Xiao Zhang, where did you learn your culinary skills? Would you mind sharing? I've never been formally trained." "Impossible. If you hadn't learned, how could your dishes taste so remarkable?" "Because I have a family secret recipe," Zhang Hao replied candidly. After all, it was not a secret worth concealing. A family secret recipe? Is that true? Of course it is. Could you share the recipe with me? Sorry, I cannot. I'll buy it. I want to sell it. Huh, why not? Wu Rinyao was taken aback for a moment, then furrowed his brow. Zhang Hao then explained his partnership with Lu Huaqiang in running a restaurant. Oh, I see. Wu Rinyao nodded, pondering for a moment before continuing. Xiao Zhang, I can help you earn even more. If you collaborate with me, all you need to do is provide the recipe, and I'll offer you a 10 stake in the Shangri-La Hotel. My hotel is valued at over 600 million, so 10 amounts to over 60 million, which surpasses the value of Lu Huaqiang's 2 hotels. Moreover, my connections are broader than Lu Huaqiang's. If you agree, I assure you that you'll earn 100 million in a year. How does that sound? Isn't that particularly enticing? With that, he looked at Zhang Hao with immense confidence, believing that the prospect of earning 100 million would leave him no reason to refuse. However, Zhang Hao's subsequent response left him utterly astonished. I apologize, dear uncle, for your kind intentions, which I sincerely appreciate. Why? You have no reason to refuse. It is because my principles do not permit such actions. Principles? Wu Rinyao erupted in laughter, as if he had just heard a delightful joke. Xiao Zhang, you are still too young. In the face of wealth, principles are utterly worthless. Earning money is the true path. Only by acquiring more wealth can one provide a better life for one's wife and children. Although you currently reside in a villa, and your family enjoys a life of comfort and abundance, one must always strive for progress. Who would ever be dissatisfied with having more money? Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao chuckled and shook his head, feeling a deep sense of helplessness within. Just then, an idea suddenly struck Wu Rinyao. Hey, I have it. Chapter 79, The Security Lady. Xiao Zhang, do you know where your parents are? What? Zhang Hao froze momentarily at the inquiry, noticing Wu Rinyao's peculiar smile. He furrowed his brow and asked, do you know where they are? No. How could I possibly know? What I mean to say is, your family is burdened with substantial debt, and you should seek ways to earn money. An excellent opportunity lies before you. Why not seize it wholeheartedly? Zhang Hao's brows knitted in contemplation. It was not hesitation that held him back, but rather a sudden recollection of his parents. While he dined with his wife and children, savoring delicious dishes, he was oblivious to their well-being. What were his parents eating? Where were they sleeping? What were they doing each day? These thoughts stirred a wave of melancholy within him. At that moment, a reproachful voice interrupted his reverie. Xia Yumei glared at Wu Rinyao, exclaiming, you old fool. Can't you speak appropriately? If Xiao Zhang is unwilling, why do you keep pestering him? Xiao Zhang, do not pay any attention to your uncle. He is simply not in his right mind. Zhang Hao chuckled lightly. It's all right, Auntie, I was just lost in thought. Stop thinking and eat. The dishes are getting cold. Indeed. 40 minutes later, the dinner concluded. Zhang Hao had devoured all the dishes he prepared, leaving not a crumb behind, while Wu Rinyao's offerings were barely touched, consumed only by Zhang Hao and Su Yuyan. As Su Yuyan prepared to assist in clearing the table, she noticed the children were becoming tired. The eldest yawned, the second was drowsily blinking, and the lively youngest was also wilting. Auntie, we should head back. It's still early, let us play a bit longer. No, the little ones are sleepy. Then you should hurry back, after all. There will be plenty of time in the future. By the way, let your uncle drive you home. We wouldn't want the little ones to catch a cold. It's fine, it's just a short walk home. Very well, do visit often. Okay, Auntie. After exchanging pleasantries and farewells, Su Yuyan pushed the stroller out, with Zhang Hao following closely behind. As the evening descended, a gentle breeze began to blow. Su Yuyan promptly covered the baby stroller to protect her child from the chill. She then cast a reproachful glance at Zhang Hao. Well, look at you, just a few days since we met, and you've already begun to deceive me. Zhang Hao was taken aback. How have I deceived you? You claimed the gift was inexpensive, yet it cost several thousand. Enough to purchase a considerable supply of formula and diapers for the baby. Your aunt's family is quite affluent. Surely they wouldn't part with anything trivial. That tea box must have been quite costly as well, he retorted. Well, money is earned through hard work. One must not squander it recklessly but consider future needs. Understood, my dear. In truth, Zhang Hao was reluctant to spend money, having experienced the bitterness of poverty. When he had little, he couldn't even afford a premium brand of cigarettes, opting instead for the cheaper variety. Although he was now financially stable, he still smoked the inexpensive brand. This was both pleasurable and a reminder of his past struggles. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Darling, please go ahead. I'll retrieve the package. Go on, she replied. Zhang Hao quickened his pace. After walking a short distance, he pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Su Yuyan squinted slightly, feeling a touch of emotion. Although she was aware of Zhang Hao's smoking habit, he had never smoked in her presence, not even in the living room, due to the harmful effects of secondhand smoke. However, She recognized that the dangers of first-hand smoke were even more severe. It was imperative that she devise a means to help him quit smoking. Her resolve was unwavering. Soon, Zhang Hao arrived at the security booth. He was somewhat puzzled to see a female security officer inside. Typically, security personnel were male. Yet here was a rather attractive young woman. Could she possess formidable skills? Lost in thought, he approached the window of the booth. "Hello. I'm here to pick up a package." The security officer, engrossed in her phone, looked up to see Zhang Hao and immediately flashed a charming smile. "What is your name, handsome? Why do you ask? I have numerous packages. I need your name to locate yours." "Oh, it's Zhang Hao." Zhang as in the long bow, Hao as in the sun. "Zhang Hao, what a powerful name." The young woman smiled, then bent down to search for his package. "Here it is, take this." "Thank you." Zhang Hao accepted the package and turned to leave. However, just as he took a step, he was called back by the security officer. "Wait a moment. What is it? Let us add each other on WeChat." "What is the purpose of adding WeChat?" "Usually, packages are delivered to me. If yours arrives, I can inform you, and it can be brought to your door." "No need. I'll come to collect it myself." "Nevertheless, let us connect. It would be convenient for you to contact me if your friends come by." Just as Zhang Hao was about to decline, an irritated voice interrupted. "Husband, have you picked up the package?" Zhang Hao immediately turned his gaze towards the sound. He spotted Su Yuyan standing under a nearby street lamp. Whether it was the illumination or her evident anger, her expression appeared somewhat menacing. "Have you finished? Why aren't you heading home? What are you standing there for?" he urged. He approached Su Yuyan, and together they strolled shoulder to shoulder, pushing the baby stroller towards a villa not far away. Meanwhile, the security guard wore a face of deep disappointment. She had intended to add Zhang Hao on WeChat, but ultimately did not. After all, which girl could resist a handsome and affluent man like him? If she had succeeded, she could have moved from the security room to a grand villa. Lost in her thoughts, she gazed at the magnificent villas under the night sky, resolving to strive for her own place in one of them. "Darling, are you upset?" Zhang Hao inquired as they walked, having noticed Su Yuyan's unusual demeanor. Her face was as cold as ice. "No," she retorted. "Then you must be jealous." "Why would I be?" "My dear, don't overthink it. I merely went to collect a package." Although the female guard wanted to add me on WeChat, how could I possibly agree? "Feel free to add her if you wish," Su Yuyan coldly replied. Though she did not explicitly express jealousy, her tone was laced with it. Zhang Hao chuckled helplessly. "I swear, I would never deceive you. My heart belongs to but one person, and that is you. Well, there are also our 3 precious daughters. You reside in the left atrium, our eldest in the right atrium, the second in the left ventricle, and the youngest in the right ventricle." Su Yuyan couldn't help but chuckle at his words, though her expression soon shifted from amusement to clouded concern. Zhang Hao smiled, relieved to have lightened her mood. Suddenly, his phone rang. He took it out and saw it was a call from Lu Huaqiang. Puzzled, he wondered why he was calling at such a late hour. He answered the call on speakerphone. "Brother, is Wu Rinyao your uncle by marriage?" Chapter 80. Xiaohua, you are too straightforward. How did you know he called you? Zhang Hao suddenly comprehended. It was clear that Wu Rinyao wanted Lu Huaqiang to abandon their collaboration. "Well, Boss Wu asked me to give up our partnership, offering very enticing terms." "What terms?" 30 million. Did you agree?" I. It's all right. If you did, I understand." "I did not agree." "Huh. Then why are you hesitating?" "I'm worried you might not collaborate with me. If I'm not mistaken, Boss Wu must have offered you even more enticing terms." "Yes. 10% of Shangri-La." "No way. Is that true?" "Believe it or not." "Then why didn't you agree? Have you lost your mind?" "Damn it." Zhang Hao's expression darkened instantly. He never anticipated that Lu Huaqiang would utter such words. "Are you implying that I should comply? I have just left his residence. It is still possible for me to return." "No." "Oh dear, I scarcely know how to respond, my brother. I am utterly moved. In my most challenging moments, you did not abandon me. I, Lu Huaqiang, vow to acknowledge you as my brother for life." Zhang Hao hesitated, at a loss for words in light of this declaration. Enough with the sentimentality. Let us focus on the hotel project and strive to surpass the Shangri-La. Rest assured, my brother, with your secret formula, there is no doubt we will succeed. Thus, they concluded the conversation. Meanwhile, Su Yuyan appeared contemplative, absorbing Zhang Hao's words and understanding their implications. However, she was perplexed as to why he chose Lu Huaqiang when collaborating with her uncle seemed far more promising. Although she could not fathom Zhang Hao's thoughts, she refrained from inquiring, believing that matters concerning men were best left to them. Her role was simply to support him quietly from behind. Upon returning home, Su Yuyan wheeled the baby into the bedroom while Zhang Hao sat on the sofa, unpacking a delivery. Inside were two items, a pack of diapers and a baby onesie. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Hao initiated a live broadcast. As soon as it commenced, numerous viewers flooded into the stream. Silly host, what are you selling this time? Is it women's lingerie again? Where are the three adorable babies? I came to see the little ones. Hee hee, I'm here to see the sister-in-law. Zhang Hao chose to disregard some of the crude comments, greeting everyone with a smile. Good evening, everyone. Please bear with me for about 10 minutes. Once we have more viewers, we shall begin showcasing the products. Zoom. 10 minutes passed, and over 20,000 people had joined the stream. Zhang Hao picked up the diapers and began his presentation. Today's featured item is the diaper. This ultra-thin, breathable diaper is made from soft materials, ensuring no irritation to the baby's skin. Moreover, it is leak-proof, offers exceptional absorption, and even includes a wetness indicator. Various sizes are available to accommodate babies of all ages. If interested, feel free to purchase through the little yellow cart. After his explanation, he noticed some questions from the audience. Host, I am 360 months old. What size should I wear? Zhang Hao replied, my friend, I recommend you purchase adult diapers. Host, I am exceptionally busy and scarcely have time for the restroom. If I wear this, can I freely let go? Zhang Hao responded, as long as you are not embarrassed, it is others who will feel awkward. Host, can I buy this as a birthday gift for my girlfriend? Zhang Hao quipped, certainly, as long as you wish to revert to being single. Host, can newborns use this? Zhang Hao advised, it is best to minimize use, as newborns have delicate skin that is prone to rashes. Host, does this diaper have any unpleasant odor? Zhang Hao no. The scent is incredibly refreshing. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. As he addressed the audience's inquiries, Zhang Hao responded diligently to each question. Just as he was about to introduce the second product, a flurry of WeChat notifications appeared at the top of the screen. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were messages from the Four Kings group. Ignoring them, he proceeded with the introduction of the second item. After more than half an hour had elapsed, Zhang Hao concluded the broadcast and opened the Four Kings WeChat group. Xiaohua, Brother Hao, I am still young and should focus on my studies. So I want to consider dating for now. Dazhuang, Brother Hao, is it the security lady? Xiaoyong, Mouse, have you forgotten that I am single too? Dazhuang, I'm the visual representative of our dormitory. I'll go first. Xiaoyong, spare me. Mouse is far more handsome than you. Of course, I am slightly better than him. Dazhuang, hey, Brother Hao, why aren't you speaking? Have you fallen asleep? Brother Hao, quickly send me the WeChat of that lady. Zhang Hao's lips curled slightly as he began to type a response. I will introduce someone to Xiaohua. You two stay out of it. Xiaohua, that girl is the cousin of my wife. Although she is nearly 30, she is remarkably beautiful, embodying that pure and innocent charm. The key point is that her family is wealthy. Her father is the owner of Shangri-La and resides in the one mansion. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older brings wealth. If this develops, it would not merely equate to 3 gold bricks, but rather 3 tons. As soon as the message was sent, the group erupted with excitement. Dazhuang Wao, a young lady from a wealthy family. Brother Hao, please introduce her to me. If this works out, I will gift you a Mercedes. Xiaoyong, Mouse, we have known each other for so many years, and I have never asked you for anything. Just this once. Please give me her WeChat ID. I want to chat with her first. Dazhuang, be quiet. I will also gift you a Mercedes. Xiaoyong, I will give you a Bentley. Zhang Hao frowned, unable to tolerate their antics any longer. You two need to quiet down. She mentioned wanting someone honest and reliable. Are you both honest? Dazhuang, as long as it works out, I'm willing to play the fool. Zhang Hao, if you keep droning on, I will kick you out. Xiaohua, why are you silent? Xiaohua, Brother Hao, I still want to focus on my studies. I plan to pursue a master's degree after graduation. Zhang Hao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had to admit, Xiaohua was exceptionally earnest. Xiaohua, consider this. If this match succeeds, you won't have to struggle for the rest of your life. Isn't your goal for pursuing a master's degree to rise above the ordinary? If this works out, wouldn't it be a leap to success? Xiaohua, Brother Hao, you are right, but I feel unworthy of her. People from different worlds simply cannot come together. So I think it's best to let it go. Zhang Hao, don't think that way. Nothing is absolute. What if it actually works out? This is a rare opportunity. Xiaohua, let's not talk about it for now. How go? I just had 2 bottles of beer, and my head is still spinning. I'm going to sleep. Zhang Hao, all right, we'll discuss it tomorrow. Dazhuang, Xiaoyong, please Please engage Xiao Hua in some thoughtful persuasion. After sending the message, exit the group chat. Upon checking the back end of Kuaishou, I was astonished to discover that the sales from this live broadcast had reached an impressive sum of over 120,000. With a commission of 50, that amounts to more than 60,000. Additionally, this does not even account for the gifts received. I felt a wave of satisfaction and wished to share this joy with Su Yuyan. However, I soon realized it was already late, nearly 11 o'clock. Never mind. I shall wait until tomorrow. Zhang Hao walked towards another bedroom. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed. Ding. Chapter 81. My wife, I will support you. Host. There are only 2 days left for the task of accompanying the baby to sleep. If the task fails, a fine of 300,000 will be imposed. Zhang Hao was momentarily stunned. Oh no, how could I have forgotten this? I must admit, this system is quite the burden. Other systems reward users with luxurious cars and mansions, with bonuses reaching millions. Yet my system? It imposes fines for unmet tasks. Even worse, it encourages me to purchase skills on an installment plan. This system is better off disregarded. Ding. Detected that the host no longer desires the system, initiating self-destruct mode. Countdown. 3, 2. No, I was just joking. I was merely jesting. Zhang Hao retrieved his phone and sent a message to Su Yuyan. Wife, are you asleep? I am. Are you sleeping with your eyes open? You are the one sleeping with your eyes open. I've already taken off my clothes. What do you want? Can I sleep with the babies? No, I still need to feed them at night. It's all right, I can do it. Do you have any? I have formula. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Good night. Zhang Hao's expression turned to one of helplessness. Fine, since my wife is tired, I shall let her rest. After all, there is still a day left. I will think of a solution tomorrow. With a blink of an eye, the night passed. Zhang Hao had a dream where he collaborated with Wu Rinyao to earn a fortune. Within less than half a year, he amassed 1 billion and married Su Yuyan. However, the disappointment struck when he suddenly awoke during the wedding night. That feeling of discontent is something only a few can truly understand. Henceforth, I must strive to earn money, to turn my beautiful dreams into reality. Zhang Hao vowed silently. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a knocking sound resonated. Zhang Hao was taken aback. What brings my wife here so early? Could it be that the babies are crying? Thinking this, he hurriedly got out of bed and approached the door. Upon opening it, a graceful figure appeared before him. You're awake. Come out to eat. Before she could finish her sentence, her voice abruptly faltered. Su Yuyan suddenly blushed and ran away. What on earth just happened? Zhang Hao was enveloped in confusion. At that moment, he felt something amiss. Looking down, he was suddenly engulfed in embarrassment. Sighing, he attributed it all to that dream. A few minutes later, Zhang Hao exited the bedroom once more. As he reached the living room, he came to an abrupt halt. The aroma was delightful. Zhang Hao sniffed the air and turned his head toward the dining table not far off, where breakfast was unexpectedly laid out. Steamed buns, millet porridge, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and stir-fried potato strips with green peppers greeted his eyes. Instantly, warmth blossomed in his heart. He anticipated that Su Yuyan had prepared breakfast. This was the second time someone other than his mother had made him breakfast, and it was made by his wife no less. The taste was surely exquisite. Lost in his thoughts, he stood before Su Yuyan's bedroom door. He gently knocked 3 times. After a brief silence, a soft voice responded, "Please come in." Zhang Hao pushed the door open to find Su Yuyan seated at the edge of the bed, her cheeks slightly flushed. Meanwhile, the 3 adorable little ones lay on the bed, sleeping soundly. "Wife, I can't believe you made breakfast. You've worked hard," he said. "It's nothing," Su Yuyan replied, her demeanor somewhat uneasy, haunted by an image that lingered in her mind. Zhang Hao chuckled. "From now on, I will take care of breakfast. And you can focus on the babies." Just as he finished speaking, a thought struck him. Now that they had financial stability, why should his wife continue working? Being a full-time mother at home would be wonderful, allowing their children to fully experience the love of both parents while also deepening the bond between himself and Su Yuyan. Wasn't that a perfect solution? "Dear, you needn't work anymore. I'll support you," he declared. No. Su Yuyan immediately rejected the idea without a second thought. "Why not?" he inquired. "Because I want to earn my own money. I can't always spend yours. You speak such words. You are my wife. What is mine is yours. That doesn't matter," she insisted. "All right then." Seeing Su Yuyan's resolute attitude, Zhang Hao reluctantly acquiesced for the time being. He hadn't expected her to be such a strong-willed woman. unlike others who did nothing all day but spent their husband's money, acting as if they had been wronged in a past life. Wife, the babies haven't tea woken up yet. Let us have breakfast. You go ahead. The babies should wake up soon. You go. I'll watch the babies. You go. When the babies wake up, I'll call you, and you can prepare their milk. Very well. Zhang Hao ceased to argue and agreed. Before leaving the bedroom, he placed the formula in the bottle, ensuring he wouldn't be flustered when the babies awoke. Arriving at the dining table, he felt deeply touched by the breakfast his wife had prepared. However, after taking a bite, he suddenly frowned. This is delicious. This is the taste of love. As Zhang Hao was savoring his meal, the sound of a baby crying pierced the air. He hurried into the bedroom, only to discover that all three little ones had awakened. It was evident that one baby's cries had disturbed the others. Noticing Su Yuyan changing their diapers, he promptly began to prepare formula. In no time, the trio of cherubic infants quieted down, their tiny hands grasping the bottles as they eagerly sucked on the fragrant milk. Witnessing this scene filled Zhang Hao's face with a beaming expression of adoration. These three little treasures grew more endearing with each passing moment. At this juncture, Su Yuyan's voice broke the serene atmosphere. Darling, could you watch the babies for a moment? I need to step out. Where to? He inquired. To the rented apartment. To retrieve the rent and deposit from the landlord. Let me go, he offered. No need. I have some errands to run as well, she insisted. I can assist you with that, he suggested. No, absolutely not. Why not? Simply because I said so. Reluctantly, Zhang Hao acquiesced, albeit with a hint of curiosity about what she needed to procure. Before long, the trio finished their milk, discarding the bottles aside. Resembling three playful bunnies frolicking on the bed, their laughter ringing out like tinkling bells. Zhang Hao could not help but smile broadly. These little sprites were undeniably adorable, akin to three little angels sent from above. Dear, you should go eat. I will keep an eye on the babies, he offered. All right, I'll be quick, she replied. No rush, take your time. As Su Yuyan exited the bedroom, Zhang Hao settled beside the infants, engaging them in a game of horsey rides. However, just a few minutes later, Su Yuyan returned, leaving Zhang Hao astonished. Did you finish your meal so quickly? He asked. Not quickly. The fastest I've ever done it is in under a minute, she replied. Zhang Hao nodded slightly. Previously, he had thought that caring for babies was a simple task, but experiencing it firsthand revealed the truth. It was far from easy and could be described as physically and mentally exhausting. Yet, despite the fatigue, it was a joyful weariness. The sight of the lively and adorable babies made every struggle worthwhile. In the midst of his reflections, Su Yuyan's voice called out again. Honey, can you watch the children while I step out? Of course, he replied. Where are the car keys? I'll drive and return sooner. You can drive? He questioned. What? Do you look down on female drivers? She retorted. Not at all. I just didn't realize you could drive. The keys are on the sofa, he informed her. All right, I'm off then. Drive safely. I will, she assured him. Once Su Yuyan left the bedroom, Zhang Hao engaged the babies in more playful antics. Just as they were enjoying themselves, his phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out to see Su Yuyan's name flashing on the screen. A wave of dread washed over him. Oh no, please don't tell me she's had an accident. He thought anxiously. A car malfunction is one thing, but I can't bear the thought of something happening to my wife. In a state of anxiety, she hastily answered the phone. An urgent voice resonated. Darling, I have encountered a few ruffians who are blocking my way. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Hao was instantly engulfed in fury. Chapter 82. One must not be deceitful. Do not fear, my love. Tell me your location. I am at the entrance of the alley where I rent. All right, I shall rush over immediately. If you find yourself in danger, do not hesitate to shout. Understood. They are looking for you. Looking for me. Yes, but let's not dwell on that. Please hurry. I am frightened. Of course, my dear. Zhang Hao ended the call. Since it was directed at him, he felt a sense of relief. At the very least, they would not harm his wife. Little ones, Mama has encountered some bad people. Let us go with Daddy to rescue her, shall we? With that, he placed the three adorable children into the stroller and hurriedly pushed it out. At that moment, the three little ones were exuberantly flailing their arms, believing they were going out for a delightful adventure to see their beautiful mother. Each was filled with uncontainable joy. Before long, Zhang Hao exited the villa. Just then, a black Rolls-Royce came to a halt before him. The driver's window slowly descended, revealing a smiling face. It was Wu Rinyao. Seeing Zhang Hao pushing the stroller with three children, he cheerfully inquired, Little Zhang, are you taking the babies for a stroll? Not quite. I have some matters to attend to. Do you require a ride? No. Just as Zhang Hao was about to decline, he reconsidered. Since the car had been taken by Su Yuyan, he would need to hail a taxi. However, considering the inconvenience of managing the children while taking a cab, he opted for a lift. Very well, then. I would appreciate your assistance in getting us to Changhua Avenue. Hop in. Okay. Zhang Hao first placed the 3 children in the back seat, then stowed the stroller in the trunk. He took a seat in the back, holding the 3 little ones in his lap. Uncle, let's get moving. Sure, I'll drive slowly. Wu Rinyao proceeded to drive at a leisurely pace. Glancing at Zhang Hao through the rearview mirror, his smile growing wider. Little Zhang, I would like to discuss something with you. Are you referring to the secret formula? Precisely. May I purchase 10 of the formulas? Just 10 will suffice. Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated Wu Rinyao would persuade him to invest in the formula. But instead, he was asking to buy 10. Not to mention, he could not sell even one. The contract explicitly stated that no one could be sold to. Little Zhang, as long as you agree, you can set the price. Even 100,000 each is acceptable. Uncle, I am truly sorry, but due to the contract I signed, I cannot sell the formulas to anyone. That's easily resolved. If you feel uncomfortable, I can call Qiangzi. As he spoke, Wu Rinyao picked up his phone, causing Zhang Hao's brow to furrow slightly. As he understood, Lu Huaqiang would certainly be unwilling to sell. However, if he did not sell, he would offend others. Contemplating this, Zhang Hao made a resolute decision. Do not strike my uncle. Instead, I shall bestow upon you 10 secret recipes. What? You are giving me 10 recipes? Indeed. I would never deceive you, for you are my elder. Then please send them to me at once. Very well. Zhang Hao retrieved his phone, added Wu Rinyao on WeChat, and promptly sent the 10 recipes. Upon receiving the recipes, Wu Rinyao's face lit up with excitement. Excellent. Tonight, we shall feature these 10 dishes and observe the results. With that, he produced a bank card from his bag and extended it towards Zhang Hao. Xiao Zhang, take this card. It contains 200,000. Later, I shall transfer another 800,000 to you. No, I cannot accept this money. Why not? Do you look down upon your uncle? Not at all. However, the contract stipulates that selling is prohibited, but it does not mention gifting. If I were to accept the money, it would equate to a sale, and one must not be untrustworthy. I understand. Wu Rinyao nodded with a smile. Since Zhang Hao refused the money, he proposed an alternative form of compensation. At that moment, Zhang Hao took out his phone, opened WeChat, and sent a message to Lu Huaqiang. I have gifted Boss Wu 10 secret recipes. Please deduct 500,000 from my compensation. Beep. As soon as the message was sent, a reply came swiftly. Brother, you are being too polite. You are the major shareholder. The decision lies with you. Don't mention 10, 20 would be fine. I must say, you are quite clever. This way, your uncle will no longer pester you. However, remember, you may only gift it to your uncle, not to others. Zhang Hao chuckled. Rest assured, this is a one-time occurrence. A few minutes later, the vehicle halted at the intersection of Changhua Avenue. Uncle, I have arrived. Let us stop here. Very well, I shall head to the hotel. Call if anything arises. Okay. Zhang Hao opened the door and exited the vehicle. He retrieved a stroller from the trunk and placed the 3 adorable little ones inside. After bidding farewell to Wu Rinyao with a wave, he briskly pushed the stroller forward. The 3 little ones gazed around with their bright eyes, taking in the wonders of this new world. Suddenly, Zhang Hao came to an abrupt halt. Not far away, he spotted Su Yuyan standing anxiously by the wall, flanked by 2 men with lewd grins on their faces. Hey there, how about adding me on WeChat? Beautiful, your husband is surely too afraid to come. Why not come with me? I'll treat you to a lollipop. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Hao's expression turned dangerously cold. Be good, little ones. Daddy is going to find mommy and will return shortly. With that, he darted towards them with utmost speed. As he closed the distance to the 2 men, he leaped, aiming a powerful kick at one man's waist. Bang! The man, having been kicked, fell heavily to the ground and slid several meters along the surface. At the moment Zhang Hao landed, he swiftly delivered a sharp slap to another man's face. The sound resonated like a thunderclap. The man reeled, stars dancing before his eyes, and collapsed onto the ground. Zhang Hao approached Su Yuyan. My dear, are you all right? Startled, Su Yuyan leapt into Zhang Hao's embrace. She had never encountered such a situation before. Had Zhang Hao not appeared, she would have likely crumpled to the ground in fear. Zhang Hao furrowed his brows and gently patted her back. I am so sorry, my love. It's my fault for putting you in such a fright. Just then, the door of a nearby van swung open. 3 men jumped out, wielding baseball bats, rushing towards them. Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes. Darling, go find the children. I can handle this. Seeing the men approaching with weapons, Su Yuyan's fear intensified. Honey, why don't you call the police? It's all right, I can manage. Okay, but please be careful. Su Yuyan quickly retrieved her phone from the fallen man's grasp and ran towards the children while dialing for help. Hello, police. At the intersection of Changhua Avenue, 5 thugs are attacking my husband. Please remain calm. Miss, I'll contact the nearest patrol. Please hurry. With those words, Su Yuyan cast a worried glance at Zhang Hao. However, upon looking, she was momentarily stunned. You need not send anyone. My husband has already subdued the villains. Are you joking, miss? False reporting can lead to detention. No, my husband has truly handled the situation. Ah, I see. Your husband is quite impressive. Thank you. Su Yuyan smiled and hung up. Yet, as she gazed at Zhang Hao, who had indeed taken down the 3 assailants, he still stood there, demanding, speak. Who sent you? Although he was aware that a few individuals harbored animosity towards him, he was uncertain of their identities. Humph. Even if you beat us to death, we won't divulge anything. I may not dare to kill, but I can ensure you will never be a man again. With that, he lifted his foot and aimed for the man's groin. Please, spare me. I will talk. The man quickly capitulated. Life can restart after 18 years, but without my manhood, what pleasure is left in life? It was Ding Xiao who sent us. Ding Ziku. Zhang Hao's eyes narrowed, a cold glint flashing within them. You scoundrel, just wait. This time, you shall learn a lesson. To target him was one thing, but to threaten his wife crossed an unforgivable line. His wife and children were his most vulnerable spots. No one could touch them. Anyone who dared to do so would face dire consequences. Lost in thought, he recalled that his wife and children were waiting, prompting him to hasten towards them. Dear, hand me the car keys. Let us depart. All right. A few minutes later, Zhang Hao drove back to the entrance of the villa district. You take the children home first. I have some matters to attend to. No way. Su Yuyan firmly rejected his suggestion. She understood that Zhang Hao was likely heading off to a confrontation. Throughout the journey back, he wore a sullen expression, his silence palpable. It was the first time she had witnessed him so enraged since they had met. Rest assured, dear. I shall not act impulsively. That is not acceptable. You must return home with me. Zhang Hao felt a twinge of helplessness. If his wife refused to exit the vehicle, he was at an impasse, particularly with their 3 children present. After all, it was hardly appropriate to involve his family in a brawl. At that moment, Su Yuyan began to counsel him earnestly. My love, I understand your anger. But consider, what is the point of fighting? Inflicting harm on others may lead to financial repercussions. Or worse, criminal charges. If you were to be imprisoned, who would care for me and the children? I am willing to heed your wishes in all matters. But this is paramount. Return home with me. Zhang Hao nodded. As a good husband, how could he disregard his wife's wishes? Her words were akin to a royal decree. First, he would escort his wife and children home, then discreetly attend to the matter at hand. Yes, that is the plan. Just then, as he shifted gears, his phone rang suddenly. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Zhao Yong. Howsy, Xiaohua has agreed to the blind date. Really? How did you persuade her? It was simple. I told her she could not let your goodwill go to waste. She must meet you first. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing for you. Zhang Hao smiled and nodded. At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck him. He activated the speakerphone. All right, I will fetch Xiaohua and bring her over for the date. Sure thing, 5 minutes. After ending the call, Zhang Hao turned to Su Yuyan. Dear, didn't your aunt ask me to introduce a suitor to your cousin? I'm going to pick up Xiaohua. Su Yuyan nodded slightly. She had heard her aunt mention this. Although she had only met Xiaohua twice, it was evident that he was a very earnest and honest young man. Go ahead, but return immediately after. Do not stir up any trouble elsewhere. Understood, my love. Please, get out of the car with the children. All right. Su Yuyan opened the door and exited. She retrieved the stroller from the trunk and carefully placed the 3 children into it. The engine roared to life as Zhang Hao made a swift U-turn and drove off. Su Yuyan pushed the stroller toward the entrance of the villa district. However, after taking just a few steps, she suddenly froze in place. It is incorrect. One should proceed straight to school. But why did Zhang Hao turn back? Surely, he is heading to a brawl. Zhang Hao, return at once. Su Yuyan shouted loudly as she regained her composure. Realizing that the car had already vanished, she hastily took out her phone to contact Zhang Hao. Hello. The number you have dialed is currently engaged. Please try again later, the automated voice responded, causing Su Yuyan to stomp her feet in frustration. Zhang Hao, how could you deceive me? You had better be safe, or you shall see how I will deal with you. With that, she pushed the baby stroller into the villa area. Meanwhile, the security guard at the booth was utterly astonished. Was that not Zhang Hao's car? And is this stunning beauty not his wife? She didn't notice last night how incredibly beautiful she was. Wow, they have 3 children. Even a production team's donkey would not dare to reproduce so abundantly, sighing at such a blissful and harmonious family. She thought to herself that she surely had no chance. Wait, observing the anger on his wife's face, it was evident they had quarreled. Could it be that Zhang Hao has a mistress? I knew it. There is not a man who is not unfaithful, unless. This means I still have a chance. With this thought, the security guard gazed at the rows of villas, seemingly feeling the warmth of home. On the other hand, Zhang Hao had successfully acquired Ding Ziku's phone number through connections. After all, attending the same school made it relatively easy to obtain. Beep, beep. Hello? The call connected, and Ding Ziku's voice echoed through. Zhang Hao's expression turned frigid. Where are you? Who are you? I am your father. Get lost. Are you tired of living? Enough chatter. Tell me where you are. Oh, it's you? I'm at Suha Bar. What? Do you plan to find me? Just wait. I'm on my way, Zhang Hao declared, hurling the phone into the passenger seat as he sped towards Suha Bar. At that moment, Ding Ziku wore a look of disdain. Although he had not anticipated that 5 armed men would fail to give Zhang Hao a thorough beating, the prospect of Zhang Hao coming to find him delighted him greatly. After all, this was a bar owned by his father and, consequently, his territory. There were over 100 thugs here, no matter how formidable Zhang Hao was. Could he truly fight against so many? It was absurd. Even Master Ma Baoguo would be powerless in such a situation. When someone comes to stir trouble, clear the place first, then summon 50 men. Understood, young Master Ding. Before long, Zhang Hao arrived at Suha Bar. However, upon storming inside in a fit of rage, he was taken aback. There stood 50 to 60 men clad in black, each exuding a fierce and menacing aura, while Ding Ziku perched atop a coffee table behind them. 50 to 60 men. Zhang Hao remained confident, yet he knew he could not possibly win. Even if each were to spit on him, he would surely drown. At this moment, Ding Ziku disdainfully flicked his middle finger and shouted, Zhang Hao, come over here. Zhang Hao furrowed his brow. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck his mind, and he recalled 5 words. To capture the thief, first seize the king. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps echoed. Zhang Hao, undeterred, charged towards the group of 50 or 60 individuals opposite him. The crowd momentarily froze. What on earth has this kid been eating to grow so fierce? Who gives him such audacity? Is it Liang Jingru? Surely, he can't be insane. No, I must keep my distance. Chapter 84. A blind date with Xiaohua Bang. A muffled sound reverberated. Zhang Hao leaped with fervor, soaring 2 meters high. Then, he landed on the shoulders and heads of those gathered, propelling himself toward Ding Ziku. What the hell? Ding Ziku was utterly stunned. He never anticipated that Zhang Hao would leap over. Strangely, he hadn't misstepped and fallen into the crowd. Otherwise, he might have been crushed. Smack. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. Without hesitation, Zhang Hao delivered a resounding slap across Ding Ziku's face. Ding Ziku glared furiously. You dare smack? Zhang Hao struck again, leaving Ding Ziku's head buzzing. Ding Ziku growled, damn it, get him. At his command, the 50 or 60 black-clad men surged towards them like a dark cloud. Observing this, Zhang Hao seized Ding Ziku by the throat. I dare anyone to approach. Smack. Step any closer, and I'll slap you. Smack. As Zhang Hao continued to deliver blows to Ding Ziku, the black-clad figures hesitated, paralyzed with fear. After all, this was the biological son of Ding Li, and if anything were to happen to him, they would be in deep trouble. Yet, despite everyone standing still, why did Zhang Hao persist in his assault? Wasn't this a breach of martial ethics? Dingling. A melodious ringtone emanated from Zhang Hao's pocket. Everyone stay put. I need to take a call. He retrieved his phone, noticing it was Zhao Yong calling. Upon answering, he switched to speaker mode. Howsy, why are you still not here? Stuck in traffic? Almost there. All right. We'll wait for you at the school gate. MHM. After ending the call, Zhang Hao coldly regarded Ding Ziku. I'll let you off this time, but should there be a next, it won't simply be a slap, understood? Ding Ziku's face was a mask of fury. If you have the guts, kill me. Smack. I'll make you pay. Smack. Damn it. Smack. I admit my mistake. Stop hitting me. Zhang Hao's lips curled into a slight smile. In this world, there is no one who cannot be subdued by a slap. If there are any. Then 2 slaps. If absolutely necessary, 3 slaps. Zhang Hao remarked indifferently, let them disperse. Get lost, all of you. Observing Ding Ziku's surrender, the men in black gradually retreated. Whispers circulated among the crowd. Look at you, so cowardly. You only know how to act tough in your own territory. To think you were even brought to tears, truly a case of a tiger father begetting a dog's son. If it weren't for your father, who would even bother with you? You worthless trash. Once the men in black had dispersed, Zhang Hao released his grip. Once again, let me remind you. If you seek trouble again, do not blame me for being impolite. Ding Zika nodded. Although he was frightened by the beating, his heart brimmed with resentment. Watching Zhang Hao's departing figure, he yearned to kill him and then dismember him. Just wait. One day I will slap you 100 times. 20 minutes later, Zhang Hao drove to pick up Xiaohua, arriving at the entrance of the villa district. Xiaohua furrowed her brows, her expression tinged with anxiety. Brother Hao, I'm a bit nervous. What is there to be nervous about? If it works out, great. If not, so be it. But I've never been on a blind date, and I don't know what to say when we meet. Just engage in casual conversation, get to know each other. Discuss interests and hobbies. Oh, Xiaohua nodded numbly, starting to ponder what to talk about when they meet. At that moment, Zhang Hao drove past the security booth. Suddenly, a voice called out, Hello, beautiful. Here is a delivery from Miss Su Yuyan. Just leave it here. All right, goodbye, beautiful. Zhang Hao's expression shifted slightly. His wife's delivery? Perfect. He could take it back with him. He then lowered the car window and addressed the security lady. Hello, beautiful. The security lady's face instantly brightened. She had assumed Zhang Hao would drive straight in, never expecting him to initiate a conversation. It goes without saying, she must have captivated him with her beauty. Indeed, no man is immune to allure. Hello, handsome, where are you headed? I went out to pick someone up. Could you hand me the package? Package? I don't have any for you. It's for my wife, Su Yuyan. I thought you were flirting with me and wanted to add me on WeChat. I even had my QR code ready. Little did she expect it was merely to collect his wife's package. What a disappointment. Here you go. Thanks. Wait a moment. What is up? How about adding each other on WeChat? No need. Zhang Hao drove off without another word. He had intended to take Xiaohua directly to Andy's house. But as they passed by his home, he suddenly heard Xiaohua speak up. Brother Hao, stop for a moment. What is the matter? I need to use the restroom. Just wait until we get there. I feel embarrassed. Come on, go ahead. Hurry up. I'll wait for you here. Okay. Xiaohua hurriedly opened the car door and got out. Zhang Hao sat in the car, awaiting patiently. At that moment, he noticed a parcel addressed to Su Yuyan. What could his wife have purchased? Perhaps it was clothing for their baby, or perhaps a toy. Amidst his speculations, Zhang Hao began to unwrap the package, only to furrow his brow upon revealing its contents. Inside were 2 sets of clothing, identical in style to the 2 he had previously purchased from the exclusive store. However, the quality was markedly inferior. There were even loose threads at the seams. With a sigh, Zhang Hao shook his head in resignation. Just as he had suspected, his wife had returned the authentic garments and opted for 2 replicas online. Although he understood Su Yuyan's good intentions, his heart ached. After all, she came from a well-off family. Yet now, she refrained from purchasing genuine items. This simply would not do. He had to impart a valuable lesson to his wife. With this thought in mind, Zhang Hao opened the door to exit the car, but as his foot ventured out, he hesitated. First, he spotted Xiaohua emerging, and second, an idea struck him on how to ensure his wife wore authentic clothing. Brother Hao, let us go, Xiaohua urged. All right. Zhang Hao drove onward, soon arriving at his aunt's residence. Ding dong. Welcome, exclaimed Xia Yume, who had been eagerly awaiting their arrival. Her gaze immediately fell upon Xiaohua, assessing him from head to toe. Noticing the box of pure milk and bananas he carried, she thought, this young man appears quite honest. Come in, come in. She warmly invited. Zhang Hao and Xiaohua entered the living room and settled onto the sofa. At that moment, Xia Yume smiled and inquired, Young man, how old are you this year? How many people are there in your family? I'm 20, and there are 3 of us at home. How old is your daughter? What are her interests? Xia Yume. Zhang Hao. Xiaohua. I didn't say anything wrong, did I? Why is everyone looking at me strangely? Zhang Hao discreetly nudged Xiaohua's leg, whispering, This is Auntie. Oh, Auntie. I thought she was a matchmaker, Xiaohua stammered, his embarrassment palpable. He quickly added, You look very young. Chapter 85. Wife, your parcel. This young man is truly sincere, thought Auntie, feeling a wave of delight. Well then, my daughter is in her room. Why don't you go in and have a chat? Xiaohua suddenly felt tense, as this was his first encounter of such nature, devoid of any experience. The sensation mirrored that of his first day at university, filled with trepidation. Zhang Hao, with a gentle smile, encouraged, "Go on, meet her and have a conversation." "All right." Xiaohua nodded, took a deep breath, and mustered the courage to walk toward the room. Meanwhile, Wu Yajing sat at the edge of her bed, engrossed in peeling shrimp. As Xiaohua entered, he did not even spare a glance. "Hello," he greeted, his smile stiff as he lingered at the doorway. Wu Yajing smirked and immediately posed a trio of questions. "Do you own a villa? Do you possess a Rolls-Royce? Do you have a 9-figure bank balance?" Xiaohua was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head in response. "No. Then we are not compatible. You may leave." "Oh." Xiaohua turned and walked away. Just then, Xia Yumei approached, her face etched with anger. Entering the bedroom, she began to scold. "You wretched girl. Is this how you conduct a conversation? Have you even looked in the mirror to see your own worth? How dare you set requirements for others? If it weren't for your father, you might not even measure up to him." She continued, "You're almost 30, yet you still nitpick day after day, waiting until no one wants you to feel satisfied?" Wu Yajing remained silent, engrossed in her seafood. Xiaohua, attempting to mediate, said, "Auntie, please don't be angry. Your daughter speaks the truth. I possess nothing and am unworthy of a family as esteemed as yours. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." With that, he stepped out of the bedroom. Xia Yumei quickly called out to him, "Young man, don't go. I appreciate your straightforwardness. Having no car or house is no concern. I can help provide for you both." Xiaohua responded firmly, "No need, Auntie. I believe that with hard work and perseverance, one can attain everything in due time. Farewell." He then headed towards the entrance. As he passed through the living room, he glanced at the milk and bananas purchased, feeling a twinge of regret. What a waste of several dozen yuan. I could have enjoyed a meal at a restaurant with that money. "Auntie, I'm off now. I'll visit again when time permits." Zhang Hao bid farewell to Xia Yumei before leaving. Outside, he smiled at Xiaohua. "Sorry, buddy, I may have bruised your pride." "It's all right, how go? I had no expectations upon arrival." Xiaohua sighed. "I had hoped that once I succeeded, I wouldn't have to struggle for the rest of my life. But it seems that dream is unattainable. We mustn't speak in such a manner, my friend. One must rely on oneself. I firmly believe that with dedication, a house and car will eventually come." Zhang Hao smiled, but remained silent. Knowing that Xiaohua had yet to face the harsh realities of life, where many things were not as simple as they seemed. However, he refrained from discouraging Xiaohua. After all, dreams are essential. After walking for a while, they reached the car. "Get in, I'll drive you back to school." "No need. How go? I can take a taxi." "Get in. I have to run an errand anyway." "All right then, I appreciate it. Why be so polite with me?" Once inside, Zhang Hao drove Xiaohua away. Back in the villa, Xia Yumei pointed a finger at Wu Yajing, scolding her. "You wretched girl, do you wish to drive your mother to her grave? Xiao Zhang has brought someone to the door, yet you managed to drive them away. I truly cannot fathom your thoughts. When I was your age, you were already running errands. Do you derive pleasure from infuriating me to the brink of my patience?" Hearing her mother's incessant nagging, Wu Yajing absent-mindedly cupped her ears. With an air of impatience, she remarked, "Oh, enough already. My affairs are none of your concern." Xia Yumei raised an eyebrow and glared. "Do you think I want a medal? If you weren't so lackluster, I wouldn't bother. I will find someone myself." "Find whom?" "I think that young man is quite decent." "Listen to your mother. You should date for a while first." "I refuse. That person seems rather foolish. And you are clever, I presume? Pray, enlighten me on the qualities you seek in a partner. At the very least, they should be from a family of equal standing. And they must be handsome, someone akin to my cousin's husband." "Huh, how shameless of you to say that. Xiao Zhang is exceptional. You wouldn't be worthy even if you had 10 of yourself." Wu Yajing cast a resentful glance. Yet, witnessing her mother's ire, she dared not retort and abruptly rose to leave. "Humph, if I can't confront you, I can certainly evade you." Xia Yumei called after her. "You must heed my advice. I will have that young man add you on WeChat. You should get to know each other better. Moreover, when dining out or watching a movie, the boy should not always bear the expenses, understood? Are you even listening to me? Have you gone deaf? You drive me insane." Several minutes later, Su Yuyan was in the 80-square-meter living room, entertaining the children. At that moment, Zhang Hao entered. "I'm back, my dear." How did the blind date go? Any prospects?" "None. I suspected as much. My cousin is nearly 30 and still single. Her standards must be high." Zhang Hao chuckled and approached Su Yuyan. "Dear, your package has arrived." My package? Su Yuyin was momentarily taken aback. Although she noticed the parcel in Zhang Hao's hands and assumed it was a product from a live broadcast, she did not expect it to be hers. Wait, could it be the clothes I ordered from Pinduoduo? Why wasn't I notified? And why did you sign for it without my consent? What is this package? How irresponsible. As her thoughts raced, Su Yuyin felt a twinge of anxiety. However, seeing that the package was unopened, she let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, just hand it over. Zhang Hao grinned. What did you buy, my dear? Lingerie. Lingerie? Let me see. As he spoke, Zhang Hao reached for the package. Su Yuyin quickly snatched it away. I told you it's my lingerie. Why would you want to look? How perverse. You take care of the kids while I try it on in the bedroom. You are not allowed to come in. With that, she retreated into the bedroom, and with a click, the door was locked behind her. Zhang Hao chuckled softly. Locking the door was inconsequential, for there was still a key. With that thought, he retrieved a key from the drawer of the living room coffee table and approached the bedroom door. Click. Zhang Hao opened the door to find Su Yuyin seated by the bed, holding her dress with an expression of surprise. How curious. The quality of the clothing purchased from Pinduoduo was remarkably good. The craftsmanship and materials were strikingly similar to those of the authentic product. After all, it had only cost a little over 100 yuan. Could the merchant truly be so conscientious? Suddenly, Zhang Hao's voice broke the silence. Wife, is this the lingerie you bought? What? Su Yuyin paused in bewilderment. Upon seeing Zhang Hao standing at the doorway, her brows furrowed with concern. Chapter 86. Not for sale. Who let you in? Get out. Su Yuyin hastily dropped the dress and stood up, pushing Zhang Hao away. Wife, I actually know what's inside. What? Su Yuyin's surprise deepened. In the next moment, understanding dawned upon her. No wonder she had noticed that the packaging was damaged when unboxing. She had assumed it was due to shipping, but it turned out Zhang Hao had opened it. It made sense that the clothing was of such high quality, identical to the genuine article. She had thought she encountered a conscientious merchant, but it was Zhang Hao who had swapped the authentic for the imitation. Overwhelmed by emotion, Su Yuyin exclaimed, Since you already knew, why did you deceive me? Because I wanted to surprise you. How infuriating. Su Yuyin's brows knitted together as she playfully punched Zhang Hao in the chest. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Hao embraced Su Yuyin tightly. What are you doing? Let go. I want tea. Zhang Hao not only refused to release her, but held her even closer. Wife, I've always said I would make you happy. I also mentioned that if you returned the clothing, I would buy it back. But please, don't return it. It's exhausting to keep buying and returning. A laugh escaped Su Yuyin at his words. When she looked up at Zhang Hao, a rosy hue crept onto her cheeks. He was so close, and being held by him made her acutely aware of his strong physique. Zhang Hao was momentarily mesmerized by Su Yin's bashful demeanor, akin to a dew-kissed rose, evoking a sense of tenderness. In a moment of impulsiveness, he leaned in closer. Su Yuyin, feeling an overwhelming sense of nervousness, decided to shut her eyes. Closer, even closer. The distance between them dwindled to mere millimeters. Daddy. Suddenly, a youthful voice interrupted. Zhang Hao felt a tug on his pants. Looking down, he realized it was De Bao crawling over. The little one's hands gripped his trousers tightly, attempting to nibble on them. Xin, sweetie, these are pants, not food. You can't eat them. With that, he released Su Yuyin and lifted De Bao into his arms. At that moment, noticing that the second and third treasures were also crawling over, Zhang Hao beamed with a radiant smile. Darling, I will play with the little ones first. Once they are asleep, we shall continue. How annoying, Su Yuyin said, her cheeks flushed as she adjusted her clothes. Zhang Hao began to play with the three adorable children in the living room. Come, let daddy take you on a plane ride. Up we go. Time flew by in joyous moments, and before long, it was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. After lunch, the three little ones played for a while before succumbing to slumber. Su Yuyin lay in bed, scrolling through her phone, while Zhang Hao found himself with some leisure time. Although he enjoyed the comfort of his wife and children, he knew he could not waste time and needed to devise ways to earn money. After all, he was still far from his modest goal of 100 million. Dear, keep an eye on the babies. I'm going to do a live stream. All right. Thank you for your hard work, honey. How about a kiss? Su Yuyin shot him a playful eye roll. With a smile, Zhang Hao stepped out of the bedroom, settling onto the sofa in the living room, pondering over various products. What should he sell? Selling diapers was straightforward, but if he were to sell women's lingerie, he would need to enlist Zhuang. Suddenly, Zhang Hao smacked his forehead in realization. How could I be so foolish? Live streaming 1T earn much money. Since I have the skill to appraise treasures, why not expose fakes instead? With this thought, Zhang Hao chuckled, admiring his own cleverness. Those jade shops boasted a fake one, compensate 10 policy. With such a scheme, earning millions a day was not merely a dream. In just 10 days, he could amass 100 million. Once he had enough, he could finally marry his wife. Without hesitation, he declared, "Darling, I'm stepping out." "Where to?" "Just to earn a little extra." "What extra?" "I'll tell you when I return." With that, Zhang Hao eagerly exited. 10 minutes later, he arrived at a street lined with jade shops. To Zhang Hao, these establishments were not mere shops, but opportunities. Although this method of making money might seem somewhat unscrupulous, one must consider whether those unscrupulous owners possessed any integrity themselves. Relying on the sale of counterfeit goods for ill-gotten gains made them the dregs of humanity. Meanwhile, he was about to transform into a righteous angel, set to cleanse the streets of such filth. Stepping out of his car, he walked down the street until a jade shop named Beizai came into view. However, he dismissed it. Having visited before, it was unlikely to harbor any fakes. Just then, a shop called Yushan Tang caught his attention. This establishment was quite sizable, and if it housed counterfeits, there would surely be a significant number. "This is the one." Zhang Hao entered the shop, meticulously appraising each jade item. This Guanyin statue is a fake, and this jade Paixio is also counterfeit. The emerald bracelet is also counterfeit. The jade Buddha is a fake. False, false, and once more false. Soon, Zhang Hao had circled the shop. It was one of those situations where ignorance is bliss. Upon closer inspection, he was astounded to discover that there were 15 counterfeit items in this establishment. One must admit, the proprietor of this shop possessed a rather unscrupulous nature. Lost in thought, he approached the counter. Gazing at the salesgirl, he placed his bank card on the counter. "Hello, beautiful. I would like to purchase all 15 pieces of jade artifacts I just observed." "Not for sale." "What?" Zhang Hao was taken aback. He had never anticipated that the salesgirl would refuse to sell. "Why not?" "No reason, simply not selling." Zhang Hao squinted his eyes, wearing an expression of disbelief. Upon noticing the salesgirl's indifferent demeanor, a sudden realization washed over him. It was evident that the news of the counterfeit goods purchased at Fanjian's store had spread along this street. After all, the incident had resulted in a loss of over 50 million for Fanjian, undoubtedly causing quite a stir. Consequently, he had been placed on the blacklist of the jade shops on this street. With no other option, he turned to leave. Next, Zhang Hao visited several more jade shops. Yet he exited each one in a state of frustration. Though those stores were filled with counterfeit goods, upon recognizing him, the salespeople simply declared, "Not for sale." Damn it. This is infuriating. Selling fakes with such audacity. I must report them. Indignant, Zhang Hao pulled out his phone. Suddenly, an elderly voice interrupted him. Zhang Hao. Looking toward the sound, an old man with white hair approached. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the elder surnamed Zhao. He had seen him previously at Fanjian's store and again at Su Yuyan's grandfather's birthday banquet. Zhao grandpa smiled as he reached Zhang Hao. "Zhang Hao, what a surprise to see you here. What brings you?" "Nothing much, just taking a stroll." "Oh, aren't you quite knowledgeable about antiques?" "I plan to visit the antique market. Would you care to join me?" "Not really. I need to head home soon." "Go ahead. I hear a new batch of items has arrived there. With your discerning eye, you might unearth some treasures." "Forget it." Just as Zhang Hao was about to decline, a brilliant idea struck him. "Zhao grandpa, could you assist me in purchasing a few jade artifacts? Can't you do it yourself?" "Why do you need my help?" Zhao grandpa's face was filled with confusion. "Because they refuse to sell to me." "Why?" "They fear I might expose their counterfeits." "Oh, I see. I have always loathed those who sell fakes. Consider it my duty to assist you. Let's go?" Seeing Zhao grandpa's righteous demeanor, Zhang Hao nodded with a smile. They walked for a while before arriving at the jade shop named Yushan Hall. Due to the overwhelming prevalence of counterfeit goods here, there are as many as 15 items. 15 items could easily amount to 2 to 3 million. With a penalty of tenfold for each counterfeit, that translates to a staggering 20 to 30 million. However, when grandfather Zhao caught sight of the sign for Yushan Tang, a frown suddenly creased his brow. "Grandfather Zhao, allow me to advise you on which jade pieces to purchase." "You can simply use your card," Zhang Hao suggested, retrieving his bank card and describing the 15 fraudulent items. Grandfather Zhao snorted in indignation, took the card, and entered the store with a scowl. Zhang Hao waited outside, observing. After a while, noticing that grandfather Zhao had completed the transaction, he promptly stepped inside. "Wait, these jade pieces are all counterfeit." The salesgirl, upon recognizing Zhang Hao, immediately furrowed her brows. "Handsome, This is none of your concern. Please refrain from causing a disturbance. This elderly gentleman is here on my behalf, using my card. Does that not involve me? Zhang Hao retorted. The salesgirl was taken aback, suddenly realizing the implications. It must be said, this handsome fellow was quite devious. At that moment, Grandfather Zhao pulled out his phone and dialed a number. You scoundrel! How dare you sell counterfeit goods? Enough chatter, come to the store immediately. He bellowed before hanging up. Zhang Hao was momentarily stunned. What was happening? Could it be that Grandfather Zhao was acquainted with the store's owner, and on good terms at that? Would the tenfold compensation still be necessary? Lost in thought, Grandfather Zhao's voice broke through. Xiaozhong, did you already know that these were counterfeit? After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Hao decided to speak candidly. Regardless of Grandfather Zhao's relationship with the shop owner, the counterfeits must be addressed. Yes, I noticed earlier that although I identified the counterfeits, they refused to sell them to me. Is that so? Grandfather Zhao's face contorted with anger as he turned to the salesgirl. Tell me, was it Zhao Xiong who forbade you from selling them? The salesgirl, terrified, could only nod in affirmation, although she was unaware of the old man's identity. Zhao Xiong was indeed the owner of the jade shop. Given that the elder dared to utter his name and was clearly incensed, he must be a senior relative. That scoundrel, we'll address this when he arrives, Grandfather Zhao declared indignantly. Just then, a man in his 40s entered. Upon seeing Grandfather Zhao, the man beamed. Father, what brings you here? Enraged, Grandfather Zhao retorted, do not call me father. I have no father like you. No, you're not my father. This is infuriating. Fuming, Grandfather Zhao drew a seven-wolves knife from his waist and approached his son, Zhao Xiong, delivering a strike to his backside while scolding. I told you not to sell counterfeit goods. Slap. You've brought shame upon my face. Slap. How can I possibly continue in this industry? The thought tormented me. How do my peers perceive me? It's infuriating. Beside me, Zhang Hao stood in astonishment. Little did he know that Grandfather Zhao was, in fact, the father of the store owner. Why then would he assist me in purchasing jade wares? Is it an act of righteous indignation against his own kin? The sales attendant was equally taken aback, witnessing the once formidable boss being chastised by his father as if he were a mere child. It truly exemplifies the adage, regardless of how accomplished a son may be, he shall still face discipline from his father. Such is the weight of bloodline. Father, please cease. Zhao Xiong began to plead. How could I possibly sell counterfeit goods? Slap. Those fakes do not belong to me. They are from a friend. Slap. Fine, I confess. I acquired them at a low price. Slap. Please stop. I assure you, I will never sell counterfeit goods again. Slap. I've already promised not to sell anymore. So why are you still hitting me? Grandfather Zhao finally paused, not out of anger, but from sheer exhaustion. You scoundrel. If you ever sell counterfeit goods again, I shall break your legs. Grandfather Zhao huffed, adjusting his trousers and fastening his belt. Zhao Xiong rubbed his sore backside, wearing an expression of dismay. It struck him as odd. Why had his father come to the store? Moreover, how did he know about the counterfeit goods? Who had informed him? Suddenly, Zhao Xiong's gaze fell upon Zhang Hao in the distance. You little rascal. Zhang Hao immediately frowned and glared in response. At that moment, Grandfather Zhao's displeased voice rang out. What do you mean, you little rascal? If it weren't for Xiaozhong, would I have known you were selling fakes? How heartless of you to think you have any justification for this. His very presence ignited my ire. With that, he reached for the belt at his waist. Observing this, Zhao Xiong quickly begged for mercy. No. I understand my mistake. I swear, I will never sell counterfeit goods again. If I do, may I be deemed unworthy. Grandfather Zhao glared fiercely. Are you implying that I am unworthy? No, that is not what I meant. Enough with the excuses. Pay up. Pay up? Zhao Xiong paused. Bewildered. What am I supposed to compensate for? Of course, you must reimburse Xiaozhong. Those words 1 fake for 10 at the entrance were not written for the ghosts to see. What? Zhao Xiong's face fell in despair. He had assumed his father had come to assist in resolving the matter, only to find him demanding that he pay. What do you mean? Do you want me to report you myself? With that, Grandfather Zhao pulled out his phone. No, I will pay, just please don't. Reluctantly, Zhao Xiong agreed. However, upon reaching the counter and seeing the transaction amount on the receipt, he was rendered speechless. 489,000. If a false claim incurs a penalty of tenfold compensation, that amounts to nearly 25 million, does it not? That seems excessively high. It would be sufficient to cover half a year's profit for a jade shop. With a sense of helplessness, Zhao Xiong forced a smile and inquired of Zhang Hao, brother, Do you think we could perhaps reduce it a bit? Would 20 million suffice? Before Zhang Hao could respond, Grandfather Zhao interjected firmly, no, not a single cent less. Otherwise, I shall report you. Reluctantly, Zhao Xiong acquiesced. With no other options, he could only lament his misfortune for having such a father. In short order, Zhang Hao received a staggering sum of nearly 25 million. Though he felt a twinge of embarrassment, the sight of the balance in his account rendered such feelings insignificant. His account now held a total of 39,480,000, bringing him a step closer to his modest goal of 100 million. Suddenly, his phone rang, and upon glancing at the screen, he saw the word, wife. Zhang Hao answered the call with a smile. What is it, my dear? Please send me Xiaohua's phone number. Xiaohua's phone number? Yes, my aunt suggested that my cousin date him for a while to see if they are compatible. All right, I'll send it to you right away. When will you be back? I'll be home shortly. Please drive safely. Understood, my love. As Zhang Hao ended the call and made his way outside, Grandfather Zhao hurried after him. Don't leave yet, Xiaozhong. Did you not promise to accompany me to the antique market?